Aragorn hurried up the hill. Sometimes he stopped and looked at the ground. Hobbits were light on their feet, and their footprints were hard to see. Near the top of the hill, a stream crossed the path. In the wet earth, he finally found marks he could follow.
Frodo ran to the top. I wonder what he saw. Then he came back down the same way.
He stood still, thinking. He wanted to climb to the high place himself to look around and find some answers. But time was short. Suddenly, he ran to the summit, crossed the large stone floor, and went up the steps. He sat in the tall seat and looked out. The sunlight seemed weak and the land far away and quiet. He turned again and saw only distant hills. Far away, he thought he saw a great bird, maybe an eagle, slowly flying down in wide circles. As he watched, he heard something from the woods near the river. He stood up quickly. There were loud cries, and among them, he heard rough voices. He knew they were orcs. Then a great horn sounded. The noise was strong and deep and echoed through the hills.
Boromir's horn. He needs help.
He raced down the steps and ran down the hill. This day brings bad luck. Everything I do goes wrong. Where is Sam? As he ran, the cries grew louder but weaker. The horn sounded again and again, desperate and hard. The orcs shouted harshly, and then the horn stopped. Aragorn rushed down the last slope, but before he reached the foot of the hill, the sounds faded. He turned to the left and ran that way. The voices moved farther away until he could hear nothing. He pulled out his bright sword and cried Elendil as he ran through the trees. After a short time, not far from the lake, in a small clearing, he found Boromir. Boromir sat with his back against a large tree as if he were resting. But Aragorn saw he was wounded. Many dark arrows were in him. His sword was still in his hand, broken near the handle. His horn lay beside him, broken in two. Around him were many dead orcs.
Aragorn knelt beside him.
I tried to take the ring from Frodo. I am sorry. I have paid for it. The small ones are gone. The orcs took them. I don't think they are dead. The orcs tied them up. Goodbye, Aragorn. Go to Minas Tirith and save my people. I have failed.
No. You fought bravely. You have won a great victory. Rest now. Minas Tirith will not fall.
Which way did they go? Was Frodo there?
But Boromir did not speak again. Aragorn said sadly, So dies the son of Denethor, Lord of the Tower of God. This is a hard end. Now our fellowship is broken. It is I who have failed. Gandalf trusted me, but I could not keep us together. What should I do now? Boromir asked me to go to Minas Tirith, and I want to. But where are the ring and its bearer? How will I find them and save the quest? He bent over Boromir's hand and wept. That is how Legolas and Gimli found him. They came quietly through the trees from the western side of the hill. Gimli held his axe, and Legolas carried a knife, for his arrows were gone. When they reached the clearing, they stopped and stared. Then they bowed their heads in sorrow. It was clear what had happened.
Alas! We fought many orcs in the woods, but we should have come here first. We heard the horn and ran, but we were too late. I fear you are hurt.
Boromir is dead. I'm not hurt. I was on the hill when he fought. He died protecting the hobbits.
The hobbits? Where are they? Where is Frodo?
I don't know. Before he died, Boromir told me the orcs tied them up. He did not think they were killed. I told Boromir to follow Merry and Pippin, but I did not ask if Frodo and Sam were with him, until it was too late. Everything has gone wrong. What should we do now?
First, we must care for Boromir. We cannot leave him lying among these orcs.
But we must hurry. He would not want us to stay too long.
We must go after the orcs, said Aragorn. Maybe some of our friends are still alive as their prisoners.
But we don't know if the ring-bearer is with them, he added. Should we leave him? We must choose, and both choices are hard.
Legolas said, let's do first what we must. We cannot bury our friend properly. We have no time and no tools. We can only make a small pile of stones for him.
That would take too long, Gimli said. We have no stones near us, only by the water.
Aragorn said, then we will place his body in a boat. We will put his weapons beside him and also the weapons of those he defeated. We will send him down the river to the falls of Rhoros. The river of Gondor will guard him, so no evil thing will harm his body.
They quickly looked through the bodies of the orcs. They gathered their swords, broken helmets, and shields into a single pile. Look, said Aragorn. Here are signs. He found 2 small knives with pretty blades of gold and red, and black sheaths with tiny red stones.
These are not orc weapons, he said. The hobbits carried them. The orcs must have stolen them but did not keep them. They feared these knives because they were made in the west and have magic against the servants of Mordor. If the hobbits are still alive, they have no weapons now. I will take these with me and hope I can give them back.
Legolas said, I will take all the arrows I can find, because my quiver is empty. He looked around and found a few good arrows, longer and finer than the ones orcs usually used. He kept them.
Aragorn studied the dead orcs. Many of these are not from Mordor, he said. Some come from the north, from the misty mountains. But some look strange. Their armor and weapons are not like orcs at all. He pointed to 4 goblin soldiers. They were tall, dark, and had slanted eyes, thick legs, and big hands. Their swords were short and wide, not curved like usual orc blades. Their bows were made of yew wood, shaped like the bows used by men. On their shields was a white hand on black, and on their helmets was a white mark shaped like an S. I have never seen this sign before, said Aragorn. What could it mean?
S stands for Sauron, said Gimli.
No, said Legolas. Sauron does not use elf letters.
Aragorn said, he also never uses his own name or white color. His servants in Mordor carry the mark of the red eye. I think S means Saruman. Evil has begun in Isengard. The west is not safe anymore. Gandalf was right to worry. Saruman has learned about our journey and probably knows Gandalf has fallen. The orcs who chased us may have reached Isengard another way. Orcs move fast and Saruman has many spies. Remember the birds we saw?
We must stop talking and take Boromir away, said Gimli.
Yes, said Aragorn. But after that, we must solve these puzzles if we want to choose well.
Maybe no choice will be right, Gimli said quietly.
The dwarf cut several branches and tied them together with bowstrings. They spread their cloaks over the frame. Then they placed Boromir's body on it with the weapons from his last fight. They carried him to the river. The way was short but hard, for Boromir was tall and strong. By the water, Aragorn stayed and watched the body, while Legolas and Gimli walked quickly back to Porthgalen. It was more than a mile. After some time, they returned, paddling 2 boats along the shore.
There is something strange, said Legolas. There are only 2 boats left. We could not find the third one.
Have orcs been there? Asked Aragorn.
We saw no signs of them, said Gimli. If orcs came, they would have stolen or broken all the boats, and taken the baggage too.
I will look at the ground when we come there, said Aragorn.
They placed Boromir carefully in the middle of the boat that would take him away. They folded his grey hood and his elf cloak and put them under his head. They combed his long dark hair and laid it over his shoulders. Around his waist was the golden belt from Lothlorien. His helmet was set beside him, and on his knees they put the broken horn and the pieces of his sword. Under his feet they laid the swords of his enemies. Then they tied the front of his boat to the back of theirs and pushed him gently into the water. They rowed sadly along the shore and turned into the fast part of the river. They passed the green grass of Porthgalen. The high rocks of Tol Brandir shone in the afternoon sunlight. As they went south, they saw the mist of Rauros fall shining gold in the air. The sound of the great waterfall was strong and deep. With heavy hearts, they let the boat go. Boromir lay quietly, moving slowly with the river. The stream carried him away while they stopped their own boat. They watched him float past and fade into the distance until his boat was only a dark spot against the golden light. Then it was gone. The waterfall roared on as before. The river had taken Boromir, son of Denethor. No one saw him again in Minas Tirith, standing proudly on the White Tower in the morning. In Gondor people later said that his elf boat went over the falls and through the river below, then down to Osgiliath and the wide mouth of Anduin, out to the great sea under the evening stars. The three friends stayed silent for a long moment, still looking toward the river.
Then Aragorn spoke. "They will watch for him from the White Tower," he said. "But he will not come back from the mountains or from the sea."
Slowly, he began to sing softly about Boromir, the brave man they had lost. Aragorn's voice spoke of Boromir's journey through wide lands, of winds from the west and north carrying news of him, and of how he fought many enemies and was at last taken by the gold waters of Rauros. His song was gentle and full of sadness.
Then Legolas began to sing too. His voice was like the south wind, speaking of the sea, the gulls, and his sorrow at Boromir's death. He sang of how many warriors had gone down the great river to the sea and would never return. His song ended softly, full of grief and quiet longing.
Aragorn sang again about the north wind and the tower that would always look toward the golden waterfall, remembering Boromir forever. When the songs ended, the three were silent again.
Then they turned their boat and rowed quickly back against the current toward Porthgalen.
"You left the east wind for me," said Gimli, "but I will not sing of it."
"That is right," said Aragorn. "In Minas Tirith they feel the east wind, but they never ask for its news. Now Boromir has gone on his road, and we must decide ours quickly." He looked carefully at the green grass near the river, bending down to check the ground. "There are no orcs here," he said. "But it is hard to see anything clearly. All our footprints crossed here many times. I cannot tell if any hobbits came back after we began to look for Frodo." He walked to the water's edge where a small stream ran into the river. "Here are clear footprints," he said. "A hobbit went into the water and came back out again, but I don't know when."
"How can you understand this mystery?" asked Gimli.
Aragorn did not answer right away. He went back to the camp and looked at the packs and gear.
2 packs are gone," he said. "One belongs to Sam. It was big and heavy. So we know the answer now. Frodo took a boat, and Sam went with him. Frodo must have come back here while we were away. I met Sam going up the hill and told him to come with me, but he didn't. He guessed what Frodo wanted and came back here before Frodo left. Frodo could not leave him behind."
"Why did Frodo leave us without saying anything?" asked Gimli. "That was a strange thing to do."
"It was also brave," said Aragorn. "Sam was right. Frodo didn't want to take any friend into danger with him. But he knew he must go himself. Something happened after he left us that helped him make up his mind."
"Maybe some orcs came near, and Frodo ran away," said Legolas.
"He ran, yes," said Aragorn, "but not from orcs." He did not say what he really thought. He kept Boromir's last words secret.
"At least we now understand something," said Legolas. Frodo crossed the river. He took the boat. Sam went with him. He took his pack too.
"So now we must choose," said Gimli. "We can take the other boat and follow Frodo, or we can go after the orcs on foot. Both ways seem hopeless. We have already lost valuable time."
"Let me think," said Aragorn. He stood still for a time. Then he said, "I will follow the orcs. I wanted to help Frodo to Mordor, but if I chase him now, I must leave the captives to die. My heart tells me what is right. Frodo's path is not mine anymore. The company has done its part. But we cannot leave our friends while we can still fight. Colme, let's go now. Leave behind everything we don't need. We will march by day and by night.
They pulled up the last boat and carried it into the trees. They hid under it the things they could not take. Then they left Porthgalen. The afternoon light was fading as they came to the clearing where Boromir had fallen. There they found the track of the orcs. It was easy to see.
No other creatures make such a mess, said Legolas. They break and crush every plant around them.
They are very fast, said Aragorn. They never rest. Later we may have to walk through dry, open ground.
Then let's chase them, said Gimli. Dwarfs can run fast too, and we don't get tired quickly. But it will be a long chase. They have a great head start.
Yes, said Aragorn. We will need all our strength. But we will follow them, hope or no hope. If we catch them, they will pay for this. It will be remembered as a great chase among elves, dwarves, and men. Forward, the 3 hunters.
Like a deer he started running. Through the trees he went, fast and sure. The others followed him. They left the woods by the lake behind. They climbed long slopes, seeing the red light of sunset in the sky. Evening came. They passed into a grey land of stone. Chapter 2. The Riders of Rohan. Evening grew dark. Mist stayed below in the trees near the river, but the sky above was clear. Stars appeared, and the moon rose in the west. The rocks threw long black shadows. They reached the foot of high, stony hills and moved slower now because the orc tracks were hard to see. The hills of Emyn Muil ran north to south in 2 long lines of uneven stone. The west sides were steep and hard to climb. The east sides were softer, cut by gullies and narrow valleys. All night the 3 hunters climbed over rocks and down into deep places. At last they reached the top of the tallest ridge. Then they went down again into a dark valley. Before dawn they rested for a short time. The moon had set. The stars shone bright, but no light of day had yet come. Aragorn looked around but did not know what to do. The orc tracks had gone down into the valley, but then they disappeared.
Which way did they go? Asked Legolas. North to reach Isengard or Fangorn, as you think? Or south to find the river and wash?
They will not go to the river whatever their plan is, said Aragorn.
And unless something is very wrong in Rohan and Saruman has become much stronger, they will take the fastest path across the lands of the Rohirrim. Let us go north. The valley ran between tall hills, full of rocks and stones. A small stream moved slowly at the bottom among big stones. A high cliff stood on their right, and grey slopes rose to their left, dark in the late night. They walked for more than a mile to the north. Aragorn looked carefully at the ground, checking every small path that led up into the western ridge. Legolas walked ahead of him. Suddenly the elf shouted, and the others came running. "We have reached some of the ones we are chasing," he said. "Look!"
We have reached some of the ones we are chasing, he said. Look!
They saw what looked first like rocks on the ground, but they were bodies. 5 orcs were dead there. They had been struck many times, and 2 had lost their heads. The ground around them was dark and wet.
"This is a strange sign," said Gimli. "But we cannot wait until daylight to understand it."
It might still be good news, said Legolas. Enemies of orcs can be our friends. Do people live in these hills?
No, said Aragorn. The Rohirrim rarely come here and it is far from Minas Tirith. Maybe some men came to hunt, but I do not think so.
"What is your guess?" asked Gimli.
I think the orcs fought each other, said Aragorn. These are northern orcs from far away. None were the marks of the stronger ones we saw before. They must have argued among themselves. It is common for orcs to do this. Maybe they fought about which road to take.
Or maybe about their prisoners, said Gimli. Let us hope the captives are not dead here too.
Aragorn searched the area but found no more signs of fighting. Then they moved on. The sky in the east became light, and slowly grey morning came. Northward they found a small stream running through stones and grass.
At last, said Aragorn. These are the tracks we wanted. The orcs went up this stream after they fought.
Now they followed quickly. They stepped over stones with strong feet, as if fresh after rest. They climbed up until they reached the top of a grey hill. A cool wind touched their hair. It was the cold wind of morning. When they turned back, they saw the far hills bright across the river. The sun rose, red at first, above the dark land. In the west, everything looked quiet and grey, but as they watched, colours came back to the land. The wide fields of Rohan turned green again, white mist shone in the valleys, and far away to the left stood the white mountains, high and blue, with snowy tops shining in the morning light.
Gondor! Gondor! Cried Aragorn. I wish I could see you again in a peaceful time. But my road does not go south now toward your bright rivers.
Then he looked away from the south and turned to the west and north, where he must go. In front of them the ridge dropped down steeply. Below them there was a wide, rough shelf ending at a sudden cliff, the east wall of Rohan. The Emyn Muil ended there, and beyond them stretched the green plains of the Rohirrim as far as the eye could see.
Look, said Legolas, pointing at the pale sky. There is the eagle again. He is very high and flying fast to the north.
I cannot see him, Legolas, said Aragorn. He must be far away. I wonder why he travels that way. But look there, something else. I see movement across the plain.
There are many figures, said Legolas. It is a large group walking, but I cannot say who they are. They are far away, maybe 12 leagues. The flat land makes it hard to tell.
We do not need any trail now, said Gimli. We know which way to go.
Let us find a path down to the fields as quickly as we can.
I do not think you will find one quicker than the orcs did.
Now they followed their enemies in the clear daylight. The orcs had moved fast. Sometimes the trackers found things left behind, food bags, pieces of hard bread, a torn black cloak, and a broken iron shoe. The trail led north along the high rocky edge. Soon they reached a narrow valley where a stream ran down between stone walls. A rough path went down there like steep steps to the flat lands below. At the bottom they suddenly stood on the green grass of Rohan. The land spread wide and soft, like a big green sea reaching to the feet of the Emyn Muil hills. The stream disappeared among thick plants, and they could still hear it moving gently away through green tunnels, flowing toward the far valley of Entwash. Winter seemed to stay behind them in the hills. The air here felt warm and soft, and it smelled fresh, as if spring was waking and the plants were starting to grow again.
Ah, the smell of green things. It is better than a long sleep. Let us run.
Light feet can move fast here. Maybe faster than the orcs with heavy boots. Now we can try to catch them.
They ran in a line, quick and bright-eyed, following the clear tracks. The wide path made by the orcs was easy to see, the grass was crushed and dark where they had passed. Suddenly Aragorn cried out and turned aside.
Wait, do not follow me yet. Yes, they are hobbit footprints. I think they are Pippin's. He is smaller than the others. And look at this. It was not dropped by accident. Pippin threw it down as a sign for anyone who followed. He wanted us to know they lived. Now we must choose. Should we sleep now or keep walking while we still have strength? Maybe, but if we go the wrong way or if they change direction, it will take us long to find the trail again tomorrow.
It is the brooch from an elven cloak. Let us hope he was not hurt for doing so. Come, let us keep going. Thinking of those cheerful young ones being forced to march makes my heart ache. They do not like sunlight. Still, these ones have walked under it. I think they will keep moving through the night. The trail goes straight. I could follow it even in the dark.
Then he was alive. And still thinking clearly. That gives me hope. But surely even orcs must stop sometimes. But if we walk at night, we cannot see their tracks. And we must look carefully during daylight. If one captive escaped or was taken away toward the east, we could miss the signs in the dark.
The sun rose high at noon, then slowly went down again. Light clouds came from the far southern sea and passed away on the wind. The sun sank lower, and long shadows reached from the east. Still they went on. One full day had passed since Boromir fell, and the orcs were still far ahead. The plain stretched empty around them, no sign of the enemy could be seen. When night started to fall, Aragorn finally stopped. They had rested only twice that day and had come 12 leagues from where they began that morning.
But if I understood the signs back there, the orcs with the white hand won. Now all of them are going to Isengard. The way they travel shows this, said Aragorn.
It is not wise to trust what orcs plan, said Gimli. Can the prisoners escape? We passed the place where you found the brooch. It is too dark now.
The orcs will be careful after that, said Legolas. The prisoners will be even more tired. They cannot escape again unless someone helps them. We must think how to do that, but first we must catch the orcs.
I am strong and used to long trips, said Gimli. But I cannot run all the way to Isengard without stopping. My heart wants to run now, but I must rest a little first, or I will not run well later. If we stop, we should rest while it is dark.
It is hard to choose, said Aragorn. How can we end this talk?
You are our leader, said Gimli. You are good at following tracks. You should decide.
My heart wants to go on, said Legolas. But we must stay together. I will do what you say.
You ask one who does not choose well, said Aragorn. Since we passed the Argonath, my choices have been poor.
He looked north and west into the dark night for a long time. Then he said, "We will not move in darkness. If we walk now, we may lose the trail or miss signs of others. If the moon gave enough light, we could use it, but it sets soon and is still weak."
Tonight he hides behind clouds, said Gimli softly. I wish the lady had given us a light like the one she gave Frodo.
It is needed more with Frodo, said Aragorn. His journey is the true quest. Ours is a small part of the great deeds happening now. Maybe this chase was hopeless from the start. My choices cannot change that. I have decided. Let us use our time well.
He lay down on the ground and quickly fell asleep. He had not slept since their night under Tol Brandir. He woke before dawn and stood up. Gimli was still sleeping deeply. Legolas was already awake, standing silent, looking north. He looked sad.
They are very far away, he said. I feel they did not rest tonight. Only an eagle could catch them now.
We will still follow them as best we can, said Aragorn. He bent down and gently woke Gimli. Come, we must go, he said. The trail is getting cold.
But it is still dark, said Gimli. Even Legolas could not see them until the sun rises.
I think they are gone beyond sight now, said Legolas.
When the eyes cannot help, maybe the earth can, said Aragorn. The land must feel their heavy feet. He lay down and pressed his ear to the ground. He stayed silent for a long time. Gimli began to wonder if he had fallen asleep again.
Slowly dawn came, and a grey light grew around them. Then Aragorn stood up. His face looked pale and worried.
The earth tells little, he said. I feel nothing moving near us. The orcs are far away. But I hear horses, many of them. I think I heard them before while I rested. They were galloping in the west. Now they move farther away riding north. I wonder what is happening in this land.
Let us go, said Legolas.
So their third day of chasing began. They walked and ran for hours under clouds and sun. They hardly stopped. They did not speak much. They moved quickly over the empty fields, their grey-green cloaks blending with the land. Few eyes could see them unless they were close. They thanked the Lady of Lorien in their hearts for the lember's bread, because it gave them new strength while running. All day they followed the trail, which went straight northwest. As evening came again, they reached wide open hills with no trees. The ground became harder, and the grass shorter, so the Orcs' trail grew faint. Far to the left they saw the river Entwash shining like silver on the green land. They saw no people, and no animals moved anywhere. Aragorn often wondered why the land was so quiet. The homes of the Rohirrim were many miles to the south, near the woods at the foot of the White Mountains. Mist and clouds covered those mountains now. In the old days, the horse lords had kept many horses in the Easternet, the eastern part of their land. The herdsmen used to travel widely there and lived in camps and tents, even in winter. But now the land was empty. The silence felt strange and uneasy. At sunset, they stopped again. They had already walked 24 leagues across the plains of Rohan. Behind them, the hills of Emyn Muil were lost in shadows. A young moon shone weakly through thin clouds, and the stars were hidden.
I do not like to stop now. The Orcs run so fast, maybe as if someone terrible pushes them. I fear they have reached the forest and the dark hills already.
This feels like a hard end after all our work and hope.
Perhaps hope is lost, but our work is not done. I will not turn back. Still I feel very tired.
He looked behind them towards the dark east.
Something strange moves in this land. The silence does not feel right. Even the moon looks strange. I am tired in my heart, not only in my body. It is like something slows us while giving speed to our enemies.
I felt this too since we came down from Emyn Muil. The power is not behind us, it is ahead.
He looked towards the west.
Saruman. But he will not stop us. We will rest a little because the clouds are hiding the moon now. When tomorrow comes we go north between the hills and the wet lands.
Legolas was the first to rise, if he had slept at all.
Wake up. It is dawn, and the sky is red. Strange things wait for us near the forest. Maybe good, maybe bad. We must go.
The others stood and started again. Slowly the green hills came closer. Before noon they reached them. The slopes were soft and green, but the tops were bare. Between the hills and the river lay a wide, low valley full of reeds. Near the southern hill they found a circle of trampled ground, where many feet had stamped the grass flat. Tracks went north along the dry sides of the hills.
The Orcs rested here for a while. But these tracks are old now. I think they were here more than a day ago. If they kept moving, they reached the forest yesterday at sunset.
I can't see anything to the north or west, only grass and mist. Could we see the forest if we climbed higher?
It is still far. I remember these hills go 8 leagues to the north, and then northwest there is more land, maybe 15 leagues before the forest starts.
Let's keep going. My legs must forget how far we walked. I wish my heart felt lighter.
The sun was low when they reached the last hill. They had walked many hours without rest. They moved slowly now, and Gimli's back was bent. Dwarfs are strong, but this long chase was too much for him, and his hope was fading. Aragorn walked behind him, quiet and serious, sometimes stopping to study a mark on the ground. Legolas still moved quickly and lightly. His feet seemed not to touch the grass, leaving no marks. He lived on elvish bread and could rest while walking, dreaming even with his eyes open.
Let's go up this green hill.
Tired, the others followed him. They climbed until they stood at the top. The hill was round and smooth, standing alone, the last in the line of hills. The sun went down and night spread across the land. They stood alone in a grey, empty world. Far away to the northwest there was a deeper shadow, the misty mountains and the forest beneath them. "We see nothing here to help us," said Gimli. "We must stop again and wait through the night. It is getting cold."
"The wind comes from the snowy north," said Aragorn.
"By morning it will come from the east," said Legolas. "Rest if you must. Do not lose hope. Tomorrow is not known. Good answers often come with the sunrise."
3 mornings have already come during our search, said Gimli. They gave us no help.
The night became colder and colder. Aragorn and Gimli slept badly. They woke many times. Each time, they saw Legolas near them. Sometimes he stood still. Sometimes he walked back and forth. He sang softly in his own language. While he sang, white stars shone in the dark sky. So the night passed. At last, they watched the sky grow light. There were no clouds. The sun rose pale and clear. The wind came from the east. All the mist was gone. Empty land lay around them in the cold light. In front of them, to the east, they saw the wide hills of Rohan. They had seen them before, many days ago, from the great river. To the northwest stood the dark forest of Fangorn, still far away. Its edge was dark, and the hills behind it faded into blue. Far beyond, they saw a white mountain top, shining like it floated on grey cloud. It was Methedras, the last peak of the misty mountains. From the forest flowed the Entwash River toward them. The river was narrow and fast. Its banks were deep and broken. The trail of the orcs turned from the hills toward the river. Aragorn followed the trail with his sharp eyes. He looked to the river and then back toward the forest. He saw something dark moving far away. It moved fast. Aragorn lay down on the ground and listened closely. Legolas stood beside him. He shaded his bright eyes with his hand. He did not see a blur. He saw small shapes. They were riders on horses. There were many of them. The morning light shone on the tips of their spears like tiny stars. Far behind them, thin lines of dark smoke rose into the air. The fields were silent. Gimli could hear the grass move in the wind.
"Riders," cried Aragorn, jumping up. "Many riders are coming toward us on fast horses."
"Yes," said Legolas. "There are 105. Their hair is yellow. Their spears shine. Their leader is very tall."
Aragorn smiled. "The eyes of the elves are sharp," he said.
"They are less than 5 leagues away," said Legolas.
5 leagues or 1, said Gimli. We cannot run from them in this open land. Should we wait here or move on?
"We will wait," said Aragorn. "I am tired and our search has failed. Or others came before us. These riders are riding back along the Orc trail. We may learn something from them."
Or meet their spears, said Gimli.
"There are 3 empty saddles," said Legolas, "but I see no hobbits."
"I did not say the news would be good," said Aragorn. "Good or bad, we will wait here."
The 3 friends left the hilltop. They did not want to stand clear against the bright sky. They walked slowly down the slope to the north. Near the bottom, they stopped. They wrapped their cloaks around them and sat close together on the dry grass. Time passed slowly. The wind was cold and cut through their clothes. Gimli felt uneasy.
What do you know of these riders, Aragorn? He asked. Are we waiting here to die?
"I have lived among them," said Aragorn. "They are proud and strong-willed. But they are honest and kind. They are brave, not cruel. They are wise in simple ways. They do not write books. They sing many songs like men long ago before the dark years. Still, I do not know what has happened here recently. I do not know how the riders of Rohan now think, caught between Saruman's lies and Sauron's threat. They have long been friends of Gondor, though they are not the same people. Long ago Jarl the Young led them from the north. They are closer in blood to the men of Dale and to the Beornings of the wood. Many of those people are still tall and fair like the riders of Rohan. One thing is sure. They do not love orcs.
But Gandalf spoke of a rumor, said Gimli. He said they pay tribute to Mordor.
I do not believe it, said Aragorn. Boromir did not believe it either.
You will soon know the truth, said Legolas. They are already close.
Soon even Gimli could hear the sound of horses. Hooves beat fast on the ground. The riders left the river and came toward the hills. They rode like the wind. Clear, strong voices called out across the fields. Suddenly the riders rushed past with a sound like thunder. The first rider turned his horse near the foot of the hill. He led the others southward, along the western side of the hills. After him rode many soldiers in armor. They moved fast and looked bright in the sun. Their horses were tall and strong. The horses had grey coats that shone. Their long tails moved in the wind. Their manes were tied in neat braids. The riders matched their horses. They were tall and strong. Their light hair fell from under their helmets and hung in long braids. Their faces looked serious and sharp. They carried long spears. Painted shields hung on their backs. Long swords rested at their sides. Their metal shirts reached down to their knees. They rode past in pairs. Sometimes one rider stood up in the saddle and looked around. But they did not seem to see the three strangers who sat quietly and watched. Most of the group had passed when Aragorn suddenly stood up and called out loudly.
What news comes from the north, riders of Rohan?
The riders stopped their horses with great skill. They turned quickly and rode back at speed. Soon the three friends stood inside a moving circle of riders. The horses ran up the hill behind them and down again, going around and around, coming closer each time. Aragorn stood still. The other two stayed seated and did not move. They waited and wondered what would happen. Then, without a sound, the riders stopped. Many spears pointed toward the strangers. Some riders held bows, with arrows ready. One man rode forward. He was taller than the others. A white horsetail flowed from his helmet. He came close until his spear tip was very near Aragorn's chest. Aragorn did not move.
Who are you, and why are you in this land?
My name is Strider. I came from the north. I am following orcs.
The rider jumped down from his horse. He gave his spear to another man who also dismounted. Then he drew his sword and stood close to Aragorn. He looked at him with sharp eyes and clear interest. After a moment he spoke again.
At first I thought you were orcs. Now I see you are not. Still, you do not know much about orcs if you chase them like this. They are fast, well-armed, and many. If you had found them, you might have been the ones in danger. But there is something strange about you, Strider. That name is not a true name for a man. Your clothes are also strange. Did you appear from the grass? How did we not see you? Are you elves?
No, only one of us is an elf. He is Legolas from the woodland realm in far Mirkwood. But we have passed through Lothlorien, and the lady there has been kind to us.
So the lady in the Golden Wood is real, as the old stories say. People say few can escape her power. These are strange times. If she favors you, then perhaps you have strange skills as well. Why do you stay silent?
Tell me your name, Horse Lord, and I will tell you mine.
The stranger should speak first. But my name is Eomer, son of Eoman. I am the third marshal of the Riddermark.
Then hear me, Eomer son of Eamund, third marshal of the Riddermark. I am Gimli, son of Gloin. Be careful with careless words. You speak badly of something very fair, beyond your understanding. Only little sense can excuse that.
Yma's eyes burned with anger. The riders of Rohan spoke angrily and moved closer. Their spears came forward.
I would strike you down, beard and all, if you were a little taller.
He is not alone. You would fall before you could act.
Yma lifted his sword. Trouble seemed near. But Aragorn jumped between them and raised his hand.
Forgive us, Ymir. When you know more, you will understand why my friends are upset. We mean no harm to Rohan or its people, man or horse. Please hear our story before you act.
I will. But travelers in the Riddermark should be less proud in these uncertain days. First, tell me your true name.
First tell me whom you serve.
Are you a friend or an enemy of Sauron, the Dark Lord of Mordor?
I serve only the Lord of the Mark, King Theoden, son of Dengel, said Ymir. We do not serve the dark power of the Black Land far away. But we are not yet in open war with him. If you are running from him, you should leave this land. There is danger on all our borders. We are under threat. We only wish to be free and live as we always have. We want to keep our land and serve no outside lord, good or bad. In better days, we welcome guests. Now, strangers who come without asking meet us fast and hard. Speak now. Who are you? Whom do you serve? By whose order do you hunt orcs in our land?
I serve no man, said Aragorn. But I chase the servants of Sauron wherever they go. Few living men know orcs as well as I do. I do not hunt them by choice. The orcs we followed took 2 of my friends. In such need, a man without a horse must walk. He does not stop to ask permission. He also does not count his enemies except with his sword. I am not without weapons.
Narration continued as Aragorn pulled back his cloak. The sword at his side shone brightly as he held it, the blade flashing like fire in the sun.
Elendil, he cried. I am Aragorn, son of Arathorn. I am called Elisar the Elfstone. I am a Dunedain, the heir of Isildur, son of Elendil of Gondor. This is the sword that was broken and is made whole again. Will you help me or stand against me? Choose quickly.
Gimli and Legolas stared at Aragorn in awe. They had never seen him so commanding. He seemed taller and stronger. Yma appeared smaller before him, and in Aragorn's face they saw the shadow of the strength of ancient kings. For an instant, Legolas thought he saw a white light upon Aragorn's brow, like a crown. Yma stepped back in wonder, his proud eyes falling to the ground.
These are strange days, he said softly. Old dreams and stories seem to walk on the grass. Tell me, my lord, he said, why have you come here? And what did your dark words mean? Boromir, son of Denethor, has long been gone seeking answers. The horse we lent him came back alone. What fate do you bring from the north?
A fate of choice, said Aragorn. You may tell this to Theoden, son of Thengel. Open war lies before him. He must stand with Sauron or stand against him. No one can live as before. Few will keep what they call their own. But we will speak of these great things later. If chance allows, I will come to the king myself. Now I am in great need. I ask for help or at least for news. You know we were chasing orcs who carried off our friends. What can you tell us?
You need not chase them any longer, said Ymir. The orcs are destroyed.
And our friends? Asked Aragorn.
We found only orcs, said Ymir.
That is very strange, said Aragorn. Did you search the dead? Were there no other bodies? They would be small like children to your eyes. They would wear gray and have no shoes.
There were no dwarves and no children, said Ymir. We counted all the dead. We took what they carried. Then we piled the bodies and burned them, as we always do. The ashes are still warm.
We do not mean dwarfs or children, said Gimli. Our friends were hobbits.
Hobbits, said Ymir. What are they? That is a strange name.
A strange name for a strange people, said Gimli. But they are very dear to us. You have heard the words that troubled Minas Tirith. They spoke of the halfling. Hobbits are halflings.
Halflings, laughed one of the riders near Eomer. Halflings? They are only small folk from old songs and children's stories of the north. Are we walking in legends, or on green earth in daylight?
A man may do both, said Aragorn. Those who come after us will make the stories of our time. Even this green earth you walk on will one day be part of legend.
Time is short, said the rider. We must ride south, my lord. Let us leave these wild folk to their tales. Or bind them and take them to the king. Peace, Eothane, said Eomer in his own language. Leave me for a while. Tell the riders to gather on the road and prepare to ride to the Entway.
Eothane went away, speaking in anger to the others. Soon the riders moved off and left Eomer alone with the three companions.
All you say is strange, Aragorn, he said. Yet it is clear you speak the truth. The men of the mark do not lie, and they are not easily fooled. But you have not told me everything. Will you now speak more fully of your task, so I may decide what to do?
I left Imladris, as it is named in the old rhyme, many weeks ago, Aragorn began.
With me went Boromir from the city of Minas Tirith. My task was to travel there with him to help his people in their fight against Sauron. But the group I traveled with had a different mission. I cannot talk about that now. Gandalf the Grey was our leader.
Gandalf. We know him in the mark. But I must warn you that his name no longer brings favor from the king. He has visited us many times over the years. Some people now say he brings trouble wherever he goes. Since his last visit in the summer, many things have gone wrong. That was when our troubles with Saruman began. Before then, we thought Saruman was our friend. Gandalf came and told us that Saruman was preparing for war in Isengard. He said he had been a prisoner in Orthanc and escaped with great difficulty. He asked for help, but Theoden did not listen. Gandalf left soon after. Do not speak his name loudly to Theoden, for the king is angry. Gandalf took the horse called Shadowfax, the finest horse of all the king's steeds. Only the king may ride such a horse. 7 nights ago, Shadowfax came back on his own. But the king is still angry, for the horse will let no man touch him now.
Then Shadowfax came back alone from far in the north. That is where Gandalf and he parted. But sadly Gandalf will ride no more. He fell into darkness in the mines of Moria and will not return.
That is sad news. It grieves me and many others, though not everyone will feel the same when you speak to the king.
This news is worse than any sorrow known here. Still, when the great fall, the lesser must lead. I have guided our group on the long road from Moria. We passed through Lorien and then along the great river to the falls of Rhoros. There Boromir was killed by the same orcs that your men destroyed.
All your news is full of sadness. His death is a great loss for Minas Tirith and for us. He was a good man. People spoke well of him. He came to the mark only a few times because he was busy fighting in the east, but I saw him once. He seemed more like the quick sons of Eorl than the serious men of Gondor. He would have been a strong leader one day. But why have we heard nothing of his death from Gondor? When did he fall?
He was killed 4 days ago. Since that evening we have traveled from the shadow of Tol Brandir.
On foot?
Yes, as you see us.
Strider is too small a name for you, son of Arathorn. I will call you Wingfoot instead. The story of you three should be told in every hall. You have walked more than 40 leagues in less than 4 days. Your kind is strong indeed. But now, my lord, what do you want from me? I must go quickly back to Theoden. I spoke carefully before my men. It is true we are not yet at open war with Sauron, and some near the king give fearful advice. But war is coming. We will not break our old friendship with Gondor. While they fight, we will help them. I speak for all who stand with me. I lead the east mark, and I have moved our people and animals beyond the river Entwash. Only guards and fast scouts remain here.
Then you do not serve Sauron?
We never have. Some say we do, but that is a lie. Years ago, Sauron wanted to buy horses from us for much gold, but we refused. He treats animals badly. Then he sent orcs to steal them. They took what they could, always the black horses. Few are left now. Because of this, we hate the orcs deeply. But now our main problem is Saruman. He wants to rule all this land. We have been fighting him for many months. He has many followers, orcs, wolf riders, and wicked men. He has closed the road through the gap, so we may soon be attacked from both east and west. It is hard to face such an enemy, said the man. He is a wizard, very clever, and uses many tricks. People say he walks around wearing a cloak and hood like an old man. Many say he looks much like Gandalf. His spies move everywhere, and his evil birds fly in the sky. I cannot guess how this will end, and I am afraid. I feel that he has friends outside of Isengard too. But if you come to the king's house, you can see for yourself. Will you come? Have you come to help me when all seems unsure?
I will come when I can.
Come now. The son of Elendil would be great help to the sons of Yorl in this dark time. There's battle now in the Westernet, and I fear we may lose. I rode north without the king's permission, and now his house has little guard. My scouts warned me 4 nights ago that an army of orcs came down from the east wall. Some wore white marks of Saruman. So I feared the worst, that Saruman and the Dark Tower might be working together. I took my riders, men from my own house, and followed the orcs. We caught them near the Entwood 2 nights ago and fought them at sunrise yesterday. 15 of my men and 12 horses were lost. The orcs were more than we expected. More came out of the east across the great river. Their trail can be seen north of here. Others came from the woods too, strong orcs with the white hand of Isengard. They are bigger and crueler than the rest. We destroyed them, but we have stayed too long away. We are needed in the south and west. Will you not come? We have extra horses. Your sword could help us. Gimli's axe and Legolas's bow would help too, if they will forgive my unkind words about the Lady of the Wood. I only spoke as men do in my land, but I would be glad to learn better.
Thank you. I wish to go with you, but I cannot leave my friends while hope still lives.
There is no hope. You will not find your friends north of here.
My friends are not behind us. We found signs near the east wall that one of them was alive. But between the wall and the hills we found nothing else. No tracks turned away anywhere, unless all my skill has failed.
What do you think happened to them?
I do not know. They may have died among the orcs, but you say that is not possible, and I believe you. I think they were taken into the forest before the battle, maybe before your men surrounded the orcs. Can you say that none escaped that way?
I am sure no orc escaped once we saw them. We reached the forest edge first. If anything passed through after that, it was not an orc and had some elvish power.
Our friends were dressed like us. You passed us in full daylight.
I forgot that. It is hard to know what is true now. The world has grown strange. Elves and dwarves walk together in our lands. People speak with the Lady of the Wood and live. The broken sword has come back to war after many ages. How should a man decide what is right now?
As he always has. Good and evil do not change. They are the same for elves, dwarves, and men. A man must still see the difference, whether in his home or in the golden wood.
That is true. I do not doubt you or the thing my heart wants to do. But I cannot act only as I wish. Our law says strangers cannot travel freely in our land until the king allows it, and the rule is even stricter now. I have asked you to come back with me, and you refuse. I do not want to start a fight among my riders against you three.
I think your law was not made for this kind of moment. And I am not truly a stranger. I have been in this land more than once and ridden with the men of Rohan, though under another name and look. You are young, so we have not met before, but I knew your father Eamund and spoke with Theoden, son of Thengel. No noble man of this land would have forced another to give up such a mission. My duty is clear, I must go on. So, son of Eamund, the time has come to choose. Help us, or at least let us go free. Or try to hold to your law.
If you help them, fewer men will return to your king or your war, someone said. Ema was quiet for a short time. Then he spoke.
Both must hurry, he said. Omi riders want to leave soon, and every hour makes your hope smaller. This is what I decide. You may go, and I will give you horses. I ask only one thing, when your journey is finished, or if it fails, bring the horses back across the Entway to Medusel, the great house in Edoras where King the Copyright Odin sits. Then you can show him that I was right to trust you. I give you my trust, and maybe even my life. Please do not break it. I
will not, said Aragorn.
Yomra's men were surprised and uneasy when he told them to lend horses to strangers. Only Eothane spoke aloud about it.
It may be fine for this lord from Gondor, as he says, Eothane said, but who has ever heard of giving a horse from the mark to a dwarf,
one, said Gimli. But do not worry, no one ever will. I would rather walk than sit on such a great animal, given freely or not. But
you must ride now, or you will slow us down, said Aragorn.
Come, you can sit behind me, Gimli, said Legolas. Then everything will be fine. You will not need your own horse, and you will not need to worry about one.
A large, dark grey horse was brought to Aragorn, and he climbed onto it. His name is Hashuful, said Eomer. May he carry you safely and bring you better luck than his last rider,
A smaller and quicker horse was brought for Legolas. His name was Arad. Legolas asked them to remove the saddle and reins.
I do not need them, he said and jumped lightly onto the horse.
Everyone was amazed, for Arad obeyed him easily, moving where Legolas asked with only a word. Gimli was lifted up behind his friend and held him tightly, not very comfortable, like Sam Gamgee in a boat.
Farewell, and may you find what you seek, shouted Eomer. Return soon, and may our swords fight together one day,
I will come, said Aragorn.
And I will come too, said Gimli. Matter of the Lady Galadriel is still between us. I still need to teach you kind words.
Will see, said Eomer. So many strange things have happened that learning the praise of a fine lady under the hand of a dwarf will be no great surprise. Farewell,
Then they parted. The horses of Rohan ran very fast. Soon Gimli looked back and saw Eomra's riders small and far away. Aragorn did not look back. He was watching the trail as they rode, bending low beside her Sufala's neck. Before long they reached the border of the Entwash and found another trail coming from the east, just as Ema had said. Aragorn got off his horse and looked carefully at the ground. Then he mounted again and rode east for a while, staying to one side so as not to cover the footprints. After that, he got down and walked, checking the marks on the earth.
There is not much to learn, he said when he came back. Euroe's main trail is mixed with the prints of the riders when they returned. Their first path must have been closer to the river. But this eastward trail is new and clear. No marks show anyone going back toward Anduin. Now we must ride more slowly and watch carefully so we do not miss any trace that goes another way. From here, the orcs must have known they were being followed and may have tried to take their prisoners away quickly. A2-Level.
As they rode on, the sky was covered with clouds. The light was dull and grey. Mist hid the sun. The forest of Fangorn came closer, and the trees looked darker as the day ended. There was no clear path to follow. Sometimes they saw dead orcs lying on the ground, with arrows in them. When the afternoon was almost over, they reached the edge of the forest. In a small open space they saw a big burned area. The ashes were still warm and smoking. Beside it was a large pile of broken helmets, shields, swords, and bows. In the middle stood a stake with a large goblin head on it. Farther off, near the river, there was a mound of fresh earth with green grass on top. Around it stood 15 spears. Aragorn and his friends looked carefully around the place, but the light faded and the evening came with mist. When night fell, they still had found no sign of Merry and Pippin.
We cannot do more. We have faced many puzzles, but this one is the hardest. I fear the hobbits are among the dead orcs. Frodo will be very sad if he hears this, and also the old hobbit waiting in Rivendell. Elrond never wanted them to come.
But Gandalf did.
Yes. Gandalf came himself, and he was the first to be lost. His wisdom failed.
Gandalf did not worry about safety for himself or others. Some things are better to start even when the end might be dark. We will not leave tonight. We must wait until morning.
They camped a short distance from the battlefield under a large tree that looked like a chestnut. It still had many dry brown leaves that moved in the cool wind. Gimli shook with cold. They each had only one blanket.
Let us make a fire. I do not care about danger anymore. Let the orcs come if they wish.
If the hobbits are lost in the forest, the fire may help them find us.
It could also bring other creatures. We are near Saruman's land. We are right beside Fangorn and people say it is unsafe to touch its trees.
But the horsemen burned wood here yesterday. They cut many trees for their fire and stayed safely after. We can do the same.
There were many. They do not fear Fangorn as we should. We may need to go inside the forest, so be careful. Do not cut living trees.
There is no need. There is enough broken wood here.
He went to collect dry sticks and started a fire. Aragorn sat quietly leaning against the tree, deep in thought. Legolas stood alone, looking at the dark forest, listening as if he heard distant voices. When the fire was bright, the three sat close to it and covered the light with their cloaks.
Look. The tree seems happy about the fire.
Maybe the moving shadows made their eyes see strange things, but it looked like the branches bent slowly toward the fire. The dry leaves rubbed together softly as if they were warming themselves. None of them spoke. The dark forest seemed very close, silent and mysterious. After a time, Legolas said,
Celeborn warned us not to go deep into Fangorn. Do you know why, Aragorn? What stories did Boromir hear?
I know many old stories from Gondor. But if Celeborn had not warned us, I would think they were only tales. Perhaps you can tell me the truth. If even an elf does not know, how can a man know?
You have traveled further than I.
I have heard nothing about this in my own land. I only know old songs. The songs say that the Onodrim, who men call Ents, lived there long ago. Fangorn is very old. It is older than many things, even older than the elves count.
Yes, it is old, said Aragorn. It is as old as the forest near the Barrow Downs, but it is much bigger. Elrond says the two forests are alike. They are the last parts of the great woods from long ago. In those days the firstborn walked there and men were still asleep in the world. But Fangorn keeps its own secret. I do not know what it is.
I do not want to know, said Gimli. I hope nothing in Fangorn is disturbed because of me.
They chose who would stay awake first. Gimli was chosen. The others lay down and quickly fell asleep.
Gimli, said Aragorn, almost asleep. Do not cut any living tree in Fangorn. It can be dangerous. Do not go far to look for dry wood. If there is no wood, let the fire go out. Wake me if you need help.
Then he fell asleep. Legolas lay still. His hands were on his chest. His eyes were open, but he was resting in the way of the elves. Gimli sat by the fire. He slowly moved his thumb along the edge of his axe. The trees made a soft sound in the wind. There was no other noise. Suddenly Gimli looked up. At the edge of the firelight stood an old man. He was bent and leaned on a staff. He wore a long cloak. His wide hat covered his eyes. Gimli jumped up. He was so surprised that he could not shout. He quickly thought that Saruman had found them. Aragorn and Legolas woke when Gimli moved. They sat up and looked. The old man did not speak. He did not move.
Well, father, what can we do for you? Said Aragorn, standing up. Come closer to the fire if you are cold.
He stepped forward, but the old man was gone. There was no sign of him. They did not want to walk far in the dark. The moon had set. The night was very black.
Suddenly Legolas cried out. The horses! The horses!
The horses were gone. They had broken free and run away. The three friends stood still and said nothing. They felt worried. They were near Fangorn. Between them and the men of Rohan was a long and dangerous land. In the distance, they thought they heard horses calling in the night. Then it was quiet again. Only the cold wind moved in the trees.
Well, they are gone, said Aragorn at last. We cannot find them now. If they do not come back, we must walk. We began our journey on foot. We still have our feet.
Feet, said Gimli. We cannot eat our feet.
He put more wood on the fire and sat down heavily.
A short time ago, you did not want to ride a horse from Rohan, said Legolas with a smile. Maybe one day you will become a rider.
I do not think I will get the chance, said Gimli. After a while he spoke again. I think it was Saruman. Who else could it be? Ema said he walks like an old man with a cloak. That is what we saw. He has taken our horses or frightened them. More trouble is coming. I feel it.
I hear your words, said Aragorn. But I saw that the old man wore a hat, not a hood. Still, you may be right. We are in danger here at night and in the day. But now we can do nothing. We should rest while we can. I will take watch now, Gimli. I need time to think.
The night moved slowly. Aragorn watched first, then Legolas, then Gimli again. Nothing happened. The old man did not return. The horses did not come back. Chapter 3 The Pippin was dreaming. It was a dark and uneasy dream. He heard his own small voice calling, Frodo. Frodo! The sound echoed in black tunnels. But instead of Frodo, many ugly orc faces looked at him from the dark. Many rough hands reached toward him. He felt afraid. Where was Merry?
He woke up. Cold air touched his face. He was lying on his back. It was evening. The sky was getting dark. He moved and saw that the dream was not much worse than real life. His wrists and legs were tied with rope. Next to him lay Merry. Merry's face was pale. A dirty cloth was tied around his head. All around them were many orcs. Some were sitting. Some were standing.
Slowly Pippin remembered what had happened. The pain in his head made it hard to think. The dream and real memories began to separate. Yes. He and Merry had run into the woods. Why had they done that? Why had they run so fast and not listened to old Strider? They ran a long distance, shouting. Pippin did not know how far or how long they ran. Suddenly, they ran straight into a group of orcs. The orcs were standing and listening. They did not see Merry and Pippin at first. But when the hobbits were very close, the orcs saw them and shouted. Many more orcs jumped out from the trees. Merry and Pippin took out their swords. But the orcs did not try to fight with swords. They only tried to grab them. Merry fought bravely. He even hurt some of the orcs. Good old Merry. Then Boromir came running through the trees. He made the orcs fight. He defeated many of them. The others ran away. But soon, more orcs came back. There were many of them, maybe 100. Some were very big. They shot many arrows. They aimed at Boromir again and again. Boromir blew his great horn. The sound filled the forest. At first, the orcs were afraid and moved back. But no one came to help. They attacked again with more strength. Pippin did not remember much after that. His last memory was Boromir standing by a tree and pulling an arrow from his body. Then everything went dark.
I think something hit my head, Pippin thought. I wonder if Merry is badly hurt. What happened to Boromir? Why did the orcs not kill us? Where are we now? Where are they taking us?
He had no answers. He felt cold and unwell.
I wish Gandalf had not asked Elrond to let us come, he thought. I have not helped at all. I am only trouble. I am like a bag someone carries. Now the orcs carry me like a bag. I hope Strider or someone will find us. But maybe that will cause problems for the others. I wish I could escape.
He tried to move, but it did not help. An orc sitting nearby laughed and spoke to another orc in their harsh language. Then he spoke to Pippin in the common language.
Rest now, little fool, the orc said. Rest while you can. Soon we will make you walk. You will not like the journey.
If I could choose, I would not be kind to you, he said. He leaned close to Pippin and showed a black knife. Stay still, he said quietly. Do not cause trouble, or I may forget my orders.
Then he spoke angrily in his own language for a long time. Pippin was very afraid. He stayed still. His hands and feet hurt from the ropes. The hard ground hurt his back. To stop thinking about his pain, he listened carefully. Many orcs were talking nearby. Their voices were full of anger. It sounded like they were arguing. Pippin was surprised. He could understand much of what they said. Many orcs used the common language. It seemed that orcs from different groups were there. They did not all understand each other's orc language. They argued about where to go and what to do with the prisoners.
There is no time to kill them slowly, one orc said. We must move fast. Yes, said another. Why not kill them now? They slow us down. We must hurry. Night is coming.
Orders, said a deep voice. Kill all except the halflings. The halflings must stay alive. We must take them back quickly. Those are the orders.
Why keep them alive? Asked others. Why are they important? I heard one of them has something important, said another. Something needed for the war. They must be questioned. Why not search them now? Another orc said. Maybe we can find something useful.
That is not allowed, said a soft but cruel voice. I may report you. The prisoners must not be searched or harmed. Those are the orders.
Yes, said the deep voice again. They must stay alive and unharmed. Those are my orders.
Those are not our orders, said another orc. We came from the mines to fight and take revenge. I want to finish this and go back north.
You will follow my command, said the deep voice. I am Ugluk. I lead here. We go to Isengard by the fastest road.
Who is the true master? Said the soft voice. Saruman of the Great Eye. We should return to Ludbur's at once.
They had been running for a long time, shouting as they went. Pippin could not remember how far they had run, or for how long. Suddenly they rushed straight into a group of orcs. The orcs were standing still, listening. They did not see Merry and Pippin until the hobbits were almost upon them. Then the orcs cried out, and many more sprang from the trees around them. Merry and Pippin drew their swords. The orcs did not try to kill them at first. They tried only to seize them. Merry fought bravely and struck several of them down. Then Boromir came running through the trees to their aid. He forced the orcs to fight. He slew many, and the rest fled. But they were attacked again soon after. This time there were many more, perhaps 100. Some were very large. They shot many arrows, and most were aimed at Boromir. He blew his great horn, and the sound rang through the forest. At first the orcs drew back. But when no help came, they attacked again with greater fury. Pippin remembered little after that. He saw Boromir standing by a tree, pulling an arrow from his body. Then darkness fell.
I think I was struck on the head. I hope Merry is not badly hurt. What happened to Boromir? Why did they not kill us? Where are we going?
He had no answers. He felt cold and sick.
I wish Gandalf had never asked Elrond to let us come. I have been no help at all. I have only been a burden. Now I am like baggage for the orcs to carry. I hope Strider or someone comes to rescue us. But would that spoil everything? I wish I could break free.
He struggled, but it was useless. An orc sitting nearby laughed and spoke in his harsh tongue.
Rest while you can, little fool. You will need your legs soon enough. You may wish you had none when we reach home. If I had my way, you would not be alive now. Lie still, or I will use this knife. Do not make me forget my orders.
Pippin lay very still. The ropes cut into his wrists and ankles. The stones beneath him pressed into his back. To forget the pain, he listened. Many voices spoke around him. They sounded angry, and soon it was clear that they were quarreling. To his surprise, Pippin understood much of what they said. Some used the common speech. There were orcs from different tribes, and they did not all share the same tongue. They argued about which way to go and what to do with the prisoners.
There is no time to deal with them properly. We are in a hurry. Then why not finish them quickly? They slow us down. Evening is coming. Orders. Kill all except the halflings. They must be taken alive and quickly. Why alive? What are they for? One of them carries something important. Something needed for the war. They must be questioned. The prisoners are not to be searched or robbed. Those are my orders. I am Ugluk. I command. We return to Isengard by the shortest road. Is Saruman the master, or the Great Eye? We should go back to Ludbur's at once.
Only one rider. He went west. It is clear now.
Clear, maybe. But for how long? You idiots. You should have shot him. He will warn others. The horse people will hear about us by morning. Now we must leave very fast.
A dark shape bent over Pippin. It was Ugluk.
Sit up, the orc said. My men are tired of carrying you. We must go down now. You will walk. Be good. Do not shout. Do not try to run. If you play tricks, you will be punished. You will not like it.
He cut the ropes on Pippin's legs. He pulled Pippin up by the hair and put him on his feet. Pippin fell. Ugluck pulled him up again by the hair. Some orcs laughed. Ugluck pushed a bottle to Pippin's mouth. He poured a hot drink inside. A strong heat went through Pippin's body. The pain in his legs went away. He could stand.
Now the other one, said Ugluck.
He went to Merry, who lay nearby. He kicked him to wake him. Merry made a low sound. Ugluck pulled him up to sit. He took the bandage off Merry's head. Then he put dark paste on the cut from a small box. Merry cried and tried to move away.
The orcs laughed and shouted. He cannot take his medicine, they said. He does not know what is good for him.
But Ugluck was not playing. He needed to move fast. He wanted his group to obey. He was healing Merry in an orc way. It worked quickly. He made Merry drink from the bottle. He cut the ropes on Merry's legs. He pulled him to his feet. Merry stood up. He was pale but strong in spirit. The cut on his head stopped hurting, but it left a brown mark for life.
Hello, Pippin, Merry said. So you are on this trip too? Where do we sleep and eat?
Stop that, said Ugluck. Be quiet. Do not talk to each other. Any trouble will be reported. You will get food and rest. Maybe more than you want.
The orc group went down a narrow path into the flat land below. Merry and Pippin walked with them. Many orcs were between them. At the bottom, they stepped onto grass. The hobbits felt a little hope.
Straight on, shouted Ugluck. West and a little north. Follow Lugdush. What about sunrise? Some orcs asked. What will we do then? We keep running, said Ugluck. Do you want to sit and wait for enemies? You will run, said Ugluck. I will be behind you. Run, or you will never see your homes again. Run while the night lasts.
Then they all began to run. Orcs run with long, uneven steps. They pushed and shouted, but they were very fast. Each hobbit had 3 guards. Pippin was near the back. He felt weak. He had not eaten since morning. One guard carried a whip. But the hot drink still gave Pippin strength. His mind was clear. He kept thinking of Strider. He imagined Strider looking at the ground and running after them. But how could anyone follow this trail? Orc feet were everywhere. Pippin's small prints were lost. After about a mile, the land went down into a wide wet place. The ground was soft. Mist lay there and shone faintly in the moonlight. The orcs in front became hard to see. Then they vanished.
Slow down, shouted Ugluck from behind.
Suddenly Pippin had an idea. He moved to the right. He slipped away from his guard. He jumped into the mist and fell onto the grass.
Stop, shouted Ugluck.
There was noise and confusion. Pippin jumped up and ran. Orcs chased him. Some appeared right in front of him. There is no escape, Pippin thought. But maybe I can leave a sign. With his tied hands, he reached his neck. He opened the pin of his cloak. Just as rough hands grabbed him, he dropped it. It may stay here forever, he thought. I do not know why I did this. A whip wrapped around his legs. He held back a cry.
Enough, shouted Ugluck as he ran up.
He still has a long way to run. Make them both run. Use the whip to remind them. But that is not all, he said with anger and turned to Pippin. I will remember this. You will pay later. Now run. Pippin and Merry did not remember much of what came next. Bad dreams and painful moments mixed together. It felt like a long dark road with no hope. They ran again and again. They tried to keep the fast speed of the orcs. From time to time, the orcs hit them with a whip. If they slowed down or fell, strong hands grabbed them and pulled them along. The warm drink from the orcs no longer helped. Pippin felt cold and ill again. Suddenly, he fell forward onto the grass. Rough hands with sharp nails grabbed him and lifted him up. He was carried like a bag. Darkness came over him. He did not know if it was night again or if his eyes could not see. After some time, he heard voices far away. Many orcs were shouting and arguing. It sounded like they wanted to stop. Ugluk was yelling loudly. Pippin was thrown to the ground. He stayed there without moving. Soon, dark dreams took him. But the pain came back. Hard hands grabbed him again. He was shaken and thrown around for a long time. Slowly the darkness went away. He woke up and saw that it was morning. Orcs shouted orders. He was pushed onto the grass again. He lay there and felt very sad and weak. His head felt dizzy. His body felt warm, so he guessed they gave him another drink. An orc bent down and threw him some bread and a strip of dry meat. He ate the hard grey bread quickly. He did not eat the meat. He was very hungry, but not hungry enough to eat meat given by an orc. He did not want to think about where it came from. He sat up and looked around. Merry was close by. They were near a fast, narrow river. In front of them, tall mountains stood in the distance. One high peak shone with the first light of the sun. A dark forest lay on the lower hills below it. The orcs were shouting and arguing again. The group from the north and the group from Isengard were close to fighting. Some orcs pointed back toward the south. Others pointed east. "Fine," said Ugluk. "Leave them to me. No killing, as I said before. But if you want to lose what we came all this way to get, then lose it. I will take care of it. Let the fighting Uruk-hai do the work, as usual. If you are afraid of the Whiteskins, then run. Run! There is the forest." He shouted and pointed ahead. "Go there. That is your best chance. Go now, before I hit a few more heads to make the others listen." There was angry shouting and pushing. Then most of the northern orcs broke away. More than 100 of them ran fast along the river toward the mountains. The hobbits stayed with the Isengard orcs. They were a dark and scary group, at least 80 strong. They were large orcs with dark skin, slanted eyes, big bows, and short wide swords. A few strong northern orcs stayed with them too. "Now we will deal with Grishnak," said Ugluk. But even some of his own orcs looked worried and glanced toward the south. "I know," Ugluk said with a low growl. "The horsemen have found our trail. That is your fault, Snarga. You and the scouts did a poor job. But we are the fighters. We will eat horse meat soon, or something even better." At that moment, Pippin understood why some orcs had pointed east. From that direction came rough cries. Grishnak was coming back. With him were about 40 more orcs like him. They had long arms and bent legs. A red eye was painted on their shields. Ugluk stepped forward to face them. "So you came back?" Ugluk said. "You changed your mind."
I came back to make sure the orders are followed, and the prisoners are safe, Grishnak replied.
"Really?" said Ugluk. "That is not needed. I will follow orders in my group. Why else did you return? You left in a hurry. Did you forget something?
I left a fool, Grishnak said angrily, but I also left some strong orcs. They are too useful to lose. I knew you would lead them into trouble. I came back to help them.
Very nice. Ugluk laughed. But if you do not want to fight, you chose the wrong path. You should have gone to Lugbers. The Whiteskins are coming. What happened to your Nazgul? Did he lose another horse? If you brought him with you, he might be useful. If he is really so great.
Nazgul, said Grishnak. He shook and licked his lips, as if the word tasted bad. You speak of things too deep for your dirty thoughts. Ugluk, he said. Nazgul, one day you will be sorry you spoke like that. Fool!
You should know they are very important to the Great Eye. But the flying Nazgul will not come yet. Not yet. He does not want them to cross the great river now. It is too early. They are kept for the war, and for other work. You know too much. More than is safe for you. People in Lugbers may ask how you know these things, and why. But for now, the Uruk-hai of Isengard will do the hard work, as always. Do not stand there with your mouth open. Gather your weak crowd. The others are running to the forest. You must follow them. You would not reach the great river alive. Move now. At once. I will be right behind you. The orcs from Isengard grabbed Merry and Pippin again. They threw them over their shoulders. Then the group ran on. They ran for many hours. From time to time, they stopped only to pass the hobbits to new carriers. The Isengard orcs were stronger and faster. Or maybe this was part of Grishnak's plan. Little by little, they moved ahead of the orcs from Mordor. Grishnak's group stayed close behind them. Soon they were also catching up with the orcs in front. The forest was getting closer. Pippin's body hurt all over. His head ached badly. The dirty face and rough ear of the orc holding him pressed against his head. In front of him, he saw only bent backs and strong legs. The legs moved up and down, again and again, without rest. It felt endless and frightening. In the afternoon, Ugluk's group caught up with the northern orcs. These orcs were tired under the bright sun. It was winter, and the sky was pale and cold, but the light was still strong. Their heads hung low. Their tongues stuck out as they ran.
Worms! You are finished. The white men will catch you and eat you. They are coming.
A shout from Grishnak showed this was no joke. Horsemen had been seen. They were still far away, but they were riding fast. They were getting closer, like water rising and covering land. The Isengard orcs began to run even faster. Their speed shocked Pippin. It felt like the last burst in a race. Then he saw the sun going down behind the misty mountains. Long shadows spread across the land. The orcs from Mordor lifted their heads and ran faster too. The forest was dark and thick now. They had already passed a few trees. The ground began to rise, more and more steep. Still, the orcs did not stop. Ugluk and Grishnak shouted loudly, pushing them to make one final effort.
They will still make it. They will escape.
Pippin twisted his neck and looked back with one eye. He saw riders to the east. They were already level with the orcs, riding fast across the plain. The light of the setting sun shone on their spears and helmets. It flashed in their pale, flowing hair. They were closing in. They stopped the orcs from spreading out. They drove them along the river. Pippin wondered who these riders were. He wished he had learned more in Rivendell. He wished he had studied maps and stories. At that time, others had planned the journey, and he had trusted them. He had never thought he would be separated from Gandalf, from Strider, and even from Frodo. The only thing he remembered about Rohan was that Gandalf's horse, Shadowfax, came from there. That gave him a little hope.
But how will they know we are not orcs? They probably have never heard of hobbits here. I should be happy that the orcs may be destroyed. But I want to be saved too.
It seemed likely that he and Merry would die with the orcs before the men of Rohan even noticed them. Some of the riders were archers. They could shoot while riding fast. They rode close and shot arrows at the orcs at the back. Several orcs fell. Then the riders turned away quickly, out of reach of return arrows. The orcs shot back wildly. They did not dare to stop. This happened many times. Once, arrows fell among the Isengard orcs. One orc just in front of Pippin fell and did not move again. Night fell, but the riders did not attack fully. Many orcs were dead, but about 200 were still alive. In the early darkness, the orcs reached a small hill. The edge of the forest was very close, maybe only a short run away. But they could not go on. The horsemen had surrounded them. A small group of orcs ran toward the forest, disobeying Ugluk. Only 3 came back.
So this is it. Very good leadership. I hope the great Ugluk will lead us out again.
Put the halflings down. Lugdush, take 2 others and guard them. Do not kill them unless the white men break through. Do you understand? As long as I live, I want them. They must not shout. No one must save them. Tie their legs. The orcs obeyed the order without kindness. But Pippin saw that he was now close to Merry. The orcs were very loud. They shouted and hit their weapons together. In the noise, the 2 hobbits could whisper for a short time.
I don't like this, said Merry. I feel very tired. Even if I was free, I could not move far.
Lembas, whispered Pippin. Lembas bread. I have some. Do you have any? I think they only took our swords.
Yes, said Merry. I had some in my pocket. But it is probably broken into small bits. And I cannot reach my pocket with my mouth.
You won't need to, said Pippin. I have.
Suddenly an orc kicked Pippin. The noise around them stopped. The guards were watching again. The night was cold and quiet. Around the small hill, many watchfires appeared. They shone red and gold in the dark and made a full circle. The riders stayed far away. They did not stand in the light. The orcs shot many arrows at the fires, but then Ugluk told them to stop. The riders made no sound. Later, the moon came out of the mist. Then the riders could be seen sometimes. They looked like dark shapes moving slowly. Their armor flashed in the pale light as they rode around again and again.
They will wait for the sun, said one guard angrily. Why don't we all run forward and break through? What is old Ugluk thinking?
I'm sure you want to know, said Ugluk sharply as he stepped closer. You think I don't think at all, yes? You are no better than the rest. Those orcs would panic and run. Then these horsemen would defeat us easily on open ground. There is only one thing those weak orcs can do. They can see well in the dark. But these men can also see well at night, from what I hear. And don't forget their horses. Still, there is one thing they don't know. Mahu and his group are in the forest. They should arrive soon. Ugluk's words were enough for the Isengard orcs. But the other orcs felt tired and unhappy. They put out a few watchers. Most of them lay down to rest in the dark. The night grew very dark again. The moon went behind thick clouds. Pippin could not see anything close by. The fires gave no light to the hill. But the riders did not only wait. Suddenly, loud cries came from the east side. Something was wrong. Some of the men had ridden close. They got off their horses and moved quietly to the camp. They surprised several orcs and struck them down. Then they disappeared again. Ugluck ran off to stop the orcs from panicking. Pippin and Merry sat up. Their guards had gone with Ugluck. For a moment, escape seemed possible. But it did not last. A long, hairy arm grabbed each of them by the neck and pulled them together. In the dark, they saw Grishnacker's large head and ugly face between them. His bad breath touched their cheeks. He touched them roughly, feeling their clothes. Pippin shivered as cold fingers moved down his back.
"Well, my little ones," whispered Grishnak softly, "are you resting well? Or is it uncomfortable? Swords on one side and sharp spears on the other. Small people should not get mixed up in big matters." His fingers kept searching. His eyes shone with a strange, hot light.
Suddenly Pippin understood. The thought came to him very clearly. Grishnak knows about the ring. He is looking for it while Ugluck is busy. He wants it for himself. Pippin felt afraid. But he also thought about how to use this desire.
"I don't think you will find it like that," he whispered. "It is not easy to find."
"Find it," said Grishnak. His fingers stopped and gripped Pippin's shoulder. "Find what? What are you talking about?"
Pippin was silent for a moment. Then, in the dark, he made a strange sound in his throat. "Golum, golum." "Nothing, my precious," he added.
The hobbits felt Grishnacker's fingers shake.
"Oh ho," the orc whispered. "So that is what you mean. Very dangerous words, little ones."
"Maybe," said Merry, now understanding Pippin's idea. "And maybe dangerous for more than just us. You know your own plans best. Do you want it or not? And what would you give for it?"
"Do I want it?" said Grishnak slowly, as if confused. But his arms were shaking. "What would I give? What do you mean?"
Pippin spoke carefully, choosing his words in the dark.
"We mean that guessing in the dark is useless. We can help you and save time. But first you must untie our legs. If you do not, we will say nothing and do nothing."
Grishnak bent closer, and his voice was cold as iron.
"My sweet little fools, all that you have, and all that you know, will come out in time. Everything. Soon you will wish you knew more, so you could answer the one who asks questions. We are in no hurry. Why do you think you are still alive? It is not because we are kind. Kindness is not one of Ugluck's faults."
"I can believe that. But you are not home yet. Things are not going your way. If we reach Isengard, it will not help you. Saruman will take everything. If you want something for yourself, now is the time to make a deal."
The name of Saruman seemed to strike him like a blow. Grishnak trembled with anger, and time was running short.
"Do you have it, either of you?"
"Golum, golum."
"Untie our legs."
Grishnak shook with fury.
"You dirty little rats. Untie your legs. I can search you from head to foot. I can hurt you if I want. I do not need your legs to take you away and keep you for myself."
Suddenly he seized them. His long arms were strong as iron. He held one hobbit under each arm and pressed them tight. His heavy hands covered their mouths, and he moved swiftly into the dark. He slipped between the guards and went down the slope toward the river. There he stopped and listened. All was still. He crept forward again, bent low, then straightened, ready to run. At that moment a rider appeared before him. The horse reared and cried out. Grishnak flung himself flat, dragging the hobbits beneath him. He drew his sword, and its blade caught the firelight. An arrow flashed from the darkness and struck his hand. He cried out and dropped the sword. Horses thundered forward. Grishnak tried to flee, but a rider overtook him. He fell and did not rise again. The hobbits lay still where they had been thrown. The riders did not see them beneath their grey cloaks. They were too weak and too afraid to move.
So far, so good. But how do we stop someone from hurting us by mistake?
The answer came at once. Orc voices rose in anger from the hill. Another group had arrived, and fighting broke out. Horses galloped, and arrows flew through the dark. Some riders turned to meet the new attack. And then the hobbits understood. They were outside the ring. Nothing stood between them and freedom.
Now, if only our hands and legs were free, we could escape. But I cannot reach the knots, and I cannot bite them.
No need to worry. I freed my hands earlier. These ropes are only for show. You should eat some lembas first.
He slipped the ropes away and drew out a small packet. The cakes were broken, but still good. They ate 2 or 3 pieces each. The taste brought back memories of warm faces and peaceful days long gone. For a short time, they ate quietly. They sat in the dark. They did not think about the loud sounds of fighting near them. At last, Pippin woke up fully.
We must go now. Wait a moment.
Grishnacker's sword was on the ground. It was too big and heavy for Pippin. He moved forward slowly. He found the body of the goblin. From it, he took a long, sharp knife. He used the knife to cut the ropes on them.
Now we try. When our bodies get warmer, we can stand and walk. For now, we should crawl.
They began to crawl. The ground was soft, and that helped them. Still, it was slow and hard. They stayed far from the fire. Little by little, they moved on. At last, they reached the river. The water moved quietly in the dark under its high banks. They looked back. The battle sounds were gone. Mauhu and his group were dead or chased away. The riders were back, watching in silence. This quiet would not last long. The night was almost over. In the east, the sky was starting to turn pale.
We must hide. If they see us, it will be bad. It will not help us if they learn we are not orcs after we are dead.
He stood up and stamped his feet.
The ropes hurt me a lot. But my feet feel warmer now. I can walk, slowly. How about you, Mary?
Yes. I can do it. The lembas gives you strength. It feels much better than that orc drink. I do not want to know what was in it. Let's drink some water and forget it.
Not here. The riversides are too steep. Let's go forward.
They turned and walked slowly together beside the river. Behind them, the light in the east grew brighter. As they walked, they talked like hobbits often do. They spoke lightly about what happened after they were taken. No one listening would guess how much pain and fear they had felt. No one would know they had almost lost all hope. Even now, they knew they had little chance to find friends or safety again.
You did well, Master Took. You may get a whole chapter in Bilbo's book one day. You were clever, especially when you understood that ugly fellow's plan. But I wonder if anyone will follow your path and find that pin. I would be sad to lose mine. I think yours is gone forever. I must walk better if I want to keep up with you. Cousin Brandybuck is leading now. I know where we are. I learned a lot in Rivendell. We are walking west along the Entwash. Ahead are the end of the Misty Mountains and Fangorn Forest.
As he spoke, the dark edge of the forest rose before them. The night seemed to hide under the tall trees, moving away from the coming morning.
Lead on, Master Brandybuck. Or lead back. We were warned about Fangorn. You have not forgotten that.
I have not. But the forest feels safer than going back into a battle.
He led them under the great trees. They looked very old. Long grey plants hung from the branches and moved in the wind. From the shadows, the hobbits looked back down the hill. In the weak light, they looked small and quiet, like children from long ago watching their first sunrise. Far away, over the great river and the empty lands, the morning came red and bright. Loud horns sounded to greet it. The riders of Rohan moved at once. One horn answered another. Merry and Pippin heard horses calling and many men singing. The sun rose like a red fire at the edge of the world. With a great shout, the riders rushed forward. Red light shone on their armor and spears. The orcs cried out and sent their last arrows. The hobbits saw some riders fall, but the line did not break. The riders went up the hill, turned, and came again. Most of the orcs that were still alive ran away and were chased. But one group stayed together. They moved fast toward the forest. They came straight up the hill. They were close now, and it seemed they might get away. They had already stopped 3 riders who stood in their path.
We have watched too long.
There is Ugluk. I do not want to see him again. The hobbits turned around and ran into the dark parts of the forest. Because of this, they did not see the last fight. Ugluk was caught at the very edge of Fangorn. There, Emer, the 3rd Marshal of the Mark, got down from his horse and faced him. They fought, and Ugluk was finally killed. Across the wide fields, the riders chased the orcs who were still alive and trying to escape. Later, they placed their fallen friends together in a mound and sang songs to honor them. Then they made a big fire and burned what was left of their enemies. The raid ended there. No news of it ever reached Mordor or Isengard. But the smoke from the fire rose high into the sky, and many careful eyes saw it. Chapter 4. Treebeard. At the same time, the hobbits moved on as fast as they could through the dark and twisted forest. They followed the running stream, going west and uphill, deeper and deeper into Fangorn. Little by little, they felt less afraid of the orcs, and they slowed their steps. Soon they felt strange and uncomfortable, as if the air was thin and hard to breathe. At last, Merry stopped walking.
We cannot go on like this, he said, breathing fast. I need fresh air.
Let us drink something at least, said Pippin. I am very thirsty.
He climbed onto a big tree root that reached into the stream. He bent down and scooped up water with his hands. The water was clear and cold, and he drank a lot. Merry did the same. The water helped them feel better and lifted their spirits. For a while, they sat by the stream. They put their tired feet and legs in the water. They looked around at the trees standing quietly all around them. The trees stood in long rows and faded into grey light in every direction.
I hope you have not already lost us, said Pippin, leaning against a large tree trunk. At least we can follow this stream, the Entwash or whatever it is called, and go back the way we came.
We could, if our legs were strong enough, said Merry. And if we could breathe better.
Yes, it is very dark and stuffy in here, said Pippin. It reminds me of an old room in the great place of the Tooks, far back in the Smiles at Tuckborough. It is a huge room where nothing has been moved for many years. People say the old Took lived there for a long time, and both he and the room grew old together. Nothing has changed since he died 100 years ago. Old Gerontius was my great-great-grandfather, so that was a long time ago. But even that room does not feel as old as this forest. Look at all the long, hanging moss on the trees. Many trees are half covered with dry leaves that never fell. Everything looks messy. I cannot imagine what spring would look like here, if it ever comes. And cleaning this place would be impossible.
But the sun must come in sometimes, said Merry. This does not feel like Bilbo's story of Mirkwood. That forest was dark and full of bad things. This place is just dim and full of trees. It is hard to imagine animals living here or staying very long.
And hobbits too, said Pippin. I do not like the idea of trying to cross it. There is nothing to eat for a very long way, I think. How is our food?
Very little, said Mary. We ran away with only 2 extra packs of lembas and left everything else.
They looked at what was left of the elven bread. There were only broken pieces, enough for about 5 small days.
And we have no cloaks or blankets, said Mary. We will be cold tonight, no matter where we go.
Then we should choose our way now, said Pippin. The morning must be moving on.
Just then, they noticed a yellow light ahead of them in the forest. Thin lines of sunlight seemed to break through the roof of leaves above.
Hello, said Mary. The sun must have been hidden while we walked under the trees, and now she is shining again. Or maybe she has climbed high enough to look through a gap. It is not far. Let us go and see.
But it was farther than they expected. The ground kept rising steeply and became more rocky. As they went on, the light spread wider. Soon they saw a wall of rock in front of them. It was the side of a hill, or perhaps the end of a great route from the far mountains. No trees grew on it, and the sunlight shone fully on the stone. The branches of the trees at its foot stretched out and stood still, as if reaching for the warmth. Before, everything had looked grey and worn. Now the forest shone with deep brown colors and smooth dark bark like polished leather. The tree trunks glowed with a soft green like young grass. It felt like early spring, or a brief dream of it, all around them. In front of the hard stone wall, there was something like steps. The steps were rough and uneven. They looked natural, made by wind and rain over time. High above, almost as high as the tops of the trees, there was a flat ledge under a cliff. Almost nothing grew there. There were only some grass and small plants at the edge. There was also one old tree stump with 2 bent branches. It looked like an old man standing and blinking in the morning light.
Up we go. Now we can breathe fresh air and look at the land.
They climbed up the rock, using hands and feet. If someone had made these steps, they were for taller people with longer legs. The hobbits were very eager and did not think much about how their old wounds had healed. Their strength had come back. At last, they reached the edge of the ledge, near the old stump. They jumped up and turned around, with their backs to the hill. They took deep breaths and looked to the east. They saw that they were only 3 or 4 miles inside the forest. The tops of the trees went down the hills toward the flat land. Near the edge of the forest, tall lines of black smoke rose into the air. The smoke moved and drifted toward them.
The wind is changing. It is blowing from the east again. It feels cool up here.
Yes? I think this bright moment will not last. Soon everything will look grey again. That is sad. This wild forest looked very different in the sunlight. I almost felt that I liked this place.
Almost felt you liked the forest. That is nice of you. Turn around so I can see your faces. I almost feel that I do not like you, but let us not decide too fast. Turn around.
A large, strong hand rested on each of their shoulders. They were turned around gently, but they could not stop it. Then 2 big arms lifted them up. They saw a very strange face. It belonged to a huge figure, like a man, but also like a troll. He was about 14 feet tall and very solid. He had a big head and almost no neck. It was hard to tell if he wore clothes like green and grey bark, or if that was his skin. His arms, away from the body, were smooth and brown. His big feet had 7 toes each. The lower part of his long face had a wide grey beard. The beard looked thick near the face and thin at the ends, like moss. But the hobbits noticed his eyes most of all. The eyes looked at them slowly and carefully. They were calm, but very strong. They were brown with a green light inside. Later, Pippin tried to explain how they felt. He said it was like looking into a very deep well, full of long memories and slow thoughts. At the same time, the surface felt alive and awake, like sunlight on leaves or water. It felt as if something from the earth had woken up and was now thinking about you with great care.
Hum. Very strange indeed. Do not hurry. That is my rule. If I had seen you before I heard your voices, I might not have known what you were. I liked your voices. They were small and pleasant. They reminded me of something old. If I had only seen you, I might have thought you were small orcs and made a mistake. You are very strange. Root and twig, very strange.
Pippin was still surprised, but he was not afraid anymore. Under those eyes, he felt waiting and wonder, but no fear.
Please, who are you? And what are you?
A careful look came into the old eyes, and they became less open.
Well, I am an Ent. That is what others call me. Yes, Ent is the word. I am the Ent, in your way of speaking. Some call me Fangorn. Others call me Treebeard. Treebeard is fine.
An Ent? What is that? And what do you call yourself? What is your real name?
Who now? Who? That is not something to say quickly. Do not hurry. I am the one asking questions. You are in my land. What are you, I wonder? I cannot place you. You are not in the old lists I learned long ago. But that was a very long time ago. Maybe there are new lists now. Let me think. How did it go? Learn now the lore of living creatures. First name the four, the free peoples. Eldest of all, the elf children. Dwarf the delver, dark are his houses. Ent the earthborn, old as mountains. Man the mortal, master of horses. Hm.
Beaver is the builder. Buck can jump. The bear looks for bees. The boar can fight. The hound feels hunger. The hare feels fear. Hum. The eagle stays in the high nest. The ox eats in the field. The deer has big horns. The hawk is very fast. The swan is very white. The snake feels cold. Whom? Hm. How did it go? Room-tum, roomty-toom-tum. It was a very long list. But anyway, you do not seem to belong to it.
We are always left out of the old lists and old stories. But we have lived for a long time. We are hobbits.
Why not add a new line?
Half-grown hobbits, who live in holes. Put us with the other people, next to men, the big people. Then it is right.
Hm. That is not bad. That will do. So you live in holes. That sounds right. But who calls you hobbits? That word does not sound like Elvish. The elves made the old words.
No one else calls us hobbits. We call ourselves that.
Hum. Slow down. You call yourselves hobbits. You should not tell everyone. You may give away your true names if you are not careful.
We do not worry about that. My family name is Brandybuck. My full name is Meriadoc Brandybuck. But most people call me Merry.
And my family name is Took. My full name is Pegrin Took. Most people call me Pippin, or Pip.
Hm, you are quick people. I am glad you trust me. But you should not share everything at once. There are Ents, and there are things that look like Ents but are not. I will call you Merry and Pippin, if you like. They are good names. I will not tell you my name yet.
His eyes looked green and bright, and he seemed amused.
My name is very long. It is still growing. I have lived for a very long time. My name is like a story. In my old language, real names tell the story of the one who has them. It is a beautiful language. But it takes a long time to say anything. We only speak when it is worth the time to speak and to listen. But now, what is happening? Why are you here? I can see, hear, smell, and feel many things from this place. Sorry. That is part of my name for this place. I do not know the word in your language. I mean the thing we stand on. I stand here in the morning and think about the sun, the grass beyond the forest, the horses, the clouds, and how the world grows. So tell me, what is happening? What is Gandalf doing? And these orcs? And young Saruman at Isengard? I like news. But do not hurry.
Many things are happening. Even if we speak fast, it will take a long time. But you told us not to hurry. Should we tell you so much already? Would you think it rude if we ask what you will do with us? And which side are you on? And did you know Gandalf?
Yes, I knew him. He is the only wizard who truly cares about trees. Did you know him?
Yes. We did. He was our friend. He showed us the way.
Then I can answer you. I will not do anything to you if you mean harm. Not without your agreement. We may do some things together. I do not choose sides. I follow my own path. But your path may go with mine for a while. You speak of Gandalf as if his story has ended.
Yes. The story goes on, but I fear Gandalf is no longer in it.
Who, come now. Well. I do not know what to say. Come now.
If you want to hear more, we will tell you. But it will take time. Could you put us down? We could sit here in the sun while it is still here. You must be tired of holding us.
Tired? No. I do not get tired easily. And I do not sit down. I do not bend very well. But the sun is going away. Let us leave this place. What do you call it?
Hill?
Step? Shelf?
Hill. Yes. That is it. But it is a quick word for something that has stood here since the world was made. Never mind. Let us go.
Where will we go?
To my home. Or to one of my homes.
Is it far?
I am not sure, said Treebeard. Some may say it is far. But that is not important.
Well, said Merry, we lost all our things. We only have a little food.
Oh. Do not worry about that, said Treebeard. I can give you a drink. It will help you stay strong and healthy for a long time. And if we later go different ways, I can put you down outside my land at any place you like. Come now.
Treebeard held the hobbits in a kind but strong way. He put one hobbit under each arm. He lifted one big foot, then the other, and carried them to the edge of the rock. His toes held the stones like roots. Slowly and carefully, he stepped down from level to level. Soon, he reached the ground of the forest. He began to walk with long, slow steps between the trees. He went deeper and deeper into the woods. He stayed close to a small stream. He walked up toward the mountain slopes. Many trees looked asleep. They did not seem to notice him. Some trees moved a little. Some lifted their branches when he came near. As he walked, Treebeard talked to himself. His voice sounded like soft music. The hobbits did not speak for a while. They felt safe and calm. They also felt full of questions and wonder.
After some time, Pippin spoke again. "Please, Treebeard," he said, "may I ask something? Why did Celeborn warn us about your forest? He told us not to enter it."
Did he? Said Treebeard in a deep voice. "I might have said the same, if you were going the other way. I would say, do not go into the woods of Lorlandorinen. That was the old name. Now the elves use a shorter name. They call it Lothlorien. Maybe they are right. Maybe it is slowly fading. Long ago, it was called the Land of Singing Gold. Now it is called the Dreamflower. Ah well. It is a strange place. It is not safe for everyone. I am surprised you got in. I am even more surprised you got out. Strangers have not done that for many years. It is a strange land. And this land is strange too," he went on. "Some people have come to harm here. Yes, that has happened. Things have not stayed the same. This land, and all lands outside the Golden Wood, are not what they were when Celeborn was young. Still, some old words are true in places, even now."
"What do you mean?" asked Pippin. "What is still true?"
"The trees and the Ents," said Treebeard. "I do not understand everything myself, so I cannot explain it fully. Some of us are still true Ents. We are awake and active in our own way. But many are getting sleepy. They are becoming more like trees. Most trees are only trees. But many are half awake. Some are fully awake. A few are starting to become ant-like. This happens all the time. When a tree starts to change, some grow unkind inside. I do not mean the wood itself. Long ago, I knew some old willows near the Ent Wash. They are gone now. They were hollow and breaking, but they were gentle and kind. Then there are other trees in mountain valleys. They are strong and solid, but unkind inside. This feeling can spread. There were very unsafe places in this land before. Some dark places still remain."
"Do you mean like the old forest in the north?" asked Merry.
Yes, something like that," said Treebeard. "But worse. I believe some shadow from the great darkness still lies there in the north. Bad memories pass on over time. In this land, there are deep valleys where the darkness never left. The trees there are older than I am. Still, we do what we can. We keep strangers and careless folk away. We train and teach. We walk and care for the land. We clear and tend it. We are tree herds. We are the Ents. There are not many of us left now. People say sheep become like shepherds, and shepherds like sheep. That happens slowly. Their time in the world is short. With trees and Ents, it is closer and faster. We grow and change together over long ages. Ents are like elves in some ways. We think less about ourselves than men do. We are good at understanding other things. But Ents are also like men. We change more than elves. We take on the feeling of the world around us. Yet we are also better in some ways. We are steady. We remember things for a long time."
Some of my family look like trees now. They need a very strong call to wake them. They speak only very softly. But some of my trees can move well. Many of them can talk to me. The elves began this long ago. They woke the trees. They taught them to speak. They also learned the tree language. The old elves wanted to talk to everything. Then the great darkness came. The elves went over the sea. Or they ran to far valleys and hid. They made songs about happy days that would never return. Never again. Yes, yes. Long ago, one great forest covered all the land from here to the mountains of Lune. This place was only the eastern edge. Those were wide and free days. There was a time when I could walk and sing all day. I heard only my own voice in the empty hills. The woods were like Lothlorien, but thicker and stronger and younger. The smell of the air was wonderful. I could spend a whole week just breathing. Treebeard stopped speaking. He walked on, but his great feet made almost no sound. Then he began to hum. The sound slowly became a soft song. Little by little, the hobbits understood that he was singing to them.
I walked in spring in the willow fields of Tazarinen. Ah! The look and smell of spring there. And I said it was good. I walked in summer in the elm woods of Osiriand. Ah! The light and the music of summer by the 7 rivers. And I thought that was best. I came to the beech trees of Neldoreth in autumn. Ah! The gold and red leaves, and their soft sounds in autumn. It was more than I wished for. I climbed to the pine trees of Dorthonion in winter. Ah! The wind, the white snow, and the dark branches of winter. My voice rose and sang in the sky. Now all those lands are under the sea. Now I walk in my own land, in Fangorn. Where the roots are deep. And the years are many, more than the leaves.
He stopped singing and walked on in silence. In the whole forest, as far as they could hear, there was no sound. The day slowly ended. Evening light wrapped around the tree trunks. At last, the hobbits saw a dark, steep land in front of them. They had reached the feet of the mountains, and the green lower slopes of tall Methedras. A young river ran down the hillside. It jumped and splashed as it came from its high springs to meet them. On the right side of the stream, there was a long grassy slope. In the dim light it looked grey. No trees grew there. The sky was open, and stars were already shining between slow clouds. Treebeard walked up the slope without slowing down. Suddenly, the hobbit saw a wide open space. 2 great trees stood there, one on each side, like living gate posts. There was no gate, only their crossed branches. As Treebeard came close, the trees lifted their branches. Their leaves shook and made a soft sound. They were evergreen trees. Their dark leaves were smooth and shiny in the fading light. Beyond them was a wide flat space, like the floor of a great hall cut into the hillside. On both sides, the walls rose up, more than 50 feet high. Along each wall stood a line of trees. They grew taller as the path went inward. At the far end, the rock wall stood straight. At the bottom, it curved back into a shallow hollow with an arched roof. This was the only roof, apart from the tree branches. At the inner end, the branches covered most of the ground, leaving a wide open path in the middle. A small stream flowed from springs above. It left the main water and fell gently down the rock wall. The water shone like silver drops, like a thin curtain in front of the arched hollow. Below, the water gathered in a stone bowl in the floor between the trees. Then it flowed out beside the open path and returned to the river as it ran through the forest.
Ichem. Here we are. I have brought you a very long way, though I do not know your way of counting distance. We are close to the roots of the last mountain. In your language, this place could be called Wellinghall. I like it. We will stay here tonight.
He put them down on the grass between the rows of trees. Then they went with him toward the big arch. The hobbits saw something strange. When he walked, his knees did not bend much. His legs moved in long steps. He put his big toes on the ground first. His toes were very big and wide. For a short time, Treebeard stood under the falling water of the spring. He took a deep breath. Then he laughed and went inside. There was a large stone table there, but no chairs. The back of the place was already dark. Treebeard lifted 2 large cups and put them on the table. They looked full of water. He held his hands over them. At once, one cup began to shine with a gold light. The other shone with a deep green light. The 2 lights mixed and filled the place. It felt like summer sunlight under young leaves. The hobbits looked back. The trees in the yard also began to shine. At first the light was weak, then stronger. Every leaf had light on its edge. Some were green, some gold, and some red like copper. The tree trunks looked like tall pillars made of glowing stone.
Well, well, now we can talk again, said Treebeard. You are thirsty, I think. You may also be tired. Drink this.
He went to the back of the place. There were tall stone jars with heavy lids. He took off one lid. He dipped a big spoon into the jar. He filled 3 bowls. One bowl was very big. The other 2 were small.
This is an ant house, he said. There are no seats here. But you can sit on the table.
He picked up the hobbits and placed them on the stone table. It was very high above the ground. They sat there with their legs hanging down. They drank slowly. The drink tasted like water. It was very close to the water they had drunk near the forest before. But it also had a light smell they could not name. It reminded them of a faraway wood and a cool night wind. The drink began to work at their toes. Then it moved up through their legs and bodies. It gave them new strength and made them feel fresh. It went up to their heads. They felt their hair move and stand up. Treebeard washed his feet in a pool near the arch. Then he drank his bowl in one long, slow drink. The hobbits thought he would never finish.
Ah, he said softly. Now we can talk more easily. You can sit on the floor. I will lie down. This will stop the drink from making me sleepy.
On the right side, there was a big bed on short legs. It was covered with dry grass and fern. Treebeard lay down on it very slowly. His body stayed almost straight. He lay flat with his arms behind his head. He looked up at the roof. Soft lights moved there like leaves in sunlight. Merry and Pippin sat near him on soft grass pillows.
Now tell me your story, and do not hurry, said Treebeard.
The hobbits began to speak about their journey since they left Hobbiton. They did not tell it in a clear order. They often spoke at the same time. Treebeard stopped them many times. He asked about earlier parts, then jumped to later ones with questions. They said nothing about the ring. They did not say why they left or where they were going. Treebeard did not ask. He listened with great interest. He wanted to know about the Black Riders, Elrond, and Rivendell. He asked about the Old Forest and Tom Bombadil. He asked about the mines of Moria, and about Lothlorien and Galadriel. He asked them to describe the Shire again and again.
You do not see any ents there, do you? He asked. I should say Entwives, really.
Entwives, said Pippin. Are they like you?
Yes, well, no. I am not sure now, said Treebeard slowly. But they would like your land. So I was thinking about it.
Treebeard was most interested in Gandalf. He wanted to hear everything about him. He was also very interested in what Saruman was doing. The hobbits were sorry they did not know much. Sam only remembered some words Gandalf had said at the council. But they knew one thing clearly. Ugluk and his group came from Isengard. They spoke of Saruman as their leader.
Said Treebeard.
By this time, their story had reached the fight between the orcs and the riders of Rohan. Treebeard was silent for a long moment, as if fitting many thoughts together.
Well. That is a lot of news. You have not told me everything. No, not at all. But I believe you are doing what Gandalf wants. Something very big is happening. I can see that. Maybe I will learn more later. Maybe it will be good. Maybe it will be bad. By root and twig, this is very strange. Small people appear, and they are not in the old records. Then the 9 riders come back to hunt them. Gandalf takes them on a long journey. Galadriel gives them shelter in Kara's Galadhon. Orcs chase them across all of Wilderland. They are inside a great storm. I hope they can pass through it.
And what about you? Asked Merry.
I have not cared much about the great wars, said Treebeard. They are mostly about elves and men. Wizards deal with such things. Wizards always worry about the future. I do not like to worry about the future. I am not fully on anyone's side. Nobody is fully on my side either, if you understand. Nobody loves the woods as I do, not even the elves now. Still, I like the elves more than others. Long ago, they helped us learn to speak. That was a great gift. I will never forget it, even if our paths went different ways later. There are some things, of course, that I am fully against. These these orcs and their leaders. I was worried when the shadow lay on Mirkwood. When it moved to Mordor, I stopped worrying for a time. Mordor is far away. But now the wind seems to blow from the east. The death of all woods may be coming. An old ant cannot stop such a storm. He must stand through it or break. But Saruman now. Saruman is close to me. I cannot ignore him. I must do something. I have often thought about what I should do about Saruman.
Who is Saruman? Asked Pippin. Do you know his past?
Saruman is a wizard, said Treebeard. That is all I can say. I do not know much about wizards. They appeared after the great ships came from the sea. I do not know if they came on the ships. Saruman was thought to be great among them. Long ago, by your count, he stopped wandering and helping men and elves. He settled at Angrenost, or Isengard, as the men of Rohan say. At first, he was quiet. Then his name became well known. People say he was chosen as the head of the White Council. That did not end well. I now wonder if he was already turning to bad ways even then. But in those days, he did not trouble his neighbors. I used to speak with him. There was a time when he walked often in my woods. He was polite then. He asked my leave when he met me. He liked to listen. I told him many things he could not learn alone. But he never gave me anything back. I cannot remember him telling me anything. Over time, he became more closed. His face, as I remember it, I have not seen it for many days, became like stone walls with small windows. And the windows were shut. I think I now know what he is doing. He wants to become powerful. His mind thinks only of metal and machines. He does not care for living plants, unless they help him for a short time. Now it is clear. He has turned bad. He works with orcs. Brm, hum. Worse than that, he has changed them in some way. It is dangerous. These orcs from Isengard are more like cruel men. Evil creatures from the old dark times cannot stand the sun. But Saruman's orcs can walk in it, even if they hate it. I wonder what he has done. Did he twist men into orcs? Or did he mix orcs and men together? That would be a terrible evil. Treebeard made a deep, shaking sound, full of anger. Some time ago, I began to wonder why orcs walked through my woods so freely, he went on. Only recently did I understand that Saruman was the cause. Long ago, he searched all the paths and learned my secrets. Now he and his bad followers are ruining everything. Near the borders, they cut down trees. Good trees. Some trees they cut and leave to rot. That is orc work. Most trees they cut into pieces and carry away to feed the fires of Orthanc. Smoke rises from Isengard all the time now. Curse him, root and branch. Many of those trees were my friends. I knew them from seed and nut. Many had their own voices, and those voices are gone forever. Now there are empty lands with stumps and thorns where there were once happy woods. I have done nothing. I waited too long. This must end.
Treebeard suddenly stood up. He struck the table with his hand. The bowls of light shook, and 2 lines of fire rose up. His eyes shone with a green light. His beard stood out hard and wide.
I will stop this, he said in a loud voice. You will come with me. You may help me. You will also help your friends. If Saruman is not stopped, Rohan and Gondor will have danger from 2 sides. Our paths go together to Isengard.
We will come with you, said Merry. We will do our best.
Yes, said Pippin. I want to see the White Hand fall. I want to be there, even if I cannot help much. I will never forget Adlak and what happened in Rohan.
Good, good, said Treebeard. But I spoke too fast. We must not hurry. I feel too angry. I must calm down and think. It is easy to shout, stop, but harder to do it.
He walked to the doorway and stood in the cool spring rain for a long time. Then he laughed and shook himself. When the drops fell from him to the ground, they shone like small red and green lights. He came back and lay down again. He was quiet for a while. After some time, the hobbits heard him speaking softly. He sounded like he was counting on his fingers.
Fangorn, Finglas, Fladrif, yes, yes, he said with a deep sigh. The problem is that there are very few of us now. Only 3 of the first Ents are left. There is myself, Fangorn, and Finglas and Fladrif. Those are their elvish names. You may call them Leaflock and Skinbark if you like. But Leaflock and Skinbark cannot help much with this matter. Leaflock has grown very sleepy. He is almost like a tree now. He stands alone all summer, half asleep, with tall grass around his knees. His body is covered with leaves. He used to wake up in winter, but now he is too tired to walk far, even then. Skinbark lived on the mountain sides west of Isengard. That place has seen the worst trouble. Orcs hurt him, and many of his people and trees were destroyed. He has gone up to the high hills, among the birch trees he loves. He will not come down. Still, I think I could gather a group of our younger ones, if I can make them understand the danger. If I can wake them up. We are not quick to act. It is sad that there are so few of us.
Why are there so few? Asked Pippin. When you have lived here so long. Did many die?
Oh no, said Treebeard. None died from sickness inside, you could say. Some were lost in bad times over the long years. More have become tree-like and no longer move. But there were never many of us, and we did not grow in number. There have been no entings, no children, for a very, very long time. You see, we lost the Entwives.
That is very sad, said Pippin. How did they die?
They did not die, said Treebeard. I did not say that. We lost them. We lost them, and we cannot find them. He sighed. I thought most people knew this. There were songs about the Ents searching for the Entwives. Elves and men sang them from Mirkwood to Gondor. They are not fully forgotten.
I am afraid those songs never came west to the Shire, said Mary. Will you tell us more? Or maybe sing one of the songs?
Yes, I will, said Treebeard. And he looked pleased. But I can only tell it shortly. Then we must stop. Tomorrow we must call meetings, do work, and maybe start a journey. After a pause, he went on. It is a strange and sad story. When the world was young, and the forests were wide and wild, the Ents and the Entwives walked together and lived together. There were Ent maidens then. Ah, how beautiful they were in our young days. But our hearts changed in different ways. The Ents loved the things they met in the wild world. The Entwives cared about other things. The Ents loved great trees, deep forests, and high hills. They drank from mountain streams. They ate fruit that fell from trees. They learned from the elves and spoke with the trees. But the Entwives cared for smaller trees and open fields in the sunlight. They loved bushes, wild apples, and cherry trees in spring. They loved green plants in wet lands in summer, and tall grasses in the fields in autumn. They did not want to speak with these things. They wanted them to listen and do as they were told.
The Entwives told the plants how to grow. They wanted the plants to make the leaves and fruit they liked. The Entwives loved order, food, and calm life. By peace, they meant that things stayed where they put them. They made gardens and lived there. We Ents did not stay in one place. We walked far and wide. We visited the gardens only sometimes. Later, when darkness came in the north, the Entwives crossed the great river. They made new gardens and new fields. After that, we saw them less and less. When the darkness was beaten, the land of the Entwives grew very well. Their fields were full of grain. Many men learned farming from the Entwives and respected them. But men saw us only as old stories. We were hidden in the deep forest. We are still here today, but the gardens of the Entwives are gone. Men now call that place the Brown Lands. Long ago, during the war between Sauron and the Men of the Sea, I wanted to see Fimbrethil again. She was still beautiful to me when I last saw her. She was not like the Ent maiden she once was. The Entwives had worked hard for many years. Their bodies were bent and their skin was brown from the sun. Their hair was dry and yellow like ripe grain. Their cheeks were red like apples. But their eyes were still the same as ours. We crossed the Anduin River and went to their land. But we found only empty ground. Everything was burned and pulled out. War had passed there. The Entwives were not there. We called for them for a long time. We searched for many days. We asked everyone we met where the Entwives had gone. Some people said they had never seen them. Some said they walked west. Others said east or south. We went to many places, but we did not find them. We felt deep sadness. The wild forest called to us, and we went back. For many years, we left the forest from time to time. We walked far and called the Entwives by their lovely names. As years passed, we went out less often and not so far. Now the Entwives live only in our memory. Our beards are long and grey. The elves made many songs about the search of the Ents. Some of these songs came to men. We Ents did not make songs. We were happy to say the beautiful names of the Entwives in our own way. We believe we may meet them again one day. Maybe we will find a land where we can live together and be happy. But it is said this will happen only when we have lost all we have now. That time may be close. Long ago Sauron destroyed the gardens. Today, the enemy may destroy all the forests. There was an elvish song about this. At least, that is how I understand it. People sang it along the great river. It was not an Ent song. An Ent song would be much longer. Still, we know it well and hum it sometimes. This is how it sounds in your language.
In spring, new leaves open on the trees. Sap moves inside the branches. Light shines on the forest stream. The wind touches the face. Steps are long and breathing is deep. The mountain air feels sharp and clean. Come back to me, says one. Come back and say my land is good. In spring, fields and gardens grow. Young grain rises from the ground. White flowers cover the trees. Rain and sun fill the air with sweet smells. I will stay here, says the other. I will not come, for my land is good. In summer, warmth lies on the world. Golden light fills the day. Trees sleep under their green leaves. Forest halls feel cool and calm. The west wind blows. Come back to me, says one. Come back and say my land is best. In summer, fruit grows warm and full. Berries turn dark and sweet. Straw shines gold. Harvest comes to the towns. Honey flows and apples grow large. I will stay here, says the other. I stay under the sun, for my land is best. When winter comes, cold hurts hill and wood. Trees fall and days grow dark. The east wind blows hard. Cold rain fills the air. I will look for you, says one. I will call you. I will come to you again. When winter comes and songs end. When darkness stays. When branches break and work is done. I will look for you and wait, says one. We will meet again. Together we will walk the road in the cold rain. Together we will go west. And far away we will find a land where both our hearts can rest. Treebeard finished his song. That is the song, he said. It is elvish. It is light and quick, and it ends fast. It is good enough, I think. But Ents could say much more, if we had time. Now I will stand and take a short sleep. Where will you sleep?
We usually lie down, said Mary. We will be fine right here.
Lie down to sleep, said Treebeard. Yes, of course you will. Hum. I forgot something. That song made me think of old days. I almost felt I was talking to young Ents again. Well, you can sleep on the bed. I will stand outside in the rain. Good night.
Merry and Pippin climbed onto the bed. They lay down in the soft grass and fern. It felt cool, clean, and warm at the same time. The lights grew weaker. The soft light of the trees slowly faded. Outside, under the stone arch, they could see Treebeard. He stood very still with his arms lifted high. Bright stars shone in the sky. The rain fell on his hands and head. It ran down in many small silver drops to his feet. The hobbits listened to the quiet sound of the water. Soon, they fell asleep. They woke up later to see a cool sun shining into the wide court and onto the stone floor. Thin clouds moved fast above them in a strong east wind. Treebeard was not there. While Merry and Pippin washed in the pool near the arch, they heard a deep voice. Treebeard was humming and singing as he walked up the path between the trees.
Hoo, ho. Good morning, Merry and Pippin, he said loudly when he saw them. You slept a long time. I have already walked many steps today. Now we will drink, and then we will go to Entmoot.
He filled 2 bowls for them from a stone jar, but not the same jar as before. The drink tasted different from the night before. It felt stronger and more filling, like food. The hobbit sat on the edge of the bed and drank. They ate small pieces of elf cake. They did this because breakfast felt right, not because they were very hungry. Treebeard stood near them. He hummed softly in a strange language. He looked up at the sky.
Where is Entmoot? Pippin asked carefully.
Who, Entmoot? Said Treebeard as he turned. It is not one place. It is a meeting of Ents. It does not happen often now. But I have asked many to come. We will meet where we always meet. Men call it Durndingle. It is south of here. We must reach it before noon.
Soon they started their journey. Treebeard carried the hobbits in his arms, just like the day before. At the gate of the court, he turned right. He stepped over the stream and walked south. They passed rocky slopes where only a few trees grew. Higher up, the hobbits saw groups of birch and rowan trees. Beyond them were dark pine woods climbing the hills. After a while, Treebeard turned away from the hills. He walked into deep forest areas. The trees there were very big, tall, and close together. The hobbits had never seen trees like these before. For a short time, they felt the forest was heavy and close. This feeling soon went away. Treebeard did not speak to them. He hummed slowly and deeply to himself. Merry and Pippin could not understand the sounds. They heard only deep noises, rising and falling in many ways. Sometimes they thought they heard an answer. It sounded like a soft reply from the ground, the branches above, or the tree trunks nearby. Treebeard did not stop or look around. They walked for a very long time. Pippin tried to count Treebeard's long steps, but he lost count after a few thousand. At last, Treebeard slowed down. He stopped and set the hobbits on the ground. He lifted his hands to his mouth and made a wide shape. Then he called out.
A deep hum rolled through the forest like a low horn.
The sound moved between the trees. Far away, other voices answered. They were not echoes. They were real replies from many directions. Treebeard lifted Merry and Pippin onto his shoulders. He walked on again. From time to time, he called out once more. Each time, the answers came closer and louder. At last, they reached a high wall of dark evergreen trees. The hobbits had never seen trees like these. The branches grew from the roots. Thick, shiny dark leaves covered them. The trees had tall flower spikes with large green buds. Treebeard turned left and walked along this living wall. After a few steps, he reached a narrow opening. A worn path went through the opening and down a steep slope. The hobbits saw they were going into a wide hollow, round like a bowl. It was deep and very large. A tall ring of dark trees stood around the top. Inside, the ground was smooth and covered with grass. There were no trees inside, except 3 very tall and beautiful silver birches at the bottom. 2 other paths came down into the hollow, one from the west and one from the east. Several Ents were already there. More creatures came from other paths. Some of them walked behind Treebeard. When they came closer, the hobbits looked at them with care. They thought the Ents would all look almost the same, like hobbits to strangers. But they were very surprised. The Ents all looked different. They were different like many kinds of trees. Some were different even if they were the same kind of tree. Others were as different as one tree kind from another, like birch and oak. There were a few very old Ents. They had long beards and rough bodies, like very old trees. But none looked as old as Treebeard. There were also tall and strong Ents. Their bodies were smooth and clean, like healthy forest trees. There were no young Ents at all. There were no small ones. About 24 Ents stood on the grass in the small valley. About the same number were still walking in. At first, Merry and Pippin noticed how different they all were. They saw many shapes and colors. Some were thick, some thin. Some were tall, some shorter. Their arms and legs were different lengths. Their hands and feet were different too. Some had 3 fingers. Some had up to 9. A few looked a bit like Treebeard. They reminded the hobbits of beech trees or oak trees. Others looked different. Some were like chestnut trees. They had brown skin, big wide hands, and short strong legs. Some were like ash trees. They were tall and grey, with long legs and many fingers. The tallest Ents were like fir trees. Others looked like birch, rowan, or linden trees. When all the Ents came together around Treebeard, they bent their heads a little. They made soft sounds in slow, musical voices. They looked closely at the hobbits for a long time. Then the hobbits saw something the same in all of them. They all belonged together. They all had the same kind of eyes. Their eyes were not all as old or deep as Treebeard's. But they all looked calm, slow, and thoughtful. In their eyes, there was the same small green light. When everyone was there, they stood in a wide circle around Treebeard. Then a strange talk began. The hobbits could not understand it. The Ents spoke very slowly. First one spoke, then another joined. Soon they all spoke together. Their voices rose and fell like a song. On one side it grew loud. On the other side it became quiet. Then the sound moved around the circle. Pippin could not understand any words. He thought the language was Entish. At first, he liked the sound very much. But after a long time, he became tired. The talking did not stop. He started to wonder if they were still saying, "Good morning." He thought Entish must be a very slow language. He also wondered how long it would take to say all their names. He thought about how they say yes or no. Then he yawned.
Hey, my Pippin. You are a quick people. I forgot that. It is also boring to listen when you do not understand. You may get down now. I have told the Entmoot your names. They have seen you. They agree that you are not orcs. They will add a new line to the old lists. We have not done much yet, but this is fast for an Entmoot. You and Mary may walk around the valley if you like. There is good water if you are thirsty. It is over there, in the north bank. We still need to speak more before the moot truly begins. I will come back and tell you what happens.
He put the hobbits down on the ground. Before they left, they bowed low. This made the Ents seem amused. The hobbits could hear it in their soft sounds and see it in their eyes. Soon the Ents turned back to their own work. Merry and Pippin walked up the path from the west. They looked through an opening in the high hedge. Long hills covered with trees rose from the edge of the valley. Far away, above the dark fir trees, they saw a high mountain peak. It was sharp and white. To the south, on their left, they saw the forest going down into the grey distance. Very far away, there was a pale green light. Merry thought it was the plains of Rohan.
I wonder where Isengard is.
I am not sure where we are. But that mountain is likely Methedras. I remember that Isengard is in a deep place at the end of the mountains. It is probably behind this big ridge. Do you see that smoke or grey air over there, left of the peak?
What is Isengard like? And what can the Ents really do about it?
I wonder that too. I think Isengard is like a ring of rocks or hills, said Merry. Inside, there is flat land. In the middle, there is a tall rock called Orthanc. Saruman has his tower there. There is a gate in the wall, maybe more than one. A river runs through the place. It comes from the mountains and flows across the gap of Rohan. It does not look like a place where Ents would fight. But I feel something strange about the Ents. I do not think they are as safe and funny as they seem. They are slow and patient. They also seem a little sad. Still, I think they can wake up and act. If that happens, I would not want to stand against them.
Yes, said Pippin. I feel the same. There is a big difference between an old cow sitting and eating, and a bull running fast. The change can come very fast. I wonder if Treebeard will wake them up. I think he wants to try. But the Ents do not like to be pushed. Treebeard got excited last night. Then he calmed himself again.
The hobbits turned back. The voices of the Ents were still rising and falling in their meeting. The sun was now high enough to shine over the tall hedge. Light touched the tops of the birch trees. It lit the north side of the valley with cool yellow light. They saw a small shining spring there. They walked along the edge of the wide bowl under the evergreen trees. The cool grass felt good on their feet. They were not in a hurry. Then they climbed down to the flowing water. They drank a little. The water was clean, cold, and sharp. They sat on a stone with green moss. They watched sunlight on the grass. They watched cloud shadows move across the valley. The low sound of the Ents continued. The place felt strange and far away from their old lives. It felt outside their world. They felt a strong wish to see their friends again. They missed the faces and voices of their companions. They missed Frodo and Sam most of all, and also Strider.
Here I am again, said Treebeard. Are you tired? Are you feeling restless? Well, I am afraid you must wait longer. We have finished the first part. Now I must explain everything again to Ents who live far away. I also must speak to those I missed before the meeting. After that, we must choose what to do. Choosing does not take Ents as long as talking about all the facts. Still, we will be here a long time. Maybe 2 days. So I brought you a friend. He lives nearby in an Ent house. His elvish name is Bregalad. He says he has already decided and does not need to stay. He is the fastest Ent among us. You should like him. Goodbye.
Treebeard turned and walked away. Bregalad stood and looked at the hobbits for a while. His face was serious. They looked back at him. They wondered when he would show how fast he was. He was tall and looked younger than most Ents. His arms and legs had smooth, shining skin. His lips were red. His hair was grey-green. He could bend and move like a thin tree in the wind.
My friends, let us go for a walk, he said. I am Bregalad. In your language, that means quick beam. It is only a nickname. They gave it to me when I said yes before an older Ent finished his question. I also drink fast and leave while others are still drinking. Come with me.
He reached down with his long arms. He took a hobbit in each hand. All that day, they walked with him in the woods. They sang and laughed together. Quickbeam laughed often. He laughed when the sun came out from behind a cloud. He laughed when they found a stream or a spring. Then he bent down and splashed water on his feet and head. Sometimes he laughed at a small sound in the trees. When he saw a rowan tree, he stopped. He stretched out his arms. He sang and moved gently as he sang. At night, he brought them to his Ent house. It was simple. It was just a mossy stone on grass under a green bank. Rowan trees grew in a circle around it. There was water there, like in all Ent houses. A spring flowed out from the bank. They talked together as darkness filled the forest. Not far away, they could still hear the voices of the Ent meeting. Now the voices sounded deeper and faster. From time to time, one great voice rose high and quick. Then all the others became quiet. But near them, Bregalad spoke softly in his own language. He almost whispered. The hobbits learned that he was from Skinbark's people. They also learned that his homeland had been badly damaged. This was enough to explain why he became angry so fast, especially about orcs.
There were rowan trees in my home. These trees began to grow when I was very young, many long years ago, when the world was calm. The oldest trees were planted by the Ents to make the Entwives happy. But the Entwives only smiled. They said they knew places with whiter flowers and richer fruit. Still, no other trees are as beautiful to me as these, the trees of the rose. They grew very tall. Each tree made a deep green shade like a hall. In autumn, their red berries were heavy, bright, and wonderful. Many birds came to them. I like birds, even when they make noise. Rowan trees have much food for them. But the birds became rough and greedy. They pulled at the trees. They dropped the fruit and did not eat it. Then orcs came with sharp tools. They cut down my trees. I came and spoke their long names. But the trees did not move. They did not hear me. They did not answer. They were dead. O Orofan, Lassamista, Carnimiri. O fair rowan tree, your white flowers lay on your hair. O my rowan, I saw you shine on a warm summer day. Your bark was bright. Your leaves were light. Your voice was cool and soft. Your crown was red and gold above your head. O dead rowan, your hair is now dry and grey. Your crown is broken. Your voice is silent forever. O Orofan, Lassamista, Carnimiri.
The hobbits fell asleep while Bregalad sang softly. His song sounded sad. It seemed to cry in many languages for the trees he had loved. The next day they stayed with him again. They did not go far from his home. Most of the time they sat quietly under the bank. The wind was colder. The clouds were low and dark. There was little sun. Far away, they could still hear the voices of the Ents at the meeting. The voices went up and down. Sometimes they were loud and strong. Sometimes they were low and sad. Sometimes they were fast. Sometimes they were slow and serious, like a song for the dead. Night came again, and still the Ents were meeting under fast-moving clouds and broken stars. The third day began cold and windy. At sunrise, the Ents' voices rose into a loud noise. Then they stopped again. As the morning passed, the wind became weaker. The air felt heavy, like something was about to happen. The hobbit saw that Bregalad was listening very closely. Down in the small valley of his home, the sound of the meeting was hard to hear. In the afternoon, the sun moved west toward the mountains. Long yellow light came through the cracks in the clouds. Suddenly, everything became very quiet. The whole forest seemed to listen. The Ent voices had stopped. What did this mean? Bregalad stood up straight and still. He looked north toward Durndingle. Then, with a loud crash, a great shout rang out, "Rahum Ra!" The trees shook and bent, as if strong wind had touched them. There was a short silence. Then a deep marching sound began, like slow drums. Above it rose strong voices singing together.
We come with roll of drum, Tarunda Runda Runda Ram.
The Ents were coming. Their song grew louder and closer.
We come with horn and drum, Tarina Rena Rena Ram.
Bregalad lifted the hobbits up. He walked out from his home with long steps. Soon they saw the line of Ents moving toward them. The Ents walked with long strides down the slope. Treebeard was in front. About 50 Ents followed him, walking 2 by 2. They stepped together. They beat time with their hands on their sides. As they came closer, the light in their eyes flashed and moved.
Hum, hum. Here we come with a boom, here we come at last. Come and join the meeting. We are going. We are going to Isengard. To Isengard. To Isengard.
To Isengard. They sang as they walked south. They sang about going to Isengard. They sang that the place was strong, with stone walls and stone doors. But they said they would go anyway. They would break the stone and open the doors. The trees were burning, and the fires were loud. The Ents said they were going to war. They marched with heavy steps and loud drums. They said they were coming with doom for Isengard. Bregalad walked into the line next to Treebeard. His eyes were bright. Treebeard lifted the hobbits again and put them on his shoulders. The hobbits rode proudly at the front. Their hearts beat fast, and they held their heads high. They thought something would happen one day, but they did not expect this. The change in the Ents was very sudden. It was like water breaking free after being held back for a long time.
The Ents decided very fast, didn't they?
He spoke when the singing stopped for a short time. Then they only heard the sound of feet and hands.
Fast. Hum. Yes, very fast. Faster than I thought. I have not seen the Ents wake up like this for a very long time. We do not like to wake up. We only do when our trees and our lives are in real danger. This has not happened here since the old wars. What made us angry is the work of orcs. They cut trees for no good reason. They do not even need the wood. Also, a neighbor betrayed us. He should have helped us. Wizards should know better. They do know better. There are no bad enough words in any language for this kind of betrayal. Down with Saruman.
Will you really break the doors of Isengard?
Yes, we can. You may not know how strong we are. You may have heard of trolls. They are strong. But trolls are only false copies. They were made to mock Ents, just like orcs were made to mock elves. We are stronger than trolls. We are made from the bones of the earth. We can break stone like tree roots do, but much faster, when we are awake in our minds. If we are not cut down or burned or stopped by magic, we could break Isengard and turn its walls into broken stone.
But Saruman will try to stop you, won't he?
Yes, that is true. I remember that. I have thought about it for a long time. Many Ents are much younger than I am. Right now, they all think about one thing only. They want to break Isengard. But soon they will start thinking again. They will calm down a little, after we drink in the evening. We will be very thirsty. But for now, let them walk and sing. We have a long road. There will be time to think later. It is good that we have begun.
Treebeard walked on and sang with the others for a while. Then his voice became very soft and stopped. Pippin saw deep lines on his old face. At last Treebeard looked up. His eyes looked sad, but not unhappy. There was a quiet light in them, like a deep green fire.
It is very possible, my friends, that we are walking to our end. This may be the last march of the Ents. But if we stayed at home and did nothing, the end would still come, sooner or later. We have felt this in our hearts for a long time. That is why we walk now. This was not a quick choice. At least now, the last march of the Ents may be worth a song. We may help other peoples before we are gone. Still, I wish I could have seen the Entwives again. I would very much like to see Fimbrathil. But songs and trees grow in their own time and their own way. Sometimes they die too early.
The Ents walked on at a fast pace. They went down into a long low part of the land that sloped south. Then they began to climb again, higher and higher, toward the western ridge. The forest grew thin. First there were small groups of birch trees. Then there were bare hills with only a few thin pine trees. The sun went down behind the dark hills ahead. Grey evening came. Pippin looked back. There seemed to be more Ents now. Or was something else happening? On the bare hills they had crossed before, he thought he saw groups of trees. But the trees were moving. He wondered if the forest of Fangorn had woken up and was walking to war. He rubbed his eyes. He was not sure if it was sleep or shadow. But the great grey shapes kept moving forward. There was a sound like wind in many branches. The Ents were close to the top of the ridge now, and all singing had stopped. Night came, and everything was quiet. Only a soft shake of the ground could be felt under the feet of the Ents. There was also a light sound, like many leaves moving together. At last they reached the top. They looked down into a deep, dark hole. It was the wide crack at the end of the mountains, called Nan Curanir, the Valley of Saruman.
Night covers Isengard.
My bones feel very cold, said Gimli. He waved his arms and stamped his feet. Morning had finally come. At dawn, the friends ate what little food they had. Now the light was growing, and they were ready to search the ground again for signs of the hobbits.
And do not forget that old man. I would feel better if I could see the mark of a boot.
Why would that make you feel better?
Because if an old man leaves clear footprints, he may be just a man.
Maybe. But a heavy boot may leave no mark here. The grass is thick and soft.
That would not stop a ranger. Aragorn can read even a bent blade of grass. But I do not think he will find anything. What we saw last night was a dark spirit sent by Saruman. I am sure of it, even now in daylight. His eyes may still be watching us from Fangorn.
That could be true, but I am not certain. I am thinking about the horses. You said last night that they ran away in fear. I did not think so. Legolas, did they sound afraid to you?
No. I heard them clearly. If it were not for the dark and our fear, I would have thought they were happy. They sounded like horses do when they meet an old friend after a long time.
That is what I thought. But I cannot understand it unless they come back. Come now. The light is coming fast. Let us search first and think later. We should start here near our camp. We must look carefully all around and move up the slope toward the forest. Our task is to find the hobbits. That is more important than guessing about the man we saw at night. If the hobbits escaped, they must have hidden in the trees. If we find nothing between here and the edge of the wood, we will search the battlefield and the ashes one last time. But there is little hope there. The riders of Rohan did their work very well.
For a while, the friends moved slowly on the ground. They searched with their hands and eyes. A tree stood sadly above them. Its dry leaves hung loose and shook in the cold east wind. Aragorn slowly walked away from the others. He went to the ashes of the fire near the river. Then he followed the ground back toward the small hill where the fight had happened. Suddenly he bent down low, with his face close to the grass. He called out to the others. They ran to him.
At last we have news. This is a mullein leaf from Lothlorien. There are small crumbs on it and more crumbs in the grass. Look also. Pieces of cut rope are lying here.
And here is the knife that cut them. It is an orc knife.
He bent down and pulled out a short, rough blade from the grass, where a heavy foot had pressed it in. The broken handle lay beside it. The handle was carved like an ugly face with twisted eyes and a cruel smile.
This is the strangest puzzle yet. A prisoner tied with ropes escapes from the orcs and from the horsemen. Then he stops in the open field and cuts his ropes with an orc knife. But how? If his legs were tied, how did he walk? If his arms were tied, how did he use the knife? And if nothing was tied, why cut the ropes at all? Then, happy with his work, he sat down and calmly ate some travel bread. That alone tells us he was a hobbit, even without the leaf. After that, I suppose he grew wings and flew into the trees singing. It should be easy to find him. We only need wings too.
There was magic here, for sure. What was that old man doing? Aragorn, what do you say to Legolas's ideas? Can you explain it better?
Maybe I can.
There are other signs close by that you did not think about. I agree that the prisoner was a hobbit. Before he came here, he had either his legs or his hands free. I think his hands were free. That makes the story easier to understand. The marks show that an orc carried him to this place. A little way from here, blood fell on the ground. It was orc blood. All around, there are deep marks from horse feet. There are also signs that something heavy was pulled away. Horsemen killed the orc. Later, they dragged his body to the fire. But they did not see the hobbit. He was not easy to see. It was night, and he still wore his elven cloak. He was very tired and very hungry. So it is not strange that, after he cut his ropes with the knife of the dead orc, he stopped. He rested for a short time. He ate a little. Then he slowly went away. It makes me feel better to know that he had some lembas in his pocket. He ran away without his bag or tools. That seems very much like a hobbit. I say he, but I hope and think that both Merry and Pippin were here together. Still, there is no clear sign to prove that.
And how do you think one of our friends got a free hand?
I do not know how it happened. I also do not know why an orc was carrying them away. It was not to help them escape. That is certain. But now I think I understand something that troubled me before. After Boromir fell, why were the orcs happy with taking only Merry and Pippin? They did not look for the rest of us. They did not attack our camp. They left very fast and went toward Isengard. Did they think they had the ring-bearer and his close friend? I do not think so. Their masters would not give such clear orders to orcs. Even if they knew the truth, they would not speak openly about the ring. Orcs cannot be trusted. I believe the orcs were ordered to catch hobbits alive no matter what. Someone tried to escape early with these important prisoners before the fight ended. It could have been betrayal. That is common with such creatures. Maybe a strong and brave orc wanted to run away alone with the prize for his own reason. That is my story. Other stories are possible. But one thing is clear. At least one of our friends escaped. We must find him and help him before we go back to Rohan. We must not fear Fangorn because need pushed him into that dark place.
I do not know which is worse. Fangorn, or the thought of walking a long road through Rohan.
Then let us go to the forest.
Soon Aragorn found new signs. Near the river Entwash, he saw footprints. They were hobbit footprints, but very light. They did not show much. Later, under the trunk of a great tree at the edge of the forest, they found more prints. The ground was dry and hard, so it did not show many details.
At least one hobbit stood here for some time and looked back. Then he turned and went into the forest.
Then we must go in as well. But I do not like this Fangorn. We were warned about it. I wish the trail had gone somewhere else.
I do not feel that this forest is evil, no matter what stories say. He stood at the edge of the trees. He bent forward a little, as if listening. His eyes were wide as he looked into the dark. No, it is not evil. Or if there is evil, it is far away. I only feel weak signs of dark places, where the hearts of trees are black. There is no hate near us. But there is watchfulness, and there is anger.
Well, it has no reason to be angry with me. I did not hurt it.
That is good. But still, it has been hurt. Something is happening inside it, or will happen soon. Do you not feel the tightness in the air? It makes it hard for me to breathe.
I feel that the air is thick. This forest is brighter than Mirkwood, but it feels old and dusty.
It is old, very old. It is so old that I almost feel young again. I have not felt this way since I traveled with you young ones. It is full of memories. I could have been happy here, if I had come in peaceful days.
I am sure you could. You are a wood elf, after all. Elves are strange people. Still, your words help me. Where you go, I will go. But keep your bow ready. I will keep my axe loose in my belt. Not for trees. He added quickly, looking up at the tree above them. I only want to be ready if we meet that old one by surprise. That is all. Let us go.
The three hunters went into the forest of Fangorn. Legolas and Gimli let Aragorn look for signs. There was not much to see. The ground was dry and full of fallen leaves. Aragorn thought the hobbits would stay near water. So he often walked back to the stream. There he found a place where Merry and Pippin had stopped. They had drunk water and washed their feet. On the ground, he saw clear footprints. They were from two hobbits. One set was smaller than the other.
"This is good news," said Aragorn. "But these marks are 2 days old. It also looks like the hobbits left the stream here."
Then what do we do now? Said Gimli. We cannot search all of Fangorn. We do not have much food. If we do not find them soon, we will only sit with them and grow weak together.
"If that is all we can do, then we will do it," said Aragorn. "Let us go on."
After some time, they came to the steep end of Treebeard's Hill. They looked up at the rock wall. Rough steps went up to a high flat place. Sunlight came through the fast clouds. The forest did not look so dark now.
Let us climb up and look around, said Legolas. The air feels heavy here. I want to breathe more freely.
They climbed up. Aragorn went last. He moved slowly and looked closely at the steps and rocks.
"I am almost sure the hobbits came up here," he said. "But there are other signs too. They are strange and I do not understand them. Maybe we can see something from here that shows where they went next."
He stood and looked around, but he saw nothing helpful. The flat place faced south and east. Only the east side was open. From there, he could see the tops of trees going down toward the plain they had crossed before.
We have taken a long way around, said Legolas. We could all have come here together if we had left the river earlier and gone west. No one knows where their path will lead until they reach the end.
But we did not want to come to Fangorn, said Gimli.
Yet here we are, said Legolas. And nicely caught. Look.
Look at what? Said Gimli.
There, in the trees. Where? I do not have elf eyes. Hush. Speak softly. Look, said Legolas, pointing. Down in the forest, behind us. It is him. Do you see him moving from tree to tree?
I see him now, whispered Gimli. Aragorn, look. I warned you. It is the old man. He wears dirty grey clothes. That is why I did not see him at first.
Aragorn looked and saw a bent figure walking slowly. He was not far away. He looked like an old poor man. He leaned on a rough staff and walked with care. His head was down, and he did not look at them. In other places, they might have greeted him kindly. But now they stayed silent. Each of them felt something strange. It felt like a quiet power was coming closer.
Your bow, Legolas, he whispered. Get ready. It is Saruman. Do not let him speak or use his voice against us. Act first.
Legolas lifted his bow slowly. It felt hard for him to move. He held an arrow, but he did not place it on the string. Aragorn stayed quiet. His face was calm and alert.
Why are you waiting? Whispered Gimli. What is wrong?
Legolas is right to wait, said Aragorn softly. We cannot harm an old man without warning even if we feel fear. Watch and wait.
At that moment, the old man walked faster. He came quickly to the foot of the rock wall. Then he looked up at them. They stayed still and looked down. Everything was quiet. They could not see his face well. He wore a hood and a wide hat. His face stayed in shadow. They could only see the end of his nose and his grey beard. Still, Aragorn felt that bright, sharp eyes were watching them from the darkness. Well met, my friends, he said in a gentle voice. I wish to speak with you. Will you come down, or should I come up? He did not wait for an answer. He started to climb.
Now, cried Gimli. Stop him, Legolas.
Did I not say I wish to speak with you, said the old man. Put away your bow, elf. Legolas's bow and arrow slipped from his hands. His arms fell to his sides, loose and still. And you, Master Dwarf, please take your hand away from your axe until I stand up. You will not need it. Gimli jumped and then froze. He stared at the old man. The old man ran up the rough steps like a mountain goat. All his tiredness was gone. When he stepped onto the stone ledge, Gimli saw a quick flash of white under the grey clothes. It was only for a moment. Gimli breathed in sharply, and the sound was loud in the quiet place. Well met, I say again, said the old man as he came closer. When he was near, he stopped. He leaned on his staff and bent forward. He looked at them from under his hood. What are you doing here? An elf, a man, and a dwarf, all wearing elvish clothes. There must be a story behind this. I do not see such things here often.
You speak like someone who knows Fangorn, said Aragorn. Is that true?
Not fully, said the old man. To know it well would take many lives. But I come here sometimes.
May we know your name? Said Aragorn. And then hear what you wish to tell us. The morning is passing and our task cannot wait.
I have already said what I wish to say, said the old man. What are you doing, and what story do you bring? As for my name. He stopped and laughed softly for a long time. My name, said the old man again. Have you not guessed it? You have heard it before. Yes, you have. But now, tell me your story. The three friends stayed quiet and did not answer. Some people might think your task is not good to speak of, said the old man. But I know something about it. You are following the tracks of two young hobbits. Yes, hobbits. Do not look so surprised. You know that word, and so do I. They climbed up here 2 days ago. They met someone they did not expect. Does that help you? Now you want to know where they were taken. Maybe I can tell you something. But why are we standing? Your task is not as urgent as you think. Let us sit and be calm. The old man turned away and walked to a pile of fallen stones near the cliff. At once, it felt like a spell was gone. The others moved. Gimli reached for his axe. Aragorn drew his sword. Legolas lifted his bow. The old man did not look at them. He bent down and sat on a flat stone. His grey cloak opened, and they clearly saw white clothes under it.
Saruman! Cried Gimli. He ran forward with his axe. Speak! Tell us where our friends are. What have you done to them? Speak, or I will strike you.
The old man moved faster than Gimli. He jumped up onto a high rock. He suddenly looked very tall. He threw away his hood and grey clothes. His white clothes shone in the light. He raised his staff. Gimli's axe flew from his hands and fell to the ground with a loud sound. Aragorn's sword shone with bright fire, but his hand could not move. Legolas cried out and shot an arrow into the sky. The arrow disappeared in a flash of light.
Mithrandir! Cried Legolas. Mithrandir!
Well met again, Legolas, said the old man. They all stared at him. His hair was white like snow. His robe was bright white. His eyes were sharp and bright like sunlight. Great power was in him. They felt wonder, joy, and fear, and could not speak.
Gandalf, he said, you return when we need you most. How could I not see it? Gandalf.
Gimli said nothing. He fell to his knees and covered his eyes. Gandalf, said the old man, as if remembering an old name. Yes, that was my name. I was Gandalf. He stepped down from the rock. He picked up his grey cloak and wrapped it around himself. It was like the sun went behind a cloud. You may still call me Gandalf, he said. His voice was the voice of their old friend. Stand up, good Gimli. You did no wrong, and I am not hurt. My friends, none of your weapons could harm me. Be happy. We meet again. The great storm is coming, but the tide has turned. He put his hand on Gimli's head. Gimli looked up and suddenly laughed.
Gandalf, he said. But you are wearing white?
Yes, said Gandalf. I am white now. Indeed, I am Saruman, or almost the Saruman I should have been. But come, tell me about yourselves. Since we last met, I have gone through fire and deep water. I forgot many things I once knew. I also learned again many things I had lost. I can see faraway events clearly. But things near me are often hidden. So tell me about yourselves.
What do you want to know? Many things happened after we parted on the bridge. It would take a long time to tell. First, please tell us about the hobbits. Did you find them? Are they safe?
No, I did not find them. Darkness lay over the valleys of the Emyn Muil. I did not know they were taken until an eagle told me.
The eagle. I saw an eagle flying high and far away. That was 4 days ago, above the Emyn Muil.
Yes. That was Gwaihir the Wind Lord. He saved me from Orthanc. I sent him ahead to watch the river and bring news. His eyes are sharp, but he cannot see everything under hills and trees. He saw some things. I saw other things myself. The ring has now gone beyond my help, and beyond the help of the company from Rivendell. It almost became known to the enemy, but it escaped. I helped in that. I sat in a high place and faced the Dark Tower. The shadow passed. After that, I was very tired. I walked a long time, lost in dark thoughts.
Then you know about Frodo. How is he doing?
I cannot say much. He escaped a great danger, but many dangers still wait for him. He chose to go to Mordor alone, and he left. That is all I know.
Not alone. We believe Sam went with him.
Did he? Is that true? This is new to me, but I am not surprised. Good. Very good. This makes my heart feel lighter. Now tell me more. Sit here and tell me the story of your journey. The companion sat on the ground near him. Aragorn began to speak. For a long time, Gandalf stayed silent. He asked no questions. His hands rested on his knees, and his eyes were closed. At last, when Aragorn spoke about Boromir's death and his last trip on the great river, the old man sighed. You have not told me everything you know or feel, Aragorn, my friend. Poor Boromir. I could not see what happened to him. It was a hard test for such a man, a brave fighter and a leader of men. Galadriel warned me that he was in danger. But in the end, he found peace. I am glad. The young hobbits did not come with us for nothing, if only for Boromir's sake. But they still have other parts to play. They were brought to Fangorn. Their coming was like small stones that start a great fall in the mountains. Even now, as we speak, I hear the first signs of change. Saruman should be careful not to be far from home when everything breaks loose.
In one way you are the same, my friend. You still speak in puzzles.
In puzzles? No. I was speaking out loud to myself. Old people do that. They speak to the wisest person nearby. Long explanations for the young make them tired. He laughed. Now his laugh sounded warm and kind, like soft sunlight.
I am no longer young even among the old families of men. Will you not speak more clearly to me?
What should I say then? He stopped and thought for a while. This is how I see the situation now. I will speak in a clear and simple way. The enemy has known for a long time that the ring is moving. He knows a hobbit carries it. He now knows how many people left Rivendell together. He also knows what kind of people they are. But he does not understand our true plan. He thinks we all went to Minas Tirith. That is what he would have done. In his mind, that would be a strong attack against him. He is very afraid. He fears that a great leader may appear with the ring. He thinks this person would start a war and try to take his place. He cannot imagine that we want to end his rule and leave no one in his place. He also cannot imagine that we want to destroy the ring. This idea has not entered his thoughts at all. This is our luck and our hope. Because he expects war, he has started war himself. He believes he must act fast. He thinks the first strong attack will be enough. So he is moving his armies sooner than he planned. He thinks he is wise, but he is not. If he had used all his power to guard Mordor and search only for the ring, then our hope would be very small. The ring and its bearer could not hide for long. But now he looks far away, not close to home. Most of his attention is on Minas Tirith. Very soon, his great force will strike it like a hard storm. He already knows that the messengers he sent to stop the company have failed again. They did not find the ring. They also did not take any hobbits as prisoners. If they had done even that, it would have hurt us badly. It might have ended all hope. But let us not think about the pain our friends might have faced in the Dark Tower. The enemy has failed so far. This is thanks to Saruman.
Then Saruman is a traitor?
Yes. He is a traitor in two ways. This is strange and very painful. Nothing we have suffered feels worse than Saruman's betrayal. He has grown very strong as a ruler and a leader. He threatens the people of Rohan. He pulls their help away from Minas Tirith, just as the main attack comes from the east. But a false ally is always dangerous to the one who trusts him. Saruman also wanted the ring for himself. Or at least, he wanted to catch some hobbits for his dark plans. Because of this, our enemies only helped Merry and Pippin reach Fangorn very fast and at the right time. They would never have gone there otherwise. They have also filled their own minds with doubt. This has hurt their plans. News of the battle will not reach Mordor, thanks to the riders of Rohan. But the Dark Lord knows that 2 hobbits were taken near the Emyn Muil. He knows they were carried toward Isengard, against the wishes of his own servants. Now he must fear Isengard as well as Minas Tirith. If Minas Tirith falls, Saruman will be in great trouble.
It is sad that our friends live between them. If no land stood between Isengard and Mordor, they could fight each other while we waited.
The winner would become stronger than before and have no doubt. But Isengard cannot fight Mordor unless Saruman first gets the ring. He will never get it now. He does not yet see his danger. There are many things he does not know. He was too eager to catch his prize. He could not wait at home. He came out to watch and meet his messengers. But for once, he came too late. The battle was already over before he arrived. He did not stay long. I can feel his thoughts, and I sense his doubt. He does not understand the wildlands well. He believes the riders killed and burned everyone on the battlefield. But he does not know if the orcs had prisoners. He also does not know about the fight between his servants and the orcs of Mordor. And he does not know about the winged messenger.
The winged messenger. I shot at him with Galadriel's bow near Sangabir. I knocked him from the sky. He filled us with fear. What new danger is this?
One that arrows cannot defeat. You only struck his mount. That was still a brave act. But the rider soon found another mount. He was a Nazgul, one of the 9. They now ride on flying creatures. Soon their fear will spread over the last armies of our friends. It will feel like the sun is hidden. But they have not yet crossed the river. Saruman does not know about this new form of the ring wreaths. His mind is always on the ring. He wonders if it was at the battle. He wonders if someone found it. He fears that Theoden, Lord of the Mark, might take it and learn its power. That is the danger he sees. So he has run back to Isengard. There he plans to attack Rohan with even more force. But another danger is very close. He does not see it. His mind is full of fire and anger. He has forgotten Treebeard.
Now you are talking to yourself again, said Aragorn with a smile. I do not know Treebeard. I understand part of Saruman's double plan. But I do not see how the 2 hobbits in Fangorn have helped us. We only had a long and useless chase.
Wait! Cried Gimli. There is something else I want to know first. Was it you, Gandalf, or Saruman that we saw last night?
You did not see me, said Gandalf. So you must have seen Saruman. We look very much alike. So I forgive you for trying to damage my hat.
Good, said Gimli. I am glad it was not you.
Gandalf laughed again. Yes, my good dwarf, it is nice not to be mistaken in everything. I know that feeling well. But I never blamed you for your welcome. I have often told my friends to be careful, even with their own hands, when they deal with the enemy. Bless you, Gimli son of Gloin. Maybe one day you will see us both together and decide who is who.
But the hobbits, said Legolas. We came a long way to find them. You seem to know where they are. Where are they now?
They are with Treebeard and the Ents, said Gandalf.
The Ents, said Aragorn. Then the old stories are true? The great tree shepherds in the deep forest still live? I thought they were only from very old times, or maybe only a story from Rohan.
A story from Rohan? cried Legolas. No. All elves in Wilderland know songs about the Ents and their long sadness. But even for us they are only a memory. If I met one walking in the world today, I would feel young again. But Treebeard, this name sounds like a person. Who is he?
You ask much, said Gandalf. What I know of his long and slow life would take too long to tell. Treebeard is Fangorn, the guard of the forest. He is the oldest of the Ents. He is the oldest living being who still walks under the sun in Middle-earth. I hope you will meet him one day, Legolas. Merry and Pippin were lucky. They met him here, where we sit now. He came here 2 days ago. He carried them away to his home near the mountains. He often comes here when his thoughts are troubled by news from the outside world. I saw him 4 days ago walking among the trees. I think he saw me too. But I did not speak. I was tired and deep in thought after my struggle with the Eye of Mordor. He did not speak either.
Maybe he also thought you were Saruman, said Gimli. But you speak of him like a friend. I thought Fangorn was dangerous.
Dangerous? Said Gandalf. So am I. Very dangerous. More dangerous than almost anything you will meet, unless you face the Dark Lord himself. Aragorn is dangerous. Legolas is dangerous. And you are dangerous too, Gimli son of Gloin, in your own way. Fangorn Forest is dangerous, especially to those who use axes too quickly. Fangorn himself can be dangerous as well. But he is wise and kind. Now his long anger is full. The forest feels it. The hobbits and their news have released it. Soon it will move like a strong flood. But it will turn against Saruman and the works of Isengard. Something is about to happen that has not happened for a very long time. The Ents are going to wake up and learn their own strength.
What will they do? Asked Legolas, full of wonder.
I do not know, said Gandalf. I do not think they know either. He became quiet and thought deeply. The others watched him. Sunlight broke through the clouds and shone on his hands in his lap. They looked full of light, like a cup filled with water. At last he lifted his head and looked straight at the sun. The morning is almost gone, he said. Soon we must leave.
Do we go to find our friends and see Treebeard? Asked Aragorn.
No, said Gandalf. That is not your path. I have spoken of hope, but only hope. Hope is not the same as victory. War has come to us and to all our friends. Only the ring could promise true victory. This fills me with deep sadness and fear. Much will be destroyed, and everything may be lost. I am Gandalf, Gandalf the White, but the black power is still stronger.
He stood up and looked to the east. He lifted his hand to cover his eyes. It was like he could see far away things that the others could not see. Then he shook his head. No, he said quietly. It is now beyond us. We should be glad for this. We cannot be tempted by the ring anymore. We must go down and face a danger that feels very hard. But the worst danger is gone. He turned to Aragorn. Come, Aragorn son of Arathorn, he said. Do not feel sorry about your choice in the valley of the Emyn Muil. Do not say it was a waste. You chose the path that felt right, even with doubt. Your choice was good, and it has brought a reward. We met in time. If not, we might have met too late. But the journey of your friends is finished. Your next road is set by your promise. You must go to Edoras and find Theoden in his hall. You are needed there. The sword Anduril must now be shown in the battle it has waited for so long. There is war in Rohan. There is also a darker trouble. Things are going badly for Theoden.
Then will we not see the happy young hobbits again, said Legolas.
I did not say that, said Gandalf. Who can know? Be patient. Go where you must go, and keep hope. To Adorers. I am going there too.
It is a long road for a man to walk, said Aragorn. Young or old, it is hard. I fear the battle will be over before I arrive.
We will see, said Gandalf. Will you come with me now?
Yes, we will start together, said Aragorn. But I know you can reach there before me if you wish.
He stood up and looked at Gandalf for a long time. The others watched in silence. Aragorn stood tall and strong, with his hand on his sword. He looked like a king from old stories. In front of him stood the old man, white and shining, bent with many years, yet holding a great inner strength.
Is it not true, Gandalf, said Aragorn at last, that you can go anywhere faster than I can? And I say this too. You are our leader and our sign of hope. The Dark Lord has 9 riders. But we have one who is stronger than them all, the White Rider. He has passed through fire and deep darkness, and they will fear him. We will go where he leads.
Yes, we will follow you, said Legolas. But first, Gandalf, it would help my heart to hear what happened to you in Moria. Will you tell us? Can you stay a little and tell your friends how you came back?
I have already stayed too long, said Gandalf. There is little time. Even if we had a whole year, I could not tell you everything.
Then tell us what you can, while there is time, said Gimli. Please, Gandalf. Tell us what happened with the Balrog.
Do not speak its name, said Gandalf. For a moment, pain crossed his face. He sat quietly and looked very old. At last, he said slowly, I fell for a long time. He fell with me. Fire was all around me, and I was badly hurt. Then we fell into deep water, and everything went dark. The cold was terrible. It almost stopped my heart.
The depth under Durin's bridge is very great, said Gimli. No one has ever measured it.
But it does have an end, said Gandalf. Far below light and knowing, I reached the bottom, to deep stone. He was still there. His fire was gone. He was like a dark, wet thing, strong and crushing. We struggled far under the earth, where time does not matter. He held me again and again, and I fought back. At last he ran into dark tunnels. They were not made by the dwarfs, Gimli son of Gloin. Far below their deepest works, there are strange things in the world. Even Sauron does not know them. They are older than he is. I have walked there, but I will not speak more, so the daylight may stay bright. In that dark place, my enemy became my only path forward. I followed him, holding close. In this way, he led me back to the secret paths of Khazad-dûm. He knew them well. Then we went upward for a long time, until we reached the endless stair.
That stair has been lost for a long time, said Gimli. Many say it was only a story. Others say it was destroyed.
It was real, and it still stood, said Gandalf. From the lowest place to the highest peak, it rose in one long spiral with many thousands of steps. At last it came out at Durin's tower, cut into the rock of Ziraxigil, the peak of the Silvertine. There, on Celebdil, was a small opening in the snow. In front of it was a narrow space, high above the clouds. The sun was bright there, but everything below was hidden by cloud. He leapt out, and when I followed, he burned again with new fire. No one was there to see it. If someone had been, people might still sing songs of the battle on the peak. Suddenly Gandalf laughed. But what would such a song even say? Those who watched from far away thought the mountain wore a storm like a crown. They heard loud thunder. They said lightning struck Celebdil and broke into many flames. Thick smoke rose around us. Hot mist and steam filled the air. Ice fell like hard rain. I fought my enemy. I pushed him down. He fell from a high place. He hit the mountain and broke the stone as he fell. After that, darkness came over me. I lost clear thought and sense of time. I wandered far, on paths I will not speak of. I was sent back for a short time, until my work is finished. I had no clothes when I returned. I lay on the top of the mountain. The tower behind me had fallen into dust. The window was gone. The stairs were broken and blocked with burned stones. I was alone. No one knew I was there. I had no way to leave that hard peak. I lay there and looked up. The stars moved slowly above me. Each day felt as long as a whole age of the world. I could faintly hear sounds from all lands. I heard life beginning and life ending. I heard singing and crying. I heard the deep, slow sound of the heavy earth. At last Gwaihir the Wind Lord found me again. He lifted me up and carried me away. Again I am a burden to you, my friend.
You were a burden before, but not now. You are light, like a swan's feather in my claw. The sunlight shines through you. I think you do not need me anymore. If I dropped you, you would float on the wind.
Please do not let me fall. I felt life return to me. Take me to Lothlorien.
That is the wish of Lady Galadriel. She sent me to find you.
So I came to Caras Galadon, but you had just left. I stayed there for a while. In that land, time brings healing, not decay. I was healed there. I was dressed in white. I gave advice and I took advice. Then I came by strange roads. I bring messages to some of you.
To Aragorn she told me to say this. Where are the Dúnedain now, Elisar? Why do your people wander far? The time is near for the lost to return, and the grey company to ride from the north. But your path is dark. The dead guard the road to the sea.
To Legolas she sent this message. Legolas Greenleaf, long under trees. You have lived in joy. Beware of the sea. If you hear the cry of the gull on the shore, your heart will not rest in the forest again.
Gandalf stopped speaking and closed his eyes.
So she sent no message to me? He bowed his head.
Her words are dark. They are hard to understand.
That gives me no comfort.
What would you want? Should she speak clearly of your death?
Yes. If she had nothing else to say.
What is that? Ah, I think I know. Forgive me, Gimli. I was thinking again about the messages. She did send words to you. They are not dark or sad. To Gimli son of Gloin, give the greeting of his lady. Lockbearer, wherever you go, my thought goes with you. But be careful to use your axe on the right tree.
You return to us in a good hour, Gandalf. Come. Since Gandalf's head is now too precious, let us find another that deserves a blow.
That will not be hard. Come. We have talked long enough for friends who meet again. Now we must hurry. He wrapped himself once more in his old, torn cloak and went first. They followed him down from the high rock. They moved quickly through the forest and down to the river Entwash. No one spoke until they reached the grass beyond the edge of Fangorn. Their horses were not there.
They have not come back. We will have a long walk.
I will not walk. There is no time. He lifted his head and gave a long whistle. The sound was clear and sharp. The others were surprised such a sound came from his old bearded mouth. He whistled 3 times. Then, far away, they heard a hoarse cry. The sound came on the east wind from the plains. They waited in wonder. Soon they heard hooves. At first the sound was very soft. Only Aragorn, lying on the grass, felt it through the ground. Then it grew louder and faster.
There is more than one horse.
Yes. One is not enough for us.
There are 3. See how fast they run. There is Hasufal. There is my friend Arad beside him. But another runs ahead. He is very great. I have never seen a horse like him.
Nor will you again. That is Shadowfax. He is the leader of the Miras, the greatest horses. Not even Theoden, king of Rohan, has seen a better horse. He shines like silver. He runs fast and smooth, like clear water. He has come for me. He is the horse of the White Rider. We will go to battle together. While the old wizard spoke, the great horse walked up the hill toward them. His coat shone in the light. His long mane moved in the wind as he ran. The other 2 horses came after him, far behind. When Shadowfax saw Gandalf, he slowed down. He cried out loudly. Then he walked closer. He lowered his proud head and touched Gandalf with his nose. Gandalf gently touched the horse. "It is a long road from Rivendell, my friend," he said. "But you are wise and fast. You came when I needed you. Let us ride far together now. Let us not part again in this world." Soon the other horses arrived and stood quietly. They seemed to wait for words. Gandalf spoke to them in a calm, serious voice. "We go now to Meduseld, the hall of your master, Theoden," he said. The horses lowered their heads. "We have little time. Please run as fast as you can. Hasufal will carry Aragorn. Arad will carry Legolas. I will place Gimli in front of me. Shadowfax will carry us both. We will stop only to drink a little."
"Now I understand part of the strange thing from last night," said Legolas as he jumped lightly onto Arad. "Our horses met Shadowfax, their leader, and were glad. Did you know he was near, Gandalf?"
"Yes, I knew," said the wizard. "I called to him in my mind and told him to hurry. Yesterday he was far away in the south. I hope he will carry me quickly again." Gandalf spoke softly to Shadowfax. The horse began to run at a strong pace, but not faster than the others could follow. After some time, he suddenly turned. He chose a low place and walked through the river. Then he led them south into a wide, flat land with no trees. The wind moved through the grass like waves. There was no road to see. Still, Shadowfax did not slow or stop. "He is going straight to the halls of Theoden, near the White Mountains," said Gandalf. "This way is faster. The ground is harder in the east, where the main road is. But Shadowfax knows every wet place and every hollow." For many hours they rode across fields and river lands. Often the grass was very high. It reached above the riders' knees. The horses looked as if they were swimming in green-grey water. They passed many hidden pools. They rode by wide areas of tall wet grass above soft, dangerous ground. Shadowfax always found a safe path. The other horses followed behind him. Slowly the sun went down in the west. Far away, the riders saw it like a red fire sinking into the grass. On both sides, the far mountains shone red for a moment. Dark smoke seemed to rise and cover the sun. The sun looked dark red, like blood. "There is the Gap of Rohan," said Gandalf. "It is almost due west from here. That way is Isengard."
"I see great smoke," said Legolas. "What is it?"
"Battle and war," said Gandalf. "Ride on." They rode on through sunset. They rode through the slow dark of evening. Then night came. At last they stopped and got off their horses. Even Aragorn felt tired and stiff. Gandalf only allowed them a short rest. Legolas and Gimli slept. Aragorn lay flat on his back. Gandalf stayed standing. He leaned on his staff. He looked into the darkness, east and west. Everything was quiet. There was no sound of life. Long clouds moved across the sky in a cold wind. Then Gandalf woke them. Under the cold moon, they rode again. They moved as fast as they had in the daylight. More hours passed. They still rode on. Gimli nodded with sleep. He almost fell from the horse. Gandalf caught him and shook him awake. Hasufal and Arad were tired, but they kept going. They followed their leader, a grey shape ahead, hard to see. The miles passed. The bright moon sank into the cloudy west. Cold air filled the land. Slowly, in the east, the dark changed to pale grey. Red lines of light rose above the far black hills to their left. Morning came, clear and bright. Wind rushed through the bent grass around them. Suddenly Shadowfax stopped and cried out. Gandalf pointed ahead. "Look!" he cried, and the others lifted their tired eyes. In front of them stood the mountains of the south. Their tops were white with snow, and dark lines ran down their sides. Wide grasslands rolled toward the hills at the base of the mountains. These lands went up into many valleys. The valleys were still dark and quiet, because the sun had just risen. They led deep into the heart of the great mountains. Right in front of the travelers, the widest valley opened between the hills like a long gap. Far inside, they could see broken mountains and one tall peak. At the entrance of the valley stood a single hill, like a guard. Around its base flowed a narrow silver stream. On the top of the hill, far away, they saw a small shine in the new sunlight. It looked like gold. "Speak, Legolas. Tell us what you see in front of us."
Legolas looked ahead and covered his eyes from the low sun. "I see a white stream coming down from the snowy mountains. When it leaves the shadow of the valley, a green hill rises on the east side. A deep ditch, a strong wall, and a fence with thorns go around the hill. Inside, I see the roofs of many houses. In the center, on a green flat place, stands a great hall of men. It looks like its roof is made of gold. Its light shines far across the land. The doorposts also shine like gold. Men in bright armor stand there. But inside the yard, all is quiet. It seems the people are still asleep."
These courts are called Edoras, and the Golden Hall is Meduseld. There lives Theoden son of Vengel, king of Rohan. We have arrived at the start of the day. Now we can clearly see the road before us. But we must ride with care. There is danger in the land. The riders of Rohan are watchful, even if they seem quiet from far away. Do not draw weapons. Do not speak with pride. Wait until we stand before Theoden's seat. The morning was bright and clear as they rode on. Birds sang around them. Soon they reached the stream. It ran fast into the flat land. Then it turned and crossed their path in a wide curve. Far away, it flowed east to join the Entwash. The land was green. In the wet fields and along the stream grew many willow trees. In this southern land, their small tips were turning red, feeling that spring was near. They crossed the stream at a shallow place. The banks were low and pressed down by many horses. After crossing, they followed a wide rough road that led up toward the hills. At the foot of the walled hill, the road passed by many green mounds. They were tall and quiet. On their west sides, the grass looked white, as if covered with snow. Small white flowers grew there, shining like many tiny stars in the grass. Look! See how beautiful these bright flowers are. They are called evermind, or symbolmine in this land. They bloom all year. They grow where the dead rest. We have come to the great burial mound where the fathers of Theoden sleep.
7 mounds on the left and 9 on the right. Many long lives of men have passed since the Golden Hall was built.
500 times the red leaves have fallen in my forest home since then. To us, that feels like a short time.
But to the riders of Rohan, it feels very long. The building of this hall is now only a song from the past. The years before it are lost in time. This land is now their home. Their speech has grown different from their northern kin.
Then Aragorn began to sing softly in a slow language. The elf and the dwarf did not know the words, but they listened. The song had strong and deep music.
I think that is the language of the Rohirrim. It sounds like this land. Part of it is rich and flowing. Part of it is hard and strong, like the mountains. I do not know the meaning, but I feel the sadness of mortal lives in it.
It means this in the common speech as close as I can say it. Where is the horse and the rider now? Where is the horn that once rang loud? Where is the helm and the armor and the bright hair flying? Where is the hand on the harp and the warm red fire? Where are the spring and the harvest and the tall grain? They passed like rain on the mountain, like wind over grass. The days have gone into the west, behind the hills into shadow. Who can gather the smoke from burned wood, or watch the years flow back from the sea? These words were spoken by a poet long ago in Rohan. He sang of Yorl the young who came from the north. His horse, Felaroff, was said to run like the wind. Men still sing this song in the evening.
With these words, the travelers rode past the silent mounds. Following the long road up the green hills, they finally reached the wide walls and the gates of Edoras. Strong winds blew around the city. Many guards stood there in shining armor. When they saw the riders, they jumped up and blocked the way with their spears. They shouted for the strangers to stop. They spoke in the language of Rohan and asked who the strangers were, and why they had come. Their faces showed surprise, but not kindness. They looked at Gandalf with hard eyes.
Gandalf answered in their own language. He said he understood their words well. He asked why they did not speak the common tongue, which was usual in the West, if they wanted answers.
One guard replied that King Theoden had ordered this rule. Only friends who knew their language could enter. In these days of war, no strangers were welcome, except their own people and messengers from Gondor. He asked who they were and why they came dressed so strangely. He said they had watched them from far away. He had never seen riders like them before. He also said one horse looked very proud and strong, like the great horses of Rohan. He asked if they were a wizard, spies of Saruman, or strange spirits. He told them to speak quickly.
Aragorn answered calmly. He said they were not spirits and the guard's eyes did not lie. He said they were riding horses of Rohan. These horses were lent to them by Eomer only 2 days before. Their names were Hazufal and Arad. Aragorn said they had come back to return the horses, just as they promised. He asked if Eomer had returned and told the king about them.
The guard looked worried. He said he could not speak about Eomer. If the story was true, then King Theoden would know already. He said Wormtongue had come 2 nights ago. Wormtongue said that by the king's order, no strangers could pass the gates.
Gandalf spoke sharply when he heard the name Wormtongue. He said his business was not with Wormtongue, but with the king himself. He said he was in great haste. He asked the guard to go and tell the king that they had arrived.
The guard agreed, but slowly. He asked for their names and asked what he should say about Gandalf. He said Gandalf looked old and tired, but also strong and serious.
Gandalf said the guard spoke truly. He named himself as Gandalf and said he had returned. He showed his horse and said its name was Shadowfax, the great horse that no one else could control. He then named Aragorn, son of Arathorn, and said he was the heir of kings and was going to Gondor. He also named Legolas the elf and Gimli the dwarf. He told the guard to say they wished to speak with King Theoden, if the king allowed them to enter the hall.
The guard said the names were strange, but he would report them. He told the travelers to wait and not to hope too much, because these were dark days. Then he left quickly, and the other guards watched the strangers closely.
After some time, the guard returned. He told them to follow him. He said King Theoden allowed them to enter, but they must leave all weapons behind. Even a staff must be left at the door, and the door guards would keep them. The dark gates opened wide. The travelers walked inside in a line behind their guide. They walked along a wide stone path. Sometimes it turned, and sometimes it climbed up short sets of steps. They passed many wooden houses and many dark doors. Beside the path, clear water flowed in a stone channel. It made soft sounds as it ran. At last, they reached the top of the hill. There was a high platform above a green space. At the bottom of this space, fresh water burst from a stone shaped like a horse's head. The water filled a wide basin and then flowed down the hill. Stone steps led up the green slope. At the top, stone seats stood on both sides. Guards sat there with swords resting on their knees. Their long hair was golden and braided. Green shields with a golden sun shone in the light. Their armor was bright. When they stood up, they looked taller than ordinary men.
The guide pointed ahead and said the doors were before them. He said he must return to his duty at the gate. He wished them farewell and hoped the Lord of the Mark would be kind to them.
He turned and hurried back down the road. The others walked up the long stairs. Tall guards watched them closely. The guard stood still and said nothing. Then Gandalf stepped onto the stone floor at the top of the stairs. At once, the guards spoke together in clear voices. They gave a polite welcome in their own language.
Welcome, travelers from far away.
They turned their sword handles toward the guests to show peace. Green stones on the swords shone in the sun. One guard came forward and spoke in the common speech.
I guard the door of Théoden. My name is Hammer. Before you enter, you must leave your weapons here.
Please take care of them. They come from the Golden Wood. The Lady of Lothlorien gave them to me.
The guard looked surprised. He quickly placed the weapons by the wall, as if he was afraid to touch them.
No one will touch them. I promise.
Aragorn stood quiet for a moment.
I do not wish to give up my sword. I will not hand Andúril to another man.
This is the order of Théoden.
I do not see why the will of Théoden, even as lord of this land, should be stronger than the will of Aragorn, son of Arathorn, heir of Elendil.
This is the house of Théoden, not of Aragorn. He stepped in front of the doors and blocked the way. He held his sword ready, pointing toward the visitors.
This talk leads nowhere. Théoden does not need to ask this. Still, it is useless to refuse. A king decides what happens in his own hall, whether it is wise or not.
That is true. I would follow the rule of the house, even in a small hut, if I carried any sword but Andúril.
Whatever its name, you must leave it here. If not, you will stand alone against all the men of Edoras.
Not alone. Not alone.
Please. We are friends. We should not argue. If we do, only our enemies will be glad. My task is urgent. Here is my sword, Hammer. Take good care of it. It is called Glamdring. The elves made it long ago. Now let us enter. Come, Aragorn. Slowly, Aragorn took off his belt. He placed his sword standing against the wall.
I leave it here. Do not touch it. Do not let anyone else touch it. This blade was once broken and made whole again. Long ago Telchar made it. Only Elendil's heir may draw this sword.
You seem to come from old stories. It will be as you say, my lord.
Well, if Andril stays here, my axe can stay too. Now, if all is right, let us speak with your lord.
Your staff. Please forgive me. You must leave that here as well.
That is foolish. Care is good, but this is rude. I am old. I need my staff to walk. If I cannot use it, I will sit here until Odin comes out himself.
Everyone has something they cannot give up. Will you really take an old man's support? Please let us go in.
A wizard's staff may be more than it seems. He looked closely at the wooden staff. Then he nodded. Still, I trust my own judgment. I believe you are true friends with no bad plans. You may enter.
The guards lifted the heavy door bars. They pushed the doors open with a low sound. The travelers walked inside. Inside, the air felt warm and dark after the fresh air outside. The hall was very large and long. Shadows filled the space. Tall pillars held up the high roof. Sunlight came in through high windows on the east side. The light fell in bright lines. Smoke rose slowly, and above it the blue sky showed through an opening in the roof. As their eyes adjusted, the travelers saw the floor. It was made of many colored stones. Strange signs and lines covered it. The pillars had fine carvings. Some parts shone softly with golden color. Many woven cloths hung on the walls. They showed old stories and heroes. Some pictures were faded. Some were hidden in shadow. One picture was bright in the sunlight. It showed a young man on a white horse. He blew a large horn. His yellow hair flew in the wind. The horse raised its head and breathed hard. Water rushed around its legs like a river.
Look, that is Yorl the Young, said Aragorn. This shows how he rode to a great battle long ago.
The four friends walked forward. They passed a clear fire burning on a long hearth in the middle of the hall. Then they stopped. At the far end of the hall was a raised platform with 3 steps. In the middle stood a large golden chair. An old man sat there. His body was bent with age, and he looked very small. But his white hair was long and thick. It was braided and fell down from under a thin golden crown. A white jewel shone on his forehead. His beard lay on his knees like snow. His eyes were still bright and sharp as he looked at the strangers. Behind the chair stood a woman dressed in white. On the steps sat a thin man with a pale face. His eyes were half closed, but they looked clever. The hall was silent. The old man did not move. At last, Gandalf spoke. "Greetings, Theoden son of Thengel," he said. "I have come back. Hard times are coming. Friends must stand together, or they will fall alone."
Slowly, the old man stood up. He leaned on a short black staff with a white handle. Though he was bent, he was still tall. The travelers could see that he must have been proud and strong when he was young. "I greet you," he said. "You may hope for a welcome. But I am not sure you will find it here, Gandalf. Trouble often comes with you. Bad events follow you again and again. I will speak plainly. When I heard your horse returned without you, I felt glad. I was glad the horse was safe, and even more glad that you were gone. When I was told you had passed away, I did not feel sorrow. But such news is often wrong. Now you stand here again. And with you come new dangers. Why should I welcome you, Gandalf Stormcrow?" He sat down again in his chair.
"You speak truly, my lord," said the pale man on the steps. "Only days ago we heard sad news. Theodred, your son, was killed in the west. He was your right hand. As for Eomer, he cannot be trusted. If he ruled, few would guard these walls. And now we hear that dark powers are moving in the east. This is the moment this wanderer chooses to return. Why should we welcome you, Stormcrow? I call you ill news. and bad news is never good guessed. He gave a cold laugh and looked at the strangers with dark eyes.
You are thought wise, Worm-tongue, Gandalf replied calmly. You surely help your lord much. But there are two kinds of people who bring bad news. One brings harm. The other comes only to help when help is needed.
That may be true, said Worm-tongue, but there's a third kind. These people step into other men's troubles. They grow strong from war and pain. What help have you ever brought, Stormcrow? What help do you bring now? Last time you asked us for help, my lord let you choose any horse. You took Shadowfax with great pride. My lord was hurt by this. Still, some thought it was worth the cost to send you away. I think it will be the same again. You will ask for help, not give it. Do you bring soldiers? Do you bring horses? Do you bring weapons?
That I would call help. That is what we need now. But who are these people behind you? 3 poor travelers in grey clothes. And you look the poorest of them all. The kindness in your hall is weaker than before, Theoden son of Thengel. Did the guard at your gate not tell you the names of my friends? Few lords of Rohan have welcomed guests like these. They left their weapons at your doors. Those weapons are worth more than many strong men. Even the greatest. They wear grey because the elves gave them these clothes. In this way, they came through great danger to reach your hall.
Then it is true, as Eomer said, you work together with the Lady of the Golden Wood. That is not strange. Lies have always come from that place.
Gimli stepped forward with anger. At once, Gandalf took his shoulder with a strong hand. Gimli stopped and stood still, like a stone. In Dwymedene, in Lorien, men seldom walk. Few mortal eyes have seen the light that stays there, long and bright. Galadriel, Galadriel. Clear is the water of your well. White is the star in your white hand. Leaf and land are clean and fair, in Dwymedene, in Lorien. More beautiful than the dreams of men. Gandalf sang these words softly. Then he changed. He threw off his old cloak. He stood straight and did not lean on his staff. His voice became clear and cold. A wise person speaks only of what he knows, Grima son of Garmod. You have become foolish. Be quiet now and hold your sharp words. I did not pass through fire and death to argue with a small servant. He lifted his staff. Thunder rolled through the hall. Sunlight vanished from the east windows. The hall became dark, like night. The fire grew weak and dull. Only Gandalf could be seen. He stood tall and white before the dark hearth.
Did I not tell you to stop him from bringing his staff? That guard, Hama, has failed us.
There was a bright flash, like lightning breaking the roof. Then all was quiet. Worm-tongue lay face down on the floor. Now, Theoden son of Thengel, will you listen to me? Do you ask for help? Not all is lost. Be brave, Lord of the Mark. You will not find better help than this. I have no advice for those who give up hope. But I do have words for you. Will you hear them? They are not for everyone. Come outside your doors and look at your land. You have sat too long in shadow and trusted twisted words. Slowly, Theoden stood up from his chair. A weak light returned to the hall. The woman hurried to the king and took his arm. With slow and unsure steps, the old king came down from his seat and walked across the hall. Worm-tongue stayed on the floor. They reached the doors, and Gandalf knocked. Open. The Lord of the Mark comes out. The doors opened wide. Cold air rushed in. The wind was strong on the hill. Send your guards down the stairs. And you, my lady, leave him with me for a short time. I will watch over him.
Go, Eowyn, sister-daughter. There is no need for fear now.
The woman turned and walked back into the house. At the door, she stopped and looked back. Her face was serious and calm. There was cool care in her eyes as she looked at the king. She was very beautiful. Her long hair shone like flowing gold. She was tall and slim in her white dress, with a silver belt. She looked strong and firm, like steel, a child of kings. This was the first time Aragorn saw Eowyn, Lady of Rohan, clearly in daylight. He thought she was beautiful, but also cold, like a pale spring morning that is still young. At that moment, she noticed him too. He was tall, a true heir of kings, wise from many years, wearing a grey cloak. She felt a hidden strength in him. She stood still for a moment, like stone. Then she turned quickly and was gone. "Now, my lord, look at your land. Breathe the free air again." From the porch on the high terrace, they could see the green fields of Rohan across the stream, fading into grey far away. Rain fell in slanted lines, pushed by the wind. The sky above and to the west was still dark with storm clouds. Lightning flashed far away over hidden hills. But the wind had turned to the north. The storm from the east was moving away, rolling south toward the sea. Suddenly, a break opened in the clouds behind them. A beam of sunlight fell down. The rain shone like silver. Far away, the river sparkled like bright glass.
"It is not very dark here," said Theoden.
"No," said Gandalf. "And you are not as old and weak as others want you to believe. Throw away that stick." The black staff fell from the king's hand and hit the stone floor. Theoden slowly stood up. He moved like a man who had worked too long and was stiff. Then he stood tall and straight. He looked up, and his eyes were blue under the open sky.
"My dreams have been dark," he said. "But now I feel awake again. I wish you had come sooner, Gandalf. I fear you have come too late. You may only see the last days of my house. Soon the great hall built by Brago will fall. Fire will destroy the high seat. What can we do?"
"A lot," said Gandalf. "But first, send for Ema. I think you keep him locked away because of Grima's advice. All others call him Wormtongue."
"That is true," said Theoden. "Ema went against my orders. He also spoke of killing Grima in my hall."
"A man can love you and still hate Wormtongue and his words," said Gandalf.
"That may be so," said Theoden. "I will do what you ask. Call Hammer to me. He failed as a guard, so let him run messages. The guilty will bring the guilty to judgment."
His voice sounded hard, but he smiled at Gandalf. Many lines of worry left his face and did not return. When Hammer came and then left again, Gandalf led Theoden to a stone seat. Gandalf sat on the top step in front of the king. Aragorn and the others stood close by. "There is no time to tell you everything," said Gandalf. "But soon, I hope, there will be time. You are in greater danger than Wormtongue ever made you think. But now you are awake. You live. Gondor and Rohan are not alone. The enemy is very strong. Still, we have a hope he does not know about." Gandalf spoke quickly and softly. Only the king heard his words. As Gandalf spoke, light grew in Theoden's eyes. At last the king stood up straight again. Gandalf stood beside him. Together they looked toward the east. "Indeed," said Gandalf loudly and clearly, "that way is our hope, and also our greatest fear. Our fate still hangs by a thin line. But there is hope if we can stay free for a little while." The others also looked east. They looked far across the lands to the edge of sight. Their thoughts went even farther, past dark mountains, to the Shadowland. Where was the ring-bearer now? The line holding fate felt very thin. Legolas used his sharp eyes. Far away, he thought he saw a small white light. Maybe the sun shone on a high tower. Even farther, very small but still a danger, he saw a tiny flame.
Slowly Theoden sat down again. Tiredness still tried to take hold of him. He turned and looked at his great hall. "Alas," he said, "these bad days are mine. They come in my old age, not the peace I earned. Alas for Boromir the brave. The young die, and the old stay and grow weak."
He held his knees with his old hands. "Your hands would feel strong again if they held a sword," said Gandalf.
Theoden stood and reached to his side. No sword was there. "Where did Grima hide it?" he said quietly.
"Take this, my lord," said a clear voice. "It has always been yours."
Two men came softly up the steps. Emer was there. He wore no helmet or armor. He held a sword in his hand. He knelt and offered the handle to the king.
"How is this?" said Theoden sharply.
He turned to Emer. The men stared in wonder. Where was the bent old man they had known? Now the king stood proud and tall.
"This is my doing, my lord," said Hammer, shaking. "I thought Emer was to be set free. I was so glad that I may have made a mistake. When he was free again, and as a marshal of the Mark, I brought him his sword, as he asked."
"To place at your feet, my lord," said Eomer.
For a moment, no one spoke. Theoden looked down at Emer, who still knelt. Neither moved. "Will you take the sword?" said Gandalf. Slowly Theoden reached out his hand. When his fingers closed on the handle, strength seemed to return to his arm. He lifted the sword and swung it through the air. The blade shone. Then he cried out with a loud voice. His voice was loud and strong. He spoke in the old language of Rohan, calling the riders to wake and prepare for war. He bade them ready their horses and sound the horns, and he called them to ride out together. The guards thought they themselves were being summoned. They ran up the stairs and looked at their king in amazement. Then they drew their swords and laid them at his feet, asking for orders. Emer cried out with joy, glad to see the king strong again. He said that Gandalf had come with hope this time, not only sorrow.
"Take back your sword, Emer, my sister's son. Hammer, bring me my own blade. Grima has kept it long enough. And bring Grima himself before me. Gandalf, I am ready now to hear your counsel."
"You have already chosen wisely. You trust Emer, and not a man of twisted mind. You have cast aside fear and regret. You are ready to act. Let all who can ride go west at once. We must strike Saruman first, while there is still time. If we fail, all will be lost. If we win, we may face the next danger later. As for those who cannot fight, the women, the children, and the old, let them go to the strongholds in the mountains. They were prepared for such an hour. Take food with you, but do not delay. Carry no heavy treasures. Your lives are worth more than gold."
"This counsel now seems right to me. Let all be made ready at once. But to you, my guests, I would speak with kindness. My hall has shown you too little care. You have ridden all night and have had neither food nor rest. Remain here a while, and eat, and regain your strength."
"There is no time for rest. The men of Rohan will ride today, and we shall ride with them. We did not come to hide behind stone walls. I promised Eomer that we would fight side by side."
"That gives me great hope of victory."
There is hope, yes. Yet Isengard is strong, and other dangers draw near. Do not wait once we have gone. Lead your people swiftly to Dunharrow in the hills.
"No. Your healing has worked well. I myself will go to war. If I must fall, I will fall in the forefront. That thought brings me peace."
Even if Rohan should fall, songs will still be sung of such courage.
The armed men nearby lifted their weapons and shouted that their lord would ride. The people cannot be left without guidance. Who will lead them while you are away?
I will decide that before I go. My counselor is even now coming.
At that moment Hammer returned to the hall, and behind him came Grima Wormtongue. Two men walked at Grima's side. He looked small and afraid, his face pale, his eyes blinking in the sudden light. Hammer knelt and laid a long sword before the king. It was in a fine sheath, set with gold and green stones.
This is Harugrim, Lord. Your ancient sword. It was found in Grima's chest. He was unwilling to surrender the keys. Many things long missing were discovered there.
That is a lie. The king gave me the sword himself.
I now desire it returned. Does that displease you, Grima?
No, Lord. I care only for you and for your house. Do not overtax your strength. Others can deal with these guests. Food is ready. I beg you, sit and eat.
I will go to war myself with my men. I ask you to come with me and show your loyalty.
Wormtongue looked around at all the faces. His eyes moved fast, like an animal that feels trapped. He wet his lips with his pale tongue.
This choice is not strange for a lord of the House of Ural. He is old, but he is proud. Still, people who truly love him would protect his weak years. I see that I am too late. Others have already pushed him into this path. They may not care so much if he dies. I cannot change their work. But please hear me, my lord. Leave someone you trust here in Edoras. Choose a loyal steward. Let me, Grima, keep things safe until you return. I hope you do return, though wise men would not be hopeful.
Ymir laughed. And if that does not save you from going to war, great Wormtongue, what small job would you take? Would you carry food into the mountains, if anyone trusted you with it?
No, Ymir, you do not truly see Wormtongue's mind. He is brave in his way and very clever. Even now he takes a risk and gains something. He has already wasted many hours of my time. Get down, snake! Lie flat! How long ago did Saruman buy you? What did he promise you? When all the men were dead, would you take gold and the woman you wanted? You have watched her for too long and followed her steps.
Ymir grabbed his sword. I knew this already. That is why I wished to kill him before, even if it broke the law of this hall. But there are more reasons.
He stepped forward, but Gandalf stopped him with his hand. Eowyn is safe now. But you, Wormtongue, you have served your true master as much as you could. You have earned some payment. But Saruman often forgets his promises. I suggest you go to him quickly and remind him, before he forgets your service.
You lie.
That word comes too easily from your mouth. I do not lie. Look, the Odin, here is a snake. You cannot take it with you in safety. You cannot leave it here either. Killing it would be fair. But it was not always like this. Once it was a man who served you in his own way. Give him a horse and let him leave now, wherever he chooses. His choice will show his true heart.
Do you hear this, Wormtongue? This is your choice. Ride with me to war, and let battle show if you are loyal. Or go now, wherever you wish. But if we ever meet again, I will show no mercy.
Slowly Wormtongue stood up. He looked at them with narrow eyes. Last, he studied Theoden's face. He opened his mouth to speak, but then stopped. His hands shook. His eyes shone with hate, and the men stepped back. He showed his teeth. Then he spat on the ground before the king's feet. With a sharp breath, he turned and ran down the stairs.
Follow him. Make sure he hurts no one. Do not harm him and do not stop him. Give him a horse if he wants one.
And if any horse will carry him.
One guard ran down the stairs. Another went to the well below the terrace. He filled his helmet with water and washed the stones clean where Wormtongue had spat.
Now, my guests, come. Come and take some food and drink. We have little time.
They went back into the great hall. From below, in the town, they could already hear voices calling and war horns blowing. The king would ride out as soon as the men of the town and nearby lands were armed and ready. At the king's table sat Emer and the 4 guests. Lady Eowyn also stood there to serve the king. They ate and drank quickly. The others stayed quiet while the Rodan asked Gandalf about Saruman. How long has his betrayal lasted? Who can know? He was not always evil. I believe he was once a true friend of Rohan. Even when his heart grew cold, he still found you useful. But for many years now he has planned your fall. He wore the face of a friend until he was ready to strike. During that time, Wormtongue's work was easy. Everything you did was soon known in Isengard. Your land was open, and many strangers came and went. Wormtongue whispered in your ear again and again. He filled your mind with doubt. He made your heart grow cold. He weakened your body. Others saw this, but they could do nothing, because your will was held by him. But when I escaped and warned you, many people saw the truth. The lies were clear then. After that, Wormtongue acted in a risky way. He always tried to slow you down. He tried to stop you from gathering all your power. He was clever and careful. Sometimes he made men feel too calm. Sometimes he made them afraid. He used whatever worked best. Do you remember how he pushed you to send men far north for no good reason? The real danger was in the west. He also talked you into stopping Emer from chasing the orcs. If Emer had obeyed Wormtongue, those orcs would be in Isengard now. They would be carrying something very important. Not the one thing Saruman wants most, but still very important. 2 friends from my group were with them. They share a secret hope. I cannot speak about it yet, even to you, my lord. Think of what pain they might be in now. Think of what Saruman might have learned. It could have destroyed us. I owe much to Emer. He has a true heart, even if his words are sometimes hard. Also say this. To twisted eyes, the truth can look wrong. My eyes were almost blind. I owe most of all to you, my guest. Once again, you came at the right time. I wish to give you a gift before we go. You may choose anything that is mine. I will keep only my sword. Whether I came in time is still not clear. But for your gift, I will choose something fast and strong. Give me Shadowfax. He was only lent before. Now I will ride him into great danger. I will not risk a horse that is not truly mine. Also, he and I already trust each other. You choose well. I give him to you with joy. It is a great gift. There is no horse like Shadowfax. He is like the great horses of long ago. None like him will come again. To my other guests, I offer what we have in my armory. You do not need swords. But there are helmets and coats of mail, made with great skill. They came from Gondor in my father's time. Choose what you wish before we leave. May they protect you well. Men then brought war clothes from the king's store. They dressed Aragorn and Legolas in bright mail. They also chose helmets and round shields. The shields had gold centers and bright stones, green, red, and white. Gandalf took no armor. Gimli did not need a coat of rings. Even if they had one his size, none there was better than his own. His armor was made under the northern mountain. He chose a cap of iron and leather that fit his round head. He also took a small shield. It showed a white running horse on green. This was the sign of the House of Earl. May it keep you safe. It was made for me when I was a boy, in my father Thengil's time.
I am proud to carry your sign, Lord of the Mark. I would rather carry a horse than ride one. I trust my feet more. But maybe I will yet stand and fight.
That may be so. The king then stood up. At once Eowyn came forward with wine.
Furthu Theoden Hal. Take this cup and drink in a happy hour. May you have health when you go and when you return.
Theoden drank from the cup. Then she offered it to the guests. When she stood before Aragorn, she stopped and looked at him. Her eyes were bright. He looked down at her fair face and smiled. As he took the cup, his hand touched hers. He felt her hand shake.
Hail, Aragorn son of Arathorn.
Hail, Lady of Rohan.
His face was troubled now, and he did not smile. When all had drunk, the king walked down the hall to the doors. Guards were waiting there. Heralds stood nearby. All the lords and leaders who were in Edoras or lived close by had gathered. Look! I ride out now, and this may be my last ride. I have no child. My son Theodred is dead. I name Emer, my sister's son, as my heir. If neither of us returns, then choose a new lord as you wish. But now I must leave my people behind. I must choose someone to rule in my place. Who will stay? No one spoke. Is there no one you would choose? Whom do my people trust?
In the House of Earl.
But I cannot spare Emer. And he would not stay. He is the last of that house.
I did not mean Emer. He is not the last. There is Eowyn, daughter of Eamund, his sister. She is brave and strong of heart. All love her. Let her lead the people while we are gone.
It shall be so. Let the heralds tell the people that Lady Eowyn will rule them. Then the king sat on a chair in front of his doors. Eowyn knelt before him. He gave her a sword and a fine coat of armor.
Farewell, sister-daughter. This is a dark time. Still, maybe we will return to the Golden Hall. The people in Dunharrow can defend themselves for a long time. If the battle goes badly, all who escape will go there.
Do not say that. I will wait 1 year for every day until you come back.
As she spoke, she looked at Aragorn, who stood close by.
The king will return. Do not fear. Our fate waits in the east, not in the west.
The king then went down the steps, with Gandalf at his side. The others followed them. As they walked toward the gate, Aragorn looked back. Eowyn stood alone before the doors at the top of the steps. The sword stood upright in front of her. Her hand rested on its handle. She now wore shining armor. In the sunlight, she looked like silver.
At last we are going. Men talk a long time before they act. My axe wants to be used. I know these riders can fight well when the time comes. Still, this kind of war is not good for me. How will I reach the fight? I do not like to sit and bounce like a bag on Gandalf's horse.
It is safer than many places. When the fighting starts, Gandalf will surely let you stand on the ground. Or Shadowfax himself will. An axe is not good for fighting on a horse.
And a dwarf is not a rider. I want to strike orcs, not fight from a horse like men do.
At the gate, a great army waited. There were young men and old men, all ready on their horses. More than 1,000 stood there. Their spears rose like a thick forest. When the Rodan came out, they shouted with joy. Some held the king's horse, Snowmane. Others held the horses of Aragorn and Legolas. Gimli stood there, uneasy and frowning. Then Emer came to him, leading his own horse.
Greetings, Gimli, son of Gloin. I have not learned kind words yet, as you once said. But can we end our quarrel now? I promise not to speak badly again about the Lady of the Wood.
I will put away my anger for now, Emer son of Eamond. But if you ever see Lady Galadriel with your own eyes, you must say she is the most beautiful of all ladies. If not, our friendship will end.
So be it. Until then, forgive me. And as a sign of peace, please ride with me. Gandalf will ride at the front with the king. My horse, Firefoot, can carry us both, if you wish.
I thank you. I will gladly ride with you, if my friend Legolas may ride beside us.
That will be so. Legolas on my left, Aragorn on my right. No one will dare stand against us.
Where is Shadowfax? He runs free over the grass. No man can hold him. Look, there he is, near the river, moving like a shadow among the trees. Gandalf whistled and called the horse by name. Far away, the horse lifted his head and cried out. Then he turned and ran toward them, fast like an arrow.
If the west wind could take a body, it would look like that.
It seems the gift is already given. Listen, everyone. I now name my guest, Gandalf Greyhame, the wisest of all advisors and the most welcome traveller. I make him a lord of this land and a leader of our people, for as long as our kin endure. I give him Shadowfax, the greatest of all horses.
I thank you, King Theoden. Then he suddenly threw back his grey cloak and cast away his hat. He jumped onto the horse. He wore no helmet and no armor. His white hair flew in the wind. His white clothes shone bright in the sun.
Look, the White Rider.
At once, all the people repeated the words. Our king and the White Rider! Ride forth, people of Rohan! The trumpets rang out. The horses jumped and cried loudly. Spears hit shields. Then the king lifted his hand. A strong sound rose, like a fast wind. The last army of Rohan rode west with great noise. Far across the open land, Eowyn saw the bright points of their spears. She stood still and alone in front of the quiet house doors. Chapter 7. Helm's Deep. The sun was already moving down as they left Edoras. The light shone in their eyes. The wide fields of Rohan looked soft and gold. They followed a clear road to the northwest, close to the White Mountains. The land was green and rose and fell gently. They crossed many small, fast rivers at shallow places. Far ahead on the right, the misty mountains stood tall. With each mile, they looked darker and higher. The sun slowly sank in front of them. Evening came from behind. The army did not stop. Need pushed them forward. They feared they would arrive too late. They rode as fast as they could and stopped only a little. The horses of Rohan were strong and quick. Still, the road was long. The way from Edoras to the Isen River was more than 40 leagues. There they hoped to meet the king's men who were holding back Saruman's forces. Night fell around them. At last, they stopped to rest. They had ridden for about 5 hours and were far across the western plain. Still, more than half the road was ahead. Under the stars and the rising moon, they made a wide camp. They lit no fires because they did not know what waited ahead. Guards on horses watched all around. Scouts rode far forward and moved quietly like shadows. The night passed slowly with no news and no danger. At dawn, the horns blew, and soon they rode again. The sky was clear, but the air felt heavy and warm for the time of year. The rising sun looked pale. Behind it, a dark mass followed slowly across the sky, like a great storm coming from the east. In the northwest, another darkness lay near the misty mountains. It spread down from the Wizard's Valley. Gandalf rode back to Legolas, who was beside Ymer. "You have very sharp eyes, Legolas," he said. "You can see far and clear. Tell me, do you see anything toward Isengard?"
"It is very far away," said Legolas. He looked hard and shaded his eyes with his hand. "I see darkness there. I see large shapes moving near the river. They are far away, and I cannot tell what they are. It is not fog or cloud. Some power covers the land with shadow. It moves slowly along the river. It looks like deep shade under many trees flowing down from the hills."
"Behind us comes a storm from Mordor," said Gandalf. "The night will be very dark." As the second day went on, the air grew heavier. In the afternoon, dark clouds reached them. They spread wide and rolled with bright flashes inside. The sun set red in a thick haze. The tips of the riders' spears shone like fire in the last light. The peaks of Thrihorn stood close now, sharp and high, 3 points facing the sunset. In the final red light, men at the front saw a small dark shape. It was a rider coming toward them. They stopped and waited. The rider arrived, tired and worn. His helmet was dented, and his shield was split. He climbed down slowly and stood breathing hard. After a while, he spoke.
"Is Ymer here?" he asked. "You have come at last, but too late and with too few men. Since Theodred fell, things have gone badly. Yesterday we were pushed back over the Isen with heavy loss. Many did not survive the crossing. At night, more enemies crossed the river and attacked our camp. All Isengard must be empty. Saruman has armed the wild hill people of Dunland and sent them too. We could not hold them. Our line broke. Erkenbrand of Westfold has led the men he could save to Helm's Deep. The rest are scattered. Where is Ymer? Tell him there is no hope ahead. He should go back to Edoras before Saruman's forces reach it."
Theoden had sat silent, hidden behind his guards. Now he rode forward.
"Come and stand before me, Chell," he said. "I am here. The last army of the Rohirrim has ridden out. It will not turn back without a fight."
The man's face filled with light and surprise. He stood straighter. Then he knelt and held out his damaged sword to the king.
"Give me your orders, my lord," he cried.
"And forgive me. I thought." "You thought I still stayed in Meduseld," said Theoden. "You thought I was weak, like an old tree under snow. That was true when you rode to war. But a west wind has shaken me awake. Give this man a fresh horse. We ride to help Erkenbrand."
While Theoden spoke, Gandalf rode a little ahead. He stopped and sat alone. He looked north to Isengard and west to the setting sun. Then he came back. "Ride, Theoden," he said. "Ride to Helm's Deep. Do not go to the fords of Isen. Do not stop on the plain. I must leave you for a short time. Shadowfax must carry me on a fast task." He turned to Aragorn, Ymer, and the king's men. "Guard the Lord of the Mark until I return. Wait for me at Helm's Gate. Farewell." He spoke softly to Shadowfax. At once the great horse leapt forward. He ran like an arrow. In a moment he was gone. They saw only silver light in the sunset. The grass moved as if by wind. Then nothing. Snowmanre lifted his head and stepped high, ready to follow. But no horse could catch Shadowfax.
"What does that mean?" asked one guard to Hammer.
"It means Gandalf needs to hurry," said Hammer. "He always comes and goes in sudden ways."
"If Wonton were here, he would explain it easily," said the other.
"That may be," said Hammer. "But I will wait until I see Gandalf again."
"Maybe you will wait a long time," said the other.
The army now turned away from the road to the fords of Isen. They rode south. Night came, but they kept riding. The hills grew closer. The tall peaks of Thrihorn were dark shapes against the sky. Far ahead, beyond the Westfold Vale, there was a green valley in the mountains. A narrow pass opened from it. People called this place Helm's Deep. Long ago, a hero of old wars hid there. The path into the deep became steep and narrow. High cliffs rose on both sides. They blocked the light. At the mouth of the deep stood Helm's Gate. A rock pushed out from the northern cliff. On it stood strong stone walls and a tall tower. People said the kings of Gondor built it long ago. They used great skill and strength. This place was called the Hornburg. When a horn blew on the tower, the sound rang through the deep. It felt like old armies were waking under the hills. A wall ran from the Hornburg to the southern cliff. It closed the entrance to the pass. Under the wall, a stream flowed out through a wide channel. It ran around the rock and down a green slope. Then it flowed out into the Westfold Vale. Erkenbrand lived in the Hornburg at Helm's Gate. He ruled the Westfold near the Mark. When war began to threaten, he fixed the walls and made the place strong. The riders were still in the low valley near the mouth of the deep. Then they heard cries and horns from the scouts ahead. Arrows flew out of the dark. A scout rode back fast. He said wolf riders were in the valley. He said many orcs and wild men were moving south from the fords of Isen. They were going toward Helm's Deep.
We found many of our people lying dead as they tried to flee, said the scout. We met small groups with no leaders. No one knows where Erkenbrand is. He may be caught before he reaches Helm's Gate. He may already be dead.
Has anyone seen Gandalf? Asked Theoden.
Yes, my lord, said the scout. Many saw an old man in white on a horse. He rode across the plains like the wind. Some thought he was Saruman. They say he went toward Isengard before night. Some also say Wormtongue was seen earlier. He went north with a group of orcs.
It will be bad for Wormtongue if Gandalf finds him, said Theoden. I now miss both my helpers, the old and the new. Still, we have no better path. We must go on to Helm's Gate, as Gandalf said, whether Erkenbrand is there or not. Do we know how large the enemy force is?
It is very large, said the scout. A man who runs may see enemies as twice their number. But I spoke with brave men. I believe the enemy is much stronger than all of us here.
Then we must ride fast, said Eomer.
Let us ride through the enemies that stand between us and the strong place. There are caves in Helm's Deep. Many people can hide there. There are also secret paths that go up into the hills.
Do not trust secret paths, said the king. Saruman knows this land well. Still, that place can hold us for a long time. Let us go.
Aragorn and Legolas now rode in front with Eomer. They rode through the dark night, and they went more slowly as it grew darker. The road climbed south, higher and higher, toward the feet of the mountains. They met only a few enemies. Sometimes they saw small groups of orcs, but the orcs ran away before the riders could catch them.
I fear it will not take long, said Eomer. Before the enemy leader knows the king's army is coming. This will reach Saruman, or the captain he has sent.
The sound of war followed them from behind. In the dark, they heard rough singing carried on the wind. They rode far into the deeping valley and then looked back. They saw many torches behind them, like red lights on the black land. Some lights moved in long lines from the low fields. In some places, bigger fires burned bright.
It is a large army and it is close behind us, said Aragorn.
They bring fire, said the Roden. They burn as they come. They burn houses, farms, and trees. This valley was rich and full of homes. I am sad for my people.
I wish it were day, said Aragorn, so we could ride down on them like a strong wind from the mountains. It hurts me to run from them.
We will not run much farther, said Eomer. Helm's Dyke is close ahead. It is an old ditch and wall across the valley. It lies below Helm's Gate. There we can turn and fight.
No, said the Roden. We are too few to guard the dike. It is very long, and the broken place in it is wide.
At the broken place, our rear guard must stand if they press us, said Eomer.
There was no star or moon when the riders reached the broken place in the dike. A stream flowed out there, and the road ran down from the Hornburg. The wall rose before them like a tall shadow beyond a dark hollow. As they came near, a guard called out to them.
The Lord of the Mark rides to Helm's Gate, Eomer said. I am Eomer, son of Eamund.
This is better news than we hoped for, said the guard. Hurry. The enemy is very close.
The army passed through the broken place and stopped on the grassy slope above. Then they heard good news. Erkenbrand had left many men to guard Helm's Gate. More men had also escaped there later.
Maybe we have 1,000 men able to fight on foot, said Gamling. But many are too old, like me. Others are too young, like my grandson here. What news of Erkenbrand? Yesterday we heard he was coming here with the best riders of Westfold. But he has not arrived.
I fear he will not come now, said Eomer. Our scouts have found no sign of him. The enemy fills the whole valley behind us.
I wish he had escaped, said the Roden. He was a strong and brave man. The courage of Helm Hammerhand lived in him. But we cannot wait here. We must bring all our forces behind the walls now. Do you have enough supplies? We bring little food. We rode out to fight in the open, not to stay in a long defense.
In the caves of the deep behind us are most of the people of Westfold, said Gamling. There are old people and young ones, women and children. Much food is stored there. Many animals and their feed are there too.
That is good, said Eomer. The enemy is ruining all that is left in the valley.
If they come to trade for our goods at Helm's Gate, they will pay a high price, said Gamling.
The king and his riders moved on. They stopped before the stone road that crossed the stream. They got off their horses. In a long line, they led the horses up the slope and went inside the gates of the Hornburg. The people there welcomed them with joy and new hope. Now there were enough men to guard both the fort and the wall. Eomer worked fast. He put his men in their places. The king and his close guard stayed inside the Hornburg. Many men from the Westfold were there too. But Eomer sent most of his strength to the deeping wall and its tower. He felt this place was more at risk if the enemy attacked with great force. The horses were led far up the deep and guarded by the few men who could be spared. The deeping wall was very high, about 20 feet. It was very thick, for men could walk side by side on the top. A low wall protected them, so only tall men could see over it. There were small gaps in the stone where men could shoot arrows. You could reach the wall by a stair from a door in the outer yard of the Hornburg. There were also 3 sets of steps going up from the deep behind it. But the front of the wall was smooth. The stones were set so well that no one could climb them. At the top, the wall leaned out like a cliff. Gimli stood on the wall and leaned on the stone edge. Legolas sat higher up, on the top wall. He held his bow and looked into the dark.
This place suits me, said the dwarf, stamping his foot on the stone. My heart feels strong when I am near the mountains. The rock here is good and hard. This land feels strong. I felt it under my feet as we came up. Give me 1 year and 100 of my people, and I would make this place so strong that armies would fail against it.
I believe you, said Legolas. But you are a dwarf, and dwarfs are different. I do not like this place. I will like it even less when daylight comes. Still, you make me feel better, Gimli. I am glad you stand near me with your strong legs and your heavy axe. I wish more of your people were here. But even more, I wish we had 100 good archers from Mirkwood. We will need them. The riders can use bows in their way, but there are too few here. Far too few.
It is too dark to shoot well, said Gimli. It is time to sleep. Sleep? I feel very tired, more than I ever thought a dwarf could. Riding makes the body weary. Still, my axe feels eager in my hand. Give me a line of enemies and space to move, and my tiredness would be gone.
Time passed slowly. Far down in the valley, small fires still burned. The forces from Isengard were moving closer in silence. Their lights could be seen climbing the narrow valley in many long lines. Suddenly, loud shouts and cries rose from the dike. The sharp calls of fighting men filled the air. Burning sticks appeared at the edge and gathered at the broken place. Then they spread out and went dark. Men rode back fast across the field and up the slope to the gate of the Hornburg. The last guards from the Westfold had been pushed back.
The enemy is close, they said. We used all our arrows and stopped many of them at the dike. But it will not slow them for long. They are already climbing the bank in many places, moving in great numbers. At least we have shown them not to carry burning lights.
It was after midnight. The sky was very dark. The air was heavy and quiet, like before a storm. Suddenly, a bright light cut across the clouds. Lightning struck the hills in the east. For a short moment, the people on the walls could see everything clearly. The land between them and the dike was bright white. It was full of moving black shapes. Some were short and wide. Some were tall and frightening, with high helmets and dark shields. Many more were climbing over the dike and coming through a broken place. The dark mass moved toward the walls from one side to the other. Thunder rolled in the valley. Heavy rain began to fall. Arrows flew like rain over the walls. They hit the stones with sharp sounds. Some arrows hit people. The attack on Helm's Deep had started. But inside the walls, all was silent. No voices answered. No arrows were shot back. The attackers stopped for a moment. The tall rock and strong wall scared them. Again and again, lightning broke the darkness. Then the orcs screamed. They waved spears and swords. They shot many arrows at anyone seen on the walls. The men of the mark looked out in shock. To them, it looked like a huge dark field moving in a wild storm. Every shape flashed with sharp light. Loud trumpets sounded. The enemy rushed forward. Some ran toward the deeping wall. Others ran toward the road and ramp that led to the gates of the Hornburg. The biggest orcs were there, with the wild men from Dunland. They stopped for a second. Then they moved again. Lightning flashed. On every helmet and shield, the white hand of Isengard could be seen. They reached the top of the rock. They pushed toward the gates. At last, the defenders answered. Arrows flew out in great numbers. Stones fell like rain. The attackers stopped and fell back. Then they charged again. They broke again and came again. Each time, they came a little closer, like waves moving higher on a shore. Trumpets sounded again. A loud group of men ran forward. They held big shields over their heads like a roof. In the middle, they carried 2 huge tree trunks. Behind them, orc archers stood close together. They shot many darts at the bowmen on the walls. The group reached the gates. Strong arms swung the tree trunks. They hit the wooden doors with loud crashes. When one man fell from falling stones, 2 others quickly took his place. Again and again, the tree trunks hit the gates. Emer and Aragorn stood together on the deeping wall. They heard the loud voices and the heavy hit on the gates. Then lightning flashed, and they saw the danger clearly.
"Come," said Aragorn. "This is the time to fight side by side."
They ran fast along the wall. They went up the steps and entered the outer yard on the rock. As they ran, some strong soldiers joined them. There was a small door in the west wall, where the cliff met the wall. A narrow path ran there toward the main gate, between the wall and the edge of the rock. Emer and Aragorn ran through the small door together, with their men close behind. Both drew their swords at the same time.
"Guthwin," cried Eomer. "Guthwin for the mark."
"Anduril," cried Aragorn. "Anduril for the Dunedain."
They attacked from the side and rushed into the wild men. Aragorn's sword rose and fell, shining with bright light. A cry rose from the wall and towers. "Anduril! Anduril goes to war! The broken blade shines again." The men with the tree trunks dropped them and turned to fight. But their shield line broke quickly, like under a sudden storm. They were pushed back, knocked down, or thrown over the rock into the stream below. The orc archers shot without aim and then ran away. For a short time, Emer and Aragorn stood before the gates. The thunder was now far away. Lightning still flashed in the southern mountains. A cold wind blew again from the north. The clouds broke apart and moved away. Stars appeared. Over the western hills, the moon shone yellow through the broken clouds.
"We came just in time," said Aragorn as he looked at the gates. The hinges and iron bars were twisted. Many wooden parts were split. The doors cannot take another attack like that.
"But we cannot stay outside the walls," said Eomer. "Look!" He pointed to the road. Many orcs and men were gathering again beyond the stream. Arrows flew and hit the stones around them. "Come! We must go back and block the gates from inside with stone and wood. Come now!"
They turned and ran. At that time, many orcs who looked dead on the ground suddenly stood up. They ran fast and quiet from behind. 2 orcs jumped near Emer's feet and made him fall. In a moment, they were on him. Then a small, dark shape jumped from the shadows. No one had seen him before. He shouted in a rough voice. An axe moved in a wide swing. 2 orcs fell at once and did not move again. The other orcs ran away. Emer pushed himself up. Aragorn ran back to help him. The small gate was closed again. The iron door was locked. Stones were placed inside to block it. When everyone was safe, Emer spoke.
"Thank you, Gimli son of Gloin. I did not know you came with us. But sometimes a guest we do not ask for is the best friend. How did you get there?"
I followed you because I felt sleepy. I saw the enemies. They were too big for me. So I sat by a stone and watched you fight.
"I cannot repay you easily."
There may be many chances before night ends. I am happy now. Since I left Moria, I have only cut wood. 2.
He said, touching his axe. He had gone back to his place on the wall.
2. I have more. But now I must feel around for arrows. I have none left. Still, my count is at least 20. But that is very small in such a great battle.
The sky became clear. The moon was going down and shone bright. But the light gave little hope to the riders of Rohan. The enemy looked larger, not smaller. More were still coming up from the valley through the broken wall. The attack on the rock gave only a short rest. The fight at the gates became stronger. At the deeping wall, the army of Isengard made a loud noise like the sea. Orcs and wild men filled the ground along the wall. They threw ropes with hooks over the top faster than men could cut them. Many long ladders were raised. Some were pushed down and broke. But more took their place. Orcs climbed them quickly in the dark. Dead bodies lay thick at the foot of the wall. The piles grew higher, and still the enemy came. The men of Rohan grew very tired. All their arrows were gone. Their swords were damaged. Their shields were broken. 3 times Aragorn and Emer called them together. 3 times Aragorn led a strong charge. Each time, they pushed the enemy away from the wall. Then a loud cry rose from the deep behind them. Orcs had crept through the water tunnel where the stream flowed out. They hid near the rocks. They waited until the fight above was strongest and most defenders were on the wall. Then they rushed out. Some were already among the horses, fighting the guards.
Gimli jumped down from the wall with a loud cry that echoed on the rocks. He soon had much fighting to do. He shouted that the orcs were behind the wall. He called for Legolas to come. There are enough for both of us.
Gamling the Old heard the dwarf's voice above the noise. He looked down from the Hornburg. The orcs are in the deep.
He called the men of Helm. He ran down the steps with many fighters from Westfold. They attacked fast and hard. The orcs fell back. Soon they were trapped in the narrow path. All were killed or driven away, screaming, into the deep gorge.
21. He struck once more and the last orc fell at his feet. Now I am ahead of Master Legolas again.
We must close this tunnel. Dwarfs know stone well. Please help us.
We do not shape stone with axes in battle. But I will help as I can.
They gathered small rocks and broken stones. With Gimli's guidance, the men of Westfold blocked the inside of the tunnel. Only a small opening stayed. The stream, filled by rain, pushed and swirled. Cold water spread across the ground.
It will be dry above. Come, Gamling. Let us see the wall.
He climbed up and found Legolas with Aragorn and Emer. The elf was sharpening his knife. For a short time, the enemy attack slowed. The tunnel plan had failed.
21.
Good. But my count is now 24. I used my knife here.
Emer and Aragorn leaned on their swords. They were very tired. Far to the left, the loud sounds of fighting on the rock rose again. The Hornburg still stood strong, like a small island in a dark sea. The main gates were broken. But inside, behind piles of wood and stone, no enemy had crossed yet. Aragorn looked up at the pale stars. He watched the moon move down behind the hills around the valley.
This night feels very long, he said. When will the day come?
Morning is close, said Gamling, who had climbed up next to him. But I fear the morning will not save us.
Still, morning always brings hope to men, said Aragorn.
But these enemies from Isengard will not fear the sun, said Gamling. They are half-orcs and wild men, made cruel by Saruman. They do not care about light or dark. Do you hear their voices?
I hear them, said Eomer. To me, they sound like shouting animals and wild birds.
Many of them speak the Dunland language, said Gamling. I know that language. It is very old. Long ago, men in this land spoke it. Listen. They hate us, and they are happy. They think we will surely die. They shout about taking our king. They call us bad names. They still remember old anger from many years ago, when Gondor gave this land to Earl. Saruman has made that old anger stronger. These people are fierce now. They will not stop at night or morning. They will fight until King Theoden is taken, or until they all fall.
Even so, the day gives me hope, said Aragorn. People say no enemy has ever taken the Hornburg when men defended it.
So the songs say, said Ymir.
Then we must defend it and keep hope, said Aragorn.
As they spoke, loud horns sounded. Then there was a loud crash. Fire and smoke burst out. The water from the stream rushed free with noise and foam. A large hole had been blown in the wall. Dark shapes poured inside.
This is Saruman's evil work, cried Aragorn. They came through the water tunnel again. They used fire under the wall.
He shouted and jumped down toward the broken place. At the same time, many ladders were raised against the walls. Enemies climbed over and rushed in below. The last attack came like a dark flood. The defense broke. Some riders were pushed back deeper into the stronghold. They fought and fell as they moved, step by step, toward the caves. Others fought their way back toward the inner tower. A wide stone stair led up from the deep to the rock and the rear gate of the Hornburg. Aragorn stood near the bottom. His sword shone in his hand. For a short time, the fear of the blade held the enemies back. One by one, the defenders ran up the stair toward the gate. Above them, Legolas knelt on the steps. His bow was ready, but he had only one arrow left. He watched closely, waiting to shoot the first enemy who came near.
Everyone who can has gone inside, Aragorn, he called. Come back.
Aragorn turned and ran up the stair. He was very tired and stumbled. At once, enemies rushed forward. They shouted and reached for him. The first one fell when Legolas shot his last arrow. But others jumped over the body. Then a large stone fell from above and smashed onto the stair. It pushed the enemies back into the deep. Aragorn reached the door. It closed hard behind him.
This is going badly, my friends, he said, wiping sweat from his face.
Bad, yes, said Legolas. But not hopeless while you are here. Where is Gimli?
I do not know, said Aragorn. I last saw him fighting behind the wall. Then we were separated.
That is sad news, said Legolas.
He is strong and brave, said Aragorn. I hope he can reach the caves. He would be safe there for a time. Safer than we are. A cave is a good place for a dwarf.
That must be my hope, said Legolas. But I wish he came this way. I wanted to tell him my count is now 39.
If he reaches the caves, he will pass your count again, Aragorn said with a tired laugh. I have never seen an axe used like his.
I must find more arrows, said Legolas. I wish this night would end. I shoot better in clear light.
Aragorn went into the inner tower. There he learned, with fear, that Ymir had not reached the Hornburg.
No, he did not come to the rock, said one of the Westfold men.
I last saw him as he gathered men and fought at the entrance of the deep. Gamling was with him, and the dwarf too. I could not reach them. Aragorn walked quickly across the inner yard. He climbed to a high chamber in the tower. The king stood there, dark against a narrow window, looking out over the valley.
What news do you bring, Aragorn?
The wall at the deep has fallen, my lord. The defense there is broken. But many have escaped and reached the rock.
Is Ymir here?
No, my lord. Many of your men returned into the deep. Some believe Ymir is with them. In the narrow paths they may delay the enemy and reach the caves. I do not know what hope they have there.
More hope than we have. They say there is food in the caves. The air is clean, with openings high in the rock. No one can force the entrance if strong men defend it. They may hold out for a long time.
But the orcs brought a cruel device from Orthanc. They used fire that breaks stone. With it they shattered the wall. If they cannot enter the caves, they may seal the exits. Now we must think of our own defense.
I feel trapped here. If I could ride before my men with spear in hand, I might feel battle's joy once more. Here, I do little.
Here you are in the strongest place of the mark. We can guard you better in the Hornburg than in Edoras, or in the mountain camp.
They say the Hornburg has never fallen. Yet my heart is uneasy. The world is changing. Things once strong now seem weak. How can any tower stand against such numbers and such blind hatred? If I had known Isengard's strength, I might not have ridden out. Gandalf's counsel seems doubtful now.
Do not judge his counsel yet, my lord.
The end will come soon. But I will not end here like an old beast in a trap. My horse waits in the yard. At dawn, I will sound the horn and ride out. Will you ride with me, son of Arathorn? Perhaps we shall break through, or make an end worthy of song.
I will ride with you.
Aragorn left the king and returned to the walls. He moved along the battlements, speaking to the men and aiding where the fighting was fiercest. Legolas remained at his side. Flames burst below, shaking the stones. Hooks and ladders rose against the walls. Again and again the orcs climbed, and again they were driven back. At last Aragorn stood above the great gate. Arrows flew, but he paid them no heed. He saw the eastern sky grow pale. Then he lifted his empty hand, palm open, asking for parley.
The king will stay or come by his own choice. I looked out to see the morning. No one knows what a new day will bring. Go back before it brings you harm. No enemy has ever taken the Hornburg. Leave now or none of you will escape. No one will carry news north. You do not understand the danger you face.
A great power showed in Aragorn as he stood alone above the broken gate, facing his enemies. Some of the wild men stopped. They felt fear. They looked back to the valley. Some looked up at the sky. But the orcs laughed loudly. They shot many arrows and darts. Aragorn jumped down from the wall. Suddenly there was a loud crash and a burst of fire. The gate where Aragorn had stood broke apart. Stones fell with smoke and dust. The barrier was thrown aside like it was hit by great force. Aragorn ran toward the king's tower. As the gate fell, the orcs shouted and got ready to attack. But then they heard a low sound behind them. It was like wind far away. The sound grew into many voices speaking strange news in the early light. The orcs on the rock became unsure. They turned and looked back. Then, without warning, a deep and strong horn sounded from the tower above. Everyone who heard the horn shook with fear or surprise. Many orcs fell to the ground. They covered their ears. The sound came again and again. It echoed from the cliffs and hills, as if many strong messengers were blowing horns together. On the walls, the men lifted their heads. They listened in wonder. The sound did not fade. The horns kept calling, closer and louder, answering each other across the hills.
Helm! Helm! Helm has returned. Helm comes back to fight. Helm for King Theoden.
With that cry, the king appeared. His horse was white like snow. His shield shone gold. His spear was long. Aragorn rode at his right side. Behind them came the lords of the House of Earl the Young. The sky began to grow light. The night was ending. Forward, Eorlingers! With a great shout and loud noise, they charged. They rushed down from the gates. They crossed the causeway. They drove through the army of Isengard like a strong wind through tall grass. Behind them, men came from the deep. They came out of the caves. They shouted and pushed the enemy away. All the men left on the rock poured out to fight. The sound of horns still rang in the hills. The king and his riders kept moving forward. Leaders and strong fighters fell or ran away before them. No orc or man could stand against them. The riders came from behind with swords and spears. In front of the enemy lay the open valley. Fear filled them as the day rose. They cried out in panic and surprise. So King Theoden rode from Helm's Gate and cut his way to the great dike. There the group stopped. The light grew bright around them. Sunlight came over the eastern hills. It shone on their spears. They stayed silent on their horses. They looked down into the deepening valley. The land was not the same. Before, it had been a green valley with soft hills. Now a forest stood there. Tall trees rose close together. They were bare and still. Their branches were tangled. Their roots lay in the long grass. Dark shadows lay under them. Between the dike and the edge of the forest was only a short open space. There, the army of Saruman huddled in fear. They feared the king. They feared the trees. They ran down from Helm's Gate until the land above the dike was empty. Below it, they were crowded tightly together. They tried to climb the valley walls to escape, but they could not. On the east, the valley side was too steep and rocky. On the left, from the west, danger was coming closer. Then, on a ridge, a rider appeared. He wore white and shone in the morning sun. Horns sounded over the low hills. Behind him came many men on foot. They moved quickly down the slopes. Their swords were ready in their hands. Among them walked a tall and strong man. His shield was red. When he reached the edge of the valley, he lifted a great black horn. He blew a clear and powerful call.
Erkenbrand. Erkenbrand.
Look, the White Rider. Gandalf has returned.
Mithrandir, Mithrandir. This is true magic. Come. I want to see this forest before the spell changes.
The hosts of Isengard cried out loud. They moved from side to side in fear. They did not know where to run. The horn sounded again from the tower. The king's men ran down through the broken wall. At the same time, Erkenbrand, Lord of Westfold, came down from the hills. Shadowfax jumped forward like a fast deer in the mountains. The White Rider was there. Fear filled the enemy when they saw him. The wild men fell down on the ground. The orcs shook with fear. They cried out and dropped their weapons. They ran away like dark smoke in strong wind. Crying, they ran under the shadow of the trees. No one ever came back from there. Chapter 8. The Road to Isengard. In the fresh light of morning, King Theoden met Gandalf the White Rider again. They stood on green grass by the deeping stream. Aragorn, son of Arathorn, was there. Legolas the elf was there too. Erkenbrand of Westfold came, and the lords of the Golden House. Around them stood the Rohirrim, the riders of the Mark. They were happy to win, but also full of wonder. Their eyes kept looking at the wood. Suddenly there was a loud shout. From the dike came the men who had been pushed back into the deep. Gamling the Old came first. Eomer son of Eamund was with him. Gimli the dwarf walked beside them. He had no helmet. A cloth was tied around his head, and it was marked with blood. Still, his voice was strong and clear.
42, Master Legolas. My axe is damaged. The last one wore iron on his neck. How many did you count?
You have one more than me. But I am glad. I am happy to see you standing and alive.
Welcome, Eomer, son of my sister. Now that I see you safe, my heart is glad.
Greetings, Lord of the Mark. The dark night is over. Day has come again. But this day brings strange news. You come again when we need help, and we did not expect you.
Not expect me? I said I would return and meet you here.
But you did not say when, or how you would come. Your help is strange. You are strong in your magic, Gandalf the White.
Maybe. But I have not shown much power. I only gave advice in danger. I used the speed of Shadowfax. Your own courage did more. The men of Westfold also did much by walking all night. They looked at Gandalf with even more wonder. Some looked at the wood with fear. They touched their faces, as if they did not trust their own eyes.
The trees? I see them as clearly as you do. But this is not my work. It is something beyond the plans of the wise. It is better than I hoped.
Then whose power is it? It is not Saruman's. Is there someone greater we do not know?
It is not magic. It is a power much older. It walked the world before elves sang or tools were made. It lived before iron and before cutting trees. It walked the forests long ago.
And what is the answer to this riddle?
If you want to know, come with me to Isengard. To Isengard? Yes. I will go back to Isengard. Those who wish may come with me. We will see strange things there.
But there are not enough men in the mark. Even if all were healed and rested, we could not attack Saruman's strong place.
Still, I go to Isengard. I will not stay long. After that, I must go east. Look for me in Edoras before the moon grows thin.
No. Before dawn I had doubts. But we will not part now. I will come with you, if you think it is right.
I wish to speak with Saruman soon. He has hurt you greatly. It is right that you are there. But how fast can you ride?
My men are tired from battle. I am tired too. I have ridden far and slept little. My age is real. It is not only from Wormtongue's words. No healer can fully cure it, not even you, Gandalf.
Then let those who will ride with me rest now. We will travel when evening comes. It is better to move quietly. From now on, our movement should be as secret as possible. Do not take many men with you, Theoden. We go to speak, not to fight. The king chose men who were not hurt and had fast horses. He sent them to every valley of the Mark. They carried news of the victory. They also brought the king's call. All people, young and old, had to come quickly to Edoras. There the Lord of the Mark would call a meeting. It would be on the third day after the full moon. The king chose Emer and 20 men from his house to ride with him to Isengard. Gandalf would go with Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli. The dwarf would not stay behind, even though he was hurt.
It was a small hit. My helmet stopped it. A small orc cut cannot stop me.
I will care for it while you rest.
The king then went back to the Hornburg. He slept in peace, like he had not slept for many years. The rest of his chosen men also rested. But the others who were not hurt began hard work. Many had died in the battle. They lay on the field and in the deep. No orcs were left alive. There were too many bodies to count. Many hillmen had given up. They were afraid and asked for mercy. The men of the Mark took away their weapons. Then they made them work. Now help to fix the harm you helped to make. After this, you must promise never to cross the fords of Isen with weapons. You must also promise never to fight with the enemies of men. Then you may go free to your land. Saruman lied to you. Many of you died because you trusted him. Even if you had won, your reward would not have been much better. The men of Dunland were very surprised. Saruman had told them that the men of Rohan were cruel and burned prisoners alive. In the field before the Hornburg, 2 burial mounds were made. Under them lay all the riders of the Mark who died in the defense. The men from the East Dales were on one side. The men from the Westfold were on the other side. The men of Dunland were buried apart, in a mound below the dike. Hammer, the captain of the king's guard, lay alone in a grave under the shadow of the Hornburg. He died before the gate. The orc bodies were placed in large piles, far from the mounds of men, near the edge of the forest. The people were uneasy. There were too many bodies to bury or burn. They did not have much wood. No one dared to cut the strange trees. Gandalf had warned them not to harm the trees in any way. Let the orcs stay where they are. The morning may bring new ideas. In the afternoon, the king's company prepared to leave. The burial work had only just begun. Theoden was sad for Hammer, his captain. He threw the first earth onto Hammer's grave.
Saruman has done great harm to me and to this land. I will remember this when we meet.
The sun was moving toward the western hills when at last Theoden, Gandalf, and their companions rode down from the dike. Behind them stood a great crowd. There were riders and people of the Westfold, old and young, women and children. They had come out of the caves. They sang a song of victory with clear voices. Then they became quiet. They wondered what would happen next. They looked at the trees and felt fear. The riders came to the forest and stopped. Both men and horses did not want to go in. The trees looked grey and threatening. A shadow or light mist lay around them. Long branches hung down low, like reaching hands. Roots rose from the ground like strange shapes. Dark holes opened under the trees. But Gandalf went ahead and led the group. Where the road met the forest, they saw an opening like a wide gate under strong branches. Gandalf passed through it, and the others followed. To their surprise, the road continued inside. The stream ran beside it. The sky above was open and filled with golden light. On both sides, the deep parts of the forest were already dark. They stretched away into thick shadow. From there came sounds of slow creaking and distant cries. There was also a low, angry murmur, like voices with no words. No orc or other creature could be seen. Legolas and Gimli now rode together on one horse. They stayed close to Gandalf, because Gimli was afraid of the forest.
It feels hot here. I feel strong anger around us. Do you feel the air shake in your ears?
Yes. What has become of the poor orcs? Said Legolas. That, I think, no one will ever know, said Gandalf. They rode for some time without speaking. Legolas kept looking to the left and right. Many times he wanted to stop and listen to the forest. Gimli did not let him stop.
These trees are the strangest I have ever seen, Legolas said. I have seen many trees grow and grow old. I wish we had time to walk among these trees. They have voices. If I stayed longer, I could learn what they think.
No, no, said Gimli. Let us go away from them. I think I know their thoughts. They hate all who walk on two legs. Their words are about breaking and squeezing.
Not all who walk on two legs, said Legolas. I think you are wrong. They hate orcs. Orcs do not belong here. These trees know little about elves and men. Orcs came from faraway valleys. I think they come from the deep lands of Fangorn.
Then this is the most dangerous forest in Middle-earth, said Gimli. I am thankful for what they have done, but I do not love them. You may find them amazing. But I have seen something greater in this land. It is more beautiful than any forest or field. My heart is still full of it. Men are strange, Legolas. They have one of the great wonders of the north. What do they call it? Caves, they say. Just caves. Holes to hide in during war. Places to keep food. But Legolas, do you know the caves of Helm's Deep? They are huge and beautiful. Dwarfs would travel far just to look at them. They would gladly pay gold for a short look.
And I would pay gold to stay away, said Legolas. I would pay double to get out if I went inside by mistake.
You have not seen them, so I forgive your joke, said Gimli. But your words are foolish. Do you think the halls of your king in Mirkwood are beautiful? Dwarfs helped build them long ago. But they are small when compared to the caves I saw here. These halls are beyond measure. There is always the soft sound of water falling into pools. The pools are fair and bright, like a lake under stars. Legolas, when the torches are lit and people walk on the sandy floors, the sound echoes above. Gems and crystals shine in the smooth walls. Lines of precious stone glow in the light. The light passes through pale stone like thin shells, clear and gentle, like the hands of Queen Galadriel. There are tall pillars in white, yellow, and soft red. They twist into shapes from dreams. They rise from floors full of color and reach the shining shapes on the roof. These shapes look like wings, ropes, and curtains made of frozen cloud. They look like spears and banners hanging in the air. Still lakes reflect them. A shining world looks up from dark water, covered like clear glass. Great halls and wide paths go on and on. They reach deep places where no light ever comes. Then a small drop of water falls. Circles move across the surface, and all the towers seem to bend and shake like plants under the sea. Then evening comes. The lights grow dim and fade. The torches move on to another room, and another dream. There is room after room, Legolas. Hall after hall. Dome after dome. Stair after stair. The paths turn and go deep into the heart of the mountains. Caves. The caves of Helm's Deep. I was happy to go there by chance. It makes me sad to leave them.
Then I wish this luck for you, Gimli, said the elf. I hope you live through the war and return to see them again. But do not tell all your people. From your words, there may be little left for them to do. Maybe the men here are wise to speak little. One busy family of dwarfs with tools could spoil more than they improve.
No, you do not understand, said Gimli. No dwarf could see such beauty and feel nothing. No one of Durin's people would dig there for stone or gold, even if riches were easy to find. Do you cut down trees full of flowers in spring just for firewood? We would care for these stone gardens, not break them. We would work slowly and carefully. Maybe we would take only a tiny piece of stone in a whole day. Over many years, we would open new paths. We would show rooms that are now dark, only seen as empty space behind cracks in the rock. And lights, Legolas. We would make lights, like the lamps of old in Khazad-dûm. When we wished, we would push away the darkness that has rested there since the hills were made. When we wished to rest, we would let the night return.
You move my heart, Gimli, said Legolas. I have never heard you speak like this before. You almost make me sorry that I did not see these caves. Come, let us make a promise. If we both come safely through the dangers ahead, we will travel together for a while.
You will go with me to Fangorn. Then I will go with you to see Helm's Deep.
That is not the road I would choose, said Gimli. But I will go through Fangorn if you promise to return to the caves with me. I want you to see their beauty.
You have my promise, said Legolas. But now we must leave both the caves and the forest for a time. Look! The trees are ending. Gandalf, how far is Isengard?
About 15 leagues, said Gandalf. 5 leagues from Deepingcombe to the river crossing. Then 10 more to the gates of Isengard. But we will not ride all night.
When we arrive, what will we see? Asked Gimli. You may know, but I cannot guess.
I do not know for sure, said Gandalf. I was there last night, but many things can change. Still, I think you will feel the journey was worth it, even if the shining caves are left behind. At last they rode out of the trees. They reached the bottom of the valley. There the road split. One road went east to Edoras. The other went north to the river crossing. As they left the forest, Legolas stopped. He looked back with sadness. Then he cried out.
There are eyes, he said. Eyes watching from the shadows in the branches. I have never seen eyes like these.
The others stopped and turned. Legolas began to ride back.
No, no, cried Gimli. Do what you want in your madness. But let me get off this horse first. I do not want to see any eyes.
Stay, Legolas Greenleaf, said Gandalf. Do not go back into the forest yet. This is not your time. As he spoke, 3 strange beings stepped out from the trees. They were very tall as trolls. They were more than 12 feet high. Their bodies were strong like young trees. They seemed to wear tight clothes or thick skin in grey and brown colors. Their arms and legs were long. Their hands had many fingers. Their hair was stiff, and their beards were grey and green like moss. Their eyes were calm and serious. They did not look at the riders. They looked to the north. Then they lifted their long hands to their mouths. They made clear calling sounds, like horns, but softer and more beautiful. Other calls answered them. The riders then saw more of these beings coming from the north. They walked fast through the grass with long steps. The riders cried out in wonder. Some put their hands on their swords. You do not need weapons, said Gandalf. These are only herdsmen. They are not enemies. They are not concerned with us. That was true. The tall beings did not look at the riders. They walked into the forest and disappeared.
Herdsmen, said Theoden. Where are their animals? What are they, Gandalf? It is clear they are not strange to you.
They are shepherds of the trees, said Gandalf. Have you forgotten old stories told by the fire? Even children in your land could guess the answer. You have seen Ents, my king. These are Ents from Fangorn Forest, which you call the Entwood. That name was not given by chance. To them, your people are only a short story. Many years mean little to them. The deeds of your house are small in their long lives.
The king was silent for a while. Ents, he said at last. I begin to understand the wonder of trees from old tales. I have lived to see strange days. For a long time we cared for our animals and fields. We built houses and made tools. We rode to war to help Minas Tirith. We called this the life of men. We did not care much about what lay beyond our land. We have songs about such things, but we forget them. We teach them only to children. Now these songs have come alive. They walk among us under the sun.
You should be glad, King Theoden, said Gandalf. Not only the life of men is in danger. The lives of old and forgotten beings are also at risk. You have allies, even if you did not know them.
Still, I feel sad as well, said Theoden. No matter how the war ends, will many beautiful and wonderful things leave this world forever?
It may be so, said Gandalf. The evil of Sauron cannot be fully healed. We cannot make it disappear. These hard days are our fate. Now let us continue the journey we have started. The group turned away from the valley and the trees. They rode toward the fords. Legolas followed, but he did not want to leave. The sun was already down. It had gone behind the edge of the world. When they left the hills and looked west to the Gap of Rohan, the sky was still red. A strong red light shone under the clouds. Many blackbirds flew across the sky. They looked dark against the red light. Some flew over the riders and cried sadly as they went back to the rocks.
The birds that eat dead flesh have been busy at the battle place, said J.R.R.
They rode slowly now. Night came down over the wide plains. The moon rose slowly. It was almost full. Its cold silver light shone on the grasslands. The land rose and fell like a great grey sea. They had ridden for about 4 hours since the road split. Then they came close to the fords. Long slopes went down to the river. The water spread over stones between high grassy banks. On the wind, they heard wolves crying. Their hearts felt heavy. They remembered the many men who had died here. The road went down between grassy banks. It cut through the land to the river, then went up on the other side. There were 3 lines of flat stones to walk across the water. There were also shallow places for horses. These paths led from both sides to a small bare island in the middle. The riders looked down at the crossings. It felt strange to them. The fords were usually loud, with water rushing over stones. Now they were quiet. The river was almost dry. Only stones and grey sand lay there.
This place feels empty and sad, said J.R.R. What illness has come to the river? Saruman has ruined many good things. Has he destroyed the springs of the Isen too?
It seems so, said Gandalf.
Must we go this way, said the Roden, where animals feed on so many good riders of the mark?
This is the road we must take, said Gandalf. Your men fell bravely, and that is a great sorrow. But the mountain wolves will not eat them. The orcs do that. They are friends of the wolves, in their own dark way. Come. They rode down to the river. As they came closer, the wolves stopped crying and moved away. They felt fear when they saw Gandalf in the moonlight. His horse, Shadowfax, shone like silver. The riders crossed to the small island. From the dark riverbanks, pale shining eyes watched them. Look, said Gandalf. Friends have worked here. They saw a mound in the middle of the island. Stones circled it. Many spears stood around it. Here lie all the men of the mark who fell near this place, said Gandalf.
Let them rest here, said J.R.R. Even when their spears break and rust, may this mound stand for a long time and guard the fords of Isen.
Did you do this too, Gandalf, my friend? Said the Roden. You did much in one night.
With the help of Shadowfax and others, said Gandalf. I rode fast and far. Listen now, and take comfort. Many men fell here, but not as many as people said. More were lost and scattered than killed. I gathered all I could find. Some I sent with Grimbold of Westfold to help Erkenbrand. Some I told to build this burial. They have now followed your leader, Elfhelm. I sent him with many riders to Adoras. I knew Saruman had sent all his strength against you. His servants went to Helm's Deep, and the land seemed empty of enemies. Still, I feared that riders and thieves might go to Meduseld while it was unguarded. But now I think you need not fear. Your home will welcome you when you return.
I will be glad to see it again, said the Roden, even if I stay there only a short time.
The group said goodbye to the island and the small hill. They crossed the river and climbed the far side. Then they rode on. They felt happy to leave the Soud River crossing behind. As they rode, they heard wolves howling again. An old road went from Isengard down to the river crossings. For a while, the road stayed near the river. It turned east and then north with the water. At the end, it left the river and went straight to the gates of Isengard. The gates were under the mountains, far away in the west of the valley. The riders followed this road, but they did not ride on the stones. The land beside it was flat and strong, with short green grass. They rode faster now. By midnight, the river crossing was far behind them. Then they stopped for the night, because the king was very tired. They were now at the feet of the misty mountains. The long valley of Nan Curinir reached out toward them. The valley ahead was dark. The moon had moved west and was hidden by the hills. But from the deep shadow of the valley, a tall cloud of smoke and steam rose into the sky. As it went higher, it caught the last light of the moon. It spread out in dark and silver waves across the stars.
Aragorn spoke to Gandalf. He asked what Gandalf thought about it. He said it looked like the whole valley of the wizard was on fire.
Ymir answered that there was always smoke above that valley these days. But he said he had never seen anything like this before. He said it looked more like hot steam than smoke. He thought Saruman was making something dangerous to meet them. He even said that maybe Saruman was heating all the river water, and that was why the river was dry.
Gandalf said that maybe this was true. He said they would learn the truth the next day. He told them to rest now, if they could. They made camp beside the dry bed of the Isen River. It was quiet and empty. Some of them slept for a short time. Late in the night, the guard shouted, and everyone woke up. The moon was gone, but stars shone above. On the ground, a darkness moved that was blacker than the night. It rolled toward them on both sides of the river and moved north. Gandalf told them to stay where they were. He told them not to draw their weapons. He said they should wait, and the darkness would pass them by. A thick mist gathered around them. A few stars were still weakly shining above. On both sides, dark walls rose up. They felt like they were sitting in a narrow path between moving towers of shadow. They heard soft voices, low sounds, and long sighing noises. The ground shook under them. They sat for a long time, feeling afraid. At last, the darkness and the sounds moved away and vanished between the arms of the mountains. Far away, south at the Hornburg, people heard a great noise in the middle of the night. It sounded like strong wind in the valley, and the ground shook. Everyone was afraid, and no one dared to go outside. In the morning, they went out and were full of wonder. The orcs they had killed were gone, and the strange trees were gone too. Far down in the valley, the grass was pressed flat and turned brown, as if huge herds of animals had passed through. Below the wall, a great hole had been dug in the earth. Stones were piled over it like a hill. People believed the dead orcs were buried there. But no one knew if the orcs who ran into the forest were there too. No one ever walked on that hill. Later, it was called the Death Down, and no grass ever grew there. The strange trees were never seen in that valley again. They had come back at night and then gone far away to the dark valleys of Fangorn. In this way, they took revenge on the orcs. The king and his companions did not sleep again that night. They saw and heard nothing else strange, except one thing. The river beside them suddenly came to life. Water rushed quickly over the stones. After that, the Isen flowed and bubbled again, just as it always had. At dawn, they prepared to ride on. The light was grey and weak, and they did not see the sun rise. Thick fog filled the air, and a bad smell lay over the land. They moved slowly and now rode on the road itself. It was wide, hard, and well cared for. Through the mist, they could faintly see the long line of the mountains on their left. They had entered Nancuranir, the Wizard's Valley. This valley was protected and open only to the south. Long ago, it had been beautiful and green. The river Isen flowed through it, already deep and strong before it reached the plains. Many springs and small streams fed the river from the rain-washed hills. All around, the land had once been pleasant and rich. It was not like this before. Near the walls of Isengard, slaves of Saruman still worked the fields. But most of the valley had changed. It was now wild and empty. Weeds and sharp plants covered the ground. Thick bushes lay across the land and climbed over small hills. Small animals lived inside them. No trees grew there anymore. Only old tree stumps remained, burned or cut down long ago. The land felt sad and quiet. Only the sound of fast water over stones could be heard. Smoke and steam moved slowly through the air and stayed low in the valleys. The riders did not talk. Many felt worried inside. They did not know how their journey would end. After riding for some time, the road changed. It became very wide and flat. Large stone slabs covered it. The stones were cut well and placed close together. No grass grew between them. On both sides, deep channels carried small streams of water. Suddenly, they saw a tall pillar ahead. It was black. On top stood a large stone carving of a white hand. The finger pointed north. They knew the gates of Isengard were close now. Their hearts felt heavy. Thick mist blocked their view, so they could not see what waited for them. For many long years, Isengard had stood there under the mountain, inside the Wizard's Vale. Some parts were shaped by nature. Other parts were built long ago by the men of Westerness. Saruman had lived there for a long time and worked without rest. This was Isengard as it stood when Saruman was strong and powerful, and many people thought he was the greatest of all wizards. A great stone wall formed a wide ring. It rose high like cliffs and stood out from the side of the mountain. The wall went out and then curved back again. There was only one way inside. A large stone arch opened in the south wall. A long tunnel was cut through the black rock. At each end stood huge iron doors. They were very heavy but well balanced. Strong steel posts held them in the stone. When unlocked, the doors could open easily and quietly. When someone passed through the tunnel and came out the other side, they saw a wide open space. It was a great circle, shaped like a shallow bowl. It was about a mile across. Long ago, it had been green and full of trees and paths. Clear water flowed down from the mountains into a lake. But in Saruman's later days, nothing green grew there. The roads were dark stone and very hard. Along the edges stood long rows of pillars instead of trees. Some were marble. Others were copper or iron. Heavy chains hung between them. Many buildings were cut into the inner wall. There were rooms, halls, and long passages. Dark doors and many windows looked out over the open circle. Thousands of people could live there. Workers, servants, slaves, and soldiers stayed inside. Large stores of weapons were kept there. Wolves were kept and fed in deep spaces under the ground. The ground itself was also cut open. Deep holes went down into the earth. Stone mounds covered their tops. In moonlight, the ring of Isengard looked like a place of quiet graves. The ground shook slightly. The deep paths led down by sloping ways and spiral stairs into wide caves below. There, Saruman kept his treasure, supplies, weapons, and tools. Fires burned in great furnaces. Iron wheels turned without rest. Heavy hammers struck again and again. At night, steam rose from openings in the ground. Light shone through the mist from below. It was red, or blue, or sickly green. All the roads led to the center of the ring, passing between the chains. There stood a tall tower with a strange shape. The tower was built long ago by the same builders who shaped the ring. It did not look like a work of human hands. It seemed torn from the deep earth when the mountains were formed. It was black, smooth, and hard. For strong stone towers were joined into one. Near the top, they opened into sharp points like horns. Their edges were sharp like knives. Between them was a narrow space. There, on a smooth stone floor with strange marks, a person could stand very high above the plain. This tower was Orthanc, the stronghold of Saruman. Its name had two meanings. In the Elvish tongue, it meant Mount Fang. In the old language of the Mark, it meant the cunning mind. Isengard was a strong and beautiful place for a very long time. Great lords lived there. They guarded the west for Gondor. Wise men also lived there and watched the stars. But Saruman slowly changed Isengard to fit his own plans. He believed he was making it better. He did not see the truth. His new ideas and skills did not come from himself. They came from Mordor. What he built was not truly new. It was only a small copy of the Dark Tower, Barad-dûr. That tower was far stronger and greater. It needed no praise and feared no rival. It waited with calm pride and great power. This was Saruman's strong place, as people spoke of it. In recent memory, the men of Rohan had not entered its gates. Only a few had gone inside, like Wormtongue. He came quietly and never spoke of what he saw. Now Gandalf rode forward to the tall pillar with the hand symbol and passed it. The riders looked and felt shock. The hand was no longer white. It looked dark, like old blood. When they looked closer, they saw the nails were red. Gandalf did not stop. He rode into the mist. The others followed him with doubt. All around them, water covered the ground. It lay in wide pools beside the road. Small streams ran down between the stones. It was as if water had suddenly rushed into the land. At last Gandalf stopped and called to them. They came closer. Ahead, the mist was gone, and weak sunlight shone. Noon had already passed. They had reached the gates of Isengard. But the gates were broken and thrown down. Stone lay everywhere. It was cracked into sharp pieces and spread across the ground. Some stones lay in large broken piles. The great arch still stood, but behind it was open sky. The tunnel had no roof. The walls on both sides were torn open. The towers were smashed into dust. Even a great storm from the sea could not have caused more damage. Inside the ring, hot water filled the space. It bubbled and steamed. Broken wood, boxes, barrels, and tools floated on the surface. Bent pillars rose from the water. All the roads were under water. Far away, half hidden by cloud, stood a rock island. Upon it rose the Tower of Orthanc. It was still tall and dark. It was not broken. Pale water touched its base. The king and his men sat quietly on their horses. They looked in wonder. They knew Saruman's power was finished, but they did not know how this had happened. Then they looked again at the arch and the broken gates. Near them was a large heap of stones. On it lay two small figures. They wore grey clothes and were hard to see among the rocks. Bottles, bowls, and plates lay beside them. It looked like they had eaten well and were now resting. One of them seemed asleep. The other sat with legs crossed and hands behind his head. He leaned against a stone and blew thin blue smoke into the air. For a moment, Theoden, Emer, and all the men stared in silence. Of all the strange sights in Isengard, this felt the strangest. Before the king could speak, the smoking figure noticed them. He jumped up quickly. He looked like a young man, though he was only half the height of a man. His brown curly hair was uncovered. He wore a worn travel cloak like the ones Gandalf's friends had worn before. He bowed very low and placed a hand on his chest. Then he turned to Emer and the king, as if Gandalf were not there.
"Welcome, my lords, to Isengard," he said. "We are the keepers of the gate. My name is Meriadoc, son of Saradoc. My companion is Pegrin, son of Paladin, of the Took family. He is very tired. Our home is far in the north. Lord Saruman is inside. He is with Wormtongue at the moment. If not, he would surely be here to greet such noble guests."
"Surely he would," Gandalf said with a laugh. Did Saruman tell you to guard his broken gates and wait for visitors, when you were not busy eating and drinking?
No, sir, Merry answered seriously. He forgot about us. He has many things to do. Our orders came from Treebeard. He now takes care of Isengard. He told me to welcome the Lord of Rohan with proper words. I tried to do my best.
And what about your friends? Cried Gimli. What about Legolas and me? You little troublemakers, you lazy, fuzzy-footed runaways, shouted Gimli. You sent us on a long chase. We followed you for many days. We crossed swamps and forests. We saw fighting and death. We came to save you. And now we find you eating, resting, and smoking. Smoking. Where did you get this plant? You wicked boys. I feel angry and happy at the same time. My heart is almost ready to burst.
You speak for me, Gimli, Legolas said with a laugh. But I want to know how they got the wine. You did not find more sense in your long hunt, said Pippin. He opened one eye. You see us sitting on a field where we won. We sit among the things left by armies. And you are surprised that we enjoy a few comforts we earned.
Earned, said Gimli. I do not believe that.
The riders laughed.
It is clear that dear friends meet again, said Theoden. So these are the lost ones, Gandalf. These days are full of wonders. I have seen many since I left my home. Now I see another people of old stories. Are these the halflings, the ones some call the Holbitlan?
Hobbits, if you please, Lord, said Pippin.
Hobbits, said Theoden. Your speech is strange, but the name sounds right. Hobbits. The stories I heard were not enough.
Merry bowed.
Pippin stood and bowed low. You are kind, Lord, he said. I hope I understand your words well. And this is another wonder. I have traveled far from my home. Until now, I never met people who knew any stories about hobbits.
My people came from the north long ago, said Theoden. But I must be honest. We know no true tales of hobbits. We only say that far away, over many hills and rivers, live small folk. They live in holes in sandy places. There are no great stories of their deeds. People say they do little and stay out of sight. They can disappear very fast. They can change their voices to sound like birds. But now I see there is more to tell.
There is indeed, Lord, said Merry.
For one thing, said Theoden, I never heard that they send smoke from their mouths.
That is not strange, said Merry. We have done this for only a short time. Tobold Hornblower from Longbottom first grew true pipeweed in his garden. That was in the year 1070 by our count. How old Toby found the plant?
You do not see the danger, Theoden, Gandalf said, cutting him off. These hobbits can sit near ruin and still talk about food. They can talk about their fathers and grandfathers, and many cousins, if you let them. Another time is better for the history of smoking. Where is Treebeard, Merry?
He is on the north side, I think. He went to drink clean water. Most of the other Ents are with him. They are still working over there. Merry pointed to the steaming lake.
As they looked, they heard a far sound. It was deep and loud, like rocks falling from a mountain. They also heard a long hum like horns of victory. Is Orthanc left without watch? Asked Gandalf.
The water guards it, said Merry. Quickbeam and some others are also watching. Not all the stones in the plain were made by Saruman. Quickbeam is near the rock, at the bottom of the stair.
Yes, said Legolas. A tall grey Ent stands there. His arms are down. He is still, like a tree by a door.
It is after midday, said Gandalf. We have not eaten since early morning. Still, I wish to see Treebeard soon. Did he leave me a message? Or did food and drink make you forget?
He left a message, said Merry. I was about to tell you. But many questions stopped me. I was to say this. If the Lord of the Mark and Gandalf ride to the North Wall, they will find Treebeard there. He will welcome you. I can also say that you will find very good food there. We found it and chose it for you. He bowed.
Gandalf laughed. That is good news, he said. Well, Theoden, will you ride with me to meet Treebeard? We must go a longer way, but it is not far. When you meet him, you will learn much. Treebeard is Fangorn. He is the oldest and the leader of the Ents. When you speak with him, you hear the voice of the oldest living things.
I will ride with you, said Theoden. Farewell, my hobbits. May we meet again in my house. There you will sit beside me. You will tell me all that is in your hearts. You will speak of your grandfathers, as far back as you can count. We will also speak of old Tobold and his plant knowledge. Farewell.
The hobbits bowed very low.
So that is the King of Rohan, Pippin said in a quiet voice. He is a good old man. He is very polite.
Chapter 9. Flotsam and Jetsam. Gandalf and the king rode away with their group. They went east to ride around the broken walls of Isengard. Aragorn, Gimli, and Legolas stayed behind. They let the horses, Arad and Hasufal, walk free to find grass. Then they came and sat near the hobbits.
Well, the hunt is finished. At last we meet again. We never thought this place would bring us together.
Now the great people have gone to talk about serious things. The hunters can talk about their own small questions. We followed your trail to the forest. But there are still many things I want to understand.
And there are many things we want to know about you. Treebeard, the old Ent, told us some things. But that is not enough.
All in good time. We were the hunters. You should tell your story first.
Or second. It would be better after food. My head hurts, and it is already past noon. You two could make it up to us. You spoke of supplies. Food and drink would help me forgive you.
Then you shall have them. Do you want to eat here? Or do you want more comfort in what is left of Saruman's guardhouse under the arch? We ate outside so we could watch the road.
You watched it very badly. But I will not go into an orc place. I will not eat or touch anything that orcs have handled.
We would never ask you to. We have had more than enough of orcs for our whole lives. But there were other people in Isengard. Saruman did not trust only orcs. He had men to guard the gates. They were treated better and had good food.
And pipeweed?
No, I don't think so, Merry laughed. That is another story. It can wait until after lunch.
Then let us go and eat.
The hobbits went first. They passed under the arch and climbed some steps. On the left was a wide door. Inside was a large stone room. Smaller doors stood at the far end. There was a hearth and a chimney on one side. The room was cut from the rock. Long ago it must have been dark. The windows looked only into the tunnel. Now light came through the broken roof. A fire was burning in the hearth.
I lit a small fire. It helped us feel better in the fog. There was little dry wood. Most of it was wet. But the chimney pulls the smoke well. It goes up through the rock and is not blocked. A fire is useful. I will make some toast. The bread is 3 or 4 days old, I am afraid.
Aragorn and the others sat at one end of a long table. The hobbits went through one of the inner doors.
That room is a storeroom. It is above the flood level, so the food stayed dry.
And don't be proud about the food, Master Gimli. This is not orc food. It is food made for men, as Treebeard says. Do you want wine or beer? There is a barrel inside. It is quite good. This is good salted pork. Or I can cut some bacon and cook it for you. I am sorry there are no vegetables. Supplies have not arrived in the last few days. After that, I only have butter and honey for the bread. Is that enough?
Yes, indeed. I am much less angry now.
The three began to eat at once. The two hobbits also started to eat again. They did not feel shy.
We must eat with our guests. You are very polite today, laughed Legolas. But if we had not come, you might already be eating together again. Maybe we would. Why not? We had very bad food with the orcs. Before that, we had little to eat for many days. It feels like a long time since we could eat until we were full.
It has not hurt you. You look very healthy.
Yes. Your hair is thicker and more curly than before. I think you have even grown a little, if that is possible for hobbits your age. This Treebeard did not let you go hungry.
No, he did not. But Ents only drink. Drink alone is not enough to feel happy. Treebeard's drinks are good for the body. Still, one wants real food. Even lembas is better when you do not eat it all the time.
You drank the water of the Ents.
Ah, then I think Gimli is right, said someone. His eyes are not lying to him. Many strange songs talk about the drinks of Fangorn.
Many strange stories are told about that place, said Aragorn. I have never been there. Please tell me more about it and about the Ents.
Ents, said Pippin. Ents are, well, they are all very different. But their eyes are the strangest part.
He tried to explain, but then stopped.
Oh well, he said. You have already seen some from far away. They saw you too and told others that you were coming. You will see many more before you leave. You must decide for yourself what you think.
Wait, said Gimli. You are starting in the middle. I want to hear the story in the right order. Begin with the strange day when our group broke apart.
You will hear it, if we have time, said Merry. But first, if you are done eating, fill your pipes and light them. For a short time, we can pretend we are safe again, like in Bree or Rivendell.
He took out a small leather bag full of pipeweed.
We have plenty, he said. You can take some with you later. Pippin and I found many things this morning. Many items were floating around. Pippin found 2 small barrels. They had washed out from a cellar or storeroom. When we opened them, they were full of pipeweed. It was very good and not ruined at all.
Gimli took some, rubbed it in his hands, and smelled it.
It feels nice, and it smells nice, he said.
It is nice, said Merry. Gimli, this is Longbottom Leaf. The hornblower marks were clear on the barrels. I do not know how it came here. Maybe it was for Saruman himself. I did not know it traveled so far. But it is useful now.
It would be, said Gimli, if I had a pipe. I lost mine in Moria, or even before that. Did you find any pipes at all?
No, I am sorry, said Merry. We found none, not even here. It seems Saruman kept pipes only for himself. And I do not think we should knock on Orthanc and ask him for one. We will have to share, like good friends do when they must.
Just a moment, said Pippin. He reached inside his jacket and pulled out a small soft pouch on a string. I keep a few treasures close to me. They are very precious to me. Here is one. He showed an old wooden pipe. And here is another, a new one. I carried it a long way. I did not think I would ever need it. I did not expect to find pipeweed again. But now it is useful. He gave the new pipe to Gimli. Does this make things even between us?
Make things even, cried Gimli. Kind hobbit, now I owe you a great deal.
I am going outside, said Legolas. I want to see the wind and the sky.
We will come too, said Aragorn.
They went out and sat on the stones near the gate. They could see far into the valley. The mist was rising and moving away with the wind.
Let us rest here for a while, said Aragorn. We will sit and talk as Gandalf says while he is busy somewhere else. I feel very tired, more than usual.
He pulled his grey cloak around him and hid his armor. He stretched his long legs and lay back. Then he sent a thin line of smoke into the air.
Look, said Pippin. Strider the Ranger is back.
He never left, said Aragorn. I am Strider and Dunedain. I belong to Gondor and to the north.
They smoked quietly for some time. The sun shone on them and reached into the valley from between white clouds in the west. Legolas lay still. He looked at the sky and the sun and sang softly to himself. At last he sat up.
Come, he said. Time is passing. The mist is clearing, or it would be if you strange people did not fill the air with smoke. What about the story? Well, said Pippin, my story begins when I woke up in the dark and found myself tied up in an orc camp. What day is it today?
It is the 5th of March by Shire count, said Aragorn.
Pippin counted on his fingers. Only 9 days ago, he said. It feels like a year since we were taken. Much of it feels like a bad dream. But 3 days were truly terrible. Mary can correct me if I forget something important. I will not talk about all the details. The pain, the dirt, and the bad smells are not worth remembering.
Then he told the story of Boromir's last battle. He also spoke about how the orcs marched from Emyn Muil to the forest. The others listened and nodded. His words matched what they had guessed before. Here are some things you dropped. You will be happy to have them again. He took off his belt from under his cloak. From it, he pulled out 2 knives in their covers.
Well, I never thought I would see those again. I used mine on a few orcs. But Ugluk took them from us. He looked very angry. At first I thought he would hurt me. But then he threw the knives away, like they were too hot to hold.
And here is your brooch, Pippin. I kept it safe. It is very valuable.
I know. It was very hard to drop it. But I had no other choice.
You did the right thing. If a person cannot let go of a treasure when needed, it becomes a chain. You chose well.
Cutting the ropes on your wrists was clever. You were lucky. But you used that luck fast and well.
And you left us a strange puzzle. I even wondered if you had grown wings. Sadly, no. But you did not know about Grishnak.
He shook with fear and stopped talking. So Merry told the rest. He spoke of the rough hands, the hot breath, and the strong arms of Grishnak. It was very frightening. All this talk about the orcs of Barad-dûr, or Lugbers as they call it, worries me. The Dark Lord already knew too much. His servants knew much as well. Grishnak clearly sent a message across the river after the fight. The Red Eye will now look toward Isengard. But Saruman has trapped himself with his own plans.
Yes. No matter who wins, things look bad for him. His trouble began when his orcs entered Rohan.
We saw a sign of the old villain, or so Gandalf suggests. Near the edge of the forest.
When was that?
5 nights ago.
Let me think. 5 nights ago. Now we reach a part you do not know. That morning, after the battle, we met Treebeard. That night we stayed at Welling Hall, one of his Ent houses. The next morning we went to Entmoot. That is a meeting of Ents. It was the strangest thing I have ever seen. It lasted all that day and the next. At night, we stayed with an Ent called Quickbeam. Then, late in the afternoon on the 3rd day, the Ent suddenly became very active. It was amazing. The forest felt tight and full, like a storm was coming. Then, all at once, it burst into movement. I wish you could have heard their song as they marched.
If Saruman had heard it, he would be far away by now. Even if he had to run. They sang. Though Isengard is strong and cold. We go to war. To break the stone and open the door. There was much more. Much of the song had no words. It sounded like horns and drums. It was very exciting. At first, I thought it was just a marching song. Now I know it was more than that.
We walked down the last hill into Nancurania after nightfall. That was when I first felt the forest was moving behind us. I thought I was dreaming. But Pippin felt it too. We were scared. We did not learn the truth until later. They were the Huorns, as the Ents call them in short speech. Treebeard does not say much about them. I think they are Ents who have become almost like trees, at least in how they look. They stand in the woods, quiet and watching over the trees. Deep in the darkest valleys, there are hundreds of them, I believe. They have great strength. They can hide in shadow, so it is hard to see them move. But they do move. They can move very fast when they are angry. You may stand still, watching the sky or listening to the wind. Then, suddenly, you are inside a forest, with large trees reaching around you. They still have voices and can speak with the Ents. That is why they are called Huorns, Treebeard says. But they have become strange and wild. They are dangerous. I would be very afraid to meet them, if the true Ents were not there to watch over them.
In the early night, we moved slowly down a long valley. We went into the upper part of the Wizard's Vale. The Ents were with us, and the Huorns were behind them. We could not see the Huorns. But the air was full of soft creaking sounds. The night was very dark and cloudy. When they left the hills, they moved very fast. They sounded like strong wind. The moon stayed behind the clouds. After midnight, a tall forest stood all along the north side of Isengard. We saw no enemies. No one stopped us. There was only one light. It shone from a high window in the tower. Treebeard and a few Ents moved closer. They went all the way around, near the great gates. Pippin and I were with Treebeard. We sat on his shoulders. I could feel his body shake with strong feeling. Even when Ents are angry, they are careful and patient. They stood still like stone. They breathed and listened. Suddenly, everything changed. There was loud movement. Trumpets sounded. The walls of Isengard echoed. We thought the enemy had seen us. We thought a fight was starting. But that was not true. Saruman's people were leaving. I do not know much about the war. I do not know much about the riders of Rohan. But Saruman seemed to plan one last attack. He sent all his army away. He left Isengard empty. I saw them go. There were long lines of orcs walking. Some rode big wolves. There were also many men. Many carried torches. In the firelight, I saw their faces. Most were normal men. They were tall, with dark hair. They looked hard and serious, but not very evil. But some were worse. They were as tall as men, but their faces looked like goblins. Their skin was pale. They smiled in a bad way. Their eyes did not look straight. They reminded me of the southerner we saw in Bree. But these looked even more like orcs.
I thought of him too, said Aragorn. We met many of these half-orcs at Helm's Deep. Now it is clear that the southerner was Saruman's spy. I do not know if he also worked with the Black Riders. With evil people it is hard to know if they work together or trick each other.
There must have been at least 10,000, said Merry. It took them an hour to leave the gates. Some went down the road to the river crossings. Others turned east. There is a bridge there now, about a mile away, where the river is deep. You could see it if you stood up. They sang with rough voices, Merry went on. They laughed and made terrible noise. I felt afraid for Rohan. But Treebeard did not move. He said, my work tonight is with Isengard. With stone and rock. I could not see well in the dark, Merry said, But I think the Huorns began to move south after the gates closed. I think they followed the orcs. In the morning, they were far down the valley. Or maybe there was only a deep shadow that you could not see through.
When Saruman's army was gone, it was our turn. Treebeard set us down. He walked to the gates. He hit them and called for Saruman. There was no answer. Arrows and stones came from the walls instead. Arrows cannot stop Ents. They hurt a little. They make Ents angry. They feel like small stings. An Ent can have many arrows in him and still stand strong. Poison does not work on them. Their skin is thick and very hard. It is stronger than tree bark. Only a very strong axe can hurt them badly. Ents hate axes. But one man with an axe cannot fight an Ent for long. A strong push from an Ent can bend iron like soft metal. When Treebeard had some arrows in him, he became more active. He made a loud hum-hum sound. Many other Ents came forward. An angry Ent is very frightening. Their fingers and toes hold tight to rock. They pull stone apart like dry bread. It looked like tree roots breaking rock, but very fast. They pushed and pulled. They shook and hit the gates. In 5 minutes, the great gates lay broken. Some Ents began to break the walls. They worked like animals digging in sand. I do not know what Saruman thought. He did not know how to stop them. Maybe his magic was weaker now. Maybe he did not have much courage when he stood alone. He always needed many servants and machines. He was not like Gandalf. I sometimes wonder if his fame came only from choosing Isengard as his home.
No, said Aragorn. Once he was truly as great as people believed.
His learning was very great. His thinking was clever and careful. His hands were very skilled. He also had strong power over other people's minds. He could talk wise people into agreeing with him. He could frighten people who were weaker. He still has this power. Even now, after he lost, very few people would be safe if they talked with him alone. Maybe Gandalf, Elrond, and Galadriel would be safe, because they now know his evil clearly. But almost no one else would be safe.
The Ents are safe, said Pippin. For a short time, he fooled them once, but never again. He did not understand them. That was his big mistake. He did not think about them in his plans. He had no idea what to do about them. When they started to act, it was too late to make a plan. As soon as our attack began, the last frightened creatures in Isengard ran away through every hole the Ents opened. The Ents let the men go after asking them many questions. There were only a few dozen at this end. I don't think many orcs escaped at all. The Huorns stopped them. There was a whole forest of Huorns around Isengard by then, and more down the valley. When the Ents broke down much of the south wall and turned it into ruins, and when Saruman's people ran away and left him, Saruman fled in fear. He was near the gates when we arrived. I think he came to watch his great army march out. When the Ents broke in, he ran away fast. At first, they did not see him. But the night was clear, and the stars gave enough light for Ents to see. Suddenly Quickbeam cried out,
The tree killer, the tree killer.
Quickbeam is gentle, but he hates Saruman deeply. His people suffered badly from axes. He ran quickly down the path from the inner gate. When he is angry, he moves very fast. We saw a pale shape rushing through the shadows of the pillars. It was almost at the stairs to the tower door. It was very close. Quickbeam was right behind him. He almost caught him. But Saruman slipped inside the door just in time. When Saruman was safe in Orthanc, he soon used his machines. By then, many Ents were inside Isengard. Some followed Quickbeam. Others broke in from the north and east. They moved around and broke many things. Then fires started, and dirty smoke rose up. Holes and pipes all over the ground pushed out heat and bad air. Some ents were burned. One ent, called Beachbone, very tall and fine, was hit by burning liquid and was badly hurt. It was a terrible sight. This made the ents lose control. I thought they were angry before, but I was wrong. Now I understood their true anger. It was shocking. They shouted with huge voices. The sound was so strong that stones cracked and fell. Merry and I lay down and covered our ears with our cloaks. The ents marched around the Rock of Orthanc again and again, like a wild storm. They broke pillars. They sent rocks crashing down holes. They threw great stones into the air as if they were leaves. The tower stood in the middle of this wild movement. I saw iron bars and big blocks of stone fly high into the air and crash into the tower windows. But Treebeard stayed calm. He had not been burned, which was lucky. He did not want his people to hurt themselves in their anger. He also did not want Saruman to escape in the confusion. Many ents pushed against the Rock of Orthanc, but it did not break. The rock was smooth and very hard. Some old magic may be in it, older and stronger than Saruman's. The ents could not grip it or crack it. They only hurt themselves. So Treebeard stepped into the open space and shouted. His great voice rose above all the noise. Suddenly, everything became silent. In the quiet, we heard a sharp laugh from a high window in the tower. This sound changed the ents. A moment before, they were burning with anger. Now they became cold, hard, and very still. They left the plain and gathered around Treebeard. They stood without moving. He spoke to them for a short time in their own language. I think he was telling them about a plan he had thought of long ago. Then they slowly and quietly went away in the grey morning light. Day was beginning then. They set guards around the tower, I think. But the guards were hidden in shadow and did not move, so I could not see them. The other ents went north. All that day, they were busy somewhere out of sight. Most of the time, Merry and I were alone. It was a sad, dull day. We walked around a little, but we stayed out of sight of the tower windows as much as we could. The windows seemed to watch us in an unfriendly way. We spent a lot of time looking for food. We sat and talked together. We wondered what was happening far south in Rohan. We also worried about the rest of our company. From time to time, we heard sounds far away. Stones fell and hit the ground. Heavy noises rolled across the hills. In the afternoon, we walked around the circle to see more. At the head of the valley, there was a dark forest of Huorns. Another dark forest stood near the northern wall. We were afraid to go inside. From within, we heard loud sounds of work. Ents and Huorns were busy. They dug big holes and long trenches. They made pools and dams. They gathered water from the river Isen and from every spring and stream they could find. We left them and went away. At dusk, Treebeard came back to the gate. He hummed to himself in a deep voice. He looked happy. He stretched his long arms and legs and took a deep breath. I asked him if he was tired.
He said he was not tired, but stiff. He said he needed a good drink of Ent wash. He told us they had worked very hard that day. He said they had broken more stone and moved more earth than in many years. He said the work was almost done. He warned us not to stay near the gate or the old tunnel when night came. He said water might come through. At first it would be dirty water, until all of Saruman's dirt was washed away. Then the river Isen would be clean again.
He pulled down more of the wall in a calm way, just for fun.
We were thinking about where to sleep. Then something very strange happened. We heard a rider coming fast along the road. Merry and I stayed very still. Treebeard hid in the shadows under the arch. A great horse rushed up like silver light. It was dark, but I could see the rider's face clearly. It seemed to shine. His clothes were white. I sat up and stared with my mouth open. I tried to speak, but no sound came out. I did not need to speak. The rider stopped near us and looked down. At last I whispered his name. It was Gandalf. He did not greet us kindly. He told me to get up at once. He asked where Treebeard was. He said he needed him quickly. Treebeard heard Gandalf's voice and came out of the shadows. It was a strange meeting. I was surprised because neither of them looked surprised. Gandalf seemed sure Treebeard would be there. Treebeard also seemed ready to meet him. We had told Treebeard about Moria before. I then remembered a strange look he had given us. I think he had seen Gandalf before or heard news of him. But Treebeard never speaks too fast. He believes in taking time. Also, few people speak about Gandalf when he is not there.
Treebeard greeted Gandalf warmly. He said he was glad Gandalf had come. He said he could manage wood, water, stone, and land. But he said a wizard was needed now.
Gandalf said he needed Treebeard's help. He said Treebeard had done much already. But he said there were many orcs to deal with. The two of them walked away to talk together. Gandalf spoke very fast and was in a great hurry. This must have felt too quick for Treebeard. They were gone only a short time. After that, Gandalf came back to us. He looked calm and almost happy. Then he said he was glad to see us. I asked Gandalf where he had been. I asked if he had seen the others. He said he was back now. He said he had seen some of them. He said there was no time for news. He said the night was dangerous and he must ride on. He said the morning might be better. If so, we would meet again. He told us to be careful and stay away from Orthanc. Then he said goodbye and left. After Gandalf was gone, Treebeard stood quietly and thought. He had learned many things in a short time. He was thinking deeply. He looked at us and said that we were not as quick as he had thought. He said we had spoken only what we should. He said this was a heavy bundle of news. Then he said he must go back to work. Before he left, we asked him for some news. What he told us did not make us feel better. At that time, we thought more about you three than about Frodo and Sam, or about Boromir. We understood that a great battle was happening, or would happen soon. We knew you were part of it and might not survive. Treebeard said the Huorns would help. Then he went away. We did not see him again until morning. It was very late at night. We lay on top of a pile of stones. We could see nothing beyond it. Mist or deep shadow covered everything around us like a thick blanket. The air felt hot and thick. It was full of small sounds, like leaves moving and wood bending. There was also a low sound, like many voices passing by. I think many Huorns were moving past us to help in the fight. Later, we heard loud thunder far to the south. We saw lightning flash over Rohan. From time to time, far mountain tops showed up for a moment. They looked black and white, then disappeared again. Behind us, we heard deep noises in the hills. They sounded like thunder, but not the same. Sometimes the whole valley shook with sound. It was about midnight when the Ents broke the dams. They let all the stored water rush through a gap in the north wall and flow into Isengard. The dark Huorns had already passed. The thunder had moved away. The moon was going down behind the western mountains. Black streams and pools of water spread across Isengard. They shone in the last moonlight. The water ran into holes and deep shafts in the ground. White steam rose with loud hissing sounds. Thick smoke went up into the air. There were sudden bursts and short flames. One great cloud of steam spun around Orthanc. It twisted higher and higher. It looked like a tall cloud tower, bright below and pale above. More water kept coming. At last, Isengard looked like a huge flat pot, full of steam and bubbles.
We saw smoke and steam from the south last night. When we came near Nancurunner, we feared Saruman was making some new trouble.
Not at all. He was likely coughing and not smiling anymore. By the next morning, the water had gone down into the holes. Thick fog covered everything. We hid in the guardroom over there, and we were quite scared. The lake began to spill out through the old tunnel. The water climbed quickly up the steps. We thought we would be trapped like orcs in a pit. But we found a narrow stair behind the storeroom. It led us up on top of the arch. It was hard to get through, because stones had fallen and blocked the way. We sat high above the water and watched Isengard disappear under it. The Ents kept sending in more water. All the fires went out. Every cave filled up. The fog slowly joined together and rose into one huge cloud. It was like a great cover in the sky. In the evening, a wide rainbow shone over the eastern hills. Then rain fell thickly on the mountains, and the sunset faded away. Everything became very quiet. Far off, a few wolves howled sadly. In the night, the Ents stopped the water and sent the river back to its old path. That was the end of it. Since then, the water has been going down again. There must be ways out under the caves. If Saruman looks out from his tower, he must see a wet and messy place. We felt very alone. There was no Ent in sight to speak to. We had no news. We spent the night on top of the arch. It was cold and wet, and we could not sleep. We felt that anything could happen at any moment. Saruman is still in his tower. In the night, we heard a sound like wind coming up the valley. I think the Ents and Huorns returned then, after being away. But I do not know where they are now. In the morning, the air was wet and misty. We climbed down and looked around. There was no one there. That is all I can tell. It feels almost calm now after all the noise and fear. It also feels safer, somehow, since Gandalf came back. I feel like I could sleep.
They were all quiet for a while. Gimli filled his pipe again. As he lit it, he said,
"There is one thing I wonder about. Wormtongue. You told Theoden he was with Saruman. How did he get here?"
Oh yes, I forgot about him. He only came this morning. We had just made a fire and eaten breakfast when Treebeard came back. We heard his deep voice outside, calling our names.
"I came to see how you are doing, my young friends. And to bring news. The Huorns have returned. All is well, very well. No more orcs in Isengard. No more axes. And people will come from the south before the day ends. Some you will be happy to see."
He had just finished speaking when we heard horses on the road. We ran out to the gate. I stood there and stared. I almost expected to see Strider and Gandalf riding at the front of an army. But out of the mist came only one man on an old, tired horse. The man looked strange and bent, and the horse looked worn out too. No one else came with him. When he saw all the broken stone and ruin, he froze and stared. His face turned pale with shock. He was so confused that at first he did not even see us.
When this happened, the man cried out and tried to turn his horse and ride away. But Treebeard took 3 long steps. He reached out with his arm and lifted the man off the horse. The horse ran away in fear. The man fell to the ground and lay there. He said his name was Grima. He said he was a friend and helper of the king. He said the king had sent him with important messages for Saruman. He said no one else would ride across the open land, because orcs were everywhere. He said his journey was dangerous. He said he was hungry and very tired. He said wolves chased him, and he had to go far north to escape. I saw the way he looked at Treebeard from the side. I thought he was lying. Treebeard looked at him for a long time. He did not hurry. The poor man moved on the ground and looked afraid. At last Treebeard spoke.
I have been waiting for you, Master Wormtongue.
The man jumped when he heard that name.
Gandalf came first. I know enough about Wormtongue now. I know what to do. Gandalf told me to put all the rats in one trap. I am now the master of Isengard. Saruman is locked in his tower. Go to him now, and give him any messages you want.
Please let me go. I know the way.
I do not doubt that. But things are different now. Go, and see.
Treebeard let him go. Wormtongue walked badly through the arch. We followed close behind him. He came inside the ring. Then he saw all the water between him and the tower. He stopped and turned back to us.
Please let me leave. My messages are useless now.
That is true. But you have only two choices. You may stay with me until Gandalf and your master come. Or you may cross the water. Choose.
The man shook when Treebeard spoke of his master. He put one foot into the water. Then he pulled it back.
I cannot swim.
The water is not deep. It is dirty, but it will not hurt you. Go in.
So Wormtongue went into the water. He moved badly and struggled. The water rose almost to his neck before he was too far for me to see clearly. The last thing I saw was him holding onto an old barrel or a piece of wood. Treebeard went after him in the water and watched him. When Treebeard came back, he said Wormtongue had gone in. He said he saw him crawl up the steps like a wet rat. He said someone was still in the tower. A hand came out and pulled Wormtongue inside. Treebeard said he hoped Wormtongue liked his welcome. Then Treebeard said he must go and wash himself. He said the water there was too dirty for an Ent to drink or wash in. He said he would go to the north side. He asked the two young hobbits to watch the gate. He said people would come soon. He said the Lord of Rohan would come. He said we must welcome him well. He said the men of Rohan fought hard against the orcs. He said he did not know the right words to greet a lord of men. He said many lords had lived in the green fields during his long life. He said he never learned their names or their way of speaking. He said they would want food for men. He said we would know more about that. He told us to find food fit for a king, if we could. That is the end of the story. I still wanted to know who Wormtongue was. I asked if he was really the king's helper.
He was. Wormtongue was also Saruman's spy and servant in Rohan. He has not met a kinder fate than he deserved. Seeing the ruin of everything he trusted is almost a punishment. But I fear worse things still wait for him.
Treebeard did not send him to the tower out of kindness. He looked darkly pleased about it. He laughed to himself when he went to wash and drink.
After that, we stayed busy. We searched through the things left by the water. We looked everywhere. We found 2 or 3 storerooms nearby, above the water level. But Treebeard sent some Ents down. They carried away much of the food and goods. The Ents said they wanted food for 25 men. So someone had counted our group before we came. It was clear that we 3 were meant to go with the great people. But we would not have done better than them. We kept food as good as what we sent. We kept even better because we sent no drink. I asked the Ents about drink. They said the water of the Isen was good enough for Ents and men. I hoped the Ents also had time to make their special drinks from the mountain springs. I hoped to see Gandalf's beard curl when he returned. After the Ents left, we felt tired and hungry. But we did not complain. Our hard work had paid off. While we searched for food, Pippin found the best thing of all among the floating goods. He found the hornblower barrels.
Pipeweed is better after food.
That is how it all began.
We understand it all perfectly now, said Gimli.
All except one thing, said Aragorn. There was leaf from the south farthing in Isengard. The more I think about it, the stranger it seems. I have never been inside Isengard, but I have traveled in this land. I know the empty lands between Rohan and the Shire. No people or goods have passed there for many years, at least not in the open. I think Saruman had secret business with someone in the Shire. There can be evil helpers in many houses, not only in King Theoden's hall. Was there a date on the barrels?
Yes, said Pippin. It was the crop of 1417. That was last year. No, it was the year before now. It was a good year.
Well, said Aragorn, whatever evil plan there was is finished now, I hope. Or it is beyond our power to stop it this time. Still, I think I should tell Gandalf. It may seem small, but it is worth telling him.
I wonder what he is doing, said Merry. The afternoon is going on. Let us walk around and look. You can go into Isengard now, Strider, if you want. But it is not a happy place to see.
They walked through the broken tunnel. Then they stood on a pile of stones. They looked at the dark tower of Orthanc. It still felt dangerous, even in the ruin around it. Most of the water had gone away now. In some places, dark pools remained. They were covered with dirty water and broken things. The wide ring around the tower was mostly dry again. It was a place of mud, broken rocks, and black holes. Crooked posts and stone pillars stood at strange angles. At the edge of this broken circle, there were great heaps of stone, like piles left after a storm. Beyond them, the green valley rose into a long narrow gap between the dark mountains. Across the empty ground, they saw riders moving carefully. They came from the north side. They were already coming close to Orthanc.
There is Gandalf and Theoden with his men, said Legolas. Let us go and meet them.
Walk carefully, said Merry. Loose stones may move. They could tip and make you fall into a hole if you are not careful.
They followed what was left of the road from the gate to Orthanc. They walked slowly. The stone road was broken and slippery. The riders saw them and stopped under the shadow of the tower. They waited there. Gandalf rode forward to meet them. Treebeard and I have had some long talks, he said. We made a few plans. We also had some good rest. Now we must travel again. I hope you all have rested too, and feel better.
We have, said Merry. But our talks were full of smoke. Still, we feel less angry at Saruman than before.
Do you? Said Gandalf. I do not. I still have one last thing to do before I leave. I must visit Saruman one final time. It is dangerous, and it may change nothing. But it must be done. Any of you may come with me if you wish. But be careful. Do not joke. This is not the time.
I will come, said Gimli. I want to see him. I want to know if he really looks like you.
And how will you know that? Said Gandalf. Saruman could look like me to your eyes, if it helped him. Are you wise enough to see all his tricks? We shall see, Gandalf went on. He may not want to show himself to many people at once. But I told the Ents to hide from sight. So perhaps he will come out.
What is the danger? Asked Pippin. Will he throw things at us from the tower? Or can he use his power on us from far away?
The second is more likely, said Gandalf, if you go to his door without care. We cannot know what he may try. A trapped creature is always unsafe to approach. Saruman has powers you do not understand. Be careful of his voice. They came to the base of Orthanc. The tower was black. The stone shone as if it were wet. The edges of the rock were sharp, as if they were newly cut. There were only a few marks from the anger of the Ents. On the east side, between two stone supports, there was a great door high above the ground. Above it was a closed window that opened onto a balcony with iron bars. A wide stair of 27 steps led up to the door. The stairs were made of the same black stone. This was the only way into the tower. Many tall windows were cut into the rising walls. Far above, they looked like small eyes in the dark stone. At the bottom of the stairs, Gandalf and the king got down from their horses. I will go up, said Gandalf. I have been inside Orthanc before. I know the danger.
And I will go up as well, said the king. I am old, and I am not afraid any more. I want to speak with the enemy who hurt me so much. Ema will come with me and help me walk.
As you wish, said Gandalf. Aragorn will come with me. The others will wait at the bottom of the stairs. They will see and hear enough, if anything happens.
No, said Gimli. Legolas and I want to be closer. We stand here for our people. We will come too, behind you.
Then come, said Gandalf. He walked up the steps, and the Rodan walked beside him. The riders of Rohan stayed on their horses on both sides of the stairs. They felt uneasy and looked at the tall tower. They feared for their king. Merry and Pippin sat on the lowest step. They felt small and unsafe.
Such a long way to the door, said Pippin quietly. I wish I could go back without anyone seeing me. Why did we come? No one needs us.
Gandalf stood in front of the door of Orthanc. He hit it with his staff. The sound was deep and empty. Saruman, Saruman, he called in a strong voice. Come out, Saruman. For a long time, there was no answer. At last, a window above the door opened. No one stood there.
Who is there? Said a voice. What do you want?
The Rodan moved in surprise. I know that voice, he said. I regret the day I first listened to it.
Go and bring Saruman, said Gandalf. You serve him now, Grima Wormtongue. Do not waste our time. The window closed. They waited. Then another voice spoke. It was soft and pleasant. It was easy to listen to. People who heard it often felt calm and trusting. They felt the words were wise and kind. When others spoke, they sounded rough and hard. Some people felt uneasy if they spoke against that voice. For a few, the feeling ended when the voice stopped. For others, it stayed with them even after they left. No one could ignore the voice without effort. Well, the voice said gently, why do you disturb me? Can I have no peace, day or night? The voice sounded hurt, like a kind person treated unfairly. They looked up in surprise. They had not heard anyone arrive. A man stood at the railing above them. He looked old and wore a large cloak. Its color seemed to change as he moved. His face was long, with a high forehead. His eyes were dark and deep, but they looked calm and kind, and a little tired. His hair and beard were white, with some black still showing.
Like him, but not the same, said Gimli softly.
Now, said the gentle voice. I know two of you by name. I know Gandalf too well. I do not expect him to seek advice here. But you, the Odin, Lord of Rohan, I know by your noble look. You are a worthy son of your house. Why did you not come before, as a friend? I wished to see you for many years. I wanted to protect you from bad advice. Is it too late now? Even though I have been hurt, and even though Rohan had a part in it, I still wish to help you. I want to save you from the trouble that comes if you stay on this path. I alone can help you now. Thorodin opened his mouth, but he did not speak. He looked at Saruman's face above him, then at Gandalf beside him. He seemed unsure. Gandalf did not move. He stood still and silent, waiting. The riders first moved and whispered in agreement with Saruman's words. Then they too became quiet. They felt caught by the sound of his voice. To them, Gandalf now seemed harsh and proud. Saruman's words sounded kinder and more fitting to their king. A dark fear came into their hearts. They felt a great danger. Gandalf was leading them into darkness. Saruman stood near a way out. He held the door half open. A small line of light came through. No one spoke for a long time. At last Gimli the dwarf spoke. He grabbed the handle of his axe. His voice was rough. He said the wizard's words were twisted. In this place, help meant harm. Saving meant killing. That was clear to him. He said they did not come to ask for mercy. Saruman raised his hand and told him to be quiet. For a short moment, his voice was sharp. His eyes flashed, then the look was gone. He said he was not speaking to Gimli yet. He said Gimli's home was far away. The troubles of this land were not really his. Gimli did not choose to be part of them, so Saruman would not blame him. He even said Gimli had been brave. Then Saruman asked to speak to the king of Rohan, once his friend. He asked Theoden if he wanted peace. He offered his help and his long learning. He spoke of working together against dark times. He said both lands could become strong again. Theoden stayed silent. No one knew if he felt anger or doubt. Then Yma spoke. He asked his lord to listen. He said the danger they were warned about was now clear. He asked if they had won a battle only to be fooled by sweet words from an old liar. He said a trapped animal would speak like this to escape. Saruman only wanted to save himself. Yma reminded them of the men who died at the river and at Helm's Deep. He asked if they should talk with someone known for betrayal and killing. Saruman answered with anger. He called Yma's words poisonous. His rage showed clearly. Then he spoke softly again. He called Yma by name. He said each man had his own place. Yma's place was fighting, and he had honor in that. He should fight the enemies his lord named and not question more. Saruman said Yma should not mix into plans he did not understand. He warned that a king must choose friends carefully. The power of Orthanc, he said, should not be pushed away. He said Rohan had won one battle, not the whole war. Help had come once, but might not come again. Dark danger could soon come to their own doors. Then Saruman spoke to Theoden. He asked why he was called a murderer. He said war always brings death. If that made him a murderer, then all kings who fought wars were the same. Many had fought and later made peace. He again asked Theoden if they would choose peace and friendship. At last Theoden spoke, slowly and with effort. He said they would have peace. Some of the riders shouted with joy. Theoden lifted his hand and spoke again, now strong and clear. He said they would have peace only when Saruman and his works were gone. He said Saruman served a dark master. He called Saruman a liar who twisted hearts. He said Saruman's offer felt cold and cruel. He spoke of burned homes and dead children in the West Fold. He spoke of Hammer, whose body was treated with no respect. He said only then would he have peace with Saruman. He said he was not a great king, but he did not need to bow or beg. He told Saruman to turn away. He said Saruman's voice no longer held power over him. The riders stared at Theoden as if waking from a dream. His voice sounded hard to them after Saruman's smooth speech. Saruman lost control of his anger. He leaned forward as if to strike with his staff. Some felt sudden fear. It was as if a dangerous creature was ready to attack. Saruman spoke with a harsh, ugly sound. He mocked the House of Earl. He called it small and shameful. He said they had avoided punishment for too long. He warned that judgment would come slowly but firmly in the end. He shouted that they could choose death if they wished. Now his voice became calm. He tried to control himself. I do not know why I kept talking to you. I do not need you or your small group of riders, Theoden Horsemaster. They run away as fast as they ride forward. Long ago I offered you a place higher than you deserved. I offered it again, so your people could see their choice clearly. You only answer me with proud words and insults. Very well. Go back to your poor homes. But you, Gandalf, I feel sad for you. I feel shame for you. How can you stay with such people? You are proud, Gandalf, and you have reason to be. You have a great mind and eyes that see far. Even now, will you not listen to my advice? Gandalf moved and looked up. What can you say now that you did not say before? He asked. Or do you want to take back your old words? Saruman stopped and thought. Take back, he said slowly. I tried to guide you for your own good. But you did not listen. You are proud and you do not like advice. You have much wisdom of your own. That day, you chose to misunderstand me. I think I spoke too strongly because I wanted to persuade you. I am sorry for that. I did not hate you then, and I do not hate you now, even if you come with rough and foolish people. Why should I hate you? We both belong to an old and great order. Our friendship could help us both. We could still do much good together and fix the troubles of the world. Let us understand each other. Let us stop thinking about these lesser people. Let them wait for our decisions. For the good of all, I am ready to forget the past and welcome you. Will you speak with me? Will you come up? The power in Saruman's voice was very strong. Everyone who heard it felt moved. The words now sounded gentle and kind. It felt like a good king speaking to a loved helper who had made a mistake. The others felt shut out. They felt like children listening at a closed door. They could not understand the talk of their elders. It seemed clear that these two great and wise men should join together. Gandalf would go up the tower. They would speak of deep matters far above the others. The door would close. The rest would be left outside, waiting for work or punishment. Even in Theoden's mind a dark thought grew. He will leave us, he thought. We will be lost. Then Gandalf laughed. The dark idea vanished at once.
Saruman, Saruman! Gandalf said, still laughing. You chose the wrong path in life. You should have been a king's jester. You would have copied his helpers and earned both food and punishment. Ah?
He stopped laughing and grew serious. You speak of understanding. I fear I am beyond your understanding. But I understand you very well now. I remember your words and your actions better than you think. When I last came to you, you were keeping prisoners for Mordor, and I was meant to be one of them. A guest who escaped from the roof will not return through the door. I will not come up. But listen to me one last time. Will you come down? Isengard is not as strong as you believed. Other things you trust may also fail. Would it not be wise to leave this place for a while? To choose a new path? Think carefully, Saruman. Will you come down? A dark look crossed Saruman's face. Then it turned pale. For a moment, they saw his fear and his doubt. He did not want to stay, but he was afraid to leave. He paused. No one breathed. Then he spoke. His voice was sharp and cold. Pride and hate had won. "Come down," he said with scorn. "Would an unarmed man go down to speak with thieves? I can hear you well from here. I am not foolish. I do not trust you, Gandalf. I know the wild creatures hide nearby, ready to act for you." "Those who betray others always feel fear," Gandalf said tiredly. "But you do not need to fear harm. I do not wish to hurt you or kill you. If you truly knew me, you would understand that. I can protect you. This is your last chance. You can leave Orthanc freely, if you choose." "That sounds nice," Saruman said with a cold smile. "Very much like Gandalf the Grey. So kind, and looking down on others. I am sure you would enjoy Orthanc, and my leaving would suit you well. But why should I leave? And what do you mean by free? There are rules, I am sure." "Reasons for leaving are easy to see from your tower," Gandalf said. "You will think of more yourself. Your servants are gone. Your neighbors now hate you. You also tried to cheat your new lord. When he looks this way, he will be angry. But when I say you are free, I truly mean free. You will have no chains and no orders. You may go anywhere you wish. You may even go to Mordor, Saruman, if you want. But first you must give me the key of Orthanc and your staff. These will be signs of good behavior. You may get them back later, if you earn them." Saruman's face turned pale and tight with anger. A red light shone in his eyes. He laughed loudly and without control. "Later," he shouted. "Later, when you also hold the keys of the Dark Tower, I suppose. And the crowns of 7 kings. And the staffs of the 5 wizards. Maybe you will also buy yourself very big boots. This is a small and simple plan, of course. You do not need my help for it. I have other work to do. Do not be foolish. If you want to talk to me, go away now. Come back when you can think clearly. And take these rough followers with you. Good day." He turned and walked away from the balcony. "Come back, Saruman," Gandalf called in a strong voice. To everyone's surprise, Saruman turned around. It was as if something pulled him back. He walked slowly to the iron rail. He leaned on it and breathed hard. His face looked old and thin. His hand held his black staff very tightly. "I did not tell you to leave," Gandalf said firmly. "I am not finished. You have become foolish, Saruman, and also sad to see. You could still have stopped your bad path and done good work. But you choose to stay with your old plans. Stay then. But I warn you, it will be hard to leave later. Only the dark powers of the East may take you away." "Saruman!" Gandalf cried. "I am no longer Gandalf the Grey, whom you betrayed. I am Gandalf the White. I have returned from death. You have no place among us now. I remove you from our order and from the council." He lifted his hand and spoke slowly in a cold, clear voice. "Saruman, your staff is broken." There was a loud crack. The staff broke in Saruman's hand. The top part fell at Gandalf's feet. "Go," said Gandalf. With a cry, Saruman fell back and crawled away. At that moment, a heavy shining object fell from high above. It hit the iron rail and bounced. It passed close to Gandalf's head and struck the stone steps. The rail rang and broke. The steps cracked and sent out bright sparks. The object was not broken. It rolled down the stairs. It was a dark crystal ball with a glowing light inside. It rolled toward a pool. Pippin ran after it and picked it up.
That cruel man, cried Ymir.
But Gandalf stayed calm. No, he said. Saruman did not throw it. I do not think he ordered it either. It came from a high window. I believe Wormtongue threw it as a last act, but he aimed badly.
Maybe he aimed badly because he could not choose who he hated more, said Aragorn. You or Saruman.
That may be true, said Gandalf. Those two will not find peace together. They will hurt each other with words. Their fate is fair. If Wormtongue ever leaves Orthanc alive, it will be more than he deserves. Here, my boy, give that to me, Gandalf said sharply. He saw Pippin climbing the steps slowly, as if the ball was very heavy. Gandalf went down to him and quickly took the dark globe. He wrapped it in his cloak. I will keep this, he said. I do not think Saruman wanted to lose it.
But he may throw other things, said Gimli. If this talk is finished, we should move farther away, out of reach.
It is finished, said Gandalf. Let us go. They turned away from the doors of Orthanc and walked down. The riders greeted the king with joy and honored Gandalf. Saruman's power was gone. They had seen him obey and then crawl away in shame. Well, that is over, said Gandalf. Now I must find Treebeard and tell him what happened.
He must already know, said Merry. Could it have ended any other way?
Not likely, said Gandalf. Though it was very close. I had reasons for trying. Some were kind reasons, and some were not. First, Saruman learned that his voice has lost its power. He cannot rule and advise at the same time. When a plan is ready, it cannot stay hidden. He fell into his own trap and tried to speak to people one by one, while others listened. I gave him one last choice, and it was fair. I asked him to give up Mordor and his secret plans. I asked him to help us and fix his wrong acts. He knows our trouble very well. He could have helped us a lot. But he refused. He chose to keep the power of Orthanc. He does not want to serve anyone. He only wants to rule. Now he lives in fear of Mordor. Still, he dreams of using great power for himself. Poor fool. If the power from the east reaches Isengard, it will destroy him. We cannot break Orthanc from the outside. But Sauron, who knows what he may do?
And if Sauron does not win, what will you do to him?
Nothing. I will do nothing to him. I do not want to rule others. What will happen to him later, I do not know. I feel sad. Much good once lived in that tower, and now it is spoiled. Still, things have not gone badly for us. Fate turns in strange ways. Hate often harms itself. Even if we had gone inside, we would not have found anything more valuable than the thing Wormtongue threw down to us. A sharp cry came from a high open window, then stopped at once. It seems Saruman thinks the same. Let us leave them. They walked back to the broken gate. As soon as they passed under the arch, Treebeard came forward from the shadows with many other Ents. Aragorn, Gimli, and Legolas stared at them in wonder. These are 3 of my friends, Treebeard. I have spoken of them, but you have not seen them yet. He told their names.
The old Ent looked at each one for a long time. He spoke to them in turn. At last he looked at Legolas. So you have come all the way from Mirkwood, my elf friend? It was once a very great forest.
It still is. But we never grow tired of seeing new trees. I would love to walk in Fangorn Forest. I only went a little way inside, and I did not want to leave.
I hope you will get your wish before the hills grow much older.
I will come, if I can. I made a promise with my friend. If all goes well, we will visit Fangorn together, if you allow it.
Any elf who comes with you is welcome.
The friend I mean is not an elf. I mean Gimli, son of Gloin.
Gimli bowed low. His axe slipped from his belt and fell to the ground.
HM. A dwarf with an axe. I like elves, but this is much to ask. This is a strange friendship.
It may seem strange. But while Gimli lives, I will not come alone. His axe is not for trees. It is for orcs. He struck down 42 in the battle.
Who? That is a better tale. Very well. Things will happen in their own time. There is no need to rush. But now we must part for a while. The day is ending. Gandalf says you must go before night. The Lord of the Mark wants to return to his home.
Yes, we must go now. I must take your gatekeepers with me. But you will manage without them.
Maybe I will. But I will miss them. We became friends very fast. Perhaps I am growing young again. They are the first new thing I have seen in many long days. I will not forget them. I have written their names in the long list. The Ents will remember. Ents, born of the earth, old as mountains. Wide walkers, drinkers of water. And the hungry little folk, the laughing children, shall stay friends while leaves grow again. Farewell. If you hear news in your fair land, the Shire, send word to me. You know what I mean. News or sight of the Ent wives. Come yourselves if you can.
We will.
We will.
They turned away quickly. Treebeard watched them and stayed silent for a while. He shook his head slowly. Then he spoke to Gandalf.
So Saruman would not leave? I did not think he would. His heart is rotten. Even so, if all my trees were gone, I would still hide if I had one dark hole left.
No. But you did not plan to cover the whole world with trees and destroy all other life. Saruman stays to hold his hate and make new plans. He has the key of Orthanc. But he must not escape.
He will not. The Ents will watch him. Saruman will not step beyond the rock without my word.
Good. That is what I wanted. Now I can go and think about other things, with one worry gone. But you must be careful. The water has gone down. It is not enough to put guards around the tower. I fear there are deep tunnels under Orthanc. Saruman hopes to move in and out without being seen. If you are willing to do the work, I ask you to bring the water back again. Keep filling the place until Isengard becomes a great pool, or until you find the ways where the water escapes. When all the tunnels are full and the exits are blocked, Saruman will have to stay above and look out of his windows.
Leave it to the Ents. We will search the whole valley. We will look everywhere, even under the smallest stone. Trees will live here again. Old trees and wild trees will grow back. We will call it the Watchwood. Not even a squirrel will pass without me knowing. Leave it to the Ents. For many long years, longer than the time he hurt us, we will not grow tired of watching him.
Chapter 2. The Palantir. The sun was going down behind the long mountains in the west when Gandalf and his friends left Isengard again. The king rode with his riders. Gandalf took Merry up behind him on his horse. Aragorn took Pippin. Two of the king's men rode ahead very fast and soon disappeared into the valley. The others followed slowly and calmly. The Ents stood in a quiet line at the gate. They looked like stone statues. Their long arms were raised, but they did not speak. Merry and Pippin looked back as they went down the winding road. The sky was still bright, but long shadows lay over Isengard. The grey ruins were falling into darkness. Treebeard stood there alone. He looked like the old stump of a tree. The hobbits remembered their first meeting with him, long ago in the sunny place near Fangorn. They passed the pillar of the White Hand. The pillar was still there, but the carved hand was broken. The pieces lay on the ground. In the middle of the road lay the long finger. It was white in the evening light, and the red nail was turning dark. The Ents noticed everything. They rode on as the valley grew darker. After some time, Merry spoke.
Are we going far tonight, Gandalf? I don't know how you feel with small folk hanging on behind you. But the small folk are tired. They would like to stop and lie down.
So you heard that? Do not let it trouble you. Be glad he did not say more. He was thinking about you. If it helps your pride, I think you and Pippin are on his mind more than anyone else. He wonders who you are. He wonders how you came there and why. He wonders what you know. He wonders if you were caught, and how you escaped when all the orcs died. These small questions worry Saruman. When he speaks badly of you, it means you matter to him.
Thank you. But it is a greater honor to ride behind you, Gandalf. From back here, I can ask my question again. Are we going far tonight?
You are a very stubborn hobbit. All wizards should have a hobbit or two with them. They help teach patience. Forgive me. I have thought about this already. We will ride gently for a few hours, until we reach the end of the valley. Tomorrow we must ride faster. When we first came, we planned to ride straight from Isengard to the king's home at Adora's. That would have taken many days across the open land. But we have changed the plan. Messengers have gone to Helm's Deep to warn them that the king will return tomorrow. From there, he will ride with many men to Dunharrow, using paths in the hills. From now on, when we can avoid it, no more than 2 or 3 people should travel openly, by day or night.
You always choose everything or nothing. I was only thinking about where to sleep tonight. What are Helm's Deep and the other places? I know nothing about this land.
Then you should learn if you want to understand what is happening. But not now, and not from me. I have many serious things to think about.
All right. I will ask Strider by the campfire. He is kinder. But why all this secrecy? I thought we had won the battle.
We have won. But it was only the first victory. That makes us more dangerous to our enemies. There was some connection between Isengard and Mordor. I do not yet understand it. I do not know how they shared news, but they did. The Eye of the Dark Tower will be watching this place, and also Rohan. The less it sees, the better. The road went on slowly and turned through the valley. Sometimes the river Isen was far away. Sometimes it was close, flowing over stones in its wide bed. Night came down from the mountains. The mist disappeared. Cold air moved across the land. The moon grew round and bright, shining with pale, cold light in the east. On their right side, the mountain slopes went down to empty hills. In front of them, wide flat land lay grey and quiet. At last they stopped walking. They left the main road and moved onto soft grass again. They went west for about a mile, and then came to a small valley. It opened to the south and rested against the side of Dol Baron, the last hill of the northern hills. Its lower sides were green, and purple heather grew on its top. The sides of the valley were rough with old brown ferns from last year. New green shoots of spring pushed up through the earth and smelled fresh. Thorn bushes grew thick along the low banks. They made their camp under these bushes. It was about 2 hours before midnight. They lit a fire in a small dip in the ground, among the roots of an old hawthorn tree. The tree was tall and twisted with age, but strong. New buds were growing on every branch. They set guards, 2 at a time. The others ate their food. Then they wrapped themselves in cloaks and blankets and slept. The hobbits lay together in one corner on a pile of old ferns. Merry felt sleepy. Pippin did not. He moved again and again. The dry ferns made small cracking sounds.
What is wrong? Are you lying on ants?
No. But I am not comfortable. I wonder how long it has been since I slept in a bed.
Merry yawned. Count it on your fingers. You know how long it is since we left Lorien.
Oh, that. I mean a real bed in a bedroom.
Then Rivendell. But tonight I could sleep anywhere.
You were lucky, Merry. You rode with Gandalf.
So what?
Did you learn anything from him? Any news?
Yes, quite a lot. More than usual. But you heard most of it. You were close, and we did not speak in secret. You can ride with him tomorrow if you think you can learn more. That is, if he wants you.
Can I? Good. But he feels very close, doesn't he? And not changed at all.
Oh yes, he has changed. He feels bigger somehow. He can be kinder, but also more frightening. He can be happier and more serious than before. He has changed, but we do not yet know how much. Think about what happened with Saruman. Saruman used to be above Gandalf. He led the council. He was Saruman the White. Now Gandalf is the White. Saruman came when he was called. His staff was taken. Then he was told to leave, and he did.
If Gandalf has changed, then he is closer to us than ever. That is all. But what about that glass ball? He seemed very pleased with it. He knows something about it, or guesses. But does he tell us? No. Not a word. I picked it up. I stopped it from falling into the water. And all he said was, "I'll take that." That's all. I wonder what it is. It felt very heavy.
Hello. So that is what troubles you. Now listen, Pippin. Do not forget what Gilda said. Sam likes to repeat it. Do not get involved in the work of wizards. They are clever and can get angry fast.
But our whole life for months has been one long step into wizard business. I want some answers, not only danger. I want to see that ball.
Go to sleep. You will learn enough sooner or later. Pippin, no took is more curious than a brandybuck. But is this the right time?
All right. What is wrong with saying what I want? I want to see that stone. I know I cannot have it. Gandalf is sitting on it like a hen on an egg. But it does not help when you only say, "You can't have it, so go to sleep."
What else can I say? I am sorry, Pippin, but you must wait until morning. After breakfast, I will be just as curious as you. I will help you ask the wizard questions. But I cannot stay awake now. If I yawn again, my ears will tear. Good night.
Pippin did not speak again. He lay still, but he could not sleep. Merry fell asleep fast, and his soft breathing made it worse for Pippin. In the quiet dark, Pippin kept thinking about the dark round stone. He felt its weight again in his hands. He saw again the deep red light inside it. He turned again and tried to think of other things. At last he could not bear it any more. He stood up and looked around. The air was cold, so he pulled his cloak close. The moon shone pale and cold into the hollow. The shadows of the bushes looked deep and black. Shapes of people lay sleeping everywhere. The 2 guards were not nearby. They were likely higher up the hill or hidden in the plants. Without knowing why, Pippin walked softly to Gandalf. He looked down at him. Gandalf seemed asleep, but his eyes were not fully closed. There was a small shine under his long lashes. Pippin jumped back in fear. Gandalf did not move. Slowly, and not wanting to, Pippin came close again, from behind Gandalf's head. Gandalf lay wrapped in a blanket, with his cloak over him. Near his arm was a round shape wrapped in dark cloth. Gandalf's hand had just slipped away from it. Pippin breathed very quietly. Step by step, he came closer. At last he knelt down. He reached out carefully and lifted the round bundle. It was lighter than he expected. He felt a strange relief and thought it might be just some harmless things. Still, he did not put it down. He stood holding it. Then a thought came to him. He walked away, found a big stone, and came back. He worked fast now. He took off the cloth, wrapped the stone in it, and placed it back by Gandalf's hand. Then he looked at what he had uncovered. There lay a smooth crystal ball. It looked dark and empty. Pippin picked it up and quickly wrapped it in his own cloak. He turned to go back to his bed. At that moment, Gandalf moved in his sleep and spoke softly in a strange language. His hand reached out and closed around the wrapped stone. He sighed and became still again.
"You foolish fool," Pippin whispered to himself. "You will get into terrible trouble. Put it back now." But his knees shook. He was too afraid to go near Gandalf again. "I cannot return it without waking him," he thought. "I need to calm down first. I will look at it now, but not here."
He crept away and sat on a small grassy rise near his bed. The moon shone over the edge of the hollow. Pippin sat with his knees pulled up and the ball between them. He bent over it, like a child hiding with food away from others. He moved his cloak and stared at it. The air felt very still. At first, the ball was dark, black and shiny in the moonlight. Then a weak light began inside it. The light grew stronger, and Pippin could not look away. Soon the inside seemed full of moving light. Then, suddenly, the light went out. Pippin gasped. He tried to move, but his body would not obey. He bent closer and became stiff and still. His lips moved without sound. Then he gave a sharp cry and fell backward. He lay quiet on the ground. The cry was loud and sharp. The guards ran down at once. Soon everyone in the camp was awake. "So this is the thief," said Gandalf. He quickly covered the crystal ball with his cloak. "But Pippin." This is a sad turn of events. He knelt beside Pippin. The hobbit lay on his back, stiff, with open eyes staring at the sky. Gandalf looked tired and worried. He held Pippin's hand and listened for his breath. Then he touched his forehead.
Pippin shivered. His eyes closed. He cried out and sat up suddenly. He looked around in fear at the pale faces in the moonlight.
"It is not for you, Saruman,"
he shouted in a thin, strange voice. He pulled away from Gandalf. "I will send for it at once. Do you understand? Say that."
He tried to run away, but Gandalf held him gently and strongly. "Peregrine Took," Gandalf said. "Come back."
Pippin relaxed and fell back, holding Gandalf's hand. "Gandalf," he cried. "Gandalf! Forgive me."
"Forgive you," said the wizard. "Tell me first what you have done."
I took the ball and looked at it," said Pippin in a shaking voice. "I saw things that scared me. I wanted to go away, but I could not move. Then he came and asked me things. He looked at me, and that is all I remember."
"That is not enough," Gandalf said in a hard voice. "What did you see? What did you say?" Pippin closed his eyes and shook. He did not speak. Everyone watched him. Merry turned his face away. Gandalf still looked very strict. "Speak," Gandalf said.
Pippin spoke again, slowly and softly. His words became clearer. "I saw a dark sky and high stone walls," he said. "I saw small stars. The place felt very far away and very old, but also sharp and clear. Then the stars went in and out. Things with wings passed in front of them. They were very big. In the glass they looked like bats flying around a tower. I thought there were 9. One flew straight toward me. It grew bigger and bigger. It was terrible. I cannot say more. I tried to escape. I thought it would fly out at me. But when it filled the whole glass, it was gone. Then he came. He did not speak with words. He only looked at me, and I understood him. He said, 'So you are back. Why have you stayed away so long?' I did not answer. Then he asked, 'Who are you?' I still did not answer. It hurt me very much. He pushed me to speak. So I said, 'A hobbit.' Then he really saw me. He laughed at me. It was cruel. It felt like sharp pain inside me. I tried to fight it. But he said, 'Wait. We will meet again soon. Tell Saruman this small thing is not for him. I will take it myself. Do you understand? Say only that.' Then he enjoyed my fear. I felt like I was breaking apart. I cannot say more. I remember nothing else."
"Look at me," said Gandalf. Pippin looked into Gandalf's eyes. Gandalf watched him in silence. Then his face became kind. A small smile came. He put his hand gently on Pippin's head. "All right," he said. "Say no more. You are not hurt. I see no lies in your eyes. He did not speak with you for long. You are still a foolish hobbit, but an honest one, Peregrine took. Wiser people could have done worse in this danger. Listen to me. You and your friends were saved by luck. You cannot trust luck again. If he had asked you more questions, you would have told him everything. That would have destroyed us all. But he was in a hurry. He did not only want answers. He wanted you so he could deal with you later, in his dark tower. Do not shake. If you get involved with wizards, you must be ready to think about dark things. But come. I forgive you. Be calm. Things did not go as badly as they could have." Gandalf lifted Pippin gently and carried him to his bed. Merry followed and sat beside him. "Lie here and rest, Pippin, if you can," said Gandalf. "Trust me. If your hands feel strange again, tell me. Such problems can be healed. And please, my dear hobbit, do not put a hard stone under my arm again. Now I will leave you two for a while." Gandalf went back to the others. They were still standing near the Orthanc stone, full of worry. "Danger comes at night when we do not expect it," he said. "We escaped by a very small chance."
"How is Pippin?" Aragorn asked.
"I think he will be fine now," Gandalf said. "He was not held for long. Hobbits recover quickly. The fear will likely fade soon. Maybe too soon. Aragorn, will you take the Orthanc stone and guard it? It is very dangerous."
"Dangerous, yes, but not for everyone," said Aragorn. "There is one who has the right to it. This is the Palantir of Orthanc. It came from the treasure of the Lendil and was placed here by the kings of Gondor. My time is coming. I will take it."
Gandalf looked at Aragorn. To everyone's surprise, he lifted the covered stone and bowed as he gave it to him. "Take it, my lord," he said. "This is a sign of other things that will return." But listen to my advice. Do not use it yet. Be careful.
When have I been quick or careless? Aragorn said. I have waited and prepared for many long years.
Never, said Gandalf. So do not fall now, at the end of the road. At least, keep this stone secret. All of you here must do the same. Most of all, Pippin must not know where it is. The dark pool may come to him again. Sadly, he touched it and looked into it, which should never have happened. He should not have touched it in Isengard. I should have stopped him sooner. But my thoughts were on Saruman. I did not understand the stone at once. I was tired. As I lay thinking, I fell asleep. Now I understand. Yes, there is no doubt, said Aragorn.
Now we understand the link between Isengard and Mordor and how it worked. Many things are clear at last.
Our enemies have strange powers, and also strange weak points, said Theoden.
People have long said that evil plans often destroy themselves.
That is often true, said Gandalf. This time, we were lucky. This hobbit may have saved me from a very serious mistake. I thought about using the stone myself to learn its power. If I had done that, the enemy would have seen me. I am not ready for such a test, if I ever will be. Even if I could pull myself away, it would be very bad for him to see me, at least until the time comes when hiding is no longer useful. I think that time has already come, said Aragorn.
Not yet, said Gandalf.
We still have a short time of doubt, and we must use it well. The enemy believed the stone was in Orthanc. That makes sense. So he also believed the hobbit was a prisoner there, forced by Saruman to look into the stone. Now his dark mind is full of the hobbit's face and voice. He expects more. It may take time before he sees his mistake. We must take that time. We have moved too slowly. We must act now. This place near Isengard is not safe to stay in. I will ride ahead at once with Peregrine Took. That will be better for him than lying awake in the dark while others sleep. I will keep Emer and 10 riders with me, said the king.
They will ride with me at first light. The others may go with Aragorn and leave when they wish.
As you decide, said Gandalf. But ride as fast as you can to the hills, to Helm's Deep. At that moment, a shadow passed over them. The bright moonlight was suddenly cut away. Several riders cried out and bent low, lifting their arms over their heads, as if something might strike them from above. A sudden fear and a cold feeling filled them. Shaking, they looked up. A huge shape with wings crossed the moon like a black cloud. It turned and flew north, faster than any wind in Middle-earth. The star seemed to fade before it. Then it was gone. They stood still, stiff like stone. Gandalf stared upward. His arms were held out and down. His hands were tight fists. Nazgul, he shouted. A messenger of Mordor. The danger is coming. The Nazgul have crossed the river. Ride. Ride now. Do not wait for morning. Let the fast not wait for the slow. Ride. He ran off at once, calling Shadowfax as he went. Aragorn followed him. Gandalf went to Pippin and lifted him in his arms. You will come with me this time, he said. Shadowfax will show you how he runs. Then he went to where he had been resting. Shadowfax was already there. Gandalf threw his small bag over his shoulder and jumped onto the horse. Aragorn lifted Pippin and placed him in Gandalf's arms, wrapped in a cloak and blanket. Farewell. Follow quickly. Gandalf called. Go, Shadowfax. The great horse lifted his head. His long tail moved in the moonlight. Then he sprang forward and was gone, like a strong wind from the mountains.
What a calm and peaceful night, said Merry to Aragorn. Some people have amazing luck. He did not want to sleep, and he wanted to ride with Gandalf. And now he is gone. Instead of standing here all night as a warning.
If you had picked up the Orthing stone first, not him, what would have happened? Said Aragorn. It might have been worse. No one can know. Now it is your turn to ride with me, I'm afraid. At once. Go and get ready. Bring anything that Pippin left behind. Hurry.
Across the open land, Shadowfax ran like the wind. No one needed to guide him or urge him on. In less than an hour, they reached the fords of Isen and crossed them. The mound of the riders and their cold spears lay grey behind them. Pippin began to feel better. He was warm, though the air on his face was cool and fresh. He was with Gandalf. The fear of the stone and the dark shape over the moon was fading. It felt like something left behind in the mist or in a bad dream. He took a deep breath.
I didn't know you rode without a saddle, Gandalf, he said. You have no saddle and no reins.
I do not ride in the elf way, except on Shadowfax, said Gandalf. But Shadowfax will wear no gear. You do not ride Shadowfax. He chooses to carry you, or not. If he chooses to carry you, that is enough. Then it is his task to keep you on his back, unless you jump off yourself.
How fast is he going? Asked Pippin. It feels very fast, but also very smooth. And his steps are so light.
He is running as fast as the quickest horse can gallop, said Gandalf. But for him, that is not very fast. The land rises here and is rougher than beyond the river. Look how the White Mountains are coming closer under the stars. The Thrihern Mountains stand ahead like dark spears. Soon we will reach the place where the road split. We will also come to the Deeping Combe. A battle happened there 2 nights ago. Pippin stayed quiet for some time. He heard Gandalf singing softly. The wizard sang small pieces of songs in many languages. The miles passed under them as they rode on. After a while, Gandalf began a song with clearer words. The wind rushed, but Pippin could still hear some lines. Tall ships and tall kings, 3 times 3. What did they bring from the broken land across the wide sea? 7 stars and 7 stones, and 1 white tree.
What are you saying, Gandalf?
I was thinking about old rhymes of lore. Hobbits have forgotten them, I think. Even the ones they once knew.
No, not all. We have many songs of our own. You might not like them. But I have never heard this one. What does it mean? What are the 7 stars and 7 stones?
They are about the Palantiri of the kings of long ago.
And what are they?
The name means, things that can see far away. The stone of Orthanc was one of them.
Then it was not made by the enemy?
No. Saruman did not make it either. It is beyond his skill, and beyond Sauron's skill too. The Palantiri came from the west, from Eldamar. The Noldor made them. Maybe Fina himself made them. That was in a time so old that we cannot count the years. But Sauron can turn many things to evil. Poor Saruman. This was his fall, I see now. These tools are dangerous when we do not fully understand them. Still, Saruman is to blame. He was foolish to hide it and use it only for himself. He never spoke of it to the council. We did not yet think about what happened to the Palantiri of Gondor after its many wars. Men almost forgot them. Even in Gondor, only a few people knew about them. In honor, they were remembered only in an old rhyme among the Dúnedain.
What did the men of old use them for?
He felt happy and surprised to get so many answers. He wondered how long it would continue.
They used them to see far away. They could also speak to each other with their minds. In this way, they protected and kept the realm of Gondor united. They placed stones in Minas Anna, in Minas Ithil, and in Orthanc at Isengard. The greatest stone was once under the Dome of Stars in Osgiliath, before the city was ruined. 3 others were far in the north. In Elrond's house, it is said they were in Enumena's and Amorn's Sull. Elendil's stone was on the Tower Hills, looking toward Mithland by the Gulf of Lune, where the grey ships rest. Each Palantir could answer the others. But the stones in Gondor were always open to Osgiliath. Now it seems that the Tower of Orthanc has stood strong through time, and its stone stayed there. Alone, it could only show small images of distant places or old days. This was useful to Saruman. But it was not enough for him. He looked farther and farther. At last, he looked toward Barad-dûr. Then he was trapped. Who knows where the lost stones of Orna and Gondor are now? They may be buried or lost in deep water. But Sauron must have found at least one. I think it was the Stone of Ithil. He took Minas Ithil long ago and turned it into an evil place. Now it is called Minas Morgul. Now we can see how Saruman was caught so quickly. Since then, Sauron has guided him from far away. When words did not work, fear did. Saruman became the one who was trapped. Like a hunter caught by a greater hunter. Like a spider in a hard web. I wonder how long he has been forced to look into his stone for orders. The Orthanc stone now turns toward Barad-dûr. If anyone without a very strong will looks into it, their mind will be pulled there at once. The stone calls to the heart. I have felt it myself. Even now, part of me wants to test my strength. I want to take it from Sauron and turn it where I wish. I would look across the wide seas and long years to Tirion the Fair. I would see the work of Fina, when the white tree and the golden tree were both in bloom. He sighed and became quiet.
I wish I had known all this before. I did not understand what I was doing.
Oh yes, you did.
You knew your behavior was wrong and unwise. You told yourself this, but you did not listen. I did not say this before. Only after thinking about everything, I understand it now, while we ride together. If I had spoken earlier, it would not have changed your wish. It would not have made it easier to stop. It might have made it worse. A burned hand teaches better. After pain, advice about fire reaches the heart.
It does. If all 7 stones were in front of me now, I would close my eyes and put my hands in my pockets.
Good. That is what I hope for.
But I would like to know.
Mercy. If giving answers could cure your curiosity, I would spend my whole life answering you. What more do you want to know?
The names of all the stars, and all living things, and the full history of Middle-earth and the skies above and the sundering seas. Of course. What else? But I am not in a hurry tonight. Just now I was thinking about the Black Shadow. It heard you shout, Messenger of Mordor. What was it? What could it do at Isengard?
It was a black rider with wings, a Nazgul. It could have carried you away to the Dark Tower.
But it was not coming for me, was it? I mean, it did not know that I had.
No, of course not. The flight from Barad-dûr to Orthanc is very long. Even a Nazgul needs hours to fly that far. But Saruman surely looked into the stone after the orc attack. More of his secret thoughts were seen than he wanted. A messenger was sent to learn what he is doing. After tonight, I think another will come, and soon. Saruman is now trapped by his own choice. He has no prisoner to send. He has no stone to look with. He cannot answer the call. Sauron will think Saruman is hiding the prisoner and refusing to use the stone. Saruman cannot help himself by telling the truth. Isengard may be broken, but Saruman is still safe in Orthanc. So, whether he wants it or not, he will seem like an enemy. This is what he tried to avoid when he turned us away. What he will do now, I cannot say. He still has some power in Orthanc. He may try to resist the 9 riders. He may try to trap one, or to destroy the creature it rides. If that happens, Rohan should watch its horses. I cannot tell if this will help us or harm us. The enemy's plans may become confused or slowed by his anger at Saruman. Or he may learn that I was there, standing on the stairs of Orthanc, with hobbits behind me. Or he may learn that the heir of Elendil lives and stood beside me. If Wormtongue was not fooled by the armor of Rohan, he would remember Aragorn and the name he claimed. That is what I fear. And so we ride on, not away from danger, but toward greater danger. Each step of Shadowfax brings you closer to the land of shadow, Peregrine took. Pippin said nothing. He pulled his cloak tight, as if cold had touched him. Grey land moved under them. Look now! The valleys of the Westfold are opening before us. Here we return to the road east. The dark shape there is the entrance to the Deeping Valley. That way lies Aglarond and the glittering caves. Do not ask me about them. Ask Gimli if you meet him again. For once, you may get an answer longer than you want. You will not see the caves on this journey. Soon they will be far behind us.
I thought we were going to stop at Helm's Deep. Where are we going then?
To Minas Tirith, before war closes in around it.
Oh. And how far is that?
Very far. 3 times farther than King Theoden's home. That place is already more than 100 miles east from here, if you fly straight, as the messengers of Mordor do. Shadowfax must follow a longer road. Which will be faster? We will ride until daybreak. That is still hours away. Then even Shadowfax must rest, in some quiet place among the hills. I hope at Adora's. Sleep if you can. You may see the first light of dawn on the golden roof of Earl's house. 3 days after that, you will see the purple shadow of Mount Mindolluin. You will see the white walls of Denethor's tower in the morning light. Now go, Shadowfax. Run, brave heart, run faster than ever before. We are in the lands where you were born. You know every stone. Run now. Speed carries our hope. Shadowfax lifted his head and cried out, like a horn calling to battle. Then he leaped forward. Sparks flashed from his feet, and the knight rushed past him. We are in real trouble, master, said Sam Gamgee. He stood close to Frodo. His shoulders were bent, and he looked into the dark land ahead. It was the 3rd evening since they had left the company. They were not fully sure of the time. For many hours, they had climbed over hard hills and sharp stones in the Emyn Muil. Sometimes they had to turn back because there was no path. Sometimes they walked in circles and came back to the same place. Still, they moved slowly east. They tried to stay near the outer edge of the hills. But the sides of the hills were always too steep and too high. They could not go down. Below them was a wide plain with green marshes. The land looked sick and empty. Nothing moved there. No birds flew above it. Now the hobbit stood at the edge of a tall cliff. It was cold and bare. Mist covered the ground below. Behind them were broken hills with clouds drifting over them. A cold wind blew from the east. Night was coming over the land in front of them. The green color faded into dull brown. Far away to the right, the great river Anduin was hidden in shadow. Frodo and Sam did not look back toward the river or their friends. They stared to the south and east. At the edge of the night, they saw a dark line like a wall of smoke. From time to time, a small red light flashed far away.
What a mess, said Sam. That place is the one place we never wanted to see. And now we must go there. But we cannot reach it at all. We came the wrong way. We cannot get down. And even if we could, that green land would be a wet bog. Can you smell it?
He lifted his nose to the wind.
Yes, I can, said Frodo. He did not move. His eyes stayed fixed on the dark line and the red light. Mordor, he whispered. If I must go there, I wish I could go fast and finish it.
He shook with cold. The wind smelled of rot and death.
At last he turned away. We cannot stay here all night, he said. We must find a safer place and rest. Maybe tomorrow we will find a path.
Or the next day, said Sam softly. Or never. We chose the wrong road.
I wonder, said Frodo. It seems I must go into that dark place so a way can be found. But will it be shown by good or by evil? Our only hope was to move fast. Now we are delayed. Maybe the Dark Tower is guiding us. All my choices feel wrong. I should have left the company sooner and come another way. Now it is too late. We cannot turn back alone, and orcs are near the river. Every lost day matters. I am so tired, Sam. I do not know what to do. How much food do we have?
Only lembas, Mr. Frodo. We still have some. It is better than nothing, for sure. But I never thought I would want something else so badly. A bit of plain bread and half a mug of beer would be grand. I carried my cooking things all this way, and they are useless. We have no fire, and nothing to cook. Not even grass.
They turned away and walked down into a hollow of stone. The sun sank behind clouds, and night came quickly. They slept as best they could in the cold. They took turns to rest. They lay between tall, sharp rocks that gave them some shelter from the east wind. In the cold grey morning, they sat and ate thin pieces of lembas. They felt stiff and cold.
Did you see them again, Mr. Frodo? Asked Sam.
No, said Frodo. I have seen and heard nothing for 2 nights.
Nor have I, said Sam. Those eyes scared me badly. But maybe we lost him at last. That sneaking creature, Gollum. If I ever catch him.
I hope you never have to, said Frodo. I do not know how he followed us. Maybe he has lost us again, like you say. This land is dry and empty. We do not leave many marks on the ground. There is not much smell either, even for his searching nose.
I hope so, said Sam. I wish he would leave us forever.
So do I, said Frodo. But he is not my biggest worry. I want to leave these hills. I hate them. I feel open and unsafe on the east side. There is nothing here, only dead flat land between me and that dark place over there. I feel an eye watching. Come on. We must go down today, somehow.
But the day went on. When afternoon slowly turned to evening, they were still moving along the ridge. They had not found a way down. In the quiet land, they sometimes thought they heard small sounds behind them. A stone might fall. Or they imagined soft steps on the rock. When they stopped and listened, they heard nothing more. There was only the wind moving over the stones. Even that sound made them uneasy, like quiet breathing. All day the outer ridge of the Emyn Muil slowly turned north as they walked. Along the edge, there was now a wide, broken flat of old rock. Deep cracks and narrow channels cut through it. These channels went steeply down into dark cuts in the cliff. To find a way through these gaps, Frodo and Sam had to move left, away from the edge. They did not see that for many miles they were going down little by little. The top of the cliff was getting closer to the low land below. At last they had to stop. The ridge turned more sharply north and was cut by a deep ravine. On the other side, the land rose up again in one great wall. A tall grey cliff stood in front of them, straight and hard. They could not go forward. Now they had to turn west or east. The west would take them back into the hills, with more hard work and delay. The east would take them to the outer cliff.
There is no other choice, Sam, said Frodo. We must go down this narrow gap. Let's see where it goes.
It will be a bad drop, I think, said Sam.
The gap was longer and deeper than it looked. After going down some way, they saw a few small, twisted trees. They were the first trees they had seen in days. Most were bent birch trees, and a few fir trees. Many were dead and dry, hurt by the cold east winds. Long ago, this place must have had many trees. Now, after about 50 yards, the trees ended. Only old broken stumps went on toward the edge of the cliff. The bottom of the gap was full of loose stones and sloped sharply down. When they reached the end, Frodo bent forward and looked out.
Look, he said. We have come down a long way, or the cliff is lower here. It is not as high as before. It looks easier, too.
Sam knelt beside him and looked over the edge with fear. Then he looked back at the tall cliff rising to their left. Easier, he said. Well, going down is always easier than going up. If you cannot fly, you have to jump.
It would still be a very big jump, said Frodo. He looked carefully. About 18 fathoms, I think. Not more.
That is more than enough, said Sam. I really hate looking down from high places. Still, looking is better than climbing.
Even so, said Frodo. I think we can climb down here. I think we must try. Look, the rock is different now. It is cracked and broken.
The outer cliff was no longer straight down. It sloped out a little. It looked like a great wall that had shifted and broken. There were deep cracks and long slanted edges. In some places, they were wide enough to step on.
If we are going to go down, we should start now, said Frodo. It is getting dark early. I think a storm is coming.
The dark shape of the eastern mountains was lost in deeper black clouds. The darkness moved west like long arms. Far away, they heard low thunder on the growing wind. Frodo smelled the air and looked up at the sky with doubt. He pulled his belt tight over his cloak and fixed his small pack on his back. Then he walked toward the edge.
I am going to try, he said.
All right, said Sam sadly. But I will go first.
You, said Frodo. Why did you change your mind about climbing?
I did not change my mind, said Sam. It is just sensible. The one below is more likely to slip. I do not want to fall on you and pull you down too. There is no point in losing both of us in one fall.
Before Frodo could stop him, Sam sat down and moved his legs over the edge. He turned his body and tried to find a place for his feet. He did this very fast. It was brave, but it was also a bad idea.
No, no. Sam, you silly fool. You will hurt yourself if you go like that. You did not even look first. Come back.
Frodo grabbed Sam under his arms and pulled him up.
Now wait and be patient.
Frodo lay on the ground and looked over the edge. The light was getting weaker, even though the sun was not gone yet.
I think we can do this. I can do it. You can too, if you stay calm and follow me carefully.
I don't know how you can be sure. You can't see the bottom in this light. What if there is nowhere to put your hands or feet?
Then we climb back up.
That is easy to say. It is better to wait for morning and more light.
No. I don't want to wait. Every hour feels too long. I am going down to test it. Do not follow me until I come back or call to you.
Frodo held the rocky edge with his hands and slowly lowered himself. When his arms were almost straight, his toes found a small ledge.
One step down. This ledge is wider to the right. I can stand there without holding on.
Darkness came very fast from the east and covered the sky. Thunder cracked loudly above them. Bright lightning struck the hills. Strong wind followed, and inside the wind was a high, sharp cry. The hobbits had heard a sound like this before, far away near their home. Even then it had filled them with fear. Here, in this empty land, it was much worse. The sound filled them with cold fear and stopped their breath. Sam fell flat on the ground. Frodo let go of the rock without meaning to and covered his head and ears. He lost his balance and slid down with a cry. Sam heard him and slowly crawled to the edge.
Master, Master! Master!
There was no answer. Sam was shaking, but he took a breath and shouted again. The wind pushed his voice back, but when it moved away, he heard a weak reply.
All right, all right. I'm here. But I can't see.
Frodo's voice was very weak. He was not far below. He had slid, not fallen. He had stopped on a wider ledge a short distance down. The rock there leaned back, and the wind had pushed him against it. Because of this, he did not fall. He pressed his face to the cold stone and tried to calm himself. His heart was beating fast. Everything around him was black. He wondered if his eyes were hurt. He took a deep breath.
Come back. Come back.
I can't see. I can't find anything to hold. I can't move yet.
What can I do, Mr. Frodo? What can I do?
Thunder sounded again. Then heavy rain came, mixed with small pieces of ice. Cold rain hit the cliff and made it hard to see.
I'm coming down to you.
No, no. Wait. I will be better soon. I already feel better. Wait. You can't help without a rope.
Rope? If I don't deserve to be tied with one, then who does? You are a fool, Sam Gamgee. Rope.
Stop talking. Never mind your old sayings. Are you saying you have a rope with you? If you do, use it.
Yes, Mr. Frodo, in my pack. I carried it all this way and forgot about it.
Then hurry and let one end down.
Sam quickly took off his pack and searched inside. At the bottom, he found a coil of grey rope. The rope was made by the elves of Lorien. He threw one end down to Frodo. The darkness in Frodo's eyes began to fade. His sight was coming back. He saw the thin grey line hanging down. It looked a little silver. Now he had something to look at, and he felt less dizzy. He leaned forward and tied the rope around his waist. Then he held it tight with both hands. Sam stepped back. He pushed his feet against a tree stump near the edge. He pulled while Frodo climbed. Frodo came up with effort and fell onto the ground. Thunder rolled far away. Heavy rain was still falling. The two hobbits crawled back into the narrow gully, but it gave little cover. Small streams of water ran down the rocks. Soon the water rushed fast and poured over the cliff like rain from a huge roof.
I would have been drowned down there, Frodo said. Or washed away. You were very lucky to have that rope.
I would have been luckier if I had thought of it sooner, Sam said. Maybe you remember the elves putting ropes into the boats when we left their land. I liked it, so I put one coil in my pack. That feels like a long time ago. One of them said it could help in many times of need. He was right.
I wish I had brought another rope, Frodo said. I left the group in a hurry and confusion. If we had more rope, we could climb down easily. How long is your rope?
Sam slowly pulled it out and measured it with his arms.
5, 10, 20, 30 ells, more or less, he said.
30 ells. Frodo cried.
Who would think it, said Sam. Elves are amazing. The rope looks thin, but it is very strong. It feels soft in the hand. It packs small and is very light. Truly wonderful folk.
30 ells, Frodo said again, thinking. I believe it is enough. If the storm ends before night, I will try.
The rain is almost stopping, said Sam. But please don't do anything dangerous again in the dark, Mr. Frodo. I still remember that loud cry in the wind. It sounded like a black rider, but in the sky. I think we should stay here until the night passes.
I do not want to stay even one moment longer on this edge, said Frodo. It feels watched from the dark land beyond the marshes.
He stood up and went back to the bottom of the gully. He looked out. The sky in the east was clearing. The storm clouds were breaking and moving away. The worst of the storm went over the hills far off. It brought hail and lightning to other lands. But here, above the dry ground and wet marshes, the deep blue evening sky opened again. A few pale stars appeared above the thin moon.
It is good to see again, Frodo said, breathing deeply. For a short time, I thought I was blind. Maybe from the lightning, or something worse. I could see nothing at all until the grey rope came down. It seemed to shine a little.
It does look a bit silver in the dark, Sam said. I never noticed before. I don't think I ever used it since I packed it away. But if you really want to climb, Mr. Frodo, how will you use it? 30 ells is about the same as the height we guessed for the cliff.
Frodo thought for a moment. Tie the rope to that stump, Sam, he said. This time, you go first, like you wanted. I will lower you down. You only need to use your hands and feet to stay off the rock. If you rest on the ledges sometimes, it will help me. When you are down, I will follow. I feel myself again now.
All right, Sam said slowly. If we must do it, let's finish it.
He fixed the rope around a small tree near the edge of the cliff. Then he tied the other end around his own waist. Slowly and carefully, he got ready to climb down again. It was not as bad as he feared. The rope made him feel safer. Still, he closed his eyes once or twice when he looked down. There was one hard place. The rock was smooth and straight, and there was no small ledge to stand on. For a moment he slipped and hung on the rope. But Frodo held him steady and lowered him slowly. At last he reached the bottom. He was afraid the rope would be too short, but there was still some left in Frodo's hands. When he touched the ground, he called up, "I'm down." Frodo could hear him clearly, but he could not see him. Sam's grey cloak hid him in the evening light. Frodo took more time coming down. The rope was tied above him, and he had made it shorter so it would hold him before he hit the ground. He did not want to fall. He trusted the rope, but not as much as Sam did. Twice he had to hang only on the rope, because the rock was smooth and there was nothing to hold. But in the end, he also reached the bottom.
Well, we did it. We are free from the Emyn Muil. What do we do now? Maybe soon we will miss the hard rock under our feet.
But Sam did not answer. He was looking up at the cliff.
Oh no. My rope. It is still tied at the top. We are down here, and it is still up there. We have left a perfect path for Gollum to follow us. We might as well put up a sign to show him the way. I thought it was too easy.
If you know a way to use the rope and bring it down at the same time, tell me. You can climb up and untie it yourself if you like.
No, I cannot think of a way. But I do not like leaving it behind. It came from the elves. Maybe Lady Galadriel made it. I do not want to lose it.
He gave the rope one last gentle pull. To their surprise, it came loose at once. Sam fell back, and the long rope slid down on top of him. Frodo laughed.
Who tied that rope? It is good that it held at all. I trusted my weight to your knot.
I may not be the best climber, Mr. Frodo. But I know about ropes and knots. My family worked with rope for many years. I tied it well.
Then maybe the rope broke on the sharp rock.
It did not break. Not one thread is broken.
Then maybe the knot came loose.
You can think what you like. But I think the rope came free by itself when I called.
He rolled it up carefully and put it back in his pack.
Well, it came down. That is what matters. Now we must think about what to do next. Night is coming. The stars and the moon look beautiful.
Yes. They lift the heart. They look elvish somehow. And the moon is getting bigger. We have not seen it for a few nights because of the clouds. It gives good light now.
Yes. But it will not be full for some days. I do not think we should cross the marshes in this half-light.
When the night shadows grew darker, they began walking again. After some time, Sam looked back. The narrow path they had come from looked like a dark cut in the cliff.
I am glad we have the rope. At least Gollum will have some trouble climbing there.
They walked carefully away from the cliff. The ground was covered with big stones and rocks. The rain had made everything wet and slippery. The land still went down steeply. They had not gone far when they suddenly stopped. In front of them was a deep crack in the ground. It was not very wide, but it was too wide to jump across in the weak moonlight. They thought they could hear water moving far below. The ground turned to the left and went north, back to the hills. This blocked their way in that direction, at least in the dark.
I think we should go back south, along the cliff, said Sam. Maybe we can find a small place to hide, or even a cave.
I think so, said Frodo. I am very tired. I cannot climb over stones much longer tonight.
He felt unhappy about stopping. If there was a clear path, I would walk until my legs stopped working. Walking did not get easier at the broken feet of the Emyn mule. Sam did not find any small hollow or safe place. There were only bare, hard slopes, with a cliff rising higher and steeper above them. At last they were too tired to go on. They sat down on the ground under the shelter of a large rock near the cliff. They stayed close together in the cold night. They felt sad and weak. Sleep slowly came to them, even though they tried to stay awake. The moon was high and bright. Its pale light shone on the rocks and the cliff walls. The dark land became a cold grey place with long black shadows.
Well, said Frodo. He stood up and pulled his cloak tighter. You sleep for a while, Sam. Take my blanket. I will walk around and watch.
Suddenly he froze. He bent down and held Sam's arm.
What is that? He whispered. Look there, on the cliff.
Sam looked and took a sharp breath. SSSS, he said softly. It's him. It's Gollum. I can't believe it. I thought our climb would stop him. Look at him. He moves like a bad crawling spider.
On the face of the cliff, which looked smooth and steep in the moonlight, a small dark shape was moving. Its thin arms and legs were spread wide. It seemed to stick to the rock in places no hobbit could use. It looked as if it was slowly crawling down, like a large insect. It was coming head first, as if it was following a smell. From time to time it lifted its head and turned it far back on its long neck. The hobbit saw two small pale lights. They were its eyes. They shone for a moment and then closed again.
Do you think he can see us? Sam whispered.
I don't know, said Frodo quietly. I don't think so. These elven cloaks are hard to see in shadow. I cannot see you clearly, even when you are close. And I have heard he does not like the sun or the moon.
Then why is he coming down here? Asked Sam.
Be quiet, Sam, said Frodo. He may smell us. He can hear very well too, like the elves. I think he heard something. We shouted earlier, and we talked too loudly until just now.
I am tired of him, said Sam. He has followed us too many times. I want to speak to him, if I can. I don't think we can escape now anyway.
He pulled his grey hood low over his face and moved quietly toward the cliff.
Be careful, Frodo whispered as he followed. Don't frighten him. He is more dangerous than he looks.
The dark crawling shape was now most of the way down. It was not far above the ground. The hobbit stayed very still in the shadow of a big rock and watched. Gollum seemed to stop at a hard place. He made small sniffing sounds. Sometimes he let out a sharp breath, like an angry noise. He lifted his head, and they thought they heard him spit. Then he moved again. Now they could hear his thin, rough voice.
Ak SSS. Be careful, my precious. Slow is better. We must not fall, must we, precious? No, precious. He lifted his head and blinked at the moon, then shut his eyes fast. We hates it. That cold, shaking light. It watches us. It hurts our eyes. He came lower, and his hissing voice was clearer. Where is it, my precious? It is ours. We wants it. The thieves, the bad little thieves. Where are they with my precious? We hates them.
It doesn't sound like he knows we are here, Sam whispered. And what is his precious? Does he mean the
HSH, Frodo breathed. He is very close now. Close enough to hear even a soft sound.
Gollum stopped again. His large head moved slowly from side to side, as if he was listening. His pale eyes were half open. Sam held himself still, even though his fingers wanted to move. His eyes were full of anger and dislike. He stared at the poor creature as it began to move again. The creature whispered and made soft hissing sounds. Soon it was only a short distance above the ground, right over their heads. Below it was a sharp drop. The rock bent inward, and there was nothing to hold on to. Even Gollum could not find a grip. He tried to turn his body to land feet first. Then he gave a high, sharp cry and fell. As he fell, he pulled his arms and legs close, like a small animal falling fast. Sam ran out at once. He crossed the ground in 2 quick jumps. Before Gollum could stand up, Sam was on him. But Gollum was stronger than Sam expected. The fall had not stopped him. Long arms and legs wrapped around Sam. They held him tight. The grip was soft but very strong. Cold fingers moved toward Sam's neck. Then sharp teeth bit Sam's shoulder. Sam could not break free. He pushed his hard head to the side and hit Gollum's face. Gollum made angry sounds but did not let go. Things would have gone badly for Sam if he had been alone. But Frodo jumped forward and pulled out Sting. With one hand, he pulled Gollum's head back by his thin hair. Gollum's long neck stretched, and his pale eyes looked up at the sky.
Let go, Gollum. This is Sting. You have seen it before. Let go now, or you will feel it.
At once, Gollum went limp. His body became loose and weak. Sam stood up and touched his sore shoulder. His eyes burned with anger. But he did not strike back. Gollum lay on the stones, crying and shaking.
Don't hurt us. Please don't let them hurt us. They won't hurt us, will they, kind little hobbits? We did not mean to hurt anyone. They jumped on us so fast. We are so lonely. We will be good to them, very good, if they are good to us.
What should we do with him? We should tie him up so he can't follow us again.
That would kill us. Cruel little hobbits. Tie us up in the cold land and leave us to die. We will perish.
No. If we kill him, it must be clear and quick. But we cannot do that now. Poor creature. He has not hurt us.
Oh yes, he has. And he wanted to. He will try again. He would hurt us while we sleep.
Maybe. But what he wants to do is not the same as what we should do.
Frodo felt as if he heard old voices from long ago, speaking in his mind. They spoke of pity and mercy. They spoke of not rushing to harm, even when afraid. They spoke of how no one can see all endings.
Very well. I am still afraid. But I will not hurt him. Now that I see him, I feel pity for him.
Yes, we are miserable. So much misery. The hobbits will not kill us. Kind hobbits.
No, we won't. But we will not let you go. You are full of bad thoughts and tricks, Gollum. You must come with us. We will watch you closely. You must help us if you can. If we show kindness, you must return it.
Yes, yes. Kind hobbits. We will come with them. We will find safe paths in the dark. Where are they going in these cold lands, we wonder?
Sam frowned and made a sharp sound with his teeth. He felt something strange in Frodo's mood and knew he could not argue. Still, Frodo's next word surprised him.
You know, or you guess well enough, Smeagol. We are going to Mordor. And I believe you know the way.
Ah? No, no. Not that place. We guessed, yes, we guessed, he whispered. We did not want them to go. No, precious. Not the kind hobbits. There is only ash and dry land there. There is no water. There are deep holes and many orcs. Thousands of orcs. Kind hobbits must not go to those places.
So you have been there? Frodo asked again. And something is pulling you back, right?
Yes. Yes. No. Gollum cried. Once I went there by chance. Yes, by chance. But we will not go back. No, no.
Then his voice changed. He began to cry to himself.
Leave me alone, Gollum. You hurt me. My poor hands. I do not want to go back. I cannot find it. I am tired. I cannot find it anywhere. They are always awake. Dwarfs, men, and elves. The elves have bright eyes. I cannot find it.
He stood up and shook his thin hand toward the east.
We will not go, he shouted. Not for you.
Then he fell down again.
Gollum, Gollum, he cried softly. Do not look at us. Go away. Go to sleep.
He will not leave you just because you ask, Frodo said. But if you truly want to be free of him, you must help me. That means you must help us find a way toward him. You do not have to go all the way. Not past the gates of his land.
Gollum sat up and looked at Frodo from under his eyes. He is over there, he said with a strange laugh. Always there. Orcs can take you. Orcs are easy to find east of the river. Do not ask Smeagol. Poor Smeagol went away long ago. They took his precious. It is lost.
Maybe we can find it again, if you come with us, Frodo said.
No, no, never, Gollum said. He has lost his precious.
Get up, Frodo said.
Gollum stood and moved back until he touched the rock wall.
Now, Frodo said. Is it easier to find a path by day or by night? We are tired. But if you choose night, we will go tonight.
The bright light hurts our eyes, Gollum complained. Not under the white face yet. It will soon go behind the hills. Rest a little first, kind hobbits.
Then sit down, Frodo said. And do not move.
The hobbits sat down beside him, one on each side. Their backs were against the cold stone. They rested their legs. They did not speak, but they knew they must not sleep. The moon moved slowly across the sky. Shadows came down from the hills. Soon it was dark. The stars shone bright above them. No one moved. Gollum sat with his knees up to his chin. His hands and feet were flat on the ground. His eyes were closed, but his body was tight, like he was listening. Frodo looked at Sam. Their eyes met, and they understood each other. They leaned back and closed their eyes, or pretended to. Soon their soft breathing could be heard. Gollum's hands moved a little. His head turned slowly from side to side. One eye opened, then the other. The hobbits did nothing. Suddenly Gollum jumped forward into the dark with great speed. But Frodo and Sam expected this. Sam caught him almost at once. Frodo grabbed his leg and pulled him down.
Your rope may help again, Sam, Frodo said.
Sam took out the rope. And where were you going, Mr. Gollum? He said angrily. We wonder. Maybe to find your orc friends. You are not honest. This rope should stay with you.
Gollum lay still and did not try again. He did not answer Sam. He only gave him a sharp, angry look.
We only need a way to keep hold of him, Frodo said. He must be able to walk. So we should not tie his arms or legs too much. Tie the rope to his ankle. We will hold the other end.
Frodo stood over Gollum while Sam tied the rope. Then something strange happened. Gollum began to scream. It was a thin and terrible sound. He twisted on the ground and tried to bite the rope. He did not stop screaming. At last Frodo saw that Gollum was truly in pain. But the rope was not tight. It was loose. Sam had been careful.
What is wrong? Sam said. If you try to run away, we must tie you. But we do not want to hurt you.
It hurts us, Gollum hissed. It is cold. It bites. Elves made it. Bad elves. Cruel hobbits. That is why we tried to run. We knew you were cruel. You visit elves with bright eyes. Take it off. It hurts us.
No, I will not take it off you, said Frodo. I will only do it if you can make a promise that I can trust.
We will promise, yes, said Gollum. He still held Frodo's ankle and twisted in pain. It hurts us.
Promise, said Frodo.
Smeagol, said Gollum. He opened his eyes wide and looked at Frodo. There was a strange light in them. Smeagol will promise on the precious.
Frodo stood up straight. His voice was hard and strong, and Sam felt surprised again. On the precious? How dare you, said Frodo. Think. One ring to rule them all and bind them in the dark. Would you put your promise on that, Smeagol? It will control you. It is more dangerous than you are. It can change your words. Be careful.
Gollum bent low in fear. On the precious, he said again.
And what will you promise? Asked Frodo.
To be very, very good, said Gollum. He crawled to Frodo's feet and lay flat on the ground. He spoke in a low, shaking voice. His body trembled with fear. Smeagol will promise never, never, to let him have it. Never. Smeagol will keep it safe. But he must promise on the precious.
No, not on it, said Frodo. He looked down at Gollum with hard pity. You only want to see it and touch it. You know it would make you lose your mind. Not on it. Promise by it, if you wish. You know where it is. Yes, Smeagol, you know. It is here, before you.
For a moment Sam felt that Frodo seemed taller and stronger, and Gollum seemed smaller. Frodo looked like a great lord in shadow. Gollum looked like a small crying animal at his feet. Yet they were not strangers. Somehow, they could feel each other's thoughts. Gollum stood up and touched Frodo's knees, begging softly.
Down. Down, said Frodo. Now say your promise.
We promises, yes, I promise, said Gollum. I will serve the master of the precious. Good master, good Smeagol. He suddenly began to cry and bite his own ankle again.
Sam, take the rope off, said Frodo.
Sam did it, but he did not like it. At once Gollum jumped up and moved around happily, like a beaten dog that is forgiven. From that time, he changed for a while. He spoke with less hissing. He spoke to Frodo and Sam, not to himself. He still jumped away if they moved fast or came too close. He did not like their elven cloaks. But he tried hard to be friendly. He laughed if they joked, or if Frodo spoke kindly. He cried if Frodo spoke sharply. Sam did not speak to him much. He trusted Gollum even less than before. He liked this new Smeagol even less than the old one.
Well, Gollum, or whatever we should call you, said Sam. It is time to go. The moon is gone. The night is ending. We should start.
Yes, yes, said Gollum, jumping about. Let's go. There is only one path between the north end and the south end. I found it. Orcs do not use it. They do not know it. Orcs do not cross the marshes. They go far around. You are lucky to come this way. Very lucky to find Smeagol. Follow Smeagol.
He walked a little way ahead and looked back, like a dog asking others to follow.
Wait. Sam called. Do not go too far. I will stay behind you, and I have the rope ready.
No, no, said Gollum. Smeagol promised.
In the deep night, under cold bright stars, they started their journey. Gollum led them north for a short time along their old path. Then he turned right, away from the high rocks of the Emyn Muil. They went down broken stone slopes toward the wide marshes below. Soon they moved quietly into the dark. Across the empty land before Mordor, everything was silent and black. Chapter 2. The Passage of the Marshes. Gollum walked fast. He pushed his head forward and often used his hands as well as his feet. Frodo and Sam found it hard to follow him. Gollum did not try to run away. If they fell behind, he stopped and waited. After some time, he brought them to the edge of a narrow crack in the ground that they had seen before. Now they were farther from the hills.
Here it is, he said. There is a way down. We follow it out there. He pointed south and east toward the marshes.
The bad smell reached them. It was heavy and dirty, even in the cool night air. Gollum walked along the edge and looked up and down. At last he called, "Here! We can go down here. Smeagol came this way once. I hid here from orcs." He went first. Frodo and Sam followed him down into the dark place. It was not hard to climb down. The crack was only about 15 feet deep and not very wide. There was water at the bottom of the path. It was the bed of a small river. Many small rivers ran down from the hills and fed dirty pools far away. Gollum turned to the right, more or less to the south. He walked in the shallow stream, small stones slipping under his feet. He liked the water very much. He laughed softly and made strange sounds. And sometimes he sang in a rough voice. He said the land was hard and cold. The rocks hurt their hands and feet. But the stream was wet and cool. It felt good on his feet. Then he stopped and laughed. He looked at the hobbits from the side and asked what he wished for. He said he would tell them. Baggins had guessed it long ago. His eyes shone in the dark. Sam saw the light and did not like it. Gollum spoke in a strange way. He talked about a creature that lives in water. It drinks all the time. It can live in strange places. It looks smooth and fine. He said he only wished to catch a fish. It would be soft and sweet. These words made Sam think more about food. He had worried about this since Frodo chose Gollum as their guide. Sam wondered how Gollum stayed alive when he was alone for so long. He thought Gollum did not eat well. Gollum looked very thin and hungry. Sam thought he might eat anything if there was no fish. He promised himself to stay awake and careful. They walked on in the dark narrow path for a long time. Frodo and Sam felt very tired. The path slowly turned east. It became wider and not so deep. At last, the sky above them grew light with the first grey of morning. Gollum did not seem tired before, but now he stopped and looked up.
Day is near, he whispered. He spoke as if Day could hear him. He said he would stay there. The yellow face would not see him.
We would like to see the sun, said Frodo. But we will stay here. We are too tired to go on.
You are not wise to like the yellow face. It makes you easy to see. Good hobbits stay with Smeagol. Orcs and bad things are near. They can see far. Stay and hide with me.
The three of them sat down to rest at the foot of the rocky wall. The wall was not very high now. There were wide flat stones at the bottom. The water ran on the other side. Frodo and Sam sat and leaned back. Gollum played in the stream and moved his hands in the water.
We must eat a little, said Frodo. Are you hungry, Smeagol? We have very little, but we will share what we can.
When he heard the word hungry, Gollum's pale eyes lit up. They seemed to stick out more from his thin face.
Very hungry, he said. What do hobbits eat? Do they have nice fish? He licked his lips with his long tongue.
No, we have no fish, said Frodo. We only have this. And water, if this water is safe.
Yes, nice water. Drink it while we can. But what is that food? Can you bite it? Does it taste good?
Frodo broke off a small piece and gave it to him with the leaf. Gollum smelled it. His face twisted in dislike. Anger showed for a moment.
He knew that smell. It came from elf lands. It was bad and stayed on his hands. He dropped the leaf. He took a small bite of the bread, then spat it out. He began to cough. No. It hurts us. We cannot eat it. We will starve instead. We promised to be good. We cannot eat hobbit food. Poor Smeagol, so thin.
I'm sorry, said Frodo. I can't help you. I think this food would help you if you could eat it. But maybe you cannot, not yet.
The hobbits ate their lembas quietly. Sam thought it tasted better than before. Gollum's actions made him notice the taste again. But Sam did not feel easy. Gollum watched every bite closely, like a hungry dog. Only when they finished did he seem to believe there was no other food to share. Then he went away and sat alone a short distance from them. He made small, sad sounds.
Listen, Sam whispered to Frodo. He did not care if Gollum heard him. We must sleep. But we must not sleep together with that hungry creature so close. Promise or no promise, he is still the same inside. Smeagol or Gollum, he will not change fast. You sleep first, Mr. Frodo. I will wake you when I cannot keep my eyes open. We will take turns, like before, while he is free.
Maybe you are right, Sam. He has changed a little, but I do not know how much. Still, I do not think we need to be afraid right now. You can watch if you want. Wake me in 2 hours. Not more.
Frodo was very tired. His head dropped down, and he fell asleep almost at once. Gollum did not seem afraid anymore. He curled up and went to sleep quickly. He did not care about them. Soon his breathing made a soft sound through his teeth. He did not move at all. After some time, Sam felt very sleepy. He was afraid he would fall asleep too. He stood up and gently touched Gollum. Gollum's hands moved a little, but nothing else happened. Sam bent close and spoke softly near his ear. Gollum did not answer. His breathing did not change.
He must really be asleep, he said quietly. If I were like him, I would never wake up.
He pushed away dark thoughts about his sword and rope. Then he went back and sat near his master. When Sam woke later, the sky was dark. It was darker than it had been at breakfast. Sam jumped up. He felt strong and very hungry. He understood that he had slept all day, maybe 9 hours. Frodo was still asleep, lying on his side. Gollum was gone. Sam felt angry with himself and thought of many hard names. Then he remembered that Frodo had been right. There had been no danger for a while. At least they were both alive and unharmed.
Poor creature, Sam said sadly. Now where has he gone?
Not far, not far,
said a voice above him. Sam looked up. He saw Gollum's big head and ears against the evening sky.
What are you doing there? Sam shouted.
His fear came back at once.
Smeagol is hungry. I will be back soon.
Come back now. Sam shouted. Hey! Come back.
But Gollum was already gone. Frodo woke when he heard Sam shout. He sat up and rubbed his eyes.
Hello? Is something wrong? What time is it?
I don't know. After sunset, I think. And he has gone. He says he is hungry.
Do not worry. There is nothing we can do. He will come back. His promise will last a little longer. And he will not leave his precious.
Frodo did not make it a big problem when he heard they had slept for hours with a very hungry Gollum near them.
Do not blame yourself. You were very tired. And it worked out well. We are both rested now. We still have a very hard road ahead. The hardest one.
About the food. How long will this job take? And after it is done, what will we do? This way bread keeps us walking, but it does not fill my stomach. I mean no insult to the people who made it. We must eat some every day, and it does not grow. I think we have enough for maybe 3 weeks. That is only if we eat very little. We have eaten too much already.
I do not know how long it will take to finish. We lost much time in the hills. But Samwise Gamgee, my dear friend, I do not think we need to think about what comes after. What hope do we have that we will even finish? And if we do, who knows what will happen then? If the ring goes into the fire and we are there, do you think we will ever need bread again? I do not think so. If we can keep our bodies moving until we reach Mount Doom, that is all we can do. Even that feels very hard now.
Sam nodded and said nothing. He took Frodo's hand and bent over it. He did not kiss it, but tears fell onto it. Then he turned away. He wiped his nose on his sleeve and stood up. He walked around and tried to whistle. Between tries, he said, "Where is that troublesome creature?" Gollum came back sooner than they expected. He moved so softly that they did not hear him. He was suddenly standing in front of them. His fingers and face were dirty with black mud. He was still chewing and making wet sounds. They did not ask what he was eating. They did not want to know. Sam felt sick when he thought about it. He guessed it was worms, beetles, or other wet things from holes. He felt afraid and sorry at the same time. Gollum did not speak at first. He went to the stream. He drank a lot of water and washed himself. Then he came back to them. He licked his lips.
Better now. Are we rested? Ready to walk again? Nice hobbits. They sleep very well. You trust Smeagol now. Very good.
The next part of the journey felt like the one before. The narrow path slowly became wider. The ground was less rocky and more soft with earth. The sides of the path became low banks. The way turned and twisted. Night was ending, but thick clouds covered the moon and stars. They knew morning was coming only by a thin grey light spreading around them. In a cold hour they reached the end of the stream. The banks became small hills with moss. The water fell over broken stone into a brown wetland and disappeared. Dry reeds made soft sounds, even though there was no wind. In front of them and on both sides lay wide marshes. They stretched far to the south and east. Mist rose from dark, dirty pools. The air smelled bad and was hard to breathe. Far away to the south, the dark mountains of Mordor stood like a black wall above the fog. Now the hobbits were fully led by Gollum. In the grey light they could not see where they truly were. They did not know they were only at the edge of the marshes. If they had known the land, they could have gone back a little and then turned east. They might have reached hard roads and a bare plain near Mordor. But that way was also dangerous. The open land had no place to hide. Orcs and enemy soldiers often walked there. Even their magic cloaks would not have hidden them.
Which way do we go now, Smeagol? Do we have to cross these bad-smelling marshes?
No, no. Not if hobbits want to reach the dark mountains fast. Go back a little, then turn. There are hard, cold roads to the gates of his land. Many of his people wait there. They will be happy to take guests to him. His eye watches that way all the time. It caught Smeagol once. But Smeagol learned. I use my eyes and feet and nose now. I know other ways. They are harder and slower, but safer if we do not want him to see us. Follow Smeagol. I can take you through the marshes and the thick mist. If you follow me carefully, you may go far before he finds you.
It was already day. The morning was still and cold. The bad smells lay heavy in the air. No sun broke through the low clouds. Gollum wanted to move on at once. After a short rest, they started again. Soon they were lost in a quiet, shadowy world. They could no longer see the hills behind them or the mountains ahead. They walked slowly in a line. Gollum went first, then Sam, then Frodo. Frodo was the most tired. Even at a slow pace, he often fell behind. The marsh was not one flat land. It was a maze of pools, soft ground, and narrow streams. Only someone clever could find a safe path. Gollum was clever and had to be. His head moved all the time. He sniffed the air and talked softly to himself. Sometimes he stopped them. He went ahead alone, low to the ground. He touched the earth with his fingers or feet. Sometimes he pressed his ear to the ground and listened. The journey was sad and tiring. Cold winter still ruled this lonely place. There was little green, only dirty weed on dark water. Dead grass and broken reeds rose from the mist like weak shadows of long-past summers. As the day went on, the light grew a little stronger. The mist slowly lifted and became thin. High above this wet land, the sun shone bright and warm in the clear sky. Down in the marshes, they saw only a pale light. It gave no warmth and no color. Even this small sign of her nearness made Gollum angry and afraid. He stopped walking. They rested near the edge of a wide brown field of tall reeds. They sat low on the ground like small animals that feel hunted. Everything was very quiet. Only the soft shake of dry plants moved in the air, though they could not feel the wind.
Not one bird, Sam said sadly.
No, no birds, said Gollum. Nice birds. He moved his tongue over his teeth. No birds here. There are snakes, worms, and things in the water. Many things. Bad things. No birds.
He ended in a sad voice. Sam looked at him with dislike. So the third day with Gollum passed. Before evening shadows grew long, they started again. They walked again and again, with only short stops. These stops were not for rest. They were to help Gollum. Now even he had to move very carefully, and sometimes he did not know the way for a short time. They were now deep inside the dead marshes. It was dark. They walked slowly and bent low. They stayed close together and watched every step Gollum made. The land became wetter. Wide still pools of water opened around them. It was harder to find firm ground. Their feet could sink into the soft mud with a sound. They were light on their feet. If not, they might never have crossed this place. Soon it became fully dark. The air felt thick and heavy to breathe. Then small lights appeared. Sam rubbed his eyes. He thought his mind was not right. He first saw one light at the side of his eye. It was pale and weak, and then it was gone. Soon more lights came. Some looked like thin smoke that shone a little. Some looked like small flames moving slowly, as if above hidden candles. Others moved like white cloth in the dark. They twisted softly. But Frodo and Gollum said nothing.
What is this, Gollum? He whispered. These lights. They are all around us now. Are we stuck here? Who are they?
Gollum looked up. Dark water lay in front of him. He was moving low on the ground, going this way and that, unsure of the path. Yes, they are all around us, he whispered. Tricky lights. Candles of the dead, yes, yes. Do not listen to them. Do not look. Do not follow them. Where is the master?
Sam looked back. Frodo was not there. He had fallen behind again. Sam could not see him. He walked a little way back into the dark. He did not dare go far or call out loud. Then he almost fell when he hit Frodo, who stood still and quiet. Frodo was staring at the pale lights. His arms hung stiff at his sides. Water and thick slime dropped from his hands.
Come, Mr. Frodo, Sam said. Do not look at them. Gollum says we must not. Let's stay with him and get out of this awful place as fast as we can, if we can.
All right, said Frodo, like someone waking from a dream. I'm coming. Go on.
They hurried forward. Sam then tripped. His foot caught on an old root or a hard plant. He fell forward onto his hands. His hand sank deep into thick mud. His face came close to the dark water. A soft hiss came from the pool. A bad smell rose up. The light shook and danced around him. For a short moment, the water looked like a dark window. It was like dirty glass, and he was looking through it. Sam pulled his hands free and jumped back with a cry.
There are dead things in the water, he said in fear. Dead faces.
Gollum laughed. The dead marshes, yes, yes. That is the name, he said. You should not look when the candles are lit.
Who are they? Asked Sam. What are they?
I do not know, said Frodo in a soft, distant voice. But I have seen them too. In the pools, when the lights were on. They lie in every pool, pale faces, very deep under the dark water. I saw them. Hard and cruel faces, and kind and sad faces. Many proud and fair faces, with plants in their light-colored hair. But all are bad, all are falling apart, all are dead. A strange light is inside them. Frodo covered his eyes with his hands. I do not know who they are. But I thought I saw men and elves, and orcs beside them.
Yes, yes, said Gollum. All dead. All broken. Elves and men and orcs. The dead marshes. Long ago there was a great battle. They told me when Smeagol was young, before the Precious came. It was a great battle. Tall men with long swords, and strong elves, and orcs crying loudly. They fought on the land near the Black Gates for many days. But the marshes grew after that. They slowly covered the graves. Always growing, always moving.
But that was a very long time ago, said Sam. The dead cannot still be there. Is this some dark trick from the Black Land?
Who knows, said Gollum. Smeagol does not know. You cannot reach them. You cannot touch them. We tried once, yes, Precious. I tried once. You cannot reach them. Maybe they are only shapes to see, not to touch. No, Precious.
All dead. Sam looked at him with fear and shivered again. He thought he knew why Smeagol had tried to touch the faces in the water.
I do not want to see them, Sam said. Not ever again. Can we go on now and leave this place?
Yes, yes, said Gollum. But slowly. Very slowly. Be very careful. If not, hobbits fall down and join the dead ones with little lights. Follow Smeagol. Do not look at the lights.
He moved away to the right and looked for a path around the dark water. Frodo and Sam stayed close behind him. They bent low and often used their hands, just like him. Sam thought to himself that they looked like three small crawling creatures in a line. At last they reached the end of the black water. They crossed it with great danger. They crawled or jumped from one small patch of grass to another. Many times they slipped and fell into the dirty water. The water was thick and smelled very bad. Soon they were wet, dirty, and smelled terrible to each other. It was late at night when they finally reached hard ground again. Gollum whispered and made soft sounds to himself. He seemed pleased. In some strange way, by smell and feeling and memory, he knew where he was. He was sure of the way ahead.
Now we go on, he said. Good hobbits. Brave hobbits. Very tired, yes, all of us are. But we must take Master away from the bad lights. Yes, yes, we must.
He started again, almost running, down a long narrow way between tall reeds. Frodo and Sam followed as fast as they could. After a short time, Gollum stopped. He smelled the air and made an unhappy sound.
What is it now? Sam said angrily. Why do you smell the air? Everything here smells awful. You smell. We smell. This whole place smells.
Yes, yes, Sam smells too, said Gollum. Poor Smeagol smells it, but he stays strong. He helps nice master. But that is not the trouble. The air is moving. Something is changing. Smeagol does not like it.
He went on, but he grew more nervous. From time to time he stood up straight and looked toward the east and the south. For a while, Frodo and Sam did not understand his fear. Then all three stopped at the same time and listened. Far away, Frodo and Sam heard a long, thin cry. It sounded cold and cruel. They shook with fear. At the same time, they felt the air move. It became very cold. They listened closely. They heard a sound like strong wind coming closer. The small lights in the mist moved, grew weak, and went out. Gollum would not move. He stood shaking and making small scared sounds. Then the wind rushed over them, blowing across the marshes. The night became lighter. They could see thick fog moving and turning as it passed. They looked up and saw the clouds breaking. High in the south, the moon appeared between the fast clouds. For a short moment, Frodo and Sam felt glad to see the moon. But Gollum fell down and spoke angry words at the white face. Frodo and Sam breathed the cleaner air and looked at the sky. Then they saw it. A small dark cloud flew from the black hills. It was a huge shadow with wings, full of fear. It crossed the moon and gave a terrible cry. Then it flew west, faster than the wind. Frodo and Sam fell to the ground in fear. The shadow turned and came back. It flew lower this time, right above them, moving its great wings over the marsh. Then it was gone, flying back toward Mordor very fast. The wind went with it. The marsh lay open and empty under the moonlight. Far away, the dark mountain stood cold and threatening. Frodo and Sam stood up slowly and rubbed their eyes. It felt like waking from a bad dream and seeing the night still around them. But Gollum lay on the ground as if he could not move. They tried to help him up, but it was hard. For a long time he did not lift his head. He stayed on his knees and covered his head with his hands.
Wraiths, he cried. Wraiths with wings. The precious is their master. They see everything. Nothing can hide. Curse the white face. They tell him all things. He sees. He knows. Gollum, Gollum, Gollum.
He did not stand up or move until the moon went down in the west, far beyond Tol Brandir. After that time, Sam felt that Gollum had changed again. Gollum acted kind and friendly, almost too much. But Sam sometimes saw strange looks in his eyes, mostly when he looked at Frodo. Gollum also began to speak more like he did before. Sam felt more worry in his heart. Frodo was very tired to the edge of his strength. He said almost nothing and did not complain. Still, he walked like a person carrying a heavy pack that grew heavier each step. He moved slower and slower. Many times Sam had to ask Gollum to wait and not go too far ahead of their master. With every step closer to the gates of Mordor, Frodo felt the ring grow heavier on the chain around his neck. It felt like a real weight pulling him down to the ground. But even more than that, he felt the eye. He named it so in his mind. This feeling was worse than the weight of the ring. It made him bend low as he walked. The eye felt like a hard wall that tried to see through cloud, land, and body, and find him. It felt like a cold stare that held him still. The thin cover that hid him felt weaker each day. Frodo knew where this power lived now. He knew it as clearly as a man knows where the sun is, even with closed eyes. He was walking straight toward it, and its force pressed on his head. Gollum likely felt something like this too. But what happened inside his poor heart, between the fear of the eye, his strong wish for the ring so close by, and the promise he had made long ago, the hobbits did not know. Frodo did not think about it. Sam thought mostly of his master. He did not see the dark feeling growing in his own heart. He walked behind Frodo and watched him closely. If Frodo stumbled, Sam helped him. He tried to cheer him with simple, awkward words. When daylight finally came, the hobbits were shocked to see how much closer the dark mountains were. The air was clearer and colder. The walls of Mordor were still far away, but now they were not just dark shapes. They stood as black towers over a sad land. The marshes had ended. They faded into dead ground and wide fields of dry, cracked mud. The land ahead rose slowly in long slopes. It was empty and hard, leading toward the desert at Sauron's gate. While the grey light stayed, they hid under a black stone. They made themselves small and still. They feared the flying terror might pass above and see them. The rest of the journey felt lost in fear. Later, they could remember little of it. For 2 more nights they walked on through the empty land with no paths. The air felt sharp and dirty. A bitter smell filled it. It hurt their breathing and dried their mouths. At last, on the 5th morning since they began the road with Gollum, they stopped again. In the early light, the great mountains rose ahead, covered with smoke and cloud. From their base spread huge broken hills. Some were now less than a dozen miles away. Frodo looked around in fear. The dead marshes had been terrible, and the dry lands before them had been harsh. But this place was worse. As the weak light showed more of it, he felt deep dislike and fear. Even the marshes sometimes showed a sad sign of green life. But here, no spring or summer would ever come. Nothing lived here. Not even small plants that grow on decay. Pools of thick water were filled with ash and slow mud, pale white and grey. It was as if the mountains had poured their dirt onto the land. High piles of crushed stone and burned earth stood in long rows, slowly shown by the unwilling light. They had reached the empty land before Mordor. It was a lasting mark of the dark work done there long ago. The land was ruined and sick beyond healing, unless the great sea itself should one day wash it all away.
"I feel sick," said Sam.
Frodo said nothing. For a while they stood there, like people at the edge of bad sleep, holding back the dream they feared, knowing they must pass through it to reach the morning. The light grew stronger and harder. The pits and poisoned hills became clear and ugly. The sun rose among clouds and long lines of smoke, but even the sunlight felt unclean. The hobbits did not welcome the light. It felt cold and cruel. It showed how weak and small they were, like tiny ghosts walking in the ruins of the Dark Lord. They were too tired to move on. They looked for a place to rest. For a while, they sat in silence under the shadow of a pile of dark waste. Bad air came out of it. It burned their throats and made them cough. Gollum stood up first. He coughed and muttered angry words. He did not look at the hobbits. He moved away on his hands and feet. Frodo and Sam followed him, crawling. Soon they reached a wide, round pit with high sides on the west. It felt cold and lifeless. At the bottom was thick, oily liquid with many dull colors. They hid in this dark hole. They hoped the shadow would keep the eye from seeing them. The day passed very slowly. They felt very thirsty. Still, they drank only a few drops from their bottles. They had filled them before in the gully. When they thought of that place now, it felt calm and beautiful. Frodo and Sam took turns to watch. At first, they were too tired to sleep. Later, when the far sun sank behind slow clouds, Sam fell asleep. Then it was Frodo's turn to watch. He lay back on the side of the pit. The heavy feeling on him did not go away. He looked at the smoky sky. He saw strange shapes and dark riders, and faces from old memories. Time slipped away. He was half asleep, half awake, until he forgot everything. Suddenly Sam woke up. He thought he heard Frodo calling him. It was evening. Frodo had not called. He was asleep and had slid almost to the bottom of the pit. Gollum was beside him. At first, Sam thought Gollum was trying to wake Frodo. Then he saw that this was not true. Gollum was talking to himself. Smeagol was arguing with another voice that sounded the same but harsher. His eyes changed between pale light and green light as he spoke.
Smeagol promised, said the first voice. Yes, yes, my precious, answered the other. We promised to save our precious. We promised not to let him have it. Never. But it is going to him. Every step brings it closer. What will the hobbit do with it, we wonder? I don't know. I can't stop it. The master has it. Smeagol promised to help the master. Yes, yes, to help the master of the precious. But if we were the master, then we could help ourselves. We could still keep promises. But Smeagol said he would be very good. The nice hobbit took the cruel rope off Smeagol's leg. He speaks kindly to me. Very good, my precious. Let us be good, yes, but good to ourselves. We will not hurt the nice hobbit. No, no. But the precious holds the promise, Smeagol said. Then take it, said the other voice. Hold it ourselves. Then we will be the master. Make the other hobbit, the mean and watching one, crawl. But not the nice hobbit. No, not if we do not want to. Still, he is a Baggins. A Baggins took it. He found it and said nothing. We hate Bagginses. No, not this Baggins. Yes, all Bagginses. All people who keep the precious. We must have it. But he will see. He will know. He will take it from us. He already sees. He already knows. He heard our foolish promises. We must take it. The dark riders are searching. Not for him. No, sweet one. If we have it, we can escape, even from him. We could grow strong. Stronger than the riders. Lord Smeagol. Gollum the Great. Eating fish every day. We must have it. We want it, we want it. But there are two of them. They will wake fast and hurt us, Smeagol said weakly. Not now. Not yet. We want it. But. There was a long silence, as if a new idea had come. Not yet. Maybe not. She could help. Yes, she could. No, no. Not that way, cried Smeagol. Yes. We want it. We want it.
Each time the second voice spoke, Gollum moved his long hand forward. It went slowly toward Frodo. Then Smeagol spoke again, and the hand pulled back fast. At last, both arms moved together. His thin fingers shook and reached toward Frodo's neck. Sam lay very still. He watched Gollum through half-closed eyes. At first, Sam thought hunger was the main danger. He believed Gollum only wanted to eat hobbits. Now he understood this was wrong. Gollum felt the strong pull of the ring. Sam knew the Dark Lord was the enemy. But he wondered who she was. Maybe it was another bad friend from Gollum's past. Sam did not think more about it. Things were now too dangerous. His body felt heavy and tired. Still, he forced himself to move and sat up. He felt he must be careful. Gollum must not know that he had heard everything. Sam sighed loudly and gave a big yawn.
"What time is it?" he asked in a sleepy voice.
Gollum made a long sharp sound. He stood up stiff and angry. Then his strength seemed to leave him. He dropped to his hands and knees and climbed out of the hole. "Nice hobbits. Nice Sam," he said. "Sleepy ones, yes. Good Smeagol watches. But it is evening. The light is fading. It is time to go."
About time, Sam thought. And time to leave him too. But then Sam wondered if Gollum might be even more dangerous if they let him go.
"I wish he was gone," Sam muttered. He slid down the bank and woke Frodo.
Frodo felt strange and well. He had been dreaming. The dark feeling was gone. A gentle dream had come to him in this sick land. He could not remember it. But he felt happy and lighter inside. His burden felt smaller. Gollum greeted him with great joy, like a happy animal. He laughed and talked fast. He cracked his fingers and touched Frodo's knees. Frodo smiled at him.
"Come," Frodo said. "You have guided us well. This is the last part of the way. Take us to the gate. After that, you do not need to come with us. Take us to the gate, and then you may go where you want," he added softly, "just not to our enemies."
"To the gate?" Gollum cried. "To the gate, Master says." "Yes, he says so. And good Smeagol does what Master asks." "Yes. But when we get closer, we will see. It will not look nice." "No, no."
"Go on," said Sam. "Let's finish it."
As the light faded, they climbed out and walked through the dead land. They had not gone far when fear came again. It was the same fear they felt before, when something flew over the marshes. They stopped and crouched on the bad-smelling ground. They saw nothing in the dark sky. Soon the fear moved away, high above them, flying fast from the dark tower. After a while, Gollum stood up and moved on again. He shook and whispered to himself. About an hour after midnight, the fear came a third time. Now it felt farther away, rushing fast above the clouds toward the west. Still, Gollum was filled with fear. He believed they were being followed. He thought their enemies knew they were coming.
3 times, he cried softly. 3 times means danger. They feel us. They feel the precious. The precious belongs to them. We cannot go on this way. It is useless.
Kind words did not help him now. Gollum would not move. Frodo then spoke with anger and put his hand on his sword. Only then did Gollum rise. He growled and went ahead of them like a frightened animal. They walked on through the last hard hours of the night. When a new day of fear came, they were still walking. They said nothing. Their heads were bent. They saw nothing and heard only the wind around them. Before the new day fully came, their long journey ended. The marshes and the dry land were now behind them. In front of them stood great mountains under a pale sky. On the west side were the mountains of shadow. On the north were broken grey peaks like ash. These mountains were parts of one huge wall around the dark plains and the bitter inner sea. As the ranges came closer, they formed a deep narrow path between them. This was Cirith Gorja, the haunted pass. It was the way into the land of the enemy. High cliffs rose on both sides. At the mouth of the pass stood two dark hills. On them were two tall strong towers. They were called the Teeth of Mordor. Long ago, the men of Gondor built these towers. They did this after they defeated Sauron and drove him away. They were strong and proud then. They built the towers so Sauron could not return to his land. But later Gondor became weak. People stopped watching. For many years, the towers were empty and broken. Then Sauron came back. The towers were fixed again. They were filled with weapons and soldiers. The guards watched all the time. The towers looked hard and cold. They had dark windows facing north, east, and west. In every window, guards stayed awake and watched. Across the narrow pass, from one cliff to the other, Sauron built a stone wall. It had one iron gate. Guards walked back and forth on the top of the wall without rest. Inside the hills on both sides, there were many caves. Orcs hid there. They waited for a signal to come out together, like many dark insects going to fight. No one could pass this place, called the Teeth of Mordor, without fear. Only those called by Sauron could enter. Others needed secret words to open the Morannon, the black gate of his land. The two hobbits looked at the towers and the wall with no hope. Even from far away, they could see guards moving on the wall. They could see patrols walking near the gate. They were hiding in a rocky hollow under the shadow of the mountain wall. A bird could fly from their hiding place to the nearest tower in a very short time. Thin smoke rose above the tower, as if a fire burned under the hill. Morning came. The weak sun rose over the empty hills. Then loud horns sounded. The watchtowers blew their trumpets. Far away, other horns answered from hidden places in the hills. Even farther, deep and heavy sounds came from Barad-dûr. A new hard day had begun in Mordor. Night guards went down into dark halls. Day guards marched to their places. Dull light shone on their metal armor.
"Well, here we are," said Sam. "This is the gate. It looks like this is as far as we can go. The gaffer would have a lot to say if he saw me now. He often said I would end badly if I was not careful. Now I don't think I will ever see him again. He will miss saying, 'I told you so.' I wish I could see his face again. But I would need a wash first, or he would not know me. There is no point asking which way to go now. We cannot go further unless we ask the orcs to help us."
"No, no," said Gollum. "No use. We cannot go further. Smeagol said so. He said we would come to the gate, and then we would see. And now we see. Smeagol knew hobbits could not go this way."
"Then why did you bring us here?" said Sam angrily.
"My master told me," said Gollum. "Master said, 'Bring us to the gate.' So Smeagol did it."
"I did," said Frodo. "I said it because I plan to enter Mordor. I know no other way. So I will go this way. I do not ask anyone to come with me."
"No, no, master," cried Gollum. "This way is bad. Do not take the precious to him. He will take it and hurt us all. Keep it, kind master. Be good to Smeagol. Do not let him have it. Or go away to nice places and give it back to Smeagol. Smeagol will keep it safe. He will do good things, especially for nice hobbits. Hobbits should go home. Do not go to the gate."
"I am told to go to Mordor, and I will go," said Frodo. "If there is only one way, then I must take it. Whatever happens next will happen.
Sam said nothing. Frodo's face told him enough. Sam knew his words would not help. He never had much hope from the start. But he was a cheerful hobbit. As long as hope was not fully gone, he could go on. Now they were at the hard end of the road. Still, he had stayed with his master all the way. That was why he came. Frodo would not go into Mordor alone. Sam would go with him. And maybe they would leave Gollum behind. But Gollum did not plan to leave yet. He fell to his knees at Frodo's feet. He twisted his hands and spoke in a small voice.
Not this way, Master. Please. There is another way. Yes, there is. Another way. It is darker. It is hard to find. It is secret. But Esamagel knows it. Let Esamagel show you.
Another way. Frodo said. He was not sure. He looked down at Gollum and studied his face.
Yes. Yes, indeed. There was another way. Esamagel found it. Let us go and see if it is still there.
You did not speak about this before, Frodo said.
No. Master did not ask. Master did not say what he planned to do. He did not tell poor Esamagel. He only said, Esamagel, take me to the gate, and then goodbye. Esamagel could run away, and be free and good. But now Master says he wants to enter Mordor this way. So Esamagel is very afraid. He does not want to lose his nice master. And he promised, Master made him promise, to protect the precious. But Master is going to take it to him, straight to the Black Hand, if Master goes this way. So Esamagel must save them both. He remembers another way from long ago. Nice Master. Esamagel is very good. He always helps.
Sam looked at Gollum with hard eyes. He felt full of doubt. Gollum looked truly worried and eager to help Frodo. But Sam remembered what he had heard before. He did not believe that the good side of Esamagel had fully won. He thought the two sides inside Gollum had made a short peace. Both sides did not want the enemy to get the ring. Both wanted Frodo to stay free and close. At least they wanted this while Gollum still hoped to get his precious again. Sam also doubted if there really was another way into Mordor. And it is a good thing that he does not know what Master truly plans to do, Sam thought. If he knew that Mr. Frodo wants to destroy the precious forever, there would be trouble very fast. Old Stinker is so afraid of the enemy. He may still follow orders from him. He would give us up rather than be caught helping us. And he would rather do that than let his precious be destroyed. That is what I think. I hope the Master thinks very carefully. He is wise, but he is kind-hearted. No Gamgee can guess what he will do next. Frodo did not answer Gollum at once. While Sam was thinking, Frodo stood and looked toward the dark cliff of Cirith Gorger. They were hiding in a hollow on the side of a low hill. Below them was a long, narrow valley between the hill and the great mountain wall. In the middle of the valley stood the black base of a watchtower. In the morning light, Frodo could clearly see the roads near the gate of Mordor. One road went north. Another went east into the grey mist near the mountains. A third road came toward him. It turned sharply around the tower and passed close below the hollow. To the west, on Frodo's right, it turned south and followed the dark sides of the mountains. Beyond his sight, it went on toward the land near the great river. As Frodo watched, he saw much movement on the plain. It seemed like many armies were walking there. Most were hidden by smoke and thick air from the lands beyond. But sometimes he saw bright points from spears and helmets. He also saw groups of horsemen riding near the roads. He remembered his vision from Amornhen a few days before, though it felt like long ago now. Then he understood that the hope he had felt was false. The trumpets he had heard were not for battle. They were for welcome. These were not soldiers of Gondor coming to fight the Dark Lord. These were men from far eastern lands. They were answering the call of their ruler. They had camped near the gate at night and now marched in to make his power stronger. Frodo suddenly felt how great the danger was. They were alone, very close to this great threat, and the day was growing brighter. He quickly pulled his thin grey hood over his head and stepped down into the hollow. Then he turned to Gollum.
Smagol, he said. I will trust you again. It seems I must do so. It seems to be my fate to get help from you, where I did not expect it. And it seems to be your fate to help me, even though you once followed me with bad thoughts. So far, you have done well. You have kept your promise. Truly, I speak the truth, he said, and looked at Sam. 2 times already you were able to hurt us, but you did not. You also did not try to take from me the thing you wanted before. I hope the 3rd time will be better. But I warn you, Smeagol. You are in danger.
Yes, yes, master, said Gollum. Great danger. Smeagol feels it in his bones. He is afraid, but he does not run away. He wants to help the kind master.
I do not mean the danger that we all face, said Frodo. I mean danger for you alone. You made a promise on what you call the precious. Remember that. It will bind you to the promise, but it will also try to turn it against you. It is already changing you. You showed your thoughts to me just now. You said, give it back to Smeagol. Do not say that again. Do not let that thought grow. You will never get it back. Wanting it may lead you to a very sad end. You will never get it back. If the time comes, Smeagol, I may put on the precious. It ruled you long ago. If I wore it and spoke to you, you would have to listen. Even if it asked you to do something very dangerous. So be careful, Smeagol.
Sam looked at his master with pride, but also with surprise. There was something new in Frodo's face and voice. Sam had always thought that dear Mr. Frodo was so kind that he might miss some things. At the same time, Sam also believed that Mr. Frodo was the wisest person in the world, except maybe old Mr. Bilbo and Gandalf. Gollum may have thought the same in his own way. He may have mixed up kindness with weakness. Frodo's words shocked him and filled him with fear. He lay low on the ground. He could only whisper, "Kind master," again and again.
Frodo waited for a short time. Then he spoke again in a calmer voice. Come now, Gollum, or Smeagol if you like. Tell me about this other path. Show me if there is any hope in it. I must decide if I should leave my clear road. I am in a hurry.
But Gollum was very upset. Frodo's warning had shaken him badly. It was hard to understand him. He spoke in broken sounds and soft cries. Many times he crawled on the ground and begged them to be kind to poor little Smeagol. After some time, he grew quieter. Little by little, Frodo understood him. Gollum said that if a traveler followed the road west of Effeldueth, he would reach a crossing with dark trees in a ring. On the right, a road went down to Osgiliath and the bridges over the Anduin. In the middle, the road went south.
On, said Gollum. We never went that way. They say it goes very far, until you can see the great water that is always moving. There are many fish there. Big birds eat the fish. Nice birds. But we never went there. We never had the chance. Farther on, there are more lands, they say. The yellow face is very hot there, and there are few clouds. The men there are hard and dark-faced. We do not want to go there.
No, said Frodo. But stay on the road you speak of. What about the third turn?
Oh yes, yes, there is a third way, said Gollum. That is the road to the left. It starts to climb at once. It goes up and up, turning back toward the tall dark shapes. When it bends around the black rock, you will see it. You will see it above you, and you will want to hide.
See it? What will we see? Asked Frodo.
The old fortress. Very old, very terrible now. We heard stories from the south when Smeagol was young, long ago. Yes, we told many stories in the evening. We sat by the great river, in the willow lands, when the river was young too.
He began to cry softly and talk to himself. The hobbits waited quietly.
Stories from the south, Gollum went on. About tall men with bright eyes. Their houses were like hills of stone. Their king had a silver crown and a white tree. Beautiful stories. They built very high towers. One tower was silver white. Inside it was a stone like the moon. Around it were great white walls. Yes, many stories were told about the Tower of the Moon.
That was Minas Ithil, built by Isildur, son of Elendil, said Frodo. Isildur cut the finger from the enemy.
Yes. He has only 4 fingers on the black hand now, said Gollum, shaking with fear. But that is enough. And he hated Isildur's city.
What does he not hate? Said Frodo. But why does the Tower of the Moon matter to us?
Well, Master, it was there, and it is still there. The tall tower, the white houses and the wall. But it is not good now. It is not beautiful. He took it long ago. It is a very fearful place now.
Travelers feel cold fear when they see it. They hide and move away. They do not walk near its shadow. But Master must go that way. There is no other path. The mountains are lower there. An old road climbs higher and higher. At the top, it reaches a dark pass. Then it goes down again into Gorgoroth. His voice became very soft, and his body shook.
But how does that help us? The enemy knows his own mountains. That road will be watched like this place. The tower is not empty, is it?
Oh no, not empty, not empty. It looks empty, but it is not. Very bad things live there. Orcs, yes, always orcs. But there are worse things too. The road goes under the wall and past the gate. Nothing walks there without being seen. The things inside know. They are the silent watchers.
So this is your advice? You want us to walk far south? Then we will face the same trouble, or even worse, if we ever get there.
No, no. Hobbits must think and try to see. He does not expect danger from that way. His eye looks everywhere, but not all places the same. He cannot watch everything at the same time. Not yet. He controls all the land west of the mountains down to the river. He guards the bridges now. He believes no one can reach the Moon Tower without a big fight at the bridges, or many boats. Boats cannot be hidden. He would know.
You talk like you know his thoughts. Have you spoken to him lately? Or spent time with orcs?
Not kind, not wise. Smeagol has spoken to orcs before. Yes, of course. He has spoken to many people. He has walked very far. Many people say the same now. The great danger is in the north. One day, soon, he will send armies out of the Black Gate. That is the only way big armies can go. But far to the west, he is not afraid. And there are the silent watchers.
Exactly. So we walk up and knock on their gate. Ask if this is the right road to Mordor? Or will they not answer? It makes no sense. We could try it here and save a long walk.
Do not joke. It is not funny. Not funny at all. It is foolish to try to enter Mordor. But if Master says he must go, then he must try some way. But he must not go to the terrible city. No, no. That is where Smeagol helps. Kind Smeagol helps again. He found it. He knows it.
What did you find?
A small path up the mountains. Then stairs. Narrow stairs, yes, very long and narrow. Then more stairs. And then, a tunnel. A dark tunnel. At last, a small crack and a path high above the main pass. That is how Smeagol left the dark place. It was many years ago. The path may be gone now. But maybe not.
I do not like this. It sounds too easy when you tell it. If the path is still there, it will be watched. Was it watched, Gollum? As he spoke, he thought he saw a green light in Gollum's eye. Gollum muttered and said nothing.
Is it watched? Did you escape from the dark place, Smeagol? Or were you allowed to leave on a task? Aragorn thought that. He found you near the dead marshes years ago.
It is a lie. He lied about me. I escaped by myself. I was told to look for the precious, yes. I searched and searched. But not for the black one. The precious was ours. It was mine. I escaped.
Frodo felt that this time Gollum was close to the truth. Somehow, Gollum had found a way out. He truly believed he did it by his own cleverness. Frodo noticed Gollum said "I." He only did that when a small part of his old honesty showed. But Frodo did not forget the tricks of the enemy. The escape might have been allowed. It might be known in the Dark Tower. And Gollum was clearly hiding things.
I ask again. Is this secret way watched?
But the name of Aragorn had made Gollum dark and quiet. He looked like someone hurt. He was like a liar who tells the truth once, and no one believes him. He did not reply.
Is it not watched? Frodo asked again.
Yes, yes, maybe, said Gollum in an angry, sad voice. No safe places here. No safe places. Master must try, or go back. There is no other road.
They could not make him say more. He would not tell them the name of the dangerous place or the high pass. The place was called Cirith Ungol. It was a name people feared. Aragorn might have known this name and warned them. Gandalf would have warned them too. But they were alone. Aragorn was far away. Gandalf was still at Isengard, dealing with Saruman and his lies. Even then, Gandalf's thoughts were on Frodo and Sam. Across many miles, he hoped for them and felt sorry for them. Maybe Frodo felt this care without knowing it. He had felt something like it before on Amon Hen. At that time, he thought Gandalf was gone forever in the dark of Moria. Frodo sat on the ground for a long time. He said nothing. His head was low. He tried to remember all Gandalf's words. But about this choice, he remembered no advice. Gandalf had left them too soon. The Dark Land was still far away then. Gandalf had not said how to enter it in the end. Maybe he did not know. Gandalf had once gone into the enemy's strong place in the north, Dol Guldur. But had he ever gone into Mordor, to the Fire Mountain and the Dark Tower, after the Dark Lord rose again? Frodo did not think so. And now Frodo was here. He was a small hobbit from the Shire, from a quiet land. He was asked to find a path where great people could not go, or did not dare to go. It felt like a cruel fate. But he had chosen it himself, long ago, in his own room. That time now felt very far away, like an old story from a young world. This choice felt evil. Which way should he take? If both ways led to fear and death, what good was a choice at all? The day moved on. A deep silence fell over the small grey hollow where they rested, close to the land of fear. The silence felt heavy, like a thick cover around them. It cut them off from the rest of the world. Above them was a pale sky with thin smoke moving across it. The sky felt very high and far away. It was like looking through heavy air filled with dark thoughts. Even an eagle flying high would not have seen the hobbits. They sat still, quiet, wrapped in thin grey cloaks. Gollum lay on the ground nearby. He looked very small and thin, like a starving person with almost no flesh left. His clothes hung loosely on him. Frodo sat with his head on his knees. Sam lay back with his hands under his head. He looked up at the empty sky through his hood. For a long time, the sky stayed empty. Then Sam thought he saw something dark, like a bird, move into view. It circled and then went away. Then two more came, and then another. They looked small, but Sam knew they were very large. Their wings were wide, and they flew very high. Sam covered his eyes and bent forward in fear. The same fear came back to him. He had felt it before, when the Black Riders were near. It was a weak, helpless fear. This time it was not as strong, but it was still there. The danger felt far away, but it was real. Frodo felt it too. His thoughts broke. He shook and moved, but he did not look up. Gollum pulled himself into a tight shape, like a scared creature hiding. The winged shapes turned in the sky. Then they dropped quickly and flew back toward Mordor. Sam took a deep breath.
The riders are back, he whispered roughly. Up in the air. I saw them. Do you think they saw us? They were very high. If they are black riders like before, they cannot see well in the daytime, can they?
Maybe not, said Frodo. But their beasts can see. And these flying creatures can likely see better than most living things. They are like big birds that look for dead things. They are searching. The enemy is watching, I am afraid.
The strong fear passed, but the silence was gone. For a while, it had felt like they were cut off from the world, like on a hidden island. Now that feeling was gone. Danger had returned. Still, Frodo did not speak to Gollum. He did not choose. His eyes stayed closed. It was like he was looking inside his heart and his memories. At last, he moved and stood up. It seemed he was ready to speak and decide.
Listen. What is that?
A new fear came over them. They heard singing and rough shouting. At first the sound felt far away. Then it came closer and closer. They suddenly thought of the black wings. They feared the enemy had seen them. They thought soldiers were coming to catch them. These servants of Sauron were fast and dangerous. They bent low and listened. They heard voices. They heard metal sounds from weapons and armor. The sounds were very near. Frodo and Sam touched their small swords. They were ready to pull them out. They could not run away. There was nowhere to go. Gollum slowly stood up. He moved like a small animal. He crawled to the edge of the hollow. Very slowly, bit by bit, he lifted his head. He looked over between two broken stones. He stayed very still. He made no sound. After some time, the voices moved away. The sounds grew weaker. At last they were gone. Far away, a horn blew on the walls of the black gate. Then Gollum carefully moved back and slid down into the hollow.
More men going to Mordor, he whispered. Dark faces. Smeagol has not seen men like these before. They look fierce. They have black eyes and long black hair. They wear gold rings in their ears. Lots of gold, yes. Some have red paint on their faces. They wear red cloaks. Their flags are red, and the points of their spears too. They carry round shields. The shields are yellow and black with big spikes. Not nice men. Very cruel, very bad. Almost like orcs, but much bigger. Smeagol thinks they come from the south, beyond the great river. They walked up that road. They have gone to the Black Gate. But more may come. Always more people go to Mordor. One day, everyone will be inside.
Did you see any Oliphants?
No, no Oliphants. What are Oliphants?
Sam stood up. He put his hands behind his back, as he always did when he spoke a rhyme. Then he began to say the old verse about the Oliphant. He spoke of a huge animal. It was bigger than a house. It had a long nose like a snake. It made the ground shake when it walked. Trees broke as it passed. It lived in the south. It had big ears and long horns. It never lay down, not even when it died. It was old, tall, and very strong. Sam said that if you ever saw one, you would never forget it. And if you never saw one, you might not believe the story.
That rhyme comes from the Shire. Maybe it is silly, or maybe it is true. We have our own stories too. We hear news from the south. Long ago, hobbits sometimes went far away. Not many came back. And people did not always believe their stories. But I heard tales about the big people in the hot lands. We call them Swirtings. The stories say they ride Oliphants when they fight. They even put houses and towers on their backs. The Oliphants throw rocks and trees. So when you said men from the south, dressed in red and gold, I had to ask about Oliphants. If there was one, I wanted to see it, even if it was dangerous. But now I think I never will. Maybe Oliphants are not real at all.
No, no Oliphants. Smeagol has never heard of them. He does not want to see them. He does not want them to be real. Smeagol wants to leave this place. He wants to hide somewhere safer. Smeagol wants Master to come too. Nice Master, will you come with Smeagol?
Frodo stood up. He had laughed during Sam's rhyme, even with all his worries. The laugh helped him decide.
I wish we had 1,000 Oliphants. With Gandalf riding a white one in front. Then maybe we could fight our way into this dark land. But we do not. We only have our tired legs. Still, Smeagol, maybe the third choice is the best one. I will come with you.
Good Master. Wise Master. Nice Master. Good Master. Now rest, nice hobbits. Rest under the stones, close to the stones. Lie quiet until the yellow face goes away. Then we go fast. We must move softly and quickly, like shadows.
They rested for the last hours of daylight. As the sun moved, they slowly shifted into the shade. At last, the shadow from the western side grew long. Soon the hollow was full of darkness. Then they ate a small meal and drank a little water. Gollum did not eat, but he drank the water gladly.
Soon there will be more. Good water runs in streams to the great river. There is nice water in the lands we will go to. Smeagol will find food there too, maybe. He is very hungry.
He put his thin hands on his empty stomach. A pale green light shone in his eyes. It was very late evening when they finally moved. They crept over the west edge of the small valley. Then they slipped away like shadows into the rough land near the road. The moon was almost full, but it did not rise over the mountains until close to midnight. The early night was very dark. One red light burned high on the towers of the Teeth. Other than that, there was no sound or sign from the watch at the Black Gate. For many miles, the red light seemed to watch them as they hurried away. They stumbled over hard, empty ground full of stones. They did not dare to walk on the road. They kept it on their left side and followed it from a safe distance. At last the night was almost gone, and they were very tired. They had stopped only once for a short rest. Then the red light grew small and disappeared. They had gone around the dark north side of the low mountains and were now turning south. Their hearts felt lighter, and they rested again. But the rest was short. Gollum thought they were too slow. He believed the distance was very long, and he wanted to cross it in 4 parts. So they got up and walked again. They went on until the sky slowly grew grey with morning. By then they had walked a long way, and the hobbits could not go on any further. The new light showed them a land that was not so empty and broken. The mountains were still dark and heavy on their left. Nearby, they could see the road going south. It now moved away from the black feet of the hills and turned west. Beyond it were slopes with dark trees, like heavy clouds. Around them was rough open land with low plants and bushes they did not know. In some places, tall pine trees stood together. Even though they were tired, the hobbits felt a little hope. The air was clean and sweet. It reminded them of the high lands far away in the north. It felt good to walk in a place that had been under the Dark Lord only for a short time and was not yet ruined. Still, they did not forget the danger. The Black Gate was still close, even if it was hidden behind the dark hills. They searched for a place to hide from watching eyes during the day. The day passed slowly and with fear. They lay deep in the thick plants and counted the long hours. The light did not change much, because the mountains still blocked the sun. Frodo slept at times. He slept deeply and calmly. He either trusted Gollum or was too tired to worry. Sam could not sleep well. Even when Gollum slept and moved in his dreams, Sam only half slept. He was hungry, more than afraid. He began to dream of a simple hot meal from home. When the land turned grey again with night, they started walking once more. Soon Gollum led them down onto the south road. After that they moved faster, though it felt more risky. They listened hard for sounds of people or horses, from ahead or behind. But the night passed quietly. They heard no one. The road was very old. Near the Black Gate it had been fixed not long ago. But farther south, wild plants had started to take it back. You could still see the careful work of men from long ago. The road was straight and level. Sometimes it cut through hills. Sometimes it crossed a stream on a strong stone bridge. Later, the stone signs grew rare. Only broken pillars or old stones showed under weeds and moss. Plants and trees grew over the sides and even across the road. At last it became a narrow country road, used by few. Still, it did not twist. It stayed straight and showed them the fastest way. So they came into the northern edge of the land once called Ithilien. It had rising woods and fast streams. The night grew clear under stars and a round moon. As they walked, the air smelled even sweeter. Gollum seemed to notice it too. He made small unhappy sounds, as if he did not like it. At the first light of morning, they stopped again. They were at the end of a deep cut in the land, where the road passed through a rocky ridge. They climbed up the west side and looked out over the land. Day was coming in the sky. The travelers saw that the mountains were now far away. They bent east in a long line and faded into the distance. When they turned west, the land went down in soft slopes into grey mist far below. Around them were many small woods. There were fir trees, cedar trees, and cypress trees. There were also other trees the hobbits did not know. Between the trees were wide open spaces. Everywhere there were herbs and bushes with sweet smells. The long road from Rivendell had taken them far south of the Shire. Only now, in this quiet and protected land, did the hobbits feel the change in weather. Spring was already strong here. Green leaves pushed through moss and dark soil. Larch trees showed fresh green tips. Small flowers opened in the grass. Birds sang all around. This land was Ithilien, once the Garden of Gondor. It was empty now, but it was still beautiful in a wild and messy way. The land looked south and west to the warm valleys of the river Anduin. High mountains protected it from the east. Hills guarded it from the north. Soft winds came from the south and from the far sea. Many great trees grew there. People had planted them long ago. Now they were old and wild, with many young trees growing around them. There were thick groups of tamarisk, olive, bay, and other trees. There were junipers and myrtles. Thyme grew in low bushes and spread over hidden stones. Many kinds of sage grew there with blue, red, or pale green flowers. There were marjoram, young parsley, and many herbs Sam had never seen before. In the caves and on the rocky walls, small flowers grew in cracks. Primroses and anemones were open under the nut trees. Asphodel and many lilies bent their half-open heads in the grass. Near the pools the grass was deep green. Small streams fell and rested in cool hollows before going down to the Anduin. The travelers turned away from the road and walked downhill. As they moved through bushes and herbs, sweet smells rose around them. Gollum coughed and felt sick. The hobbits breathed deeply. Sam suddenly laughed, not as a joke, but because he felt light inside. They followed a fast-running stream. Soon it led them to a small clear lake in a shallow hollow. The lake lay inside the broken remains of an old stone basin. Moss and rose bushes covered most of its carved edge. Tall iris plants stood around it. Water lily leaves floated on the dark, moving water. The lake was deep and clean. Water flowed gently out over stones at the far end. Here they washed and drank as much as they wanted. After that, they looked for a place to rest and to hide. This land looked fair, but it now belonged to the enemy. They were not far from the road. Even so, they saw signs of old battles and new harm made by orcs and other dark servants. They saw a pit full of waste. They saw trees cut down and left to rot. Rough dark signs were cut into their bark. Sam climbed below where the lake flowed out. He smelled and touched the strange plants and trees. For a short time, he forgot about Mordor. Then he was reminded of danger. He tripped over a black ring on the ground, burned by fire. In the middle were broken, burned bones and skulls. Wild plants were already growing over the place and hiding it. But it was not old. Sam hurried back to the others. He said nothing. He felt the bones should be left alone and not touched by Gollum.
Let's find a place to lie down, not lower, higher up.
They walked a short distance away from the lake and found a thick bed of old brown fern. It was from last year. Past the fern, there were dark green bay trees growing up a steep hill. Old cedar trees stood on top. They chose this place to stop and rest for the day. The morning already felt warm and bright. It was a good day for walking in this fair land. but they could not feel safe. Orcs did not like the sun, but they could still hide here and watch. Many other dark servants were also near. Sauron had many eyes. Gollum would not walk in the sunlight at all. Soon the sun would rise over the dark mountains. Then Gollum would grow weak and afraid in the heat and light. As they walked, Sam kept thinking about food. Now that the fear of the Black Gate was behind them, Sam did not want to stop planning for food. Frodo tried not to think about the future, but Sam did. Sam thought it was wise to save the elvish bread for harder days. More than 6 days had passed. Sam guessed they had food for only 3 weeks.
If we reach the fire in that time, we will be very lucky, he thought. And we may need food to go back. We may.
After walking all night, and after washing and drinking, Sam felt very hungry. He wanted a hot meal by a fire, like at home. He suddenly had an idea and looked at Gollum. Gollum had started to slip away alone. He was crawling through the fern on his hands and feet.
Hey, Gollum, said Sam. Where are you going? Hunting? You don't like our food, and I would like something different too. You always say you want to help. Can you find something good for a hungry hobbit?
Yes, maybe, yes, said Gollum. Smeagol always helps, if they ask nicely.
All right, said Sam. I do ask. And if that is not enough, I beg.
Gollum slipped away. He was gone for a while. Frodo ate a little of the elvish bread, then lay down in the fern and fell asleep. Sam watched him. The morning light was still weak under the trees, but Sam could see Frodo's face and hands clearly. Frodo's hands rested calmly on the ground. Sam remembered Frodo sleeping in Elrond's house after his bad wound. Back then, Sam had watched him and seen a soft light inside him at times. Now the light seemed stronger. Frodo's face looked calm. Fear and worry were gone. He looked older, but also gentle and fair. Fine lines showed on his face, shaped by many years, though he was still the same Frodo.
Sam did not think in such words. He only shook his head and whispered, I love him. He is like that. Sometimes it shows. I love him all the same.
Gollum came back quietly and looked over Sam's shoulder. When he saw Frodo, he closed his eyes and crawled away without a sound. A moment later, Sam found Gollum chewing something and talking to himself. On the ground beside him lay 2 small rabbits. Gollum looked at them with eager eyes.
Smeagol always helps, he said. He brought rabbits. Nice rabbits. But Master is sleeping, and maybe Sam wants to sleep too. Maybe he does not want rabbits now. Smeagol tries to help, but catching things takes time.
Sam said he did want rabbit. At least, he wanted cooked rabbit. All hobbits can cook. They learn early. Sam was a very good cook, even for a hobbit. On their journey, he often cooked when he could. He still carried some tools in his pack. He had a small box to make fire, 2 small pans, a wooden spoon, a short fork, and some sticks for cooking. At the bottom of his pack, hidden in a flat box, he had a little salt. It was very precious. But he needed a fire and water. He thought for a moment while he took out his knife, cleaned it, and began to prepare the rabbits. He did not want to leave Frodo alone, even for a short time.
Now, Gollum, he said, I have another task for you. Go and fill these pans with water. Bring them back.
Smeagol will get water, yes, said Gollum. But why does the hobbit need so much water? He has drunk and washed.
Never mind, said Sam. You will see soon enough. The faster you go, the faster you learn. And please be careful with my pans. I don't want them broken.
While Gollum was gone, Sam looked at Frodo again. Frodo was still sleeping in a calm way. Sam noticed how thin Frodo looked, his face and hands too thin for comfort. Sam shook his head. He spoke in a low voice, saying that Frodo did not look healthy for a hobbit. He decided to cook the rabbits and wake Frodo so that he could eat. Sam collected dry fern first. Then he climbed the bank and picked up small sticks and broken wood. A fallen cedar branch gave him enough fuel. He cut some grass blocks from the ground and made a small hole, putting the wood inside. Sam knew how to use flint and tinder, and soon he made a small fire. It did not make much smoke, and it gave a nice smell. Sam bent over the fire and protected it, adding thicker wood. At that moment, Gollum came back, carrying the pans carefully and complaining to himself.
He put the pans down, then saw the fire, and made a sharp hissing cry. He looked scared and angry at the same time. "You must not do it," he shouted. "Foolish hobbitses."
What is wrong? Sam asked.
"The fire is bad," Gollum said. "Fire is dangerous. It burns and kills. It will bring enemies."
Sam said he did not agree. The fire was small and careful, he said. If enemies came, they came. He was ready to take the risk. He said he was going to cook the rabbits.
Gollum cried out in shock. "You are ruining good meat. The rabbitses are young and soft. They should be eaten raw." He grabbed one rabbit near the fire.
Stop it, Sam told him. Everyone eats in their own way. Bread is bad for you, and raw meat is bad for me. If you give me a rabbit, I can cook it. Do not watch. Go and catch another rabbit, and eat it somewhere else. That way you will not see the fire. I will keep it from smoking.
Gollum went away, still complaining, and crawled back into the fern. Sam worked with the pans, talking to himself. He said that rabbits needed herbs and roots. He wished for potatoes and bread, and thought that herbs might be possible.
Sam called to Gollum in a soft voice. He said that he wanted some herbs. He asked for bay leaves, thyme, and sage before the water boiled.
"No," said Gollum. "I do not like smelly leaves. I do not eat plants or roots, unless I am very sick or starving."
Sam became angry. You would be in trouble if you did not help, he said in a rough voice. I would make you look for vegetables, if it were the right season. This land probably has many good plants. I would give a lot for some potatoes.
"I will not go," said Gollum. "I am scared and tired. You are not nice." "What are potatoes?" he asked.
Sam slowly said the word. Potatoes are very good food. You will not find any, so there is no need to look. He asked again for the herbs. He said he would think better of Gollum if he helped. One day, he promised, he would cook potatoes for him. He described fried fish and chips.
"I do not want that," said Gollum. "It spoils good fish. I want it raw."
You are hopeless, Sam said. Go to sleep.
In the end, Sam found the herbs himself. He did not go far, staying close to where Frodo slept. Sam sat by the fire and watched it. Soon the water boiled. The day grew brighter and warmer, and the morning dew disappeared. The rabbits cooked slowly in the pans with the herbs. Sam almost fell asleep while he waited. He cooked them for nearly an hour, checked them with a fork, and tasted the soup. When the food was ready, Sam took the pans off the fire. He walked quietly to Frodo. Frodo opened his eyes a little, then woke fully from a gentle dream of peace.
He looked at Sam and greeted him. "Hello," he said.
"Not sleeping?" Is something wrong? What time is it?
About 2 hours after sunrise, said Sam. By Shire time, maybe 8:30. Nothing is really wrong. But it is not very good either. We have no meat, no onions, no potatoes. I made a small stew and some soup for you, Mr. Frodo. It will help you. You must drink it from your mug, or from the pan when it is cooler. I did not bring bowls or anything proper.
Frodo yawned and stretched.
You should have been sleeping, Sam, he said. And making a fire is dangerous here. But I am hungry. I can smell it. What did you cook?
A gift from Smeagol, said Sam. 2 young rabbits. I think Gollum is sorry now. There is nothing with them, only a few herbs.
Sam and his master sat just inside the tall ferns. They ate the stew from the pans. They shared 1 old fork and 1 spoon. They also ate half a piece each of the elvish bread. It felt like a fine meal.
Hey! Gollum! Sam called softly and whistled. Come on. You can still come. There is some left, if you want to try rabbit stew. There was no answer. Well, I guess he went to find food for himself, said Sam. We will finish it.
After that, you must sleep, said Frodo.
Don't fall asleep while I watch, Mr. Frodo, said Sam. I do not trust him much. There is still a lot of the bad Gollum in him, and it is getting stronger again. I think he would try to hurt me first now. We do not agree, and he is not happy with Sam. No, not happy at all.
They finished eating. Sam went to the stream to wash the pans. When he stood up to go back, he looked up the hill. At that moment, the sun rose over the dark mist in the east. Golden light fell on the trees and open spaces around him. Then he saw a thin line of blue-grey smoke. It was clear in the sunlight. It rose from the bushes above him. Sam felt a shock. It was smoke from his small cooking fire. He had not put it out fully.
That is bad. I did not think it would show like that, he said quietly.
He hurried back. Then he stopped and listened. Did he hear a whistle? Or was it a strange bird? If it was a whistle, it did not come from Frodo's side. Then he heard it again, from another place. Sam started to run uphill as fast as he could. He saw that a small burning stick had set fire to some fern at the edge of the fire. The fern had started to burn, and the ground was smoking. Sam quickly stamped out the fire. He spread the ashes and covered the place with earth. Then he crept back to Frodo.
Did you hear a whistle, and then another sound? He asked. A few minutes ago. I hope it was only a bird. But it did not sound right. It sounded like someone copying a bird. And I am afraid my fire was smoking. If I have brought danger to us, I will never forgive myself. If I even get the chance.
Hush, whispered Frodo. I think I hear voices.
The 2 hobbits tied their small packs and put them on. They were ready to run. Then they crawled deeper into the ferns. They stayed low and listened. The voices were real. They were quiet and careful, but they were close, and coming closer. Suddenly one voice spoke clearly nearby. Here. This is where the smoke came from, it said. They must be close. In the ferns, I think. We will catch them like a rabbit in a trap. Then we will learn what they are. Yes, and what they know, said another voice. 4 men then walked through the ferns from different sides. There was no way to run or hide now. Frodo and Sam jumped up. They stood back to back and took out their small swords. They were surprised by what they saw. But the men were even more surprised. 4 tall men stood there. 2 held spears with wide bright points. 2 held large bows, almost as tall as themselves, with big quivers of long arrows with green feathers. All had swords at their sides. They wore green and brown clothes, so they could move unseen in the woods of Ithilien. Green gloves covered their hands. Their faces were covered with green hoods and masks, except for their eyes. Their eyes were sharp and bright. Frodo thought at once of Boromir. These men were like him in size, in strength, and in the way they spoke. "We have not found what we were looking for," said one. "But what have we found?" "Not orcs," said another. He relaxed his hand from his sword when he saw the small blade in Frodo's hand. "Elves," said a third, unsure. "Nay." "Not elves," said the fourth man. He was the tallest, and he seemed to be their leader.
Elves do not walk in Ithilien now. Elves are very fair to see, or so people say.
"So you mean we are not," said Sam. "Thank you. And now that you have talked about us, maybe you can tell us who you are, and why you will not let 2 tired travelers rest."
The tall man in green gave a hard laugh. "I am Faramir, captain of Gondor," he said. "There are no travelers in this land. There are only servants of the Dark Tower, or servants of the White."
"But we are neither," said Frodo. "And we are travelers, even if you do not agree."
"Then speak quickly," said Faramir. "Tell us who you are and why you are here. We have work to do. This is not a time for games or long talk. Come now. Where is the third one with you?"
"The third one," said Frodo.
"Yes," said Faramir. "The hiding one we saw by the pool. He looked strange and ugly. I thought he might be a kind of orc, or a creature of the enemy. But he escaped from us in a clever way."
"I do not know where he is," said Frodo. "We met him by chance on the road. I am not responsible for him. If you find him, please do not hurt him. Bring him to us, or send him to us. He is a poor and sad creature. I am looking after him for a short time. As for us, we are hobbits from the Shire. It is far to the north and west, beyond many rivers. My name is Frodo, son of Drogo. This is Samwise, son of Hamfast. He works with me and is a good hobbit. We have travelled a very long way from Rivendell, which some call Imladris."
When Frodo said this, Faramir looked sharp and serious. Frodo went on.
"There were 7 of us at first. 1 died in Moria. We left the others at Porthgalen, above Rauros. 2 were of my people's kin. There was also a dwarf, an elf, and 2 men. One was Aragorn. The other was Boromir, who said he came from Minas Tirith, a city in the south."
"Boromir!" cried all 4 men at once. "Boromir, son of Lord Denethor," said Faramir. His face grew hard and pale. "You travelled with him. That is great news, if it is true. You should know that Boromir was High Warden of the White Tower and our chief captain. We miss him deeply. Who are you, little strangers? And what was your part with him? Speak fast. The sun is rising."
"Do you know the strange words that Boromir brought to Rivendell?" Frodo asked.
"Seek for the sword that was broken. In Imladris it dwells." "Yes, I know those words," said Faramir. "That helps me believe you."
"Aragorn carries the broken sword," said Frodo. "And we are the halflings spoken of in the verse."
"I can see that," said Faramir slowly. "Or at least, it may be so. Then tell me, what is Isildur's bane?"
"That is hidden," said Frodo. "It will be known later."
"We must learn more," said Faramir. "We must know why you have come so far east, so close to that shadow." He pointed, but did not name it. "But not now. We have work to do. You are in danger here. Fighting will come soon, before the day ends. Then there will be death, or a fast return to the river Anduin. I will leave 2 men to watch you. This is for your safety and for mine. A wise man does not trust chance meetings in this land. If I return, we will speak again.
Farewell, said Frodo, bowing low. Think what you wish of us. I am a friend to all who fight the one enemy. We would go with you, if we could help you, strong and brave men as you seem, and if my task allowed it. May light shine on your swords.
The halflings are polite folk, whatever else they may be, said Faramir. Farewell.
The hobbits sat down again. They did not speak to each other. They were full of thoughts and worries. Nearby, under the soft shadow of dark trees, 2 men stayed to guard them. From time to time, the men took off their masks to cool their faces as the day grew hot. Frodo saw that they were fine men. They had pale skin, dark hair, and grey eyes. Their faces looked proud but sad. They spoke quietly together. At first, they used the common speech, but in an older style. Then they changed to another language. Frodo listened in surprise. It sounded like the Elvish tongue, or something very close to it. He looked at them with wonder. He understood then that they were Dunedain of the south, men from the line of the old lords of the west. After some time, Frodo spoke to them. They answered slowly and carefully. They said their names were Mablung and Damrod. They were soldiers of Gondor and rangers of Ithilien. Their families had once lived in Ithilien before the land was taken by enemies. From men like these, Lord Denethor chose his scouts. They crossed the river Anduin in secret, though they would not say how or where. Their task was to trouble orcs and other enemies who move between the dark mountains and the river. It was almost 10 leagues from their hiding place to the east side of the river Anduin.
It is almost 10 leagues from here to the east side of the river Anduin. We do not often come so far. But this time we have a new task. We are here to stop the men of Harad. I hate them.
Yes, curse the Southrons. Long ago, Gondor and the lands of Harad knew each other. They were never friends. In those days, Gondor ruled far to the south, even near the river mouths. Umber, the closest of their cities, obeyed Gondor then. But that time is gone. Many years have passed since our people met theirs. Now we hear that the enemy has gone to them. They have chosen to follow him, as many people in the east have done. I fear that Gondor may fall. The walls of Minas Tirith may not stand. His power and hate are very great.
But we will not sit and do nothing. These Southrons now walk on old Gondor roads. They march north to join the Dark Tower. Our people built these roads long ago. The Southrons move without care. They think their new master will protect them. They believe his shadow is enough. We are here to show them they are wrong. We were told that a large group is coming north. One group should pass this road before noon. It is the road above us, where it cuts through the hills. The road may be open, but they will not pass. Not while Faramir is our captain. He leads us in all great dangers. Fate seems to guard him for some reason.
Their voices became quiet. Everyone listened. The land felt still and tense. Sam stayed low near the ferns and looked out. With his sharp hobbit eyes, he saw many more men. They moved up the slopes alone or in long lines. They stayed in the shade of trees and bushes. Some crawled through grass and plants. Their clothes were brown and green, so they were hard to see. All wore hoods and masks. They had gloves on their hands and carried weapons like Faramir's men. Soon they all passed and were gone. The sun climbed higher in the sky. The shadows grew shorter.
I wonder where that foolish Gollum is. Someone might mistake him for an orc. Or the sun might burn him. But he always finds a way to stay alive.
Sam lay down near Frodo and began to sleep. He woke suddenly. He thought he heard horns. He sat up at once. It was now midday. The guards stood very still under the trees. They looked ready and tense. Then the horns sounded again, loud and clear, from above the slope. Sam also heard shouting and cries, but they sounded far away. Soon after, the sounds of fighting came closer, just above their hiding place. Sam heard the hard clash of metal. He heard swords hit shields and helmets. Men shouted and cried out. One strong voice called again and again, "Gonda! Gonda!"
It sounds like many workers hitting metal at the same time. They are close enough for me.
They are coming. Look. Some Southrons have escaped the trap. They are running from the road. Our men are chasing them. The captain is leading them.
Sam wanted to see more. He went closer to the guards. He climbed partway up a bay tree. For a short time, he saw dark-skinned men in red clothes running down the hill. Green-clad warriors followed them fast. Arrows flew through the air. Then, suddenly, a man fell over the edge of the bank near them. He crashed through small trees and landed in the ferns only a few steps away. He lay face down and did not move. A green arrow was in his neck below a gold collar. His red clothes were torn. His armor was broken. His dark hair, braided with gold, was wet with blood. His hand still held a broken sword. This was the first time Sam had seen men fighting men. He did not like it. He was glad he could not see the man's face. He wondered who the man was and where he came from. He thought about the long road the man had walked. He wondered if the man was truly cruel, or if lies or fear had pushed him to fight. Maybe the man would rather have stayed at home in peace. These thoughts came quickly and then left his mind. Just as Mablung stepped closer to the fallen man, a new sound rose. There was loud shouting and crying. Sam heard a strange loud call, like a great horn. Then he felt heavy pounding sounds, like very large feet striking the ground again and again.
Where? Where? Damrod shouted to his friend. May the Valar turn him away. Mimak! Mimak!
Sam felt shocked and afraid, but also amazed. A huge shape burst out of the trees and rushed down the hill. It was as big as a house, even bigger. To Sam it looked like a moving grey hill. Fear and wonder made it seem even larger, but the Mumak of Harad was truly enormous. No creature like it walks in Middle-earth now. The ones that live later are only small shadows of its size and greatness. The beast ran straight toward the men. At the last moment, it turned aside and passed very close to them. The ground shook under its feet. Its legs were like tall trees. Its huge ears spread wide like sails. Its long nose lifted up and moved like a great snake. Its small red eyes burned with anger. Its curved tusks pointed upward and were wrapped in gold bands. Dark blood ran down from them. Red and gold cloth hung from its body, torn and waving. On its back lay the broken pieces of what looked like a war tower. It had smashed through the forest in its wild run. High on its neck, a small figure still held on. It was the body of a powerful warrior from the south. The great beast rushed on, blind with rage. It crashed through water and bushes. Arrows bounced off its thick skin and did no harm. Men from both sides ran away from it, but it caught some and knocked them to the ground. Soon it was gone from sight. Far away, they still heard its loud cries and heavy steps. Sam never learned what happened to it. Maybe it ran free in the wild for a time and then died far from home. Maybe it fell into a deep pit. Or maybe it ran into the great river and was lost there.
Sam took a deep breath. That was an oliphaunt, he said. So they are real, and I have seen one. What a life I have! But no one at home will ever believe me. Well, if that is over, I will sleep a little.
Sleep while you can, said Mablung. The captain will return if he is not hurt. When he comes, we will leave quickly. The enemy will soon hear what we have done, and then they will follow us.
Go quietly when you must, said Sam. You do not need to wake me. I walked all night.
Mablung laughed. I do not think the captain will leave you here, Master Samwise, he said. But you will see.
Sam felt like he had slept only a short time. Then he woke up and saw it was late afternoon. Faramir had returned. He had many men with him. All the men who were still alive had gathered there. There were 200 or 300 of them. They sat on the hillside in a wide half-circle. Faramir sat on the ground between the two ends. Frodo stood in front of him. It looked strange, like a man on trial. Sam crawled out from the ferns. No one noticed him. He stood at the end of the rows of men. From there, he could see and hear everything. He watched carefully. He was ready to run to help his master if needed. He saw Faramir's face clearly now. His mask was off. His face looked strong and serious. His eyes were sharp and thoughtful. They looked closely at Frodo, and there was doubt in them. Sam soon understood that the captain was not happy with Frodo's story. He asked about Frodo's place in the group from Rivendell. He asked why Frodo had left Boromir. He asked where Frodo was going now. Again and again, he spoke about Isildur's Bane. It was clear that he felt Frodo was hiding something very important. But the words say that Isildur's Bane would awaken when the halfling came, Faramir said. If you are that halfling, then you brought this thing to the council you spoke of. Boromir must have seen it there. Do you say this is not true?
Frodo did not answer.
So, said Faramir. I wish to know more. What matters to Boromir matters to me. Old stories say Isildur was killed by an orc arrow. But there are many orc arrows. Seeing one would not make Boromir think of doom. Did you keep this thing with you? You say it is hidden. Is that because you chose to hide it?
No, Frodo said. Not because I chose to. It does not belong to me. It does not belong to any living person, great or small. If anyone could claim it, it would be Aragorn, son of Arathorn. He led our group from Moria to Rauros.
Why him, and not Boromir, the prince of the city built by the sons of Elendil? Asked Faramir.
Because Aragorn comes in a straight line from father to son from Isildur himself, the son of Elendil, Frodo said. And the sword he carries was Elendil's sword.
A soft cry of surprise moved through the circle of men. Some spoke loudly. The sword of Elendil, they said. The sword of Elendil comes to Minas Tirith. Great news. Faramir's face did not change.
Maybe. But such a great claim needs strong proof. If this Aragorn ever comes to Minas Tirith, he must show clear signs. When I left the city 6 days ago, neither he nor anyone from your group had arrived. Boromir believed that claim. If Boromir were here, he could answer your questions. When we last saw him at Rauros, he planned to go to your city. If you return there, you may learn the truth. He knew my task, as all in the company did. Elrond of Imladris gave it to me before the whole council. I came here for that purpose. But I cannot speak of it to anyone outside our group. Those who fight the enemy should not stand in its way.
Frodo spoke with pride, even if he felt fear inside. Sam liked that tone. But Faramir was not satisfied.
So, you tell me to return home and leave you alone. Boromir will explain everything when he comes. When he comes, you say. Were you his friend?
Frodo remembered how Boromir had once tried to take the ring. For a moment, he did not answer. Faramir's eyes became colder.
Boromir was brave. He was part of our company. Yes, I was his friend. Then you would be sad to hear that Boromir is dead? I would be very sad. Dead? Do you mean he is truly dead? Did you already know? Are you trying to trap me with words? Or are you telling me something untrue? I do not lie. Not even to catch an orc. How did he die? And how do you know? You said none of my company reached the city before you left. I hoped his friend would tell me how he died. When we parted, he was alive and strong. As far as I know, he still lives. Though I know there are many dangers in the world. Yes. Many dangers. And betrayal is one of them.
Sam had become more and more upset during this talk. These last words made him angry. He stepped forward and stood beside Frodo.
Excuse me, Mr. Frodo, but this has gone on long enough. He has no right to speak to you like that. After all you have done, for his people as much as for anyone.
He stood in front of Faramir with his hands on his hips. Some of the men around them smiled at the sight.
Listen. What are you trying to say? Let us speak clearly before more enemies come. If you think my master killed this Boromir and ran away, then say so. And tell us what you plan to do. It is a pity that people who speak of fighting the enemy cannot let others do their part in peace. The enemy would be pleased to see you arguing like this.
Be patient. Do not speak before your master. He understands more than you. I know the danger we are in. But I must take a little time to judge fairly. If I were quick to anger, I might have killed you already. I am ordered to kill any stranger I find in this land without leave from the Lord of Gondor. But I do not kill without reason, and not gladly even when I must. Do not fear. Sit beside your master and be quiet.
Sam sat down again, his face red.
You asked how I know that the son of Denethor is dead. News of death travels in many ways. Sometimes family members feel it in the night. Boromir was my brother.
A look of deep sadness passed over his face.
Do you remember anything special that Boromir carried with him?
Frodo paused and thought. He felt afraid. He feared there might be another trap. He did not know how this talk would end. He had just saved the ring from Boromir before. Now he was among many strong men who loved war. He felt unsure. But in his heart, he felt that Faramir was different. Faramir looked like his brother, but he seemed less proud. He also seemed stricter and wiser.
At last, Frodo said, I remember that Boromir carried a horn.
You remember well, said Faramir. You truly saw him. You may still see it in your mind. It was a great horn from a wild ox from the east. It was bound with silver. Old letters were written on it. The eldest son of our house has carried this horn for many generations. People say that if it is blown in need, anywhere in Gondor as it once was, people will hear it and answer.
He went on.
5 days before I left on this journey, which was 11 days ago at this same hour, I heard that horn. It came from the north. The sound was weak, like an echo in my mind. My father and I felt fear. We had heard no news of Boromir since he left. None of our guards had seen him return. 3 nights later, something even stranger happened to me. I was sitting at night by the river Anduin. The moon was young and pale. The light was grey. I watched the river move without rest. The reeds made a sad sound in the wind. We always watch the shores near Osgiliath. Our enemies hold part of that place now. They come from there to trouble our land. But that night, the world fell asleep at midnight. Then I saw, or thought I saw, a boat on the water. It shone with a soft grey light. It was small and made in a strange way. Its front was high. No one was rowing it. No one guided it. I felt fear and wonder. A pale light was around the boat. I stood up and walked to the river bank. I stepped into the water. I felt drawn to the boat. Then it turned toward me. It slowed and floated close to my hand. Still, I did not dare touch it. The boat sat deep in the water, as if it was heavy. When it passed by me, I saw it was almost full of clear water. The light came from this water. Lying in the water was a warrior. He seemed asleep. There was a broken sword on his knee. I saw many wounds on his body. It was my brother Boromir. I knew his armor, his sword, and his dear face. One thing was missing. His horn was not there. One thing was new. Around his waist was a fair belt, like golden leaves joined together. I cried out, "Boromir, where is your horn? Where are you going?" But he did not answer. The boat turned back into the river. It moved on and disappeared into the night. It felt like a dream, but it was not a dream. I never woke from it. I do not doubt that he is dead. I believe he has gone down the river to the sea.
Alas, said Frodo. It was truly Boromir, as I knew him. The golden belt was given to him in Lothlorien. The Lady Galadriel gave it to him. She also gave us these clothes, as you see, in elven grey.
Frodo touched the green and silver leaf that held his cloak at his neck.
Faramir looked closely at it. "It is very beautiful," he said. "Yes, it is made by the same hands. So you passed through the land of Lorien? Long ago it was called Lorelindorinen. For many years now, men have not known much of it." He spoke softly and looked at Frodo with new wonder. "Now I understand many strange things about you. Will you tell me more? It hurts my heart to think that Boromir died so close to his home."
I cannot say more than I already have, Frodo answered. Your story fills me with fear. I think what you saw was a vision. It may show evil that has already happened, or that will happen. It could even be a trick of the enemy. I have seen fair warriors laid in sleep in the dead marshes. They only seemed so by his dark skills.
"No," said Faramir. "It was not like that. His works make the heart feel sick. But my heart was filled with sorrow and pity."
But how could this truly happen? Frodo asked. No boat could be carried over the rocky hills from Tol Brandir. Boromir planned to go home across the Entwash and the fields of Rohan. And how could any boat pass the Great Falls? The water there is wild. It would break any boat, even one full of water.
"I do not know," said Faramir. "But where did the boat come from?"
"From Lorien," said Frodo. "We had 3 such boats. We rowed them down the Anduin to the falls. They were also made by the elves."
"You passed through the hidden land," said Faramir. "But it seems you did not know its full power. When men deal with a lady who lives in the Golden Wood, strange things may follow. It is dangerous for mortal people to step outside the common world. Few in old times returned unchanged, so the stories say."
"Boromir, oh Boromir," he cried. "What did the lady say to you, the lady who does not die? What did she see? What did she wake in your heart? Why did you go to Lorelindorinen? Why did you not ride home by your own road, with the horses of Rohan, in the morning?" Then he turned back to Frodo. His voice was calm again.
"I think you could answer these questions, Frodo son of Drogo. But not here and not now. You may still think my story is only a dream. So I will tell you this. The horn of Boromir truly came back. It was not a false tale. The horn was broken in two as if by an axe or a sword. The pieces came to the river shore in different places. One piece was found in the reeds where Gondor guards lay, north of the Entwash. The other piece was found floating on the water by a man on a boat. These things seem strange, but the truth often comes out. Now the horn of the elder son lies in two parts on the knees of Denethor. He sits in his high chair and waits for news. Can you tell me nothing about how the horn was broken?
No, I did not know about it, said Frodo. But the day you heard the horn, if your count is right, was the day we parted. That was when my servant and I left the company. Your story fills me with fear. If Boromir was in danger and died, then I fear all my friends may be dead too. They were my family and my close friends. Please stop doubting me and let me go. I am tired. I am full of sorrow and fear. But I still have a task to try, before I also die. We must hurry, if only two of us are left from our group. Go back, Faramir, brave captain of Gondor. Defend your city while you can. Let me go where my fate leads me.
There is no comfort for me in our talk, said Faramir. But you take more fear from it than you need. Who dressed Boromir for death? It was not orcs or dark servants. I think some of your company's still live. And whatever happened in the north, I no longer doubt you, Frodo. Hard days have taught me how to read faces and words. And I think I can judge halflings too. Still, he smiled, there is something strange about you, Frodo. Maybe something elvish. There is more weight in our talk than I first thought. I should take you to Minas Tirith to answer to Denethor. If my choice harms my city, my life would rightly be lost. So I will not decide too quickly. But we must leave this place at once.
He stood up quickly and gave orders. At once the men around him split into small groups. They moved away in different directions and soon vanished among rocks and trees. Only Mablung and Damrod stayed.
Now, Frodo and Samwise, you will come with me and my guards, said Faramir. You cannot go south by the road. It will not be safe for some days. After this fight, the road will be watched even more. You are also too tired to go far today. We are tired as well. We are going to a secret place less than 10 miles from here. Orcs and enemy spies have not found it. Even if they did, we could hold it for a long time. There we can rest, and you will rest with us. In the morning I will decide what is best for you and for me.
Frodo had no choice but to agree. For now, it seemed wise. The men of Gondor had made travel in Ithilien more dangerous than before. They left at once. Mablung and Damrod walked a little ahead. Faramir walked behind with Frodo and Sam. They went past the pool where the hobbits had bathed. They crossed the stream, climbed a long bank, and entered green woods that sloped down to the west. They walked as fast as the hobbits could. They spoke in low voices.
I stopped our talk, said Faramir. Not only because time was short, as Samwise said. I also felt we were coming close to matters best not spoken before many men. That is why I spoke instead about my brother and left aside Isildur's bane. You were not fully open with me, Frodo.
I told no lies, said Frodo. I told all the truth that I could.
I do not blame you, said Faramir.
You spoke well in a difficult place, he said. You were careful and wise. But I learned more from you than from your words. You were not friendly with Boromir. You did not part as friends. You and Master Samwise seemed to have a problem with him. I loved Boromir very much. I would have taken revenge for his death. But I also knew him well. I think that Isildur's bane stood between you. It caused trouble in your group. It must be a powerful old object. Such things often bring quarrels, as old stories tell us. Am I close to the truth?
Close, said Frodo, but not fully right. There was no fighting in our group. But there was doubt. We were not sure which way to go from the Emyn Muil. Still, old stories also warn us not to speak too freely about such old treasures.
Then it is as I thought, said Faramir. Your trouble was only with Boromir. He wanted this thing taken to Minas Tirith. Sadly, fate keeps you silent. You were the last to see him. I want to know what he felt and thought at the end. Even if he made a mistake, I know this. He died bravely and did something good. His face looked even more peaceful than when he was alive. But Frodo, I questioned you too strongly at first about Isildur's bane. Please forgive me. It was not wise in such a place and time. I had no time to think. We had just fought a hard battle. My mind was full. Even while I spoke, I felt I was getting too close to the truth. So I chose my words with care and stepped back. You should know that the rulers of this city keep much old knowledge. It is not shared with all people. My house is not from the line of Elendil, but we still have Númenórean blood. Our family comes from Mardil, the good steward. He ruled when the king went to war. That king was Urna, the last of Anarian's line. He had no children and never returned. Since then, the stewards have ruled the city. This was many generations ago. I remember Boromir as a boy. We learned together about our fathers and our city. He was always unhappy that his father was not king. He once asked, how many years must pass before a steward becomes a king, if the king never returns? My father answered, in other lands, maybe only a few years. In Gondor, not even 10,000 years would be enough. Poor Boromir. Does that tell you something about him?
It does, said Frodo. But he always treated Aragorn with respect.
I believe that, said Faramir. If he accepted Aragorn's claim, he would honor him greatly. But the true test had not yet come. They had not reached Minas Tirith. They had not fought together in her wars. But I wander from the point. In the house of Denethor, we keep much old learning. We have many treasures. We keep books and records on old parchment, on stone, and on silver and gold leaves. They are written in many scripts. Some no one can read now. Others only a few can understand. I can read a little, because I was taught. These records brought the Grey Pilgrim to us. I first saw him when I was a child. He has visited 2 or 3 times since then.
The Grey Pilgrim, said Frodo. Did he have a name?
We called him Mithrandir, in the Elvish way, said Faramir. He liked that name. He once said he had many names in many lands. Mithrandir to the elves. Tharkan to the dwarfs. In the west, long ago, he was called Olorin. In the south, they call him Incanus. In the north, Gandalf. He does not go to the east.
Gandalf, said Frodo. I thought it was him. Gandalf the Grey. He was our guide and our friend. He led our group. He was lost in Moria.
Mithrandir was lost, said Faramir. Your journey seems full of sorrow. It is very hard to believe that one so wise could die. He did many great things among us. It feels wrong that such knowledge is gone from the world. Are you sure he did not simply leave you and go his own way?
Sadly, yes, said Frodo.
I saw him fall into the abyss.
I feel there is a dark and fearful story here, said Faramir. Maybe you can tell me more later, in the evening. This Mithrandir was not only a teacher of old knowledge. He was a man who guided many great deeds in our time. If he had been with us when we spoke about the hard words of our dream, he could have explained them. Then Boromir would not have needed to go on his journey. But perhaps Mithrandir would not have spoken, and Boromir's journey was meant to happen. Mithrandir never told us what would come. He never shared his plans. He received permission from Denethor, though I do not know how, to study the secrets of our treasure rooms. He taught me a little, but only rarely. He always searched and asked many questions. Most of all, he asked about the great battle at Dagorlad, long ago, when Gondor began, and when the enemy was defeated. He also wanted stories about Isildur. But we knew very little about him. We never truly knew how Isildur died. But this much I learned, or guessed, and I have kept it secret in my heart. Isildur took something from the enemy's hand before he left Gondor. After that, he was never seen again by mortal men. I thought this answered Mithrandir's questions. At that time, it seemed important only to people who study old history. When we spoke about the strange words of our dream, I did not think that Isildur's bane was the same thing. We only knew one story, that Isildur was attacked and killed by orc arrows. Mithrandir never told me more than that. I still do not know what this thing truly is. But it must be an old object with great power and danger. It may be a weapon made by the Dark Lord. If it could help in battle, I can understand why Boromir would want it. He was proud and brave, and sometimes too quick to act. He always wanted victory for Minas Tirith, and honor for himself. Such a thing could draw him in. I am sorry he ever went on that mission. My father and the elders should have chosen me. But Boromir stepped forward. He was older and stronger, and that was true. No one could stop him. But do not fear me. I would never take such a thing, even if it lay beside the road. Not even if Minas Tirith were falling, and I alone could save her. I would not use the weapon of the Dark Lord, not for victory, and not for my own honor. No, I do not want such success, Frodo son of Drogo.
The council did not want it either, said Frodo. And I do not want it. I wish to stay away from such things.
For myself, said Faramir. I wish to see the white tree bloom again in the courts of the kings. I wish to see the silver crown return, and Minas Tirith at peace. I wish Minas Anna to be as it was long ago, full of light, tall and fair, beautiful like a queen among other queens. Not a ruler over many slaves, not even gentle slaves. There must be war while we defend our lives against an enemy who wants to destroy all. But I do not love the sword for its sharp edge. I do not love the arrow for its speed. I do not love the warrior for his fame. I love only what they protect. I love the city of the men of Numenor. I wish people to love her for her memory, her age, her beauty, and her wisdom today. I do not wish her to be feared, except with the respect given to an old and wise person. So do not fear me. I will not ask you to tell me more. I will not even ask if my words are close to the truth. But if you trust me, I may be able to give advice for your journey, whatever it may be. Yes, I may even help you.
Frodo did not answer. He almost gave in to the wish for help. He wanted to tell this serious young man everything in his heart. Faramir's words sounded wise and honest. But something stopped Frodo. His heart was heavy with fear and sadness. If he and Sam were truly the only ones left of the 9 walkers, then the secret of their mission was his alone. It was safer to doubt than to speak too quickly. The memory of Boromir was strong in his mind. He remembered how the ring had changed him. When Frodo looked at Faramir and listened to his voice, he saw both difference and likeness between the 2 brothers. They walked on in silence for a while. They moved like grey and green shadows under the old trees. Their feet made no sound. Above them, many birds were singing. Sunlight shone on the dark, smooth leaves of the evergreen forest of Ithilien. Sam did not speak during the talk, but he listened closely. At the same time, he used his sharp hobbit ears to hear every small sound in the woods. He noticed one thing. During all the talk, no one had spoken the name of Gollum. Sam felt glad about this, though he knew it was too much to hope that the name would never be spoken again. He soon understood that they were not really alone. Many men were close by. Damrod and Mablung moved quietly in front of them. Other men walked on both sides, hidden by trees and shadows. They all went fast and silent to the same place. Once, he looked back quickly. He felt someone was watching him. For a moment, he thought he saw a small dark shape move behind a tree. He opened his mouth to speak, but then he stopped. He spoke only in his mind. He thought he might be wrong. He did not want to speak of the old enemy again. He wished he could forget him too. They walked on until the trees became fewer. The land went down more sharply. Then they turned right and soon reached a small river in a deep narrow gap. It was the same stream from the round pool above. Here it ran fast and loud. Water jumped over many stones in a deep bed. Dark trees hung over it. When they looked west, they saw wide fields below. Far away, the great river Anduin shone in the red light of the setting sun.
Faramir spoke. He said he must now act in a way that was not polite. He hoped they would forgive him. He said he had already been kind by not hurting them or tying them. But he had a strict order. No stranger could see the path ahead, not even friends from Rohan. He said he must cover their eyes.
Frodo said it was fine. He said the elves also did this when needed. He said they once crossed Lothlorien with covered eyes.
Gimli did not like it, but the hobbits accepted it.
Faramir said he was not leading them to such a fair place. He was glad they agreed without force.
He spoke softly. At once, Mablung and Damrod came out from the trees.
Faramir told them to cover the guests' eyes. He said to do it safely but not painfully. He said not to tie their hands. The hobbits would promise not to try to see. He said he trusted them, but eyes can open by mistake. He told the guards to guide them well so they would not fall.
The guards used green scarves to cover the hobbits' eyes. They pulled their hoods down low. Then each guard took a hobbit by the hand and led them on. Frodo and Sam could only guess where they went. Soon they felt the path going down steeply. It became very narrow. They walked one behind the other. Stone walls brushed their sides. The guards held their shoulders to guide them. Sometimes the ground was rough. They were lifted up and set down again. The sound of running water stayed on their right. It grew louder and closer. At last they stopped. The guards turned them around many times. They no longer knew which way they faced. They climbed up a little. It felt cold. The sound of water became softer. Then they were picked up and carried down many steps and around a corner. Suddenly the water was loud again. It rushed and splashed all around them. Fine drops touched their hands and faces. At last they stood on their feet again. They waited in silence. They felt afraid. They could not see or understand where they were.
Then Faramir spoke close behind them. He said to let them see.
The scarves were taken off. Their hoods were pulled back. They blinked and took deep breaths. They stood on a wet floor of smooth stone. Behind them was a dark stone doorway cut into the rock. In front of them was a thin curtain of falling water. It was so close Frodo could touch it. It faced west. The low sun shone through it. Red light broke into many moving colors. It looked like a beautiful window made of shining jewels, bright and alive with light.
Faramir said they had arrived at the right time. He said it was a reward for their patience. He named the place the Window of the Sunset, Heneth Anan. He said it was the fairest waterfall in Ithilien, the land of many springs. Very few strangers had ever seen it. He said there was no great hall behind it to match its beauty. Then he asked them to enter and see.
As he was still speaking, the sun went down. The fire in the water grew weak and dark. They turned and walked under a low and dark stone arch. At once, they were inside a cave of rock. It was wide and rough. The roof was low and uneven, so they had to bend a little. A few torches were lit. Their weak light shone on the wet stone walls. Many men were already inside. More men came in, 2 or 3 at a time, through a small dark door on one side. When the hobbits could see better, they saw the cave was much bigger than they first thought. It was full of weapons and food.
"This is our safe place," said Faramir. "It is not very comfortable, but you can sleep here in peace. It is dry, and we have food, but no fire. Long ago, water ran through this cave and out of the arch. Later, workers changed the water's path higher in the rocks. Now the water falls far above us. All ways into this cave were closed to water and to enemies except one. Now there are only 2 ways out. One is the passage you used, when your eyes were covered. The other goes through the water curtain into a deep stone bowl with sharp rocks. Now rest for a while. We will eat when evening comes."
The hobbits were led to a corner. They were given a low bed to lie on if they wanted. At the same time, the men worked around the cave. They moved quietly and quickly. Light tables were taken from the walls and placed on wooden stands. They put tools and food on them. Most things were plain, but well made. There were round plates, bowls, and dishes of brown clay or smooth wood. They were clean and simple. Here and there were cups or bowls of shiny bronze. A plain silver cup was placed at the captain's seat at the middle table. Faramir walked among the men. He spoke to each one in a low, calm voice as they arrived. Some had come back from chasing the men from the south. Others had stayed near the road as watchers and came in last. All the southern enemies were found, except the great beast. No one knew what happened to it. No enemy movement was seen. There was not even a sign of an orc.
"You saw and heard nothing, Aragorn?" Faramir asked the last man.
"Well, no, my lord," said the man. "No orc, at least. But I saw something a little strange. It was almost dark, and the eyes can play tricks then. Maybe it was only a squirrel. Still, if it was a black one, and I did not see a tail. It looked like a shadow on the ground. When I came closer, it slipped behind a tree and climbed up very fast. I did not shoot. We do not kill wild animals without reason, and it did not seem dangerous. Also, it was too dark to shoot well. It was gone very quickly into the leaves. I waited a little, because it felt odd, and then I came back. I thought I heard it make a sharp sound from above when I turned away. Maybe it was a large squirrel. They say there are black squirrels in Mirkwood, and maybe some have come this way."
"Perhaps," said Faramir. "But that would be a bad sign. We do not want creatures from Mirkwood in this land."
Sam thought Faramir looked quickly toward the hobbits as he said this. Sam said nothing. For a while, Sam and Frodo lay back. They watched the torchlight and the men walking around, speaking softly. Then Frodo suddenly fell asleep. Sam fought with his thoughts.
He may be good, he thought, or he may not. Kind words can hide a bad heart. He yawned. I could sleep for a week and feel better. But what can I do if I stay awake? I am alone, with all these big men. Nothing. Still, I must stay awake.
Somehow, he did. The light near the cave door faded. The grey curtain of falling water grew dark and disappeared into shadow. The sound of water never stopped. It stayed the same all the time, day and night. It whispered like a call to sleep. Sam rubbed his eyes with his fists. Now more torches were lit. A barrel of wine was opened. Other barrels of food were opened too. Men brought water from the falling stream. Some washed their hands in bowls. A wide copper bowl and a white cloth were brought to Faramir, and he washed his hands.
"Wake our guests," he said. "Give them water. It is time to eat."
Frodo sat up. He yawned and stretched. Sam was not used to being served. He looked surprised at the tall man who bowed and held out a bowl of water.
"Please put it on the ground," Sam said. "That is easier for both of us."
Then, to the surprise and laughter of the men, he put his head into the cold water. He washed his neck and ears and splashed water everywhere.
Is it the custom in your land to wash your head before supper?
"No, before breakfast. But when you are very tired, cold water on the neck helps a lot. It wakes you up. There. Now I can stay awake long enough to eat."
Then they were led to seats beside Faramir. They sat on barrels covered with animal skins. The seats were high so the hobbits could sit comfortably. Before they ate, Faramir and all his men turned and faced the west. They stood in silence for a short time. Faramir showed Frodo and Sam that they should do the same.
"We always do this. We look toward Numina of the past, and to the elven lands that still remain, and to what lies beyond them. Do you have such a custom when you eat?"
No. But when we are guests, we bow to our host. After we eat, we stand and thank him.